of what to do next. Biden himself calling it a very, very good meeting. The White House says options included discussions about severe economic options on Russia, as well as reinforcing security in NATO countries. However, no decision has been made by President Biden on deploying these 8,500 troops on high alert. But we also have heard from Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who says a diplomatic solution is still possible. Take a listen.
There's no reason for this to come to outright conflict. There's no reason for there to be another land war in Europe. And that's why we want to continue to pursue a diplomatic path forward here. We don't believe that Vladimir Putin has made a final decision to launch yet another invasion or incursion into Ukraine. We still think there's time and space for diplomacy. There's not going to be any pushing the United States out of Europe. We have a very sizable force posture there.
Now, talks between Russia, Ukraine, Germany, and France are expected as early as tomorrow in Paris, called Normandy format talks after these countries met on the margins of the 70th anniversary celebrations of D-Day in Normandy to discuss the war in eastern Ukraine during that time. Philip?
All right. Chapman Bell for us. Thank you for the update, Chapman.
Breaking this morning, it is the latest act of provocation. North Korea appears to have conducted another missile launch. A South Korean military official tells NBC News that they detected 2 rounds of suspected cruise missiles. Both landed in the sea to the east of the Korean peninsula. This would be the Kim Jong-un's regime's 5th such launch this year.
3 Baltimore firefighters who lost their lives after getting trapped inside a burning row house were honored with a processional through the city. The firefighters were killed on Monday while fighting a blaze at a 3-story vacant building. 2 firefighters were pronounced dead after they were hospitalized, and a 3rd firefighter was pronounced dead at the scene. A 4th firefighter remains in critical but stable condition.
Investors are bracing for another wild day on Wall Street. Futures are pointing to a steep drop at the open today after yesterday's massive swing. Volatility was the name of the game as the Dow erased an 1,100-point deficit to finish almost 100 points in the green. The Nasdaq and S&P also clawed back in a positive territory. So what's behind the uncertainty for markets? Fears of a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine and the one hitting close to home for all of us, the 40-year high inflation. The Fed will likely start raising interest rates in March to try and tame the inflation. We expect to see 3 to 4 quarter-point hikes by the end of the year.
The president is making headlines when he was caught on mic cursing at a Fox News reporter, Peter Doocy, for asking about inflation. Take a listen.
Will you take questions on inflation then?
Let's move. Thank you. Thank you all.
Do you think inflation is a political liability ahead of the midterms?
Thank you, sir.
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a...
During the White House press conference, the president was taking questions about the rising tensions over a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine and not on the subject of the economy. Last night, Peter Doocy was on Hannity, and here's what he said about the exchange.
Within about an hour of that exchange, he called my cell phone and he said, "It's nothing personal, pal." I made sure to tell him that I'm always going to try to ask something different than what everybody else is asking. And he said, "You've got to."
When Hannity asked if Mr. Biden apologized, Doocy said he didn't need an apology.
The future of college admissions is in the hands of the Supreme Court this morning. Justices will hear an appeal by opponents of affirmative action who say it discriminates against white and Asian students. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the details. Bree, good morning. These cases could reshape higher education.
Good morning, Philip. That's absolutely right. This is the latest politically charged case to make it our issue to make it to the high court, and it could uproot more than 4 decades of legal precedent. Now, the court has agreed to hear 2 cases challenging the use of race as a factor in admissions at Harvard University and the University of North Carolina, one private and one public school. Both cases were filed on the same day in 2014 by a conservative activist group. Now, the court has repeatedly ruled that a student's race can be considered as a plus factor, helping schools achieve the educational benefit of a more diverse student body. But two justices who ruled in favor of affirmative action in the past, Anthony Kennedy and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, are now gone, succeeded by two Trump appointees likely to be more skeptical. Now the case will come before the Supreme Court next session, which begins in October. Back to you guys.
All right. Bree, thank you so much for the update.
Federal investigators say they executed a search warrant at the Chicago headquarters of the national pop-up testing chain called Center for COVID Control. The company faces a variety of consumer complaints. In addition to the feds, states like Illinois, Colorado, Minnesota, and Oregon are investigating the company, which says it is working with authorities to shed light on what it called operational challenges during the Omicron surge. And a New York Supreme Court judge struck down the state's mask mandate. The judge ruled New York Governor Kathy Hochul overstepped her authority and that the mandate had to be passed by state legislature. In a statement, Hochul said she disagreed with the ruling and was pursuing every option to reverse it. Meanwhile, the first of the 400 million free N95 masks distributed by the Biden administration have arrived at pharmacies and health centers across the country.
A Connecticut man charged after a tirade at a smoothie shop. James Iannazzo hurled a drink and made an anti-immigrant comment to employees. Police say he went on a tirade after blaming employees for a serious allergic reaction that sent his son to the hospital. Here's part of that exchange.
Give it to me right now.
What? Oh, you're calling the police. I'm calling the police.
I want the telephone number.
Iannazzo is now facing a hate crime charge. He was also fired from his job at Merrill Lynch. His attorney says he regrets the incident wholeheartedly and that his actions occurred during a moment of extreme emotional distress.
A federal court has blocked Alabama's newly drawn congressional districts map. State lawmakers now have to redraw the map to include 2 majority black districts instead of just 1. The 3-judge panel said in its ruling that, quote, black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress. The Office of Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall says that it will appeal the ruling.
Rocker Neil Young is coming out like a hurricane against what he says is fake information about vaccines, asking Spotify to pull his music, adding that the streaming platform can have either him or Joe Rogan. Young called for his music library to be removed immediately. Rogan signed an exclusive podcast deal with Spotify in 2020 worth $100 million, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Olympic magic is in the works just 10 days out from the Beijing Winter Games. Coming up, performers ages 5 to 70 practice dance routines as rehearsals are underway for the 2022 opening ceremonies. Directing the ceremonies for the 2008 Beijing Games, acclaimed filmmaker Zhang Yimou has returned to lead the 2022 events. You can catch opening ceremony coverage February 4th right here on NBC.
All right, let's turn now to today's weather and NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. You know, we continue to be in this tough cycle of the colder air seeping in across the high plains, making its way into the Midwest this afternoon. And that's why we have wind chill concerns across this section of the country. We have some spots down to 50 below the feel-like temperature. And right now, temperatures are really tough. It's that Canadian air seeping into this area, and it touches the Midwest, some of the Ohio Valley for today. Air temperature, Detroit, 18 degrees. Out towards central Iowa, we're in sub-zero range with a feel-like temperature when you factor in those winds at 16 below. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Across the Pacific Northwest, this is where you want to be if you want some milder air. We're in the upper 40s, mid 50s in some spots. A ton of sunshine across Southern California into the desert Southwest, mid 70s. Cold air going to definitely be shifting east, but we're also watching a potential winter storm. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
Okay, Janessa will check in with you in a bit. On to the quarterfinals at the Australian Open and a nail-biter for Rafael Nadal. The 6-seed Nadal went up 2 sets, only for Canada's Denis Shapovalov to come back up and tie things up. The match went to a tie-breaking 5th set where Nadal withstood the comeback and finished off Shapovalov to advance in the semifinals. And a quarterfinal upset on the women's side, American Madison Keys powered through straight sets victory over the 4-seeded Barbara Krejcikova.
A 23-year-old woman from Connecticut is found dead after going on a date set up by an app. Her family now demanding answers. Next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Leading the news, the 3 former Minneapolis police officers accused of failing to intervene as Derek Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes are now standing trial in their own federal case. During opening statements yesterday, the prosecution argued the officers' inaction on the day of Floyd's death amounted to a violation of his civil rights. The defense says that Chauvin, the most experienced officer on the scene, was the one calling the shots and that their clients were not properly trained. They have pled not guilty to all charges.
A family is demanding answers after a 23-year-old Connecticut woman was found dead in her apartment after a date on the dating app Bumble. Lauren Smithfield's family alleges the Connecticut Police Department mishandled the case. NBC's Zincle Esamoah has the details.
New developments in the death of a 23-year-old black woman who died after a dating app meetup after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smithfield's 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smithfield's was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smithfield's sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know, and we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing.
The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smithfield's became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smithfield snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril.
The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smithfield's door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, the family found their own evidence, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active, and the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith Fields.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
And our thanks to Zincle Esamoah for that report. Plenty ahead on early today, including Jennifer Garner's sweet surprise for our frontline workers.
And on this day in history, Elvis rocked the charts like never before.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody knows the block. Who's dancing to the jail. Let's rock.
On this day in 1958, Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock became the first single ever to debut at #1 on the UK pop charts. The King of Rock and Roll amassed 21 #1 hits.
And on this day in 2010, James Cameron beat himself at his own game. Avatar sailed past Titanic to become the highest grossing film of all time. And it still holds that spot with over $2.8 billion at the box office. The only film to even come close was Avengers Endgame, which is about $50 million short of that record.
One Hollywood actress is warming hearts both on and off the screen. Jennifer Garner decided to whip whip up a batch of homemade cookies and deliver them to her local emergency room workers. Posting the video to social media, she encourages others to do the same and show local first responders, quote, some love as they continue to battle the COVID pandemic.
Celebrity or not, that's very, very cool. Janessa is keeping her eye on a weekend winter storm next.
And we don't talk about Bruno, but we can talk about Disney's smash hit Encanto. We'll go behind the scenes of the record-breaking movie.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, friends. I do want to prepare you for a storm that we're currently just watching. Our models, they're kind of all over the place, but definitely going to be watching a potential strong storm across the East Coast late Friday into the start of your weekend. It does start out as a Clipper system, and then we have an offshore system. Potentially, these two storm systems could merge, and that's what we're going to be watching for. All this accumulation of snow across all of the East Coast. This goes from the Carolinas all the way to Maine. Guys.
The weekend that would be, right, Janessa, thanks. Personal question here. Do you tell your significant other everything about what you buy and spend? Financial infidelity, next.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Kayla Shiffrin. Shaun White takes the goal.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A new poll is looking into financial infidelity, and it has found that a higher number of U.S. adults in relationships are keeping financial secrets from each other. According to the poll by creditcards.com, 32% of respondents have admitted to financially infidelity. Well, that includes 15% who said they spent more than their partners would be okay with. That data also found that 9% of responders said that they had secret debts, while another 9% said that they had a secret credit card. The poll also found that Gen Zers and millennials were often the worst offenders when it comes to being financial cheaters with their partners. I have to admit, I've snuck in a couple of packages at Amazon and shopping bags, too.
Yeah, my wife does the same thing. I tend to look the other way, you know, and I hope she kind of does the same when I get the NBA package on our TV.
It all evens out somehow, and it sure does.
Disney's Encanto, it's a smash hit. The song We Don't Talk About Bruno, it continues to climb the charts. It's ranked #1 on the Billboard 200 album chart. NBC's Tom Llamas has more on the record-breaking song and its impact on young audiences everywhere.
Across the world, fans young and old are talking about Encanto.
We don't talk about Bruno, no, no, no. We don't talk about Bruno.
The hit song We Don't Talk About Bruno reaching #1 on Spotify's Top 50 USA chart this week. And recently, composer Lin-Manuel Miranda said this about the song.
Every family has the things we talk about at the dinner table and the things we don't, but we still talk about. We just can't talk about it in front of abuela or in front of mom. And I wanted to write a song like that, where everyone says, we don't talk about that, and then proceeds to talk about it.
But it's not just that song that everyone is talking about. Across social media, fans are connecting with the film's characters.
I know what my worth is.
O quê? É você?
Going viral, this clip of 2-year-old Manu Araujo Marquez from Brazil. She's saying, "It's me, mommy," while looking at Encanto's Mirabel, the first Disney main character to wear glasses. In another powerful example of representation, 2-year-old Kenzo smiles when seeing the film's character Antonio.
He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was almost like he saw a reflection of himself.
A celebration of family both on and off the screen.
Our thanks to Tom Llamas for that story.
None of that surprising. It is a great, great movie with great tunes. All right, Cincinnati celebrated the birthday of a hometown hero. Fiona the Hippo gained national attention. She was born prematurely, and it wasn't clear if she would survive, but now she is 5 years old, healthy, and celebrating with a special cake. Even the Cincinnati Reds honored Fiona with her very own jersey. This is Early Today. Economy in question. Investors getting a case of whiplash after an 1,100-point swing sends millions searching for answers as those with cash on the sidelines went bargain hunting. We'll tell you what's ahead for today.
We are live in London with the latest on the military buildup and the diplomatic efforts to try to head off a war with Russia over Ukraine.
The Supreme Court has decided to take on the most serious challenges to colleges and affirmative action in many years.
A farewell some 80 years in the making. A Pearl Harbor veteran arrives at his final resting place.
And the legendary Bob Dylan just sold his entire recorded music catalog to Sony. Can you guess how much? Early Today starts right now.
Good Tuesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. Strap in because it's going to be another roller coaster day on Wall Street. Futures are pointing to a steep drop at the open today after yesterday's wild swing. The Dow erased an 1,100-point deficit to finish in the green alongside the Nasdaq and S&P. NBC's Tom Costello tells us what's behind the volatility.
Unbelievably, we are up across the board for the three major averages.
It was a gut-wrenching roller coaster ride on Wall Street, with last-minute buyers jumping in to pull the market out of a steep nosedive. At its lowest point, the Dow Jones Industrials down more than 1,100 points before climbing back and closing up 99. A 1,200-point swing, driving the volatility, concern about a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine and the global economic fallout. While at home, corporate earnings are coming in as inflation hits 40-year highs, driving prices higher from the grocery aisles to car lots.
The president does not look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy.
After the S&P 500 index ran up a stunning 27% in 2021, the market has been sliding for much of this month, with the Federal Reserve expected to raise interest rates as much as 1 percentage point this year to tame inflation.
It seems like a lot to happen in a year, but remember, we'll still be below where we were on the federal fund.
6% of Americans are now invested in stocks. So what should average investors do in a volatile market?
Long-term investments in the stock market should be 5 years or more. So you don't invest the money to build the deck. You don't invest the money to buy a new car. You don't invest the money to generate your income when you're retired.
As for those interest rate hikes, we're expecting 3 to 4 quarter-point hikes throughout the rest of the year. However, the ongoing global supply chain problems extending all the way back to China may actually aggravate that and make inflation a longer-term problem. Back to you.
Tom, thank you.
Now the growing crisis along Ukraine's border with Russia. 8,500 U.S. troops now on heightened alert, waiting to learn if they will be deployed to NATO countries near Ukraine, as Russia shows no signs of backing down despite threats of severe sanctions. NBC's Chapman Bell is monitoring these developments for us. And Chapman, good morning. So what more do we know about the response to this tense standoff?
Students' race can be considered as a plus factor.
A very good meeting. That message of unity also echoed by the president of Poland as well as the NATO Secretary General. The White House says discussions included economic and cost issues for Russia, as well as reinforcing security in NATO countries, but that Biden has not made a decision yet in terms of deploying those 8,500 soldiers on high alert. The Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby saying, though, a diplomatic solution is still possible. Take a listen.
There's no reason for this to come to outright conflict. There's no reason for there to be another land war in Europe. And that's why we want to continue to pursue a diplomatic path forward here. We don't believe that Vladimir Putin has made a final decision to launch yet another invasion or incursion into Ukraine. We still think there's time and space for diplomacy. There's not going to be any pushing the United States out of Europe. We have a very sizable force posture there.
Now, more talks are expected from between Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany, potentially in Paris as early as tomorrow, called Normandy format talks. These after these talks were held between these countries on the sidelines of the 70th anniversary of D-Day in 2014 in Normandy to discuss the war in eastern Ukraine at the time. Philip?
All right, those talks for peace continue. Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you.
British tabloids are having a field day with the latest Boris Johnson scandal after learning of another gathering in which the Prime Minister apparently flaunted COVID restrictions. This one was Johnson's birthday party on June 19, 2020, celebrated with cake at 10 Downing Street. It is the fifth such COVID rule-busting event Johnson has been accused of personally attending. The story was broken by British ITV. The Prime Minister's office confirmed the report, saying, quote, a group of staff working in number 10 that day gathered briefly in the cabinet room after a meeting to wish the Prime Minister a happy birthday. He was there for less than 10 minutes.
Federal investigators say they executed a search warrant at the Chicago headquarters of the national pop-up testing chain called Center for COVID Control. The company faces a variety of consumer complaints. In addition to the feds, Illinois, Colorado, Minnesota, and Oregon are investigating the company, which says it's working with authorities to shed light on what it called operational challenges during the Omicron surge. The FDA has taken 2 COVID monoclonal antibody treatments off its authorized list for now. In a statement, the agency says the data shows the medications made by Regeneron Pharmaceuticals and Eli Lilly are unlikely to work well against the Omicron variant. If a future variant emerges that is susceptible to the therapies, they could be used again. And now to Miguel Almaguer for more on COVID cases across the U.S.
For a nation on the brink of a COVID catastrophe, clear signs of optimism and what appears to be the impending end to Omicron's dangerous surge. As cases continue their steep decline in pockets of the country, new infections are down 14% across the U.S. The climb of new cases over the course of the pandemic reaching peaks and valleys. And now finally, after Omicron's unprecedented spike, experts say the most serious threat may be over by next month.
We'd like it to get down to that level where it doesn't disrupt us in the sense of getting back to a degree of normality. That's the best case scenario.
While Omicron's wave may crest by mid-February, its wake is still rippling across the country. Every day, more than 2,200 Americans are still dying. 16 states hit later by Omicron have cases spiking by over 100%.
We have all reached the point where we're just so burnt out.
Many on the front lines are struggling to see the end to the spike.
Things are sort of at unprecedented levels, and the numbers of patients that we're seeing that require emergency and acute care services is overwhelming our ability to supply those services.
As the first free N95 masks arrive at select grocery stores and pharmacies in the Midwest, Americans are also starting to receive their free home COVID test kits, with millions more expected to arrive in the coming days. Tools aimed at curbing the pandemic coming as the nation hopes to turn the corner. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
President Biden is making headlines when he was caught on mic cursing at Fox News reporter Peter Doocy about inflation. Take a listen.
Will you take questions on inflation then?
Let's move. Thank you. Thank you
Do
all.
you think inflation is a political liability ahead of the midterms?
Thank you, sir.
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a...
During the White House press conference, the president was taking questions about the potential Russian invasion of Ukraine and not on the subject of the economy. Last night, Peter Doocy was on Hannity, and here's what he had to say about the exchange.
Within about an hour of that exchange, he called my cell phone and he said, "It's nothing personal, pal." I made sure to tell him that I'm always going to try to ask something different than what everybody else is asking. And he said, "You've got to."
When Hannity asked if Mr. Biden apologized, Doocy said he didn't need an apology.
The future of college admissions is in the hands of the Supreme Court this morning. Justices will hear an appeal by opponents of affirmative action who say it discriminates against white and Asian students. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the details. Bree, good morning. These cases could reshape higher education.
That's right, Philip. This is the latest politically charged issue to reach the high court, and it could uproot more than 4 decades of legal precedent. Now, the court has agreed to hear 2 cases challenging the use of race as a factor in admissions at Harvard University and the University of North Carolina, one private and one public school. Both cases were filed on the same day in 2014 by a conservative activist group. The court has repeatedly ruled that a student's race can be considered as a plus factor, helping schools achieve the educational benefit of a more diverse student body. But 2 justices who ruled in favor of affirmative action in the past, Anthony Kennedy and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, are gone, succeeded by Trump appointees likely to be more skeptical. Now the court will hear the cases in its next term, which begins in October. Back to you.
Yeah, much different makeup, different dynamic in the court these days. All right, Bree, thank you.
One Hollywood actress is warming hearts both on and off the screen. Jennifer Gardner decided to whip up a batch of cookies and deliver them to her local emergency room workers. Posting the video to social media, she encourages others to do the same and show local first responders, quote, some love as they continue to battle against the COVID pandemic.
All right, it's time now for a look at your Tuesday weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. You know, the chill continues to be intact across the high plains. They've really been going through it the last couple of weeks, and more Canadian cold air is seeping in. This actually just coming in, I want to move this map, and you can see from the Midwest, it's starting to make its way into the Chicago area, Ohio Valley. And I do think some of these advisories, wind chill warnings, they expand into sections of the East Coast later on today. So wind chills down to 50 below. That's a feel-like temperature on your skin, and that's going to continue for the Midwest and even dipping into sections of the Mid-Atlantic. So right now we're seeing single digits with air temperatures definitely going to be dropping throughout the day across the high plains into the Midwest. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Pacific Northwest is where you want to be if you want some milder air across the coast. We're in the mid to lower 50s in some spots. Desert Southwest, a ton of sunshine. Phoenix today, high of 68. Next 2 days, we'll watch this cold air, but potential winter storm impacting us for the weekend. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
All right, heading into February with that storm. All right, Janessa, thank you. A sailor who died at Pearl Harbor more than 80 years ago was laid to rest on Monday in Texas. Navy fireman Frank Nichols was just 24 years old when he was killed in the line of duty during a surprise attack by Japanese warplanes in 1941. Now, through DNA matching, his remains were identified and returned to San Antonio. He was finally buried with full military honors.
Is Wall Street headed for another wild day of investor whiplash? We'll check in with CNBC ahead.
And our Stephanie Rule on the new IRS rules you need to know in order to expedite your refund. That's next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, tax season is officially underway, and filing this year could be more complicated as there are new rules in place. Plus, the IRS is already warning about a major backlog and staff shortages. But NBC's Stephanie Rule is here and has all you need to know.
This year, filing taxes could be more complicated, from how to file to what to claim, especially if you haven't received what you're entitled to.
The tax credit came and went. You never got any money. I haven't seen a dime of it yet.
Bridget Barrett gave birth to her son Kiernan last March, making her eligible for the monthly child tax credit. She and her husband were banking on the extra financial help.
I have logged onto the IRS website so many times this past year trying to figure out how to apply.
She never got it and plans to file her taxes as soon as possible to get that money as part of this year's refund.
This tax refund is one of the most important windfalls, probably the largest windfall that most of us get.
If you collected unemployment benefits because because you were out of work in 2021, this year, unlike last, you're going to have to pay taxes on those benefits. If you didn't get a stimulus check and were entitled to one, claim it on your taxes. And as for the child tax credit, while parents may be owed money, there's a caveat.
You may end up owing more than you think, because if your income rose throughout the year, for instance, that would be a case when you may not get as much on your taxes as you think.
And most importantly, experts suggest filing electronically, especially if you want to get your refund faster. Stephanie Rule, NBC News.
Tips. After a quick break, a retired Army sergeant is crediting the numbers from a fortune cookie for his huge lottery win.
And next, CNBC's Jeff Cutmore joins us with his market predictions after a wild ride Monday.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it, right?
In today's News by the Numbers, rapper Cardi B was awarded $1.25 million after winning a libel case against YouTuber Latasha Keeb. Cardi filed the lawsuit in March of 2019, accusing the YouTuber of making malicious and false claims about her.
International superstar Bad Bunny announced a 29-date stadium tour that covers the U.S. and Latin America. The tour kicks off on August 5th in Orlando and is set to make 15 stops in the U.S.
And Philadelphia Flyers defenseman Keith Yandle tied the NHL record by playing in his 964th consecutive game. He can break that record tonight when the Flyers play the Islanders. Yandle's streak started in March of 2009.
In the wake of Monday's 1,100-point swing on the Dow, many investors are hoping for a lot less volatility. Will today be any calmer? Let's ask CNBC's Jeff Cutmore. Jeff, good morning.
Short answer, Francis, and a very good morning to you, is no. The futures at the moment already look very negative. Yesterday, we would have secured the worst start for the US markets since 1920 if we'd stayed down 1,000 points on the Dow. But we had the rebound. There were a lot of bargain hunters, apparently, that went into the market on these lows, and then we closed the session in positive territory. But analysts say the markets will continue to be volatile and nervous as we go into this two-day Federal Reserve meeting. Worries, of course, about when we start getting interest rate rises. Let's talk a little bit about Bob Dylan. Times they are a-changin' for the guru when it comes to at least his personal wealth. He has sold more rights to his music, this time recorded music rights. The 80-year-old expected to earn between $150 and $200 million from that sale to Sony. So it may be close to the end of the line in terms of his music career, but he is still able to make plenty of money from his songs. Back to you.
And we're all still able to enjoy it. All right, Jeff, thank you.
All right, Janessa joins us next with today's forecast.
And coming up, a Connecticut man goes on a racist tirade in a smoothie shop.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, everyone. Watching a potential winter storm for all of the East Coast as we go late Friday into Saturday. Let me be very clear. Our models are not in agreement, but we are going to see some snowfall and definitely windy conditions across the East Coast. It's from the Carolinas stretching all the way into Maine, watching if these two storm systems collide offshore. And we're going to watch for heavy snow and definitely gusty winds as we start off the weekend, guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Today's top stories are next, including a Georgia grand jury taking on Donald Trump.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
again.
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Zivon into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Today's top stories: a federal court has blocked Alabama's newly drawn congressional districts map. State lawmakers now have to redraw the map to include 2 majority black districts instead of just 1. The 3-judge panel said in its ruling that, quote, black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress. The Office of Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall says that it will appeal the ruling.
A special grand jury has been granted to look into the 2020 election in Georgia. The Georgia prosecutor is investigating possible election interference by former President Donald Trump and others. The special grand jury, which will have the power to subpoena witnesses, will begin on May 2nd. A spokesperson for Mr. Trump did not immediately respond to a request for comment Monday.
A man in Connecticut is charged after a tirade at a smoothie shop. James Iannazzo hurled a drink and made an anti-immigrant comment to employees. Police say he went on a tirade after blaming employees for a serious allergic reaction that sent his son to the hospital. Here's part of that exchange.
Give it to me right now.
What? Oh, you're calling the police. I'm calling the police.
I want the
Iannazzo is now facing a hate crime charge. He was also fired from his job at Merrill Lynch. His attorney says he regrets the incident wholeheartedly and that his actions occurred during a moment of extreme emotional distress.
A retired Army Master Sergeant from North Carolina is now a millionaire after he won the lottery using fortune cookie numbers. 60-year-old Gabriel Fierro won $4 million in Tuesday's Mega Millions drawing. He picked up a fortune cookie while having dinner with his wife and then tried the numbers on a whim after buying a $3 Mega Millions ticket online. Well, he originally won $1 million, but that was quadrupled thanks to the Megaplier. Fierro took home over $2.8 million after taxes. He plans on investing most of that money.
Incredible. I think we all open that from time to time.
Yeah.
But not the same luck, though. All right, the NBA, it's just past the halfway point of the season, and the league is revealing whose jerseys have been this year's top sellers. Lakers superstar LeBron James has been the most popular jersey of the season so far, followed by the Warriors' Steph Curry. Reigning Finals MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo clocked in at 3rd, with Kevin Durant and Luka Doncic rounding out the top 5. The Lakers and the Warriors, they also topped the NBA's list of team merchandise sales. Absent from this top 10 here are the Phoenix Suns, who currently hold the league's best record.
Olympic magic is in the works just 10 days out from the Beijing Winter Games. Performers performed dance routines as rehearsals were underway for the 2022 opening ceremonies. We've got the same director from the 2008 Beijing Games. We kick things off on the 4th here on NBC.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, heightened alert. All eyes on Eastern Europe as the world braces for war. This morning, thousands of American troops on standby for possible deployment after the arrival of more Russian forces surrounding Ukraine. This after talks between President Biden and European allies reinforce a united stance against a Russian invasion.
There's no reason for this to come to outright conflict. There's no reason for there to be another land war in Europe. And that's why we want to continue to pursue a diplomatic path forward.
We have team coverage from the White House to Moscow with the latest on the efforts to end the conflict. Wall Street whiplash. Traders waking up wary this morning after a wild ride for stocks. The Dow seeing a 1,200-point swing after a steep nose and comeback to end in the green. We'll break down what's behind the drop and the correction, plus what it could tell us about the market moving forward. Overcoming Omicron, more progress and setbacks in the fight against COVID. The White House now sending free N95 masks to pharmacies nationwide in an effort to stop the fast-spreading Omicron strain. Meanwhile, for those who didn't escape Omicron's grasp, a proven form of treatment isn't easy to find, and signs of a new normal in the era of COVID. We'll take you inside a bar now doubling as a testing site. Finally, screaming for sanity. A group of stressed out moms coming together to blow off some steam by letting out a loud scream. And it turns out moms do know best. We'll check in with a professional to find out why sometimes the best kind of therapy is a good old-fashioned scream sesh. I can't imagine that would make me feel better.
Oh, you don't think it would?
No, I do.
Oh,
I
do?
can.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seeing
I just
those
don't know
pictures,
where
so-
in the city you would do that without
Being awkward.
someone calling 911.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. We don't
Yeah.
have the space around here.
No kidding.
We'll try to find some. We'll get to that later in the show. This morning, though, more than 8,000 U.S. troops are now on heightened alert with fears rising that Russia could invade Ukraine.
So far, no troops have been deployed, but the U.S. and its NATO allies are stepping up their response, hoping to discourage Russia from crossing the Ukrainian border. Right now, more than 100,000 Russian troops are along the border of Ukraine. With no diplomatic breakthrough in sight, the U.S. and other Western countries are preparing for the worst-case scenario.
We hope it doesn't come to that, of course. But if Mr. Putin has designs beyond Ukraine, if he intends to threaten the NATO alliance, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that can't happen and that the alliance and our alliance partners can defend themselves.
President Biden spent part of his Monday in the Situation Room speaking with European leaders. The president says everyone is on the same page about trying to come to a peaceful resolution with Russia. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner, who is in Moscow. Matt, going to start with you. Russia's presence along the Ukrainian border is growing. So what's the latest on the ground there, and any signs, any signals that Vladimir Putin is close to making a decision on whether to invade?
Joe, good morning. All right, so let's start with these troops and throw up the big board. Obviously, Russia has already amassed a significant share of its ground forces. Also, air forces. We're seeing a lot of, or a decent amount of Russian naval activity as well. You know, one of the things that's caught my eye is that the Russian Navy, not pictured on the map, but off the coast of Ireland, has scheduled an exercise, a live fire exercise about 250 kilometers off the coast of Ireland. That's drawing some attention. I actually read a story in the Irish Observer this morning that Irish fishermen are planning on going out there for a peaceful protest when this starts. I'm sure the Kremlin didn't anticipate that move, but much more seriously, we continue to see evidence on social media that Russia is moving troops still west to those positions along the Ukrainian border. A lot of those are happening in the open, part of exercise plans, they say, with Belarus scheduled to kick off next week. Another development this morning is the Latvian military is claiming that 4 arms inspectors who are supposed to go and do some inspections of that exercise under the Vienna document, which calls for transparency, if an exercise reaches a certain scale, the Russian military, they say, denied them, citing COVID-19 protection measures. So, you know, Russia is sitting there saying its troops moving on their territory is their own business and is not threatening anyone, but it's kind of a strange move with that regard. More to your point on Vladimir Putin, we are expecting sometime this week the United States to deliver a formal response to Russia's laundry list of demands. And I think, Russia's just kind of in a holding pattern now, waiting for that list, for that response. Once it happens, things will be a lot clearer. But until then, I would argue almost nothing we hear from Russia actually matters at the moment.
So, Carol, in the meantime, 8,500 U.S. troops are now on high alert to help NATO as things continue to de-escalate. No deployment orders yet. President Biden spoke with European and NATO leaders yesterday afternoon. What are you learning about that meeting, and what other support are the U.S. and NATO providing right now?
Yeah, Joe, as Vladimir Putin aligns his troops along the border and decides what he's going to do, the White House, the president, and European leaders are trying to get on the same page in terms of how they would respond to any movement across the border into Ukraine. So the president had a virtual meeting with a number of European leaders, key leaders from Poland, Italy, the UK, Germany, France, the EU. And that meeting lasted about an hour and 20 minutes, according to the White House. Now, the White House came out of that meeting saying that everyone's on the same page in terms of steps that would be taken if Putin were to invade Ukraine again. However, we know there are big differences. And meanwhile, they're all just really trying to figure out and game out what exactly Vladimir Putin is going to do. They still don't have a full grasp on that. Take a listen to the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki talk about this yesterday.
While we can't get into the mind of President Putin, we are seeing the preparations that they're making at the border. We have been in conversations and discussions with Eastern flank countries. Obviously, our Secretary of State just returned from a trip to Europe as well, and he was part of the discussions this weekend, too. And part of that has been contingency planning and discussing what their needs have been.
Now, it's worth noting that none of these troops that are on standby are slated to go to Ukraine, but the U.S. does continue to send military aid to Ukraine, Joe.
Matt, what has been the reaction from Ukrainian and Russian leaders with more military help from NATO now on standby?
So the Ukrainian reaction is kind of conflicted. On the one hand, they're downplaying the Russian threat from certain areas in Kyiv. On the other hand, they definitely are raising awareness. They're in a tough spot. If they do too much right now, they could risk actually provoking a Russian invasion. They could also scare away foreign investors and such. So it's a difficult position for Ukraine. Russia, of course, very predictably is looking at all the movements from NATO now and saying that's exactly what we're talking about. NATO is trying to provoke something. They're trying to encourage Ukraine to attack eastern Ukraine. So that's basically the situation now.
Matt Bodner, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Now, this morning, investors will be hoping for some calm after Monday's roller coaster day of trading. All major U.S. indexes plunged early in the day yesterday, then rebounded. The Dow Jones had dropped more than 1,000 points before things turned around. Here to help us make sense of the latest market jitters is CNBC senior national correspondent Brian Sullivan. Brian, good morning. I mean, it really was a roller coaster. So walk us through what we saw on Wall Street yesterday. What led to this massive sell-off in the stocks? Why yesterday? And then that eventual rebound by the end of the day. How'd that happen?
Well, a lot of it had to do with what you all just talked about, which is Russia, Ukraine. There's a lot of geopolitical tension in the world right now, not just because of the strategic importance of Ukraine and so many things, but because Russia is such a massive supplier of power and energy to most of Europe. Germany gets over 35% of its natural gas, oil, and coal, the things that make the power plants work, from Russia. So there's a lot of tension around what might happen if Russia goes in. How will Europe respond? How will we respond? The Pentagon putting 8,500 U.S. troops on deployment, potential for deployment there. So that is one major thing. Also, you've got the Federal Reserve, which is meeting today and tomorrow. They are expected widely to raise interest rates multiple times this year to try to cool down inflation. I'm sure you guys have talked about inflation a lot, constantly rising prices. One way to control that is to try to put the brakes on the economy, slow things down just a bit. The Federal Reserve doing that by raising borrowing costs, things like mortgages or credit card rates or car loans. Just raise them a little bit, guys, so that they slow down. The confusion is how many times the Fed will do that and whether or not they will be able to sort of weave that needle, that delicate needle thread through this economy, guys. And that's the question about what happened in that furious comeback as well. Yeah. Find somebody that takes both sides today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have these big issues, Ukraine, prospect of interest rate hikes by the Fed. Are these concerns, though, overblown as those things maybe stabilize a little bit more, or should investors be worried about all this up and down?
It's a good question. I mean, listen, Russia and Ukraine have had problems for a while. In fact, I was in Russia in 2014 when they effectively annexed the Crimean portion of southern Ukraine and still control that today. So this has been going on for some time. And I say that not because it's not huge, but because it should not be new. It's only just ratcheted up in the last couple of weeks. The Federal Reserve, we've known they're going to do this. I think here's the reality, guys. The market has done fantastic the last number of years. A lot of people made a lot of money. They've been gambling on these beaten up stocks. They've been buying things like Bitcoin and Ether. The market, as many might say, got a bit frothy. Money was cheap. You could borrow money for just a couple of % interest, if that. So cheap money combined with a lot of speculation. There's been a lot of, dare I say, gambling going on in the market. And in the last couple of weeks with the nerves on high, some of that gambling has been pulled back. But overall, I think the economy is still very strong, and we'll see where this market goes from here.
And Brian, quickly before I let you go, what advice would you give to investors right now who just saw what happened yesterday and aren't sure how to handle it?
Think long term. Markets go down, and that's healthy. Healthy corrections are a part of this market. Markets going up every day are when you need to be worried. It's okay to go down. Don't sell into the panic. Think long term. Markets go up 75% of the time.
Brian, great advice there. Good for me to hear myself, too. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Some mixed news this morning on the coronavirus pandemic. COVID cases are dramatically falling in some regions of the country, while others are seeing a dangerous spike. Take a look at this map, which is based on an NBC News analysis of COVID-19 case number data. All those states in orange are no longer experiencing a surge in cases, but all the other states you see in gray are still surging. And at this rate, Dr. Anthony Fauci says he expects most states to reach a peak in Omicron cases by February. Here to help break down what this means moving forward is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, this looks like a hopeful sign that we may have turned the corner with Omicron or are close to turning the corner, but we shouldn't let our guard down right now, right?
Right. That's right, Joe, because coming down, there's still a lot of cases. And as you mentioned, many parts of the country are still going up in their swing. And unfortunately, hospitalizations will follow.
So, Dr. Patel, this morning, NBC News learned that Pfizer will begin to test an Omicron COVID-19 vaccine for people between the ages of 18 and 55. So by now we've learned it takes time to test and eventually approve a vaccine. So why is this happening? Do we need a vaccine specifically for Omicron, especially if it's not available right away?
Yeah, Joe, it's a significant development. Both Moderna and Pfizer announced that they were working on something. Today, we got the most details from Pfizer. By the way, changing an mRNA vaccine doesn't take as long as one might think. It's like changing the contents of a FedEx package. It's very important, but the outside of the package is still the same one. So it can take several months, but that's a very short time frame. It's important to do this because we need to understand if Omicron does become really the dominant variant in the world and our current vaccines are decreased in its effectiveness, having one that's updated will give us a lot more information and could be incredibly useful if it continues to hang around and cause surges in the future.
Helpful analogy with the FedEx package there. All right, let's get to a viewer question. Matt from New Mexico writes, at the beginning of the pandemic, quarantine was 14 days. Why or how has that turned into 5 days quarantine? And should that be 5 days with the mask? What can you say to Matt about that?
Yeah, so Matt, you're bringing up an important distinction. I want to just say that if you're fully vaccinated and boosted, you don't really need to do anything different other than wear a mask. And if possible, try to get a test. That's me adding on to the CDC. But to Matt's point, if you are not boosted, you've just had that primary series, or you're unvaccinated, they do recommend a 5-day quarantine. And that is also with a mask. And that is because in those first 5 days, that's the highest infectious period. It doesn't mean it drops to zero, but it's the most vulnerable time and the time in which you're most likely to test positive.
All right, Dr. Patel, thank you so much. I know our viewers appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who has been sending in questions for our doctors. We do want to hear from you, and our doctors are ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can always let us know if you'd prefer to stay anonymous.
Healthcare workers are fighting this latest COVID wave with more tools than they've ever had before. That includes those antiviral pills that President Biden touted in his news conference last week.
Now we have more treatments that people can
for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now in New York. Ellison, good morning. So these pills can be very effective according to this data. And as we just heard, the president says we have more of these COVID pills than any other country, tens of millions of them. But tracking them down seems to have been a problem for some people. I mean, there's not the access that there is with vaccines or tests in terms of a tool to fight this virus. So tell us what's going on and how hard they have been to find.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. This does seem to be a very effective tool in terms of dealing with COVID-19. But the problem seems to be that the demand for these treatments, it far outweighs and exceeds the supply that is currently available. We've spoken to people who say as they've gone to speak to doctors or even pharmacists, they've had some of those people say they, one, don't know where they could find them, and two, sometimes they don't know exactly what they are. Now, why all of this is such a struggle at this point is a little harder to explain. It's a bit of a multi-layered issue here. These treatments, they are approved under emergency use authorizations. And what we've been told by representatives from the two companies that produce these treatments, Pfizer and Merck, is that they produce them, they distribute them, give them to the U.S. government. But then in terms of how they're divided, divvied up between states, who gets priority, and communication as to where they are located, what specific pharmacies have them, all of that, they say, is something that is under the federal government's jurisdiction, if you will. Let me explain to you, or break down for you rather, some of the numbers in terms of how many COVID pill treatments are out there right now. Pfizer says 250,000 treatment courses will be delivered to the U.S. government by the end of the month. 10 million treatment courses, they say, are expected to ship to the U.S. government by June. Merck, the other company that produces these types of pills, they say 2 million of their treatment courses have shipped to the U.S. government so far, and 3.1 million courses are expected to ship to the U.S. government by the end of this month. Doctors we've spoken to, they are optimistic when it comes to these pills, but they are urging patients, saying that it takes time to produce this sort of thing in general, that it's out, they say, quicker than expected. And one thing doctors we spoke to kept saying is, remember, 2 years ago, there were not any outpatient treatment options for their COVID patients. Here's more.
Production has been ramped up, and I think there'll be more supply, and I think the government is trying to ensure that there's enough supply. But I think these drugs are not easy to produce. It's going to take some time. The good news is that we have them. The good news is that Omicron, the mutations in Omicron don't impact those drugs. Those drugs are still effective. The bad news is we simply don't have enough of those drugs.
And let's talk eligibility in terms of these pills. For Merck, the minimum age is 18 years. You need to initiate that treatment course within 5 days of symptoms. They say their treatment is not recommended during pregnancy. For Pfizer, Paxlovid treatment, which had higher rates of efficacy in some of the early studies, it has more restrictions. The minimum age is 12, and you have to be at least 88 pounds, initiated within 5 days of symptoms. But they have a very long list of potential interactions of other medications people might be taking that limits eligibility there. But the big thing, Savannah, for both of these, you have to have a prescription from a doctor.
Well, it's interesting even to hear some of the details there, because as these are just kind of starting to become accessible, we haven't heard a lot about exactly how these work, how many pills you're taking. So that's interesting to hear. What have people who have been trying to track down these pills, who either have a family member experiencing it, maybe they're sick themselves, what have they been telling you about trying to get them?
Yeah, we talked to one family, a son whose mother lives in the Houston area. She is triple vaxxed but immunocompromised. And when she contracted COVID-19, he'd heard about these new COVID pills, and he told her, hey, you need to talk to your doctor and see if you can get these. But she says when she went and spoke to her doctor, he said, if you can find them somewhere, I'll write you a prescription. But I can't do that legwork for you, and I don't know any pharmacies that have that. Her son then went on an hours-long search to try and find them. Listen.
I ended up calling
12 pharmacies and getting all different kinds of answers about whether or not the pill was available, whether or not they could tell me if they had it. Many had not heard of it at all, or were unfamiliar with any antiviral. For it to be as effective as it can be, it needs to be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and those days were running out, waiting on clearance and a prescription and information.
So there is a website the health department has where you can go, and it's an interactive map to see exactly which pharmacies in your area might have some of these pills available. We'll show you what that looks like on the screen here, because it's a little challenging, quite frankly, to get to the website. The entire URL for it is too long for us to even put up on screen. I think we can post it on Twitter and our social media platforms, but if you search for the COVID-19 therapeutics locator, you or your provider, in theory, you can access it through healthdata.gov and kind of get a real-time look at where some of these COVID pills are available. But people, they tell us, Savannah, they wish it was a little bit easier to find that and to navigate this system. Savannah?
Absolutely. You hear those stories of pharmacies not even knowing what people are talking about. It's very confusing. All right, Ellison Barber, we'll check out your Twitter for that information. Thank you so much.
The Supreme Court is adding affirmative action to the list of high-profile issues justices plan to tackle this term. The court has agreed to hear legal challenges to the admissions process at Harvard and the University of North Carolina. The cases could alter college admissions as we know it, presenting the most serious threat to affirmative action in decades. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
This is the most serious threat in decades to the practice of considering a student's race in college admissions, and it could result in a decision that bans the practice or at least scales it back. The court agreed to hear two cases challenging race-conscious admissions, one at a private school, Harvard, the other at a public one, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Opponents say both Harvard and UNC discriminate against Asian American applicants, and that UNC also discriminates against whites. The Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled, most recently 6 years ago, that schools cannot use quotas to meet racial admissions goals, but can consider a student's race as one plus factor among many other qualities in helping schools achieve the educational benefits of a more diverse student body. But the challengers say that's a vague concept. They say if schools want diversity, they should consider a student's background and experiences directly without using race as a proxy for those factors. Two justices who ruled in favor of affirmative action in the past, Anthony Kennedy and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, are now gone, succeeded by Trump appointees Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. They haven't written much about affirmative action as lower court judges, so their views are not well known, but it's likely they'll be more skeptical than Kennedy and Ginsburg were. The court will hear the case in its next term, which begins in October. Back to you.
Pete Williams, thanks so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us this morning. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. So we got a lot to talk about. So it's kind of quiet and it's very cold. And then we got this potential weekend snowstorm, especially for New England on Saturday. So we're going to talk more about that in depth next hour. Let's start with the weather that's of greatest concern. And that's going to be the snowy weather in the Midwest and the brutal cold that's moved in behind it. In Chicago, you know, it was your typical 2 to 4 inches of kind of fluffy snow. It wasn't really hard to brush off the car and move around. Gary, Indiana had 6 inches of snow, one of the highest totals in the region. And so that set the stage for this morning, and I hope you got out and cleaned everything up, because a lot of that slush is now rock hard as the really bitter cold has moved in. We could have wind chills this morning as low as -50. I mean, that's like very, even for Minnesota, that's dangerous. 13 million people are under wind chill advisories, and let's see who the coldest is right now. Minneapolis actually is even colder than International Falls. -28 right now in Minneapolis. Green Bay's down to -20. Chicago -9. And that cold Arctic air is on its way through the Ohio Valley. It'll arrive in the Northeast tonight, so it's not exactly warm this morning in the Northeast, but enjoy it while it lasts, because tomorrow is going to be much, colder. So the Arctic Express, temperatures are definitely about 10 to 15 degrees colder than normal in the Midwest. Minneapolis, 25 degrees colder. Then tomorrow, as advertised, that cold air spreads all the way to Dallas, Raleigh, New York. And this weekend, that cold is going to linger. And guys, if you're going to get a snowstorm, it has to be cold enough, right? So that cold air is in place in the Northeast. We'll talk a lot more next hour about, the potential for, a nor'easter, maybe a blizzard. Could be a serious storm.
All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right.
Stay tuned for that. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up, heartbroken and angry, a family is demanding answers about a woman who was found dead after meeting someone on a dating app.
Oh, I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
Up next on Morning News Now, why the family says the police were being racially insensitive in their investigation.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A Connecticut family is accusing the Bridgeport Police Department of being racially insensitive while investigating the death of their 23-year-old daughter.
Yeah, Lauren Smithfields was found dead in her apartment last month after going out with a man from the dating app Bumble. The family says the police never notified them about their daughter's death. Now they're demanding answers. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah takes a closer look at the investigation.
Answer! New developments in the death of a 23-year-old black woman who died after a dating app meetup, after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smithfield's 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smithfields was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smithfield's sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know, and we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing.
The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smithfields became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smithfield snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril.
The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smithfield's door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active. And the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith Fields.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
And it's really important to add that we reached out to the dating app Bumble, and last night they told us that they have heard from law enforcement but did not receive any requests for additional information, though they do say that they will cooperate with any investigation. Back to you.
All right, Sinclair Asamoah, super important story. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Hi, Ali. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. North Korea has fired 2 cruise missiles in the early hours this morning. It's the latest launch in a flurry of missile tests this month. If confirmed, the missile fired would mark the 5th such test this year. It may not be fire and fury yet, but a game of brinksmanship with the U.S. feels like it's looming. Pope Benedict XVI has admitted to and apologized for providing false information to a German inquiry into clerical sexual abuse. He corrected the record and acknowledged that he was at a meeting in 1980 to discuss a suspected pedophile priest, blaming his earlier denial on an error in the editing statement. And finally, a British woman with incurable cancer, along with her 2 friends, have broken a world record for rowing across the Atlantic. The epic 42-day journey in a 25-foot boat called the Dolly Parton took them from the Canary Islands to the Caribbean. They smashed the previous record by 7 days. And those are your headlines, guys.
Wow.
It's a great name for a boat, by the way.
I knew you were going to love that. Joe's a big Dolly Parton fan, Ali. I don't know if you know that. But what a neat story.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, the countdown to the Super Bowl is on in Los Angeles. And for police, that means tackling a challenge off the field. Details on the efforts to crack down on human trafficking.
Plus, we're going to talk about Bruno. Yes, yes, yes. Why Disney's latest hit is encouraging many families to have some difficult but important discussions. That's next in our weekly check-in.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Nearly 1 month after launching, the James Webb Telescope has finally reached its destination 1 million miles away from Earth. NASA confirmed yesterday the operation was a success and that after firing its thrusters for 5 minutes, the telescope got to its proper location. NASA expects to see the first images from the Webb telescope this summer. The $10 billion tennis court-sized telescope launched back on Christmas Day. Astronomers plan to use it to study the universe and its origins. It will also be used to scan atmospheres, looking for any potential signs of life. Excited for this summer when we can finally see these images. Hubble has provided so many incredible images over the years. Now a new era.
Absolutely. So much of what you just said was so cool.
Yes.
Looking for signs of life. It's the size of a tennis court. What? Space stuff is so cool.
Very cool. What if the aliens are playing tennis?
Then they'll do so on the telescope.
Yeah,
okay.
All right, it's Tuesday, which means it's time for our mental health check-in. We're going to take a look at mental health headlines and trends that matter to you and how you can overcome some of those roadblocks.
That's right. It's also a time just to take a moment for yourself and assess what you need to keep a clear mind. Let's bring in Dr. George James to break this down for us. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at Counsel for Relationships. Dr. James, good morning. Thanks for joining us for this segment. So let's start with this new research that suggests people have experienced worse symptoms of OCD since the pandemic began, and it's actually even people who haven't been diagnosed with the disorder. How can we manage some of these symptoms? What does this look like for somebody who maybe has never heard that they have obsessive compulsive disorder, and what's the anxiety behind the symptoms like?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. And yes, OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder is where people can have reoccurring thoughts that they have to do something or behaviors where they feel like they need to do something or reoccurring thoughts. And sometimes this can get to the place where they feel like they need to do something to make sure that they don't get sick or that somebody else doesn't get sick or that they might experience germs. And when you talk about those symptoms in the middle of a pandemic, it makes sense that those rates might increase, especially for those people who might not have normally had it. And what we think about is that sometimes people say OCD all the time, and it's one of those things that people share about. And it makes sense that people are experiencing this. And one of the things to do is to try to relax when you can, to know that you don't have to fix everything, and that sometimes you can get the help that you need to deal with the anxiety of OCD.
We want to talk about a viral story we think everyone can relate to in some form or fashion. A group of 20 Boston moms were so exhausted by the pandemic, they met in a field to scream it out. In case you're curious, here's what it sounded like. Yep, that's screaming. So, Dr. James, why does a simple scream help alleviate some of the stress that moms or anyone else is feeling in the pandemic? And should we all scream a little bit now and then?
I think we probably all should scream. And if you just think about how much we all hold in, right? We hold our breaths, we hold our anxiety, we hold our worries. They're all inside and internal. When you think about the pandemic, when we are sometimes forced to be inside with all of our family and friends, we don't let it out. And so these moms are doing something courageous. They're taking a moment, they're stepping out, and they're just letting it all out because they don't want to hold it in anymore. And it probably feels amazing. And so for those who haven't done it, try it, or try some version of letting it all out, letting it, instead of holding it in, whether your thoughts, your emotions, or your scream, try to let it out.
Should we all give it a shot? No, on 3. Just kidding. We don't want to scare people this early. But I do think it's a good idea. All right, Doctor, quickly, before I let you go, I want to ask you about this movie, Encanto. It's been a huge hit. It's an animated movie, but it's a big hit with all ages, and it actually touches on some pretty dark themes, especially for Disney, the themes of family trauma. How can movies like this help people who are struggling to talk through their own struggles, and how important is representation like this within media?
You know, I think we probably all should scream. And if you just think about how much we all hold in, right? We hold our breaths, we hold our anxiety, we hold our worries. They're all inside and internal. When you think about the pandemic, when we are sometimes forced to be inside with all of our family and friends, we don't let it out. And so these moms are doing something courageous. They're taking a moment, they're stepping out, and they're just letting it all out. And so for those who haven't done it, try it, or try some version of letting it all out, letting it, instead of holding it in anymore. And it probably feels amazing. And so for those who haven't done it, try it, or try some version of letting it out, letting it out. I love this movie for so many reasons. It's in our house. Even this morning when I woke up my kids, I'm playing the soundtrack, we're dancing, we're talking about it. And what's good about this movie, because of those themes, it allows families to have conversations maybe about things that they haven't talked about before, like trauma, like what has happened in previous generations. And especially for families who are coming from other countries, immigrant families like myself, right, where they come from another country. My family came from Jamaica. You can talk about what happened, what was that experience. Sometimes families have had to give up and go through a lot, and also the burden on the current generation. What did they feel and what are they experiencing? The pressure to be perfect, the pressure to fix everything, or the glue to hold everything together. And representation always matters, and I love that they do that in this movie. So many great things and great soundtrack, great feeling all the way around. I think this is a great thing for health, mental health, and all around family values.
Love that. Dr. George James, great group of stories today. Thank you so much for your help this morning.
Thank you. We're going to talk about Bruno.
Yeah.
All right, Los Angeles is getting ready to host Super Bowl 56, now less than 3 weeks away, but there are other preparations going on that have nothing to do with football. Combating human trafficking. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser has the details.
We do hear these warning bells ahead of things like the Super Bowl because of the influx of visitors and crowds. And California is considered especially vulnerable because it's so close to airports. International borders, has a high immigrant population. But there are people who work to prevent trafficking every day who say we need to be focused on this year-round, not just around big games.
The excitement around the Super Bowl is palpable with the big game less than 3 weeks away. But that also means preps are underway to make sure it's safe.
We absolutely prepare for big events, whether that's the Super Bowl, the Olympics, anything that is big going on in our cities. We make sure that we are beefing up operations.
Carol Chang is the Senior Director of Global Driver and Courier Operations for Uber. They're staffing up their public safety team, handing out these tags to drivers in the Los Angeles area with the national and local hotlines to report suspected trafficking, and blasting drivers nationwide with what to look out for.
What kind of a responsibility does Uber have in making sure that traffickers aren't using your platform to further their activity?
This is a global issue, and it affects estimates of about 25 million people worldwide. And so we do feel that at the size and scale at which Uber operates, in 80 plus countries around the world, millions of trips happening every day, that we do have a part to play.
Uber drivers say they're sometimes the first people to notice when someone might be in danger.
We find ourselves, closer than where the police can be at any given time.
LA area driver Ava Blanco says she picked up a teen girl last March, but she quickly felt like something wasn't right, especially when the girl shared where she was headed.
My mom, instance, came over, and I just felt scared for her because I know no young girl is going to be safe in a motel partying with other people. And I tried to explain to her that maybe it wasn't the safest place for her to go.
She says she called 911, waited on hold to speak with police, and followed up with Uber, but she's not sure what ended up happening to the girl.
I believe she was giving me the details of her life or sharing some of what was going on in her life, asking for help.
Ava says it's important for drivers to know some of the warning signs. And Uber's current campaign is part of a broader push from anti-trafficking and exploitation group It's a Penalty. American and Southwest Airlines will show this video on flights. IHG, Hilton, and Motel 6 hotels will display posters. And the Los Angeles Super Bowl Host Committee says it's working with anti-trafficking groups to provide community training and victim services ahead of the game.
I absolutely think that there's a place for rideshare companies, airlines, and all of these companies do have a role to play, and not just ones where trafficking is prevalent either. I think all companies.
Kay Buck is the CEO of Cast LA and says the few past studies looking at the issue found big events actually don't result in a substantial increase of labor and sex trafficking.
What I would like to see is those resources for the campaigns to be put towards really good outreach that works to reach survivors all year round.
She does say they've seen a huge increase in calls to their organization during the pandemic.
Last year, we had over 2,500 hotline calls, and this was the highest number of hotline calls in our entire history of 23 years as an organization.
So what are the warning signs to spot trafficking victims? According to Kay, people who are acting like someone told them what to say, are showing signs that they're being controlled, or are afraid to talk to someone who's trying to help.
They don't need to be rescued. They need to be provided with the rights that they deserve.
Working to stop trafficking on Super Bowl Sunday and the other 364 days of the year. While some of these anti-trafficking groups diverge on how much focus to put on the big game, experts do seem to agree that it is a daily problem in Los Angeles and across the country.
Lindsay Reiser, thanks so much. Coming up, Sarah Palin's day in court put off by a positive COVID test. Up next, the latest on the former VP candidate's legal battle with the New York Times, including the unusual comment by the judge about her vaccination status.
And hot market, an inside look at the rush to buy homes as mortgage rates rise. You're watching Morning News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the goal.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Sarah Palin, the former governor of Alaska and one-time vice presidential nominee, sued the New York Times back in 2017. Well, that defamation trial was set to get underway, but has now been postponed because she tested positive for COVID for the second time in this last year. And comments made by the trial's judge are now raising questions. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has this story.
A positive COVID test throwing a wrench into Sarah Palin's day in court. The former vice presidential candidate's libel lawsuit against the New York Times and its former editorial page editor, alleging the paper damaged her reputation. But U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff postponing the trial, making an unusual announcement about the news in court, saying, quote, Ms. Palin had tested positive for coronavirus. She is, of course, unvaccinated.
How surprising was that kind of statement to you from a lawyer's perspective?
I think the statement is a little bit surprising because I don't know that her vaccination status really matters, especially including the of course, suggests perhaps some judgment there that might tend to cause people to question the judge's impartiality in a case like this.
In March, she disclosed she had been diagnosed with the virus along with 2 of her children. She urged people to stay safe following her illness, saying in a statement to People magazine, quote, I strongly encourage everyone to use common sense to avoid spreading this and every other virus out there. But Palin has also been publicly outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Last month, Palin said that she will not be getting the COVID shot.
It'll be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot. I will not do it. I won't do it, and they better not touch my kids either.
Palin citing inconsistencies in medical advice as one reason for her hesitancy, specifically targeting Dr. Fauci.
Do you remember he said that if you had COVID, this was months and months ago, you would be naturally then immune, of course. So at the time, we were led to believe we wouldn't need to, have the shot, right? Well, then they changed their tune, and now those of us who have had COVID, they're telling us that even though we've had it and we have natural immunity now, that we still have to get a shot.
Over 80% of Americans ages 5 and older have received their first dose, and data continues to show significant protection from hospitalization and death for vaccinated and boosted individuals. We reached out to Ms. Palin and Judge Rakoff and have not heard back.
That was Dasha Burns reporting there for us, and the trial is now scheduled to resume on February 3rd, assuming Palin has recovered.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us today. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Amazon is branching out to the suburbs. It plans to open Amazon Go stores outside of major cities for the first time. First few locations will be just outside Seattle and just outside LA. Customers will be able to buy items without having to go through the checkout line. It's a weird experience. It just all happens through your phone. Amazon says the new suburban Go stores will offer snacks, beverages, everyday essentials, and grab-and-go food items. Meantime, Big Blue makes big profits pay off in the cloud. IBM beat Wall Street's expectations for revenue in the last quarter as the company's focus on the cloud paid off. It's the first quarter since IBM spun off its slower-growing infrastructure business in November. IBM has shifted focus to the so-called hybrid cloud, where customers use a combination of their own data centers and outside resources to store and process data. So it's a big business thing. And Google's long-rumored smartwatch may soon be a reality. Reports say the device could launch in May when Google holds its annual developers conference. It's expected to have a circular face, a heart rate sensor, and other features adopted from Fitbit, which Google bought last year. So it could be available just in time for Mother's Day, kids.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good idea. Look at Bertha, ahead of the curve there. Yeah. We always need shopping help early because we're kind of procrastinators.
Yeah.
All right, Bertha, thanks so much.
We've got some more money news for you. Mortgage rates have hit their highest levels in 22 months, and that is house hunters rushing to put in offers on homes so they don't get priced out of the market. CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, it certainly is an early start to the spring housing market, which traditionally doesn't kick off until after President's Day weekend. But for some home buyers, now may be their only opportunity.
There were already 3 offers on this 3-bedroom home in Waldorf, Maryland, before the first open house on Sunday. Not exactly what the Robinson family wanted to hear.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so what do we do?
Stuck between high prices and fast rising mortgage rates.
We thought that because of the winter months that it would slack up a little bit, prices would start to come back down to normal, but it's not happening. And it's anguish, it's pain, it's agony.
That's nice. And it's precisely why buyers are coming out in the cold, hoping to get a jump on the spring market.
We don't want to wait because probably more than likely when it does get warmer and more houses come on the market and the rates are up higher, it's just going to be a kind of like a worse situation, or like a perfect storm for everything to just really go up.
This home is priced at $375,000, right around the national median. But rising rates mean the monthly payment is about $200 more than it would have been a year ago, $100 more than just 3 weeks ago. Loan officer Duke Walker says that's why his phone is now ringing off the hook.
100%. Everybody's concerned that they're gonna 2020 is gonna repeat itself from a market standpoint, and that competition's gonna make it so that especially the first-time home buyers don't have a leg up. They're not gonna be able to compete.
Mortgage applications to buy a home jumped 8% in the last weekly report from the Mortgage Bankers Association, and another report from the realtors showed price gains are heating up again after cooling a bit in the fall.
It feels like we're going to see a lot of similar bidding wars. If you're ready to buy now, you should buy now because between rates, prices aren't getting lower.
Now, the overwhelming problem in the market today, even worse than rising mortgage rates, is low supply. We expected it to improve over the holidays when homes generally sit on the market longer, but it just got worse, and builders are still not stepping up enough because of higher costs, supply chain issues, and a labor shortage. Without more supply, home prices, Joe, they just have nowhere to go but up.
Important story we're going to keep an eye on. Diana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a night out in the age of COVID.
They can have a drink served to them while they wait for their results, and then they'll just come in and party.
Up next, we'll take you inside one bar that's serving up rapid tests along with your cocktail of choice. This is Morning News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Something new is on the menu at one New York City bar.
Henrietta Hudson, one of the city's long-standing queer bars, is the first in the Big Apple to offer free COVID testing. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez went to check it out for us.
This is Henrietta Hudson, a bar in New York City where you can grab a drink and a COVID test.
Tonight, folks will get tested. They can have a drink served to them while they wait for their results, and then they'll just come in and party.
Owner Lisa Canastrasi says it's a space for queer people to gather and dance in the heart of Manhattan's Greenwich Village. Henrietta Hudson is one of a kind in many ways, the city's oldest lesbian bar, and now the first bar in the city to offer free COVID testing.
There was a conversation about, us shutting down.
Amid the contagious Omicron surge, a pivot to testing is a way to remain open safely. That meant training the bar's own staff to swab.
We were so afraid to go back under lockdown and not be working and on unemployment again. I think we were all ready for whatever. We reached out to a couple of the staff like, hey, do you want to start testing? And do you want to be, a swabber? And immediately everybody was like, yes, absolutely, let's do it.
After working with a federal government contractor, 7 employees were trained to administer the tests. They've done around 1,500 tests since launching on New Year's Eve. On weekends, the bar averages around 175 tests a night. The best part? It's not just for patrons. Anyone can walk in and get tested.
That's how you survive in business in New York. You have to be resourceful, you have to be creative.
I think it's a very casual way to get tested, and I don't know, you can have a drink later.
We come here all the time after class, and it's one of the now 3 lesbian bars in the city. I feel great about the testing. It's good to come to a place on a Friday night knowing that people are not only vaccinated, but they verifiably don't have COVID.
And tell me what you are here for tonight.
We're here for the karaoke night.
A night of belting Dolly and Brittany that can be heard while I get tested.
I love the karaoke in the background.
Some registration paperwork, and then one quick swab.
Testing has never been more fun.
The most common comment that we get from everybody is that, thank you for doing this. It feels so much more safe to be out. So.
Yeah. Just got tested. Now I'm gonna go sip on this mocktail while I wait for my results.
And 10 minutes later,
negative.
Here you are, and you're all set.
Great, thank you so much. This means I get to go into the bar?
Yes.
Awesome.
A new model for nightlife in the COVID era, from a place that's always been known for innovating with the times and welcoming all.
All right, our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report.
Looks like a fun time.
Exactly, fun time by all. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, on the brink, an anxious world has its eyes now fixated on Ukraine, in a modern-day Cold War of sorts playing out in Eastern Europe. It's a high-stakes chess game between two of the world's largest military powers. Thousands of U.S. troops now placed on heightened alert, ready to step in and aid NATO allies in the region if necessary. This is the Pentagon and White House weigh military action against a defiant Russia, fearing an invasion of Ukraine is imminent. Well, the latest this morning as pressure mounts on Moscow. In like a lion, it's already been a wild start to 2022 for Wall Street. The Dow sheds more than 1,100 points during Monday's regular trading session, just to rebound and finish the day in the green. An unsettling few hours for the nation's investors for sure. I'll tell you how your money is doing this morning. Plus, mask up. A sigh of relief on the COVID front this morning as some parts of the country pass Omicron's peak. Millions of free, high-quality N95 masks are beginning to hit pharmacy shelves across the country. It's all part of a massive effort by the Biden administration to curb the latest mutation's rapid spread. With this renewed push to cover up comes rekindled criticism against mask mandates in the classroom. School systems from coast to coast are working to keep students safe amid pushback. And no fries with that? We've got some good news and bad news this morning from the fast food world. The good, your favorite value deals are slowly starting to make their way back to the menu. But for some chains, that may come with a catch as inflation and that supply chain crunch continue to grip the nation. We'll give you the rundown for your next drive-through run.
Now I want a burger.
I haven't driven through a drive-through in so long because I don't have a car anymore.
I know. I did recently when I had a car for a story.
Was it good?
I went to McDonald's, not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right.
You know, limited options.
Got to do it every now
Rural
and then.
Maryland.
All right. Let's begin with the latest on the rising tensions in Ukraine. The Pentagon now putting 8,500 troops on heightened alert as President Biden weighs the next moves for the U.S.
That's right. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest on the White House response and the tense situation in Eastern Europe.
Good morning. While Russia continues to deny it will invade Ukraine despite menacing behavior, defense officials have sent additional Marines to protect the American embassy in Ukraine's capital. And other active duty units in the United States are getting the call to prepare as President Biden considers a range of military options to protect Europe. This morning, the dangerous and escalating actions of Vladimir Putin along Ukraine's border could send thousands of American troops overseas. 8,500 U.S. soldiers and service members are now on heightened alert, ready to be sent to Europe to join a NATO response force.
No final decision has been made to deploy them.
But President Biden did commit publicly to make U.S. troops available if the 30-nation NATO alliance needs more military help.
But we're going to fortify our NATO allies.
Monday, in the Situation Room, he met by video conference with 8 European leaders. Last week, the president said there were differences among leaders, but now he claims they're in full agreement.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
Pressure is building as Putin defies demands to pull back. As U.S. officials say Russia continues to build up troops near Ukraine, the Russian Ministry of Defense releasing video of its forces preparing readiness checks.
They have not only shown no signs of de-escalating, but they are in fact adding more force capability.
A disturbing sign that pushed NATO to ask member nations to do more.
I welcome that allies are stepping up.
The White House is putting the risks in stark terms.
We have been very clear, and the president has been direct, that military action by Russia could come at any time.
Vice President Harris traveling in Milwaukee with a warning for Putin.
I can't tell you what he's going to do, but we are prepared to take decisive action if he moves in an aggressive manner into Ukraine.
Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer asked the White House to set up in-person briefings on Ukraine for all members of the House and Senate. The White House says it has already been talking with senior members of Congress, and those plans to have full briefings are moving forward. Back to you.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the country's ongoing battle with COVID. Experts warn, even as this latest wave looks like it may be peaking in some parts of the country, that we should not let our guards down. And this all comes amid renewed pushback on mask mandates across the country. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, the mask mandate battle continues. Now New York State in the middle of a face-off.
Overnight confusion for New York schools and businesses as a judge strikes down the state's mask mandate, saying Governor Kathy Hochul's rule for public indoor spaces is unconstitutional. The governor vowing to fight back, and some districts saying they were told by the Department of Education that schools must continue to follow the rule. Leaving uncertainty for parents and kids this morning, as more than 1 million children in the U.S. have contracted the virus in a single week. There's renewed pushback against mask rules in other states. Students in Utah returning to schools without a mandate. The same is true in Virginia, where 7 school districts are challenging the governor's statewide ban on mask requirements.
I honestly don't want my kids in masks forever, but they know it's the right thing to do to protect others.
In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district now says cloth masks won't cut it and will provide students and staff with surgical grade face coverings, which must be worn at all times.
We need to learn to adapt so that we will survive COVID. And that does mean, for example, upping our mask game.
It comes as pockets of the country pass Omicron's peak. Top doctors are warning the latest COVID wave may not be the last.
The worst case scenario would be that when we do that, we get another variant that might be difficult, that would elude some of the protection from vaccination.
The cautious outlook comes amid a national drop in new infections, but more than 2,200 people are dying each day, and 16 states are still seeing cases spike. Meanwhile, COVID mitigation tools promised by the Biden administration are finally getting into the hands of Americans. Free at-home test kits are starting to be delivered, and pharmacies in the Midwest are already distributing high-grade face masks with availability expected to expand by Friday.
Today, the FDA is also saying 2 monoclonal antibodies should no longer be used in the fight against Omicron, saying they are ineffective, but both of those treatments could still be on the table as the virus continues to mutate in the months ahead. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Let's now bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's the senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Dr. Adalja, always great to have you with us. So as we just heard there, a judge struck down New York State's mask mandate 1 week before it was due to expire. So New York is one of the states that's no longer experiencing a surge in Omicron cases. It seems as though we're coming down from that peak. What do you think about this? I mean, we all remember a time when we were coming down from a peak. We got to stop wearing masks. Are we in the clear? What do you think?
We're not in the clear if it means that there's no Omicron risk. There's always going to be a baseline number of cases of COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths. But I think it is good news that we're seeing cases peak in New York State and start to fall. This is kind of confirming what we know about Omicron, that it follows these 2-week cycles. Masks are going to be something that a lot of people still want to wear. And just because something got struck down doesn't mean people can't voluntarily wear masks if their risk preferences, dictate that they should be wearing a mask. And I think that's going to be increasingly how we handle this pandemic based on individual risk tolerance. And this is only a week's difference. And I think the strike down had to do with an issue of how it was actually issued rather than something substantive. So I wouldn't worry so much about it. I think people can still continue to wear masks if their risk tolerance suggests they should.
Actually, I want to pick up on something that you just said there, which is kind of this idea of how we continue to manage the virus moving forward, making those individual decisions. And here's another example. On Monday, an official with the World Health Organization said the Omicron variant could be the key to transitioning out of the pandemic and into a more manageable stage of the virus. That obviously sounds like fantastic news. What does that look like going forward? And I mean, is there still this concern for more variants? And tell us kind of what people should start to do, make their own decisions in this way.
There's always going to be concern for new variants, just because that's what viruses do. And this is a virus that's part of a family of viruses that infect us every year and cause about 25% of our common colds. So we'll continue to see COVID-19 morph to be more like its family members and get around our immunity, but likely will become milder because of the immunity that we have in our population, plus the tools like Paxlovid and monoclonal antibodies. But what that will mean is that for most people, especially if you're fully vaccinated, COVID-19 will become a mild illness that's disruptive, but something manageable, much like other respiratory viruses. I think what you'll see is COVID-19 getting kind of lumped in with all of the other respiratory viruses that we deal with every year. The key thing, though, is to still get through this problem that we have at certain hospitals around the country with Omicron surges putting a lot of pressure on their capacity. I think once that's over, we're going to be in a much better place. But yes, we still have to continue to be vigilant. Yes, we still have to continue to test and try to get people vaccinated and get people treatment when they need it.
Dr. Adalja, it's very nice to have one of these doctor segments have some good news, have some hopeful news in it. So thank you so much for that. Before I let you go, I have a viewer question for you. I think it's a really good one. How exactly is Omicron spread? I understand that it's contagious, but what amount of time or type of exposure is required for the virus to spread? We talked in the beginning so much about 15 minutes, 6 feet. Are those kind of still the rules there, Dr. Adalja?
They're a general guide. Remember, it's not something magical at 14 minutes that you didn't get exposed in 15 minutes. Definitely it's a good guide, but this spreads the same way. But the thing is, Omicron is more contagious, primarily because it can infect vaccinated people. But it's still that close contact, indoors, high risk, unmasked. That's where you're seeing transmission occur. It's still behaving like SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. It's just that it now can get around some of the immunity that we have, and you have to be more vigilant.
Dr. Amish Adalja, lots in this segment today. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we have doctors join us every morning, and they want to hear from you. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions. It can be about anything, and you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
This morning, investors are bracing for another potentially bumpy ride on Wall Street after Monday's wild session. U.S. indexes dipped earlier in the day yesterday before reversing their losses to finish in positive territory. Among the biggest comebacks was the Dow Jones, which had been down more than 1,000 points. So what's going on? Here to help us understand is NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. So, Steph, walk us through what is happening in the markets right now. Why so much volatility?
Well, if you're watching the markets yesterday, it was kind of like watching the NFL over the weekend. And what we really need to do is have everyone put things in perspective. Remember, we started the year with markets hitting record highs. We know that we're clearly in economic recovery. Those are two pieces of very good news. But at the very same time, inflation is hitting a 40-year high. Not good news. So the Federal Reserve is most likely taking action. They're meeting over the next 2 days. What we're likely going to hear is a plan to raise interest rates. Now, this isn't necessarily good for stocks. Raising interest rates kind of cools the economy. Interest rates have been kept artificially low while our economy has needed it, because that makes it easy to borrow money to buy a house, to start a business. Great for stocks because there's really nowhere else to invest. But when you raise interest rates, that's like taking the safety net away. So stocks get a little skittish. At the same time, we're getting a lot of corporate earnings this week. Some of them aren't necessarily great. And then you've got to factor in geopolitical risk. The situation escalating between the U.S. and Russia, possible conflict approaching in and around Ukraine, that has investors nervous. And that sent markets diving yesterday. But then before the end of the day, so many people looked at the markets and said, hold on, we have not seen a dip like this since March of 2020. And a lot of investors said, well, I didn't like the market up here, but now that prices are that much lower, I'm going to step in and buy. And that's what we saw at the end of the day. Volatility, while we might not like how it feels, that's a normal part of the market.
I'm curious if people were more anxious watching the markets yesterday or the football games over the weekend. So,
Same.
So should everyday investors be worried at all about this? What can they do to try and weather any volatility happening right now?
Well, everyday investors should not be day traders, right? You should shouldn't be investing in the stock market if you're playing the markets because you're looking to save up to go on vacation or get a new kitchen. Investing in the stock market should be for people who have 5 and 10-year time horizons. So volatility like this shouldn't get people worried. Don't go checking your 401k 3 times a day.
Yeah, no kidding. That's not good advice. All right, or that is good advice. Don't do that. All right, so we know the Fed is meeting today with potential interest rate hikes on the horizon. This is on a lot of minds right now. What can we expect from that meeting, and how could those hikes impact Americans?
Listen, we could get 3, 4 hikes by the end of the year. And now, while that has people like panicked, it shouldn't. The last time we saw inflation where it is right now, rates were above 5%. We're currently dangling around 0. We've got room to go. It wouldn't necessarily be great news if you were looking to borrow money, if you needed to get a mortgage. But let's be honest, people have been refinancing their mortgages like crazy over the last few years, and we're not in an economic crisis. It's time for us to stand on our own, and that's what the Fed's doing. We can raise rates a little. Savers should be able to make something, and right now they can't.
Stephanie Rule, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thanks, guys. Now to a troubling new trend we're seeing across the nation. Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many major U.S. cities. It's part of a worrying spike in violent crime in parts of the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on what's going on.
Comprehensive national data on carjackings is not available from the FBI, but many large cities are reporting a significant rise during the pandemic.
Police call it a crime of opportunity. Carjackers attacking unsuspecting drivers, swiping their vehicle, and in some cases, more.
They're taking cars with all weapons, gunpoint, knives.
This shocking attack in New York City caught on NYPD body cam video. The suspect able to get away, speeding down a busy street, plowing into parked cars as police tried to stop him. In Washington, D.C., council candidate Nate Fleming was recently carjacked at a gas station. The suspect seen pulling up in a red SUV. One points a gun at Fleming, then brazenly gets into his car.
Guns were pointed in my face before I could blink an eye.
And in New Orleans, a family forced out of their car.
And just started screaming, there's kids, there's kids.
Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many cities, up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and a staggering 85% in Philadelphia.
The rising numbers are beyond troubling.
Officials warning food delivery and rideshare drivers should be on particularly high alert. In Philadelphia, a man delivering food shot an armed teenager who demanded his keys, leaving the teen in critical condition. Police say many times young joyriders are responsible.
Our carjacking offenders are increasingly younger and younger. We're trying to encourage our young people to make better decisions.
Another example of rising violent crime, the recent shootings of police officers from Houston to D.C. In New York City, the new mayor, a retired police captain, is now promising more cops on streets and subways, including the reinstatement of plainclothes officer units to stem the flow of illegal firearms.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
Some tips to avoid carjackings: always lock your car doors and windows. Never leave the car running unattended, and be especially aware in public places like gas stations. Back to you.
Really good advice there, Gabe Gutierrez. Thank you. And now it is time to get another check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns threw around words like nor'easter and blizzard last hour, so let's hear what he had to say.
Some people are excited and some people don't want to hear anything about this. But a couple of points. This is not a storm for the whole country. This is mostly going to be a Northeast or New England issue this weekend. So it's not like a coast-to-coast storm. So let's talk first. Let's set the stage. How much snow have we had so far this season in the Northeast? Some cities have had barely any at all. We're talking like Philadelphia. New York's barely had any snow. Boston hasn't had much snow. This is especially compared to normal. The higher totals have been near the lakes, as you'd expect, and in areas of northern New England. So we're due, or maybe even overdue. So New York's only had 7 inches. That's 60% of normal. Boston's only had a foot so far. That's 60% of normal. And look at Albany, only 40% of their normal snowfall. So we're due for a big storm, and this will be a big storm. There's no doubt about it. This will be a huge ocean storm. The question is, how close to the coast will it be? If it's far enough off the coast, it may only hit Maine and Nova Scotia and Cape Cod. If it's a little closer, it could even nail Philly, New York, and all the way up to Hartford and Albany. So we have 2 storms that are going to combine The one is the Clipper storm coming down over West Virginia. It's going to combine with the storm off the Florida coast. Where these combine is the key to the forecast. If they combine a little further offshore, then it won't be as big of a deal. If they combine closer to the coast, like I'm showing here, then we could have snow from D.C. all the way up the I-95 corridor. So there's still some things to iron out. And of course, we have different computer models that give us our guidance and they tell us what they think is going to happen. And then we interpret that data. The American model is the furthest off the coast. That's the red line. The European model is the closest to the coast. So the difference would be this isn't a forecast. This is just the computer models. The European would say 1 or 2 feet in New York, where the American model right now would say like 2 inches in New York. So we have extreme differences right now with these two storms. So here's the snow forecast over the next 7 days from the GFS forecast. This is our American computer model. The purple colors just show where it potentially is heavy. It's too early to show exact snow amounts, but you can notice it's really just Maine, Cape Cod, and Boston with light snow pretty much the rest of the Northeast. But the European forecast shows heavy snow all the way from Maine down to Virginia and the Norfolk area. So huge differences, guys, and the things to be ironed out. We still have about 3 to 4 days before the storm will even arrive or begin to form. So plenty of time. The bottom line is now, if you're in Boston, the Cape Cod, the Maine, I think you're going to get hit no matter what. And probably with a big storm, high winds, coastal flooding. The biggest question is for areas like New York, Hartford, Long Island, what we're going to get.
All right. I got to travel for some stories, and what I just took away from that is I might have a hard time getting back on Saturday, so that'll be fun.
Hopefully you're going someplace warm.
You're not alone.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
That's true. Thanks for the silver lining. All right, thanks, Bill. And coming up, the growing firefight among Democrats over one of the most polarizing figures in Congress right now.
We're talking about Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. We're going to take you county to county in her home state to hear what voters there have to say off the back of her recent censure by the Arizona Democratic Party. That's up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker. What am I doing here? Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, That was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Welcome back. We're seeing more voting rights activists weigh in on Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema after she voted to keep the filibuster, something that helped put a stop to key voting rights bills in the Senate. Overnight, Voto Latino, a nonprofit aimed at helping young Hispanic and Latino voters, launched the Audio Cinema campaign. They plan to buy ads in Arizona ahead of the 2024 primary when Senator Sinema is up for re-election. 2 years. This comes after the Arizona Democratic Party's executive board formally censured Senator Sinema over her filibuster vote. So we know how many Democrats feel about her, but what about the people who voted her into office, which is a mix of Democrats, independents, even some Republicans? NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell spoke with some of them, joins me now from Maricopa County, Arizona. So Leanne, Maricopa County is home to 60% of the voters in the state. It is a big county. What have voters from both parties been saying to you about Senator Sinema and the decisions she's made in Washington?
Good morning, Joe. So for the fact that Democrats, the base of the party here, are unhappy with her, that is absolutely an understatement. Those Democrats are furious. They think that she is not supporting the president, not supporting voting rights, which is something really critical to them, because all of this is happening in the backdrop where the state legislature is once again introducing a bunch of legislation to make it more difficult for Arizonans to vote. So I talked to a couple members of that legislature. Both are Democrats. One, Andres Cano, is a huge critic of Senator Sinema right now. Another Democrat, Cesar Chavez, he says, hey, let's give her a chance. Let's listen.
She stands up for what's right for the people, and she's not playing politics where she just goes by the party.
Really?
I didn't vote for her last time.
Yeah.
Either. But I would do it this time for sure.
It's kind of interesting to figure out if she's really going to be on, like, if she's going to be right about her decision not to support that change.
So I threw to the wrong soundbite, Joe, but those were voters. And so let me talk about those voters. The first one was a Republican. And I spoke to several Republicans here on the street who say that they're really happy with her right now. Independent voters, they say, well, it was a little bit of a mixed bag. So she does have some support here among voters, but they are not the base of the party, Joe.
So within the Democratic Party specifically, you've spoken with elected officials within the party. What are they saying about Sinema right now?
Yeah, now we'll get to the other two. And that's the thing. The base of the party is just not happy, most of it anyway. And so let's play that soundbite of those two representatives. Andres Cano, he's a young, up-and-coming member of the state legislature. He is, like I said, very critical. And then another, Cesar Chavez, he says he comes from a low to middle income section of Phoenix. And he says that his voters just don't have time to worry about voting rights. Let's listen to what they had to say.
I know it's a couple years away, but would you support her campaign next time around?
Absolutely not. And I think ultimately we've seen a lot of organizations who help get her to the point that she is today to be able to demonstrate that we're serious on this one particular issue, on protecting our freedom to vote.
I think that the majority of Democrats in this case are going to look at what's that 99% that she's done for our party, for our platform, but most importantly for Arizona. And that 1%, push it aside, because at the end of the day, it's not easy. It's not easy to be an elected official when you have to hold yourself responsible and accountable to all individuals.
So, but the question is she going to run for re-election again? Her race isn't until 2024. And there's a huge effort to find a primary against her among the base of the party. And so even if she has support among a lot of Republicans, is she able to get through a Democratic primary, Joe?
All right. Leanne Caldwell in Maricopa County. Thank you, Leanne.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Savannah. Tragedy has struck Cameroon again.
2 days ago, nightclub fire claimed the lives of 17 people, and now at least 8 people have been killed and dozens injured in a stampede outside the African Cup of Nations soccer match. Disturbing video showed crowds of screaming soccer fans being crushed at the entry gate. More parties, more problems for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Scotland Yard is now investigating a number of events at Downing Street that may have breached COVID regulations, putting the Prime Minister under renewed pressure after Downing Street's latest admission that staff gathered inside number 10 during the first lockdown to celebrate his birthday. Critics have accused him of not living by the rules he made himself. And finally, a massive snowstorm has blanketed most of Greece and Turkey, disrupting air traffic and roads in the Greek capital Athens and in neighboring Istanbul. The Greek government declared Tuesday a holiday in an attempt to stop people from leaving their homes. And those are your headlines, guys.
Wow,
Like the snow day there.
Yeah, I know. Might
right.
look like that here this weekend, apparently.
No kidding. Allie, thank you. We've got a lot more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. You've seen the ads everywhere on television and online. At-home tests promising insight into which foods might cause you discomfort. But are they worth the hype and the price tag?
Plus, Disney's latest animated critical darling exploding on social media. Its songs climbing to the top of Spotify's charts months after its release. So why now? We'll explain after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift has hit back at claims about her songwriting. In an LA Times interview, Damon Albarn, the frontman for the British rock bands Blur and Gorillaz, was saying songwriting was less important in modern music. Asked about Taylor, he said, co-writing is very different to writing. I'm not hating on anybody. I'm just saying there's a big difference between a songwriter and a songwriter who co-writes. Well, Swift responded on Twitter saying she writes all of her own songs and calling Albarn's criticism, quote, completely false and so damaging. Albarn replied apologizing, saying the last thing he would want to do is discredit her work. He also said the interview he had with the LA Times was reduced to clickbait. Swift has, of course, been credited as a songwriter on all of her studio albums. You know how I feel about Taylor, so I was kind of trying to think of, like, you know, what's like the sickest burn I could say here, which is really that I don't know who that person is, and everyone knows who Taylor Swift is. And I think everybody knows that she writes her own music, which is how she's become the superstar that she is.
Did you get that off your chest?
Yeah,
you're good? All right,
a lot of
good.
feelings.
Good.
You agree with me, though, I know.
Yeah, no, I do. And it sounds like he's apologized.
Yeah.
I guess we'll
yeah.
see what happens from there.
Yeah.
But you don't want to get in a feud with Taylor.
No, you don't.
All right. The new year brings new focus on your health and diet, so you might be one of the millions of Americans suffering from stomach troubles. Could a food sensitivity test help get to the bottom of what's going on? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with more on how these tests work. Good morning, Vicki. So these are getting pretty popular, aren't they?
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, these are really popular. They're really easy to get. You don't need a prescription. You don't need a doctor's visit. You just go online, you place your order, and you send back a sample of your hair or your blood. Within days, you get a list of the foods that the tests say you may not tolerate well. So how exactly do they work, and what should you make of the results? I gave these tests a try, and I talked to the experts. Here's what you need to know before you buy.
Are you tired of experiencing an upset stomach?
They're taking control of your health.
The commercials are everywhere.
Live your best life.
Those ads prompted best friends Sonia Michaud and Erica Hilla to give these at-home tests a try.
You see all these advertisements, and I was like, I want to try to figure out what's triggering this acid reflux.
Stomach issues for a long time.
With a prick of the finger or a hair sample, at-home food sensitivity or intolerance tests say they can help you get to the root of what's causing everything, from bloating to headaches to joint pain. Sonia and Erica tried the same test with surprising results.
My highest sensitivity was to egg whites. I ate egg whites pretty much every day.
I grew up on a farm drinking milk, so I couldn't believe that cow's milk was on there.
So how do these tests work? We ordered 3 tests online and received our kits in a few days. First, Everlywell. It cost us $194 and requires a blood sample.
Fill out the collection card and then provide enough blood. This is so not for the faint of heart. Oh!
We'll fast forward through the gory details, but it took about 20 minutes to get enough blood from my finger onto the card.
So I gave the blood. Now we're going to give the hair.
This test by 5 Strands Affordable Testing runs $72 and didn't have many instructions.
So I actually need to pull hair from the back of my neck. Okay, got one. 14 more to go.
I was able to use scissors for the next test from UCarry, which cost $69.99. I packed up the samples for all 3 tests in pre-addressed mailers and sent them back to the companies. Within 2 weeks, I got the results. 5 Strands listed more than 75 foods as severe intolerances, things like almond milk, provolone cheese, lime, and quinoa. Everlywell's test said I had a high reactivity to dairy milk. And UCarry's test identified 10 severe intolerances to foods including rice milk, chives, and dry roasted peanuts. Stacey Cavanero is a registered dietitian specializing in gastroenterology at the Cleveland Clinic.
What's your reaction to seeing all of these different results?
So I did think it was interesting that all 3 had very different things.
Cavanero says blood tests like Everlywell's work by measuring IgG antibody reactivity to foods. The hair tests use bioresonance. Used in alternative medicine, it measures frequencies in the hair, which are then compared to the frequencies emitted from foods. She says neither method is backed by enough scientific evidence. The American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology has recommended against using these tests.
Do you see any value in any of these tests?
Not really, no. I don't, because the science behind it has not been proven to be accurate. Oftentimes when a patient is asking me about this, I personally say, I wish that these worked because it would make my job a lot easier.
Cavanero says the only reliable way to determine a true food intolerance is an elimination diet, but that can take a long time and should be monitored by a medical expert. In a statement to NBC News, 5 Strands and Everlywell said these tests should not be compared since they use different techniques and varying results would be expected. 5 Strands said other variables, including when samples were analyzed, could also affect results, and added that bioresonance is not taught in medical schools, so doctors and experts may be unaware of the scientific evidence behind it. Everlywell said antibody testing is a well-established methodology used for a wide range of clinical testing, and added results are meant to be shared with a doctor as a guide for an elimination diet. The 2 Florida best friends had 2 different experiences. Sonia stopped eating eggs.
The bloating was gone, the discomfort was gone.
Erica didn't eliminate anything from her list, but made lifestyle changes that helped her reflux.
If you're curious and have $150 to burn, you know, it's kind of a fun little experiment.
So we reached out to you, Carrie, and a spokesperson said they had no comment for our story. Medical experts say when you're making any major dietary changes, just make sure you talk to your doctor or a registered dietitian. Guys, back to you.
Good advice. You lost us at the blood test.
Oh, my. We needed like a reaction box during that story so you could see us like 20 minutes of squeezing your finger.
No. 2 fingers. I literally gave blood for this story, you guys.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, Vicky, fascinating. And so many people are seeing those ads. So great story. Thank you so much. Now, Disney's Encanto was an instant hit when the film debuted back in November, but it's still capturing the hearts of fans around the world. Many see themselves in the movie's beloved characters, sparking an important conversation about diversity and representation on screen. Top Story anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Across the world, fans young and old are talking about Encanto.
We don't talk about Bruno, no, no, no. We don't talk about Bruno.
The hit song We Don't Talk About Bruno reaching #1 on Spotify's Top 50 USA chart this week. And recently, composer Lin-Manuel Miranda said this about the song.
Every family has the things we talk about at the dinner table and the things we don't, but we still talk about. We just can't talk about it in front of abuela or in front of mom. And I wanted to write a song like that, where everyone says, we don't talk about that, and proceeds to talk about it.
But it's not just that song that everyone is talking about. Across social media, fans are connecting with the film's characters.
I know what my worth is.
Going viral, this clip of 2-year-old Manu Araujo Marquez from Brazil. She's saying, "It's me, mommy," while looking at Encanto's Mirabel, the first Disney main character to wear glasses. In another powerful example of representation, 2-year-old Kenzo smiles when seeing the film's character Antonio.
He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was almost like he saw a reflection of himself.
A celebration of family both on and off the screen.
Oh, wow, how amazing. Yep. Tom Yamas, thank you so much. Great to see. Yep. Jinx. Coming up on Morning News Now, an uphill battle for one of the pandemic's biggest corporate winners, the PR nightmares at Peloton that are now making shareholders sweat.
Plus, America's supply chain crunch now hitting your favorite fast food joint. Yes, those value menu deals are still there, but they may come with a catch. Those stories after this.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shipwreck. Sean White takes the goal.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back with us this hour. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, so Ford has a high-class problem on its hand. It's halting orders for the Maverick, the affordable hybrid pickup truck that it rolled out last year. The reason? There's been overwhelming demand for the truck, which starts at $20,000, so Ford doesn't want to take more orders than it can build right now. So it'll resume taking new orders for the 2023 Maverick this summer. Customers may still be able to find one at their local Ford dealer. Meantime, NVIDIA, which makes gaming chips and a lot of dynamic types of chips, is quietly preparing to drop its purchase of rival chip maker ARM Holdings. Bloomberg reports that the company has made little progress to win approval for the $40 billion deal, which would have been the largest ever in the semiconductor industry. ARM's owner, SoftBank, is considering now taking the company public through an IPO. NVIDIA has faced fierce backlash from regulators in the U.S. and in China on that deal, as well as its rivals in the chip industry. Meantime, Twitter is working on a feature to let you share tweets with a specific group of people, similar to Instagram's close friends. The Verge reports that the feature called Flock will let you add up to 150 members. Only those people can view or reply to tweets sent out to your Flock, and then you can actually remove people from that list anytime without having to send them a notification, so you don't have to hurt their feelings.
Bertha, can we be in your Flock?
Yeah. I would love to be in yours.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
cool.
it's decided.
Once I figure it out, yes, absolutely. All right.
Yeah, if I start using Twitter. All right, thanks, Bertha.
Thank you.
All right, the popular fitness company Peloton is facing a fresh set of public relations problems this morning. The company has seen its share of ups and downs in recent months, and now the company and its CEO are under a lot of pressure to figure out where they go from here. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more.
Hey there, Peloton is once again facing an uphill climb after a string of setbacks, including yet another fictional health emergency involving a main character of a major streaming series, Showtime's Billions. Spoiler alert, if you're a fan of that show and haven't seen the premiere, you may want to look away.
The brand touted as a portal for fitness experiences, quickly becoming a portal for Hollywood plotlines. During the season premiere of Showtime's Billions, the character Michael Wagner, or Wags, suffers a heart attack while riding a Peloton bike.
You're having a heart attack. We're here to just get you.
I'm doing a Peloton class with Tunde.
If this storyline sounds strangely familiar, that's because it is. During the premiere of the Sex and the City reboot and Just Like That, Mr. Big's character dies of a heart attack following a rigorous Peloton workout. John! Lucky for Wags, the paramedics arrive before he even knows what's happening.
Let's get you down to an ambulance before it's too late.
And Wags lives to see another day. The series even offering up a nod to Mr. Big's demise.
It's a small heart attack. Mild as Baby Bell cheese. Stents are in. I'm not going out like Mr. Big.
Show sources tell NBC News that the voiceover was added after the scene was filmed, having been written and shot last spring. The similarity between the two, a complete coincidence. Peloton once again separating fact from fiction, releasing a statement saying it did not agree for the brand to be used during the episode, noting cardiovascular exercise helps people lead long, happy lives. One of many bumps on the road for the newly beleaguered brand. On Monday, a major shareholder penned a letter to the Peloton board of directors, demanding it fire its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, citing repeated failures to effectively lead, also calling for the company to be sold, accusing Peloton of not capitalizing on its success during the pandemic. Late last week, the company's share price plummeted 24%, triggered by leaked internal documents pointing to a company in peril, which Peloton says were taken out of context. This following a string of mishaps, including the safety recall of the Tread Plus and amid reports of sagging sales as Americans return to the gym. While experts believe Peloton can recover from becoming the unwitting star of small-screen storylines, this morning there are new questions about the future of a brand once celebrated as a pandemic success story, now struggling to pedal through.
NBC News reached out for comment from Peloton on all the latest developments, but we have not heard back. It is worth noting that since that letter was published, the Peloton share price has rebounded, some wondering if a leadership change and sale of the company are imminent. Back to you.
Whew, all right, lots of ups and downs there. Aaron, thanks so much.
Talking about health, fast food deals are back on the menu. Many promotions were sidelined during the pandemic. Now some chains are bringing back popular value meals, but with decades-high levels of inflation, you might not be getting as much bang for your buck. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is with us now. Has more on this. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, you got to have the Peloton to work this story off. But
No kidding.
Here's the bottom line. You know, we've been reporting for months that record inflation is hitting every aspect of American life. And with fast food chains and restaurants facing higher costs across the board, one thing you're likely noticing already is that the deals are not cheap right now. And now they even come with a catch. Whether you're grabbing a bite to eat or supermarket shopping, everybody's shelling out more cash these days. And just as we're seeing value meals return to some fast food menus, rising food and labor costs are leading many chains to also hike prices. Little Caesars raising the price of its signature hot and ready pizza for the first time in 2 decades, from $5 to $5.55. At Popeyes, you'll now pay $1 more if you order the popular big box deal in person. And Domino's Pizza, also looking to drive digital growth, announcing that its classic $7.99 deal will only be offered online, and you'll only get 8 wings instead of 10.
These cost increases are certainly tough to absorb. We are taking some pricing actions, this year relative to our national offers, and our franchisees at the local level have tools to adjust their menu prices and their delivery fees.
The ongoing supply chain crisis is also impacting menus. On Chick-fil-A's app, this warning to customers that some menu items may be unavailable or prepared differently. Inflation is also taking a toll on sit-down dining. Jelaine Upwin is the owner of Max Downtown in El Paso, Texas.
The prices have tripled. It's outrageous.
Even buying the basics is a challenge.
It's ridiculous that we can't go to Sam's and get ketchup because they're out of ketchup for weeks at a time. It took me 2 months to get straws. I couldn't get straws, individually packaged straws. I was like, what do you mean I can't get straws?
The cost of eating at home is soaring. Groceries, or the Food at Home Index, rose 6.5% in 2021. That's the largest year-over-year increase in 13 years. And many big food manufacturers, including General Mills and Campbell Soup, predict more price hikes later this month. Empty shelves and rising costs are leading to a growing demand for store-brand items, less costly and sometimes more available.
Until we have the pandemic behind us and until we take the steps we need to make the supply chains resilient for the long term, we're going to continue to face issues any given month.
Yeah, we've also talked about how so many people have been retiring or resigning, millions of Americans quitting their jobs in this great resignation. Companies are scrambling to offer higher wages in order to keep their staff, and oftentimes that means the higher cost gets passed down to you and me in terms of what we're paying at the store, especially for restaurants where the margins are just so thin. So eating that cost for these restaurants is really just simply not an option. They just can't afford it. Joe, back to you.
That's true. All right, Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Coming up, a critical look at artificial intelligence and how it stands to affect us as humans in the near future. Our Jake Ward talks about his new book next.
Plus, the uncertain future of NFL star Tom Brady after the Buccaneers lost this weekend. That's all after the break.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days,
it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We're back with a look at a new book by one of our colleagues and friends that's out today called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back.
It warns that we must protect the best parts of being human against our growing reliance on artificial intelligence, arguing AI will soon affect our ability to make decisions for ourselves in the same way tools like Google Maps affected our ability to navigate. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward wrote that book. He joins us now. Jake, good to have you with us. Congratulations. Yes. We know how hard you've worked on this.
Thanks so much, you guys. I really appreciate you talking about it with me.
Let's talk a little bit about it. In the book, you're combining years of research into behavioral science with frontline reporting on tech companies. So what is the connection between these two worlds?
Well, basically, Joe, the big finding of the last 50 years of behavioral science is that we make most of our decisions in a really instinctive, unconscious way. And those unconscious instincts turn out to have predictable patterns to them. I combined that with the realization that I had that technology companies were beginning to use artificial intelligence to find the patterns in our behavior and make predictions about what we're going to do next. And when I began to look at those two things and began to see that technology companies are also hiring some of the top thinkers in behavioral science, political science, I began to think, well, wait a minute, what happens if we get to a world in which our most fundamental unconscious instincts are just laid bare for pattern recognition technology to analyze? What then will happen to our ability to make choices in the future if these systems begin to make choices for us the way Google Maps has helped us navigate?
I love the Google Maps example. So what you just described there, the way that technology starts to change and then it impacts our behavior, our decision making, that there is what you call the loop. One of the chilling things that I read that you wrote is that it's essentially an ongoing real world experiment, which kind of means we're all participating in it, which is this big, scary idea. Give us some examples of how it is shaping our lives. Love the Google Maps one. Anything else?
Well, so you and I have probably experienced, in the last couple of hours, the recommendation algorithms that we see all the time, right? If you're on Spotify or Netflix or YouTube, you are constantly seeing the thing that the algorithm thinks you're going to like because it's comparing you to other people like you. Well, that is one way that this works. But think about it this way. We did some reporting on an app called Co-Parenter that is a way for divorced couples to basically use AI to mediate between them as they raise a kid together. So a family court judge will say, you and your ex now have to communicate only through this app. That app will actually interrupt a text message exchange if it senses that you're beginning to fight and say, wait a minute, you guys, why don't you take it down a notch, use this language instead. It'll also recommend agreements between you if it senses that you're about to arrive at some sort of agreement on, when to pick your child up from karate. Now, that's a fantastic thing in the short term. The couples who use this report that it in fact keeps them out of court. But think about it this way. There are also companies using that same technology to try to mediate between, let's say, co-workers to improve their relationship with one another. So let's imagine, Joe and Savannah, that you guys are sitting together in 10 years once that kind of system becomes standardized. You might have a robot whispering in your ear, okay, here's your moment to make a joke about her weekend, or here's your moment to make fun of his tie, right? We're talking about systems that companies are going to deploy to not just predict what we do, but also shape what we do in the future. And that's what we're talking about here in the Loop.
Ooh, and change how we would just act as ourselves, potentially.
Fascinating stuff. Jake Ward, the book is out. It is called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Good luck to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Congrats, Jake. Great to have you with us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Now, a day after being eliminated from the NFL playoffs, Tom Brady's playing career, like a Hail Mary, is very much up in the air.
There's plenty of speculation swirling about whether the football legend will return for a 23rd season. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from Florida.
Tom Brady answered questions on the red-hot topic of his future on his weekly podcast and said, "I'll know when I know." But for the first time since Sunday's crushing loss, the quarterback acknowledging that his family and his children might be the driving factor in this decision. After engineering yet another miracle fourth-quarter comeback.
Brady going deep down the right sideline for Evans. He makes the catch. He's in for the score.
That came up just short for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
30 yards to win the game. Matt Gape boots it through.
Tom Brady faced questions on his Sirius podcast about a possible return to the field next season. And for now, he's punting.
There's no really rush for me to figure out what's next. You know, I'll know when I know.
Overnight, the NFL's biggest star discussing his future following a gut-wrenching postseason defeat.
The team doesn't deserve anything less than my best. And if I feel like I'm not committed to that or I can't play at a championship level, then you got to give someone else a chance to play.
At 44 years old, Brady is coming off yet another MVP-level year. But after saying for months he'd return next season, his non-committal audible generating league-wide buzz.
The fact that he answered it the way he did gives credence to the possibility that he won't come back. And I think there is at least the possibility, we don't know this, but the possibility he's decided he's gotten as far as he can with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
After 22 seasons and 7 Super Bowl titles, Brady says his wife, supermodel Gisele Bündchen, and 3 kids come first.
My wife is my biggest supporter. It pains her to see me get hit out there. And, you know, she deserves what she needs from me as a husband, and my kids deserve what they need from me as a dad.
So while the social media savvy Brady might joke about playing until 50.
Florida, it's kind of a retiree state, so I feel like I can play and then just glide into retirement. I think I can. I think it's a yes.
He emphasizes in real life, his priorities have changed.
It's been 6 straight months of football every day consumed by, you know, day in and day out football. And I think now it's just some time to spend some time with my family and spend some time with, you know, my kids.
Brady also went on to say it's not what I want, but what we want as a family. He has 1 year left on his contract. The Bucs coach, Bruce Arians, says that there's no timetable on a decision. He's just hoping to get number 12 back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right. Our thanks to Sam for that.
Stay tuned. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, heightened alert. All eyes on Eastern Europe as the world braces for war. This morning, thousands of American troops on standby for possible deployment after the arrival of more Russian forces surrounding Ukraine. This after talks between President Biden and European allies reinforce a united stance against a Russian invasion.
There's no reason for this to come to outright conflict. There's no reason for there to be another land war in Europe. And that's why we want to continue to pursue a diplomatic path forward.
We have team coverage from the White House to Moscow with the latest on the efforts to end the conflict. Wall Street whiplash. Traders waking up wary this morning after a wild ride for stocks. The Dow seeing a 1,200-point swing after a steep nosedive and then a stunning comeback to end in the green. We'll break down what's behind the drop and the correction, plus what it could tell us about the market moving forward. Overcoming Omicron, more progress and setbacks in the fight against COVID. The White House now sending free N95 masks to pharmacies nationwide in an effort to stop the fast-spreading Omicron strain. Meanwhile, for those who didn't escape Omicron's grasp, a proven form of treatment isn't easy to find, and signs of a new normal in the era of COVID. We'll take you inside a bar now doubling as a testing site. Finally, screaming for sanity. A group of stressed out moms coming together to blow off some steam by letting out a loud scream. And it turns out moms do know best. We'll check in with a professional to find out why sometimes the best kind of therapy is a good old-fashioned scream sesh. I can't imagine that would make me feel better.
Oh, you don't think it would?
No, I do.
Oh,
I
do?
can.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seeing
I just
those
don't know
pictures,
where
yeah.
in the city you would do that without
Being awkward.
someone calling 911.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. We don't have the space around here.
No kidding.
We'll try to find some. We'll get to that later in the show. This morning, though, more than 8,000 U.S. troops are now on heightened alert, with fears rising that Russia could invade Ukraine.
So far, no troops have been deployed, but the U.S. and its NATO allies are stepping up their response, hoping to discourage Russia from crossing the Ukrainian border. Right now, more than 100,000 Russian troops are along the border of Ukraine. With no diplomatic breakthrough in sight, the U.S. and other Western countries are preparing for the worst-case scenario.
We hope it doesn't come to that, of course. But if Mr. Putin has designs beyond Ukraine, if he intends to threaten the NATO alliance, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that can't happen, and that the alliance and our alliance partners can defend themselves.
President Biden spent part of his Monday in the Situation Room speaking with European leaders. The president says everyone is on the same page about trying to come to a peaceful resolution with Russia. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner, who is in Moscow. Matt, going to start with you. Russia's presence along the Ukrainian border is growing. So what's the latest on the ground there, and any signs, any signals that Vladimir Putin is close to making a decision on whether to invade?
Joe, good morning. All right, so let's start with these troops and throw up the big board. Obviously, Russia has already amassed a significant share of its ground forces. Also, air forces. We're seeing a lot of, or a decent amount of Russian naval activity as well. You know, one of the things that's caught my eye is that the Russian Navy, not pictured on the map, but off the coast of Ireland, has scheduled an exercise, a live fire exercise about 250 kilometers off the coast of Ireland. That's drawing some attention. I actually read a story in the Irish Observer this morning that Irish fishermen are planning on going out there for a peaceful protest when this starts. I'm sure the Kremlin didn't anticipate that move, but much more seriously, we continue to see evidence on social media that Russia is moving troops still west to those positions along the Ukrainian border. A lot of those are happening in the open, part of exercise plans, they say, with Belarus scheduled to kick off next week. Another development this morning is the Latvian military is claiming that 4 arms inspectors who are supposed to go and do some inspections of that exercise under the Vienna document, which calls for transparency, if an exercise reaches a certain scale, the Russian military, they say, denied them, citing COVID-19 protection measures. So, you know, Russia is sitting there saying its troops moving on their territory is their own business and is not threatening anyone, but it's kind of a strange move with that regard. More to your point on Vladimir Putin, we are expecting sometime this week the United States to deliver a formal response to Russia's laundry list of demands. And I think, you know, Russia's just kind of in a holding pattern now, waiting for that list, for that response. Once it happens, things will be a lot clearer. But until then, I would argue almost nothing we hear from Russia actually matters at the moment.
So, Carol, in the meantime, 8,500 U.S. troops are now on high alert to help NATO as things continue to de-escalate. No deployment orders yet. President Biden spoke with European and NATO leaders yesterday afternoon. What are you learning about that meeting, and what other support are the U.S. and NATO providing right now?
Yeah, Joe, as Vladimir Putin aligns his troops along the border and decides what he's going to do, the White House, the president, and European leaders are trying to get on the same page in terms of how they would respond to any movement across the border into Ukraine. So the president had a virtual meeting with a number of European leaders, key leaders from Poland, Italy, the UK, Germany, France, the EU. And that meeting lasted about an hour and 20 minutes, according to the White House. Now, the White House came out of that meeting saying that everyone's on the same page in terms of steps that would be taken if Putin were to invade Ukraine again. However, we know there are big differences. And meanwhile, they're all just really trying to figure out and game out what exactly Vladimir Putin is going to do. They still don't have a full grasp on that. Take a listen to the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki talk about this yesterday.
While we can't get into the mind of President Putin, we are seeing the preparations that they're making at the border. We have been in conversations and discussions with Eastern flank countries. Obviously, our Secretary of State just returned from a trip to Europe as well, and he was part of the discussions this weekend too. And part of that has been contingency planning and discussing what their needs have been.
Now, it's worth noting that none of these troops that are on standby are slated to go to Ukraine, but the U.S. does continue to send military aid to Ukraine, Joe.
Matt, what has been the reaction from Ukrainian and Russian leaders with more military help from NATO now on standby?
So the Ukrainian reaction is kind of conflicted. On the one hand, they're downplaying the Russian threat from certain areas in Kyiv. On the other hand, they definitely are raising awareness. They're in a tough spot. If they do too much right now, they could risk actually provoking a Russian invasion. They could also scare away foreign investors and such. So it's a difficult position for Ukraine. Russia, of course, very predictably is looking at all the movements from NATO now and saying that's exactly what we're talking about. NATO is trying to provoke something. They're trying to encourage Ukraine to attack eastern Ukraine. So that's basically the situation now.
Matt Bodner, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Now, this morning, investors will be hoping for some calm after Monday's roller coaster day of trading. All major U.S. indexes plunged early in the day yesterday, then rebounded. The Dow Jones had dropped more than 1,000 points before things turned around. Here to help us make sense of the latest market jitters is CNBC senior national correspondent Brian Sullivan. Brian, good morning. I mean, it really was a roller coaster. So walk us through what we saw on Wall Street yesterday. What led to this massive sell-off in the stocks? Why yesterday? And then that eventual rebound by the end of the day. How'd that happen?
Well, a lot of it had to do with what you all just talked about, which is Russia, Ukraine. There's a lot of geopolitical tension in the world right now, not just because of the strategic importance of Ukraine and so many things, but because Russia is such a massive supplier of power and energy to most of Europe. Germany gets over 35% of its natural gas, oil, and coal, the things that make the power plants work, from Russia. So there's a lot of tension around what might happen if Russia goes in. How will Europe respond? How will we respond? The Pentagon putting 8,500 U.S. troops on deployment, potential for deployment there. So that is one major thing. Also, you've got the Federal Reserve, which is meeting today and tomorrow. They are expected widely to raise interest rates multiple times this year to try to cool down inflation. I'm sure you guys have talked about inflation a lot, constantly rising prices. One way to control that is to try to put the brakes on the economy, slow things down just a bit. The Federal Reserve doing that by raising borrowing costs, things like mortgages or credit card rates or car loans. Just raise them a little bit, guys, so that they slow down. The confusion is how many times the Fed will do that and whether or not they will be able to sort of weave that needle, that delicate needle thread through this economy, guys. And that's the question about what happened in that furious comeback as well. Yeah. Find somebody that takes both sides today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have these big issues, Ukraine, prospect of interest rate hikes by the Fed. Are these concerns, though, overblown as those things maybe stabilize a little bit more, or should investors be worried about all this up and down?
It's a good question. I mean, listen, Russia and Ukraine have had problems for a while. In fact, I was in Russia in 2014 when they effectively annexed the Crimean portion of southern Ukraine and still control that today. So this has been going on for some time. And I say that not because it's not huge, but because it should not be new. It's only just ratcheted up in the last couple of weeks. The Federal Reserve, we've known they're going to do this. I think here's the reality, guys. The market has done fantastic the last number of years. A lot of people made a lot of money. They've been gambling on these beaten up stocks. They've been buying things like Bitcoin and Ether. The market, as many might say, got a bit frothy. Money was cheap. You could borrow money for just a couple of % interest, if that. So cheap money combined with a lot of speculation. There's been a lot of, dare I say, gambling going on in the market. And in the last couple of weeks with the nerves on high, some of that gambling has been pulled back. But overall, I think the economy is still very strong, and we'll see where this market goes from here.
And Brian, quickly before I let you go, what advice would you give to investors right now who just saw what happened yesterday and aren't sure how to handle it?
Think long term. Markets go down, and that's healthy. Healthy corrections are a part of this market. Markets going up every day are when you need to be worried. It's okay to go down. Don't sell into the panic. Think long term. Markets go up 75% of the time.
Brian, great advice there. Good for me to hear myself, too. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Some mixed news this morning on the coronavirus pandemic. COVID cases are dramatically falling in some regions of the country, while others are seeing a dangerous spike. Take a look at this map, which is based on an NBC News analysis of COVID-19 case number data. All those states in orange are no longer experiencing a surge in cases, but all the other states you see in gray are still surging. And at this rate, Dr. Anthony Fauci says he expects most states to reach a peak in Omicron cases by February. Here to help break down what this means moving forward is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, this looks like a hopeful sign that we may have turned the corner with Omicron or are close to turning the corner, but we shouldn't let our guard down right now, right?
Right. That's right, Joe, because coming down, there's still a lot of cases. And as you mentioned, many parts of the country are still going up in their swing. And unfortunately, hospitalizations will follow.
So, Dr. Patel, this morning, NBC News learned that Pfizer will begin to test an Omicron COVID-19 vaccine for people between the ages of 18 and 55. So by now we've learned it takes time to test and eventually approve a vaccine. So why is this happening? Do we need a vaccine specifically for Omicron, especially if it's not available right away?
Yeah, Joe, it's a significant development. Both Moderna and Pfizer announced that they were working on something. Today, we got the most details from Pfizer. By the way, changing an mRNA vaccine doesn't take as long as one might think. It's like changing the contents of a FedEx package. It's very important, but the outside of the package is still the same one. So it can take several months, but that's a very short time frame. It's important to do this because we need to understand if Omicron does become really the dominant variant in the world and our current vaccines are decreased in its effectiveness, having one that's updated will give us a lot more information and could be incredibly useful if it continues to hang around and cause surges in the future.
Helpful analogy with the FedEx package there. All right, let's get to a viewer question. Matt from New Mexico writes, at the beginning of the pandemic, quarantine was 14 days. Why or how has that turned into 5 days quarantine? And should that be 5 days with the mask? What can you say to Matt about that?
Yeah, so Matt, you're bringing up an important distinction. I want to just say that if you're fully vaccinated and boosted, you don't really need to do anything different other than wear a mask. And if possible, try to get a test. That's me adding on to the CDC. But to Matt's point, if you are not boosted, you've just had that primary series, or you're unvaccinated, they do recommend a 5-day quarantine. And that is also with a mask. And that is because in those first 5 days, that's the highest infectious period. It doesn't mean it drops to zero, but it's the most vulnerable time and the time in which you're most likely to test positive.
All right, Dr. Patel, thank you so much. I know our viewers appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who has been sending in questions for our doctors. We do want to hear from you, and our doctors are ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can always let us know if you'd prefer to stay anonymous.
Healthcare workers are fighting this latest COVID wave with more tools than they've ever had before. That includes those antiviral pills that President Biden touted in his news conference last week.
Now we have more treatments that people can, for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now in New York. Ellison, good morning. So these pills can be very effective according to this data. And as we just heard, the president says we have more of these COVID pills than any other country, tens of millions of them. But tracking them down seems to have been a problem for some people. I mean, there's not the access that there is with vaccines or tests in terms of a tool to fight this virus. So tell us what's going on and how hard they have been to find.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. This does seem to be a very effective tool in terms of dealing with COVID-19. But the problem seems to be that the demand for these treatments, it far outweighs and exceeds the supply that is currently available. We've spoken to people who say as they've gone to speak to doctors or even pharmacists, they've had some of those people say they, one, don't know where they could find them, and two, sometimes they don't know exactly what they are. Now, why all of this is such a struggle at this point is a little harder to explain. It's a bit of a multi-layered issue here. These treatments, they are approved under emergency use use authorizations. And what we've been told by representatives from the two companies that produce these treatments, Pfizer and Merck, is that they produce them, they distribute them, give them to the U.S. government. But then in terms of how they're divided, divvied up between states, who gets priority, and communication as to where they are located, what specific pharmacies have them, all of that, they say, is something that is under the federal government's jurisdiction, if you will. Let me explain to you, or break down for you, rather, some of the numbers in terms of how many COVID pill treatments are out there right now. Pfizer says 250,000 treatment courses will be delivered to the U.S. government by the end of the month. 10 million treatment courses, they say, are expected to ship to the U.S. government by June. Merck, the other company that produces these types of pills, they say 2 million of their treatment courses have shipped to the U.S. government so far, and 3.1 million courses are expected to ship to the U.S. government by the end of this month. Doctors we've spoken to, they are optimistic when it comes to these pills, but they are urging patients, saying that it takes time to produce this sort of thing in general, that it's out, they say, quicker than expected. And one thing doctors we spoke to kept saying is, remember, 2 years ago, there were not any outpatient treatment options for their COVID patients. Here's more.
Production has been ramped up, and I think there'll be more supply, and I think the government is trying to ensure that there's enough supply. But I think these drugs are not easy to produce. It's going to take some time. The good news is that we have them. The good news is that Omicron, the mutations in Omicron don't impact those drugs. Those drugs are still effective. The bad news is we simply don't have enough of those drugs.
And let's talk eligibility in terms of these pills. For Merck, the minimum age is 18 years. You need to initiate that treatment course within 5 days of symptoms. They say their treatment is not recommended during pregnancy. For Pfizer, Paxlovid treatment, which had higher rates of efficacy in some of the early studies, it has more restrictions. The minimum age is 12, and you have to be at least 88 pounds, initiated within 5 days of symptoms. But they have a very long list of interactions, potential interactions of other medications people might be taking that limits eligibility there. But the big thing, Savannah, for both of these, you have to have a prescription from a doctor.
Well, it's interesting even to hear some of the details there, because as these are just kind of starting to become accessible, we haven't heard a lot about exactly how these work, how many pills you're taking. So that's interesting to hear. What have people who have been trying to track down these pills, who either have a family member experiencing it, maybe they're sick themselves, what have they been telling you about trying to get them?
Yeah, we talked to one family, a son whose mother lives in the Houston area. She is triple vaxxed but immunocompromised. And when she contracted COVID-19, he'd heard about these new COVID pills. And he told her, hey, you need to talk to your doctor and see if you can get these. But she says when she went and spoke to her doctor, he said, if you can find them somewhere, I'll write you a prescription. But I can't do that legwork for you, and I don't know any pharmacies that have that. Her son then went on an hours-long search to try and find them. Listen.
I ended up calling 12 pharmacies and getting all different kinds of answers about whether or not the pill was available, whether or not they could tell me if they had it. Many had not heard of it at all, or are unfamiliar with any antiviral. For it to be as effective as it can be, it needs to be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and those days were running out, waiting on clearance and prescription and information.
So there is a website the health department has where you can go, and it's an interactive map to see exactly which pharmacies in your area might have some of these pills available. We'll show you what that looks like on the screen here, because it's a little challenging, quite frankly, to get to the website. The entire URL for it is too long for us to even put up on screen. I think we can post it on Twitter and our social media platforms. But if you search for the COVID-19 therapeutics locator, you or your provider, in theory, you can access it through healthdata.gov and kind of get a real-time look at where some of these COVID pills are available. But people, they tell us, Savannah, they wish it was a little bit easier to find that and to navigate this system. Savannah?
Absolutely. You hear those stories of pharmacies not even knowing what people are talking about. It's very confusing. All right, Ellison Barber, we'll check out your Twitter for that information. Thank you so much.
The Supreme Court is adding affirmative action to the list of high-profile issues justices plan to tackle this term. The court has agreed to hear legal challenges to the admissions process at Harvard and the University of North Carolina. The cases could alter college admissions as we know it, presenting the most serious threat to affirmative action in decades. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
This is the most serious threat in decades to the practice of considering a student's race in college admissions, and it could result in a decision that bans the practice or at least scales it back. The court agreed to hear two cases challenging race-conscious admissions, one at a private school, Harvard, the other at a public one, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Opponents say both Harvard and UNC discriminate against Asian American applicants and that UNC also discriminates against whites. The Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled, most recently 6 years ago, that schools cannot use quotas to meet racial admissions goals, but can consider a student's race as one plus factor among many other qualities in helping schools achieve the educational benefits of a more diverse student body. But the challengers say that's a vague concept. They say if schools want diversity, they should consider a student's background and experiences directly without using race as a proxy for those factors. Two justices who ruled in favor of affirmative action in the past, Anthony Kennedy and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, are now gone, succeeded by Trump appointees Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. They haven't written much about affirmative action as lower court judges, so their views are not well known, but it's likely they'll be more skeptical than Kennedy and Ginsburg were. The court will hear the case in its next term, which begins in October. Back to you.
Pete Williams, thanks so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us this morning. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. So we got a lot to talk about. So it's kind of quiet and it's very cold, and then we got this potential weekend snowstorm, especially for New England on Saturday. So we're going to talk more about that in depth next hour. Let's start with the weather that's of greatest concern, and that's going to be the snowy weather in the Midwest and the brutal cold that's moved in behind it. In Chicago, you know, it was your typical 2 to 4 inches of kind of fluffy snow. It wasn't really hard to brush off the car and move around. Gary, Indiana had 6 inches of snow, one of the highest totals in the region. And so that set the stage for this morning, and I hope you got out and cleaned everything up, because a lot of that slush is now rock hard as the really bitter cold has moved in. We could have wind chills this morning as low as -50. I mean, that's like even for Minnesota, that's dangerous. 13 million people are under wind chill advisories, and let's see who the coldest is right now. Minneapolis actually is even colder than International Falls, -28 right now in Minneapolis. Green Bay's down to -20, Chicago -9, and that cold Arctic air is on its way through the Ohio Valley. It'll arrive in the Northeast tonight, so it's not exactly warm this morning in the Northeast, but enjoy it while it lasts, because tomorrow is going to be much colder. So the Arctic Express, temperatures are definitely about 10 to 15 degrees colder than normal in the Midwest. Minneapolis, 25 degrees colder. Then tomorrow, as advertised, that cold air spreads all the way to Dallas, Raleigh, New York. And this weekend, that cold is going to linger. And guys, if you're going to get a snowstorm, it has to be cold enough, right? So that cold air is in place in the Northeast. We'll talk a lot more next hour about, the potential for, a nor'easter, maybe a blizzard. Could be a serious storm.
All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right.
Stay tuned for that. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up, heartbroken and angry, a family is demanding answers about a woman who was found dead after meeting someone on a dating app.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
Up next on Morning News Now, why the family says the police were being racially insensitive in their investigation.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A Connecticut family is accusing the Bridgeport Police Department of being racially insensitive while investigating the death of their 23-year-old daughter.
Yeah, Lauren Smith-Fields was found dead in her apartment last month after going out with a man from the dating app Bumble. The family says the police never notified them about their daughter's death. Now they're demanding answers. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah takes a closer look at the investigation.
Answer! New developments in the death of a 23-year-old black woman who died after a dating app meetup, after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smith-Fields' 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smith-Fields was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smith-Fields' sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know, and we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing. The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smith-Fields became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smith-Fields snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril. The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smith-Fields' door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, the family found their own evidence, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active, and the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith-Fields.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
And it's really important to add that we reached out to the dating app Bumble, and last night they told us that they have heard from law enforcement but did not receive any requests for additional information, though they do say that they will cooperate with any investigation. Back to you.
All right, Zincle Asamoah, super important story. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Hi, Ali. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. North Korea has fired 2 cruise missiles in the early hours this morning. It's the latest launch in a flurry of missile tests this month. If confirmed, the missile fired would mark the 5th such test this year. It may not be fire and fury yet, but a game of brinksmanship with the U.S. feels like it's looming. Pope Benedict XVI has admitted to and apologized for providing false information to a German inquiry into clerical sexual abuse. He corrected the record and acknowledged that he was at a meeting in 1980 to discuss a suspected pedophile priest, blaming his earlier denial on an error in the editing statement. And finally, a British woman with incurable cancer, along with her 2 friends, have broken a world record for rowing across the Atlantic. The epic 42-day journey in a 25-foot boat called the Dolly Parton took them from the Canary Islands to the Caribbean. They smashed the previous record by 7 days. And those are your headlines, guys.
Wow. That's a great name for a boat, by the way.
I knew you were going to love that. Joe's a big Dolly Parton fan, Allie. I don't know if you know that. But what a neat story.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, the countdown to the Super Bowl is on in Los Angeles. And for police, that means tackling a challenge off the field. Details on the efforts to crack down on human trafficking.
Plus, we're going to talk about Bruno. Yes, yes, yes. Why Disney's latest hit is encouraging many families to have some difficult but important discussions. That's next in our weekly check-in.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Nearly 1 month after launching, the James Webb Telescope has finally reached its destination 1 million miles away from Earth. NASA confirmed yesterday the operation was a success and that after firing its thrusters for 5 minutes, the telescope got to its proper location. NASA expects to see the first images from the Webb telescope this summer. The $10 billion tennis court-sized telescope launched back on Christmas Day. Astronomers plan to use it to study the universe and its origins. It will also be used to scan atmospheres, looking for any potential signs of life. Excited for this summer when we can finally see these images. Hubble has provided so many incredible images over the years. Now a new era.
Absolutely. So much of what you just said was so cool.
Yes.
Looking for signs of life. It's the size of a tennis court. What? Space stuff is so cool.
Very cool. What if
Thanks,
the
Joe.
aliens are playing tennis?
Then they'll do so on the telescope.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, it's Tuesday, which means it's time for our mental health check-in. We're going to take a look at mental health headlines and trends that matter to you and how you can overcome some of those roadblocks.
That's right. It's also a time just to take a moment for yourself and assess what you need to keep a clear mind. Let's bring in Dr. George James to break this down for us. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at Counsel for Relationships. Dr. James, good morning. Thanks for joining us for this segment. So let's start with this new research that suggests people have experienced worse symptoms of OCD since the pandemic began. And it's actually even people who haven't been diagnosed with the disorder. How can we manage some of these symptoms? What does this look like for somebody who maybe has never heard that they have obsessive compulsive disorder? And what's the anxiety behind the symptoms like?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. And yes, OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder is where people can have reoccurring thoughts that they have to do something, or behaviors where they feel like they need to do something, or reoccurring thoughts. And sometimes this can get to the place where they feel like they need to do something to make sure that they don't get sick, or that somebody else doesn't get sick, or that they might experience germs. And when you talk about those symptoms in the middle of a pandemic, it makes sense that those rates might increase, especially for those people who might not have normally had it. And what we think about is that sometimes people say OCD all the time, and it's one of those things that people share about. And it makes sense that people are experiencing this. And one of the things to do is to try to relax when you can, to know that you don't have to fix everything, and that sometimes you can get the help that you need to deal with the anxiety of OCD.
We want to talk about a viral story we think everyone can relate to in some form or fashion. A group of 20 Boston moms were so exhausted by the pandemic, they met in a field to scream it out. In case you're curious, here's what it sounded like. Yep, that's screaming. So, Dr. James, why does a simple scream help alleviate some of the stress that moms or anyone else is feeling in the pandemic? And should we all scream a little bit now and then?
I think we probably all should scream. And if you just think about how much we all hold in, right? We hold our breaths, we hold our anxiety, we hold our worries. They're all inside and internal. When you think about the pandemic, when we are sometimes forced to be inside with all of our family and friends, we don't let it out. And so these moms are doing something courageous. They're taking a moment, they're stepping out, and they're just letting it all out because they don't want to hold it in anymore. And it probably feels amazing. And so for those who haven't done it, try it, or try some version of letting it all out, letting it, instead of holding it in, whether your thoughts, your emotions, or your scream, try to let it out.
Should we all give it a shot? No, on three. Just kidding. We don't want to scare people this early. But I do think it's a good idea. All right, Doctor, quickly, before I let you go, I want to ask you about this movie, Encanto. It's been a huge hit. It's an animated movie, but it's a big hit with all ages, and it actually touches on some pretty dark themes, especially for Disney, the themes of family trauma. How can movies like this help people who are struggling to talk through their own struggles, and how important is representation like this within media?
I love this movie for so many reasons. It's in our house. Even this morning when I woke up my kids, I'm playing the soundtrack, we're dancing, we're talking about it. And what's good about this movie, because of those themes, it allows families to have conversations maybe about things that they haven't talked about before, like trauma, like what has happened in previous generations. And especially for families who are coming from other countries, immigrant families like myself, right, where they come from another country. My family came from Jamaica. You can talk about what happened, what was that experience. Sometimes families have had to give up and go through a lot, and also the burden on the current generation. What did they feel, and what are they experiencing? The pressure to be perfect, the pressure to fix everything, or the glue to hold everything together. And representation always matters, and I love that they do that in this movie. So many great things, and great soundtrack, great feeling all the way around. I think this is a great thing for health, mental health, and all around family values.
Love that. Dr. George James, great group of stories today. Thank you so much for your help this morning.
Thank you. We're going to talk about Bruno.
Yeah.
All right, Los Angeles is getting ready to host Super Bowl 56, now less than 3 weeks away, but there are other preparations going on that have nothing to do with football. Combating human trafficking. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser has the details.
We do hear these warning bells ahead of things like the Super Bowl because of the influx of visitors and crowds. And California is considered especially vulnerable because it's so close to airports, international borders, has a high immigrant population. But there are people who work to prevent trafficking every day who say we need to be focused on this year-round, not just around big games.
The excitement around the Super Bowl is palpable with the big game less than 3 weeks away. But that also means preps are underway to make sure it's safe.
We absolutely prepare for big events, whether that's the Super Bowl, the Olympics, anything that is big going on in our cities. We make sure that we are beefing up operations.
Carol Chang is the Senior Director of Global Driver and Courier Operations for Uber. They're staffing up their public safety team, handing out these tags to drivers in the Los Angeles area with the national and local hotlines to report suspected trafficking, and blasting drivers nationwide with what to look out for.
What kind of a responsibility does Uber have in making sure that traffickers aren't using your platform to further their activity?
This is a global issue, and it affects estimates of about 25 million people worldwide. And so we do feel that at the size and scale at which Uber operates, in 80 plus countries around the world, millions of trips happening every day, that we do have a part to play.
Uber drivers say they're sometimes the first people to notice when someone might be in danger.
We find ourselves, closer than where the police can be at any given time.
LA area driver Ava Blanco says she picked up a teen girl last March, but she quickly felt like something wasn't right, especially when the girl shared where she was headed.
My mom, instance, came over, and I just felt scared for her because I know no young girl is going to be safe in a motel partying with other people. And I tried to explain to her that maybe it wasn't the safest place for her to go.
She says she called 911, waited on hold to speak with police, and followed up with Uber, but she's not sure what ended up happening to the girl.
I believe she was giving me the details of her life or sharing some of what was going on in her life, asking for help.
Ava says it's important for drivers to know some of the warning signs. And Uber's current campaign is part of a broader push from anti-trafficking and exploitation group It's a Penalty. American and Southwest Airlines will show this video on flights. IHG, Hilton, and Motel 6 hotels will display posters. And the Los Angeles Super Bowl host committee says it's working with anti-trafficking groups to provide community training and victim services ahead of the game.
I absolutely think that there's a place for rideshare companies, airlines, and all of these companies do have a role to play, and not just ones where trafficking is prevalent either. I think all companies.
Kay Buck is the CEO of Cast LA and says the few past studies looking at the issue found big events actually don't result in a substantial increase of labor and sex trafficking.
What I would like to see is those resources for the campaigns to be put towards really good outreach that works to reach survivors all year round.
She does say they've seen a huge increase in calls to their organization during the pandemic.
Last year, we had over 2,500 hotline calls, and this was the highest number of hotline calls in our entire history of 23 years as an organization.
So what are the warning signs to spot trafficking victims? According to Kay, people who are acting like someone told them what to say are showing signs that they're being controlled or are afraid to talk to someone who's trying to help.
They don't need to be rescued. They need to be provided with the rights that they deserve.
Working to stop trafficking on Super Bowl Sunday and the other 364 days of the year.
While some of these anti-trafficking groups diverge on how much focus to put on the big game, experts do seem to agree that it is a daily problem in Los Angeles and across the country.
Lindsay Reiser, thanks so much. Coming up, Sarah Palin's day in court put off by a positive COVID test. Up next, the latest on the former VP candidate's legal battle with the New York Times, including the unusual comment by the judge about her vaccination status.
And hot market, an inside look at the rush to buy homes as mortgage rates rise. You're watching Morning News Now.
I'm
Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Sarah Palin, the former governor of Alaska and one-time vice presidential nominee, sued the New York Times back in 2017. Well, that defamation trial was set to get underway, but has now been postponed because she tested positive for COVID for the second time in this last year. And comments made by the trial's judge are now raising questions. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has this story.
A positive COVID test throwing a wrench into Sarah Palin's day in court. The former vice presidential candidate's libel lawsuit against the New York Times and its former editorial page editor, alleging the paper damaged her reputation. But U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff postponing the trial, making an unusual announcement about the news in court, saying, quote, Ms. Palin had tested positive for coronavirus. She is, of course, unvaccinated.
How surprising was that kind of statement to you from a lawyer's perspective?
I think the statement is a little bit surprising because I don't know that her vaccination status really matters, especially including the of course suggests perhaps some judgment there that might tend to cause people to question the judge's impartiality in a case like this.
In March, she disclosed she had been diagnosed with the virus along with 2 of her children. She urged people to stay safe following her illness, saying in a statement to People magazine, quote, I strongly encourage everyone to use common sense to avoid spreading this and every other virus out there. But Palin has also been publicly outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Last month, Palin said that she will not be getting the COVID shot.
It'll be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot. I will not do it. I won't do it, and they better not touch my kids either.
Palin citing inconsistencies in medical advice as one reason for her hesitancy, specifically targeting Dr. Fauci.
Do you remember he said that if you had COVID, this was months and months ago, you would be naturally then immune, of course. So at the time, we were led to believe we wouldn't need to, have the shot, right? Well, then they changed their tune, and now those of us who have had COVID, they're telling us that even though we've had it and we have natural immunity now, that we still have to get a shot.
Over 80% of Americans ages 5 and older have received their first dose, and data continues to show significant protection from hospitalization and death for vaccinated and boosted individuals. We reached out to Ms. Palin and Judge Rakoff and have not heard back.
That was Dasha Burns reporting there for us, and the trial is now scheduled to resume on February 3rd, assuming Palin has recovered.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us today. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Amazon is branching out to the suburbs. It plans to open Amazon Go stores outside of major cities for the first time. First few locations will be just outside Seattle and just outside LA. Customers will be able to buy items without having to go through the checkout line. It's a weird experience. It just all happens through your phone. Amazon says the new suburban Go stores will offer snacks, beverages, everyday essentials, and grab-and-go food items. Meantime, Big Blue makes big profits pay off in the cloud. IBM beat Wall Street's expectations for revenue in the last quarter as the company's focus on the cloud paid off. It's the first quarter since IBM spun off its slower-growing infrastructure business in November. IBM has shifted focus to the so-called hybrid cloud, where customers use a combination of their own data centers and outside resources to store and process data. So it's a big business thing. And Google's long-rumored smartwatch may soon be a reality. Reports say the device could launch in May when Google holds its annual developers conference. It's expected to have a circular face, a heart rate sensor, and other features adopted from Fitbit, which Google bought last year. So it could be available just in time for Mother's Day, kids.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good idea. Look at Bertha, ahead of the curve there. Yeah. We always need shopping help early because we're kind of procrastinators. Yes. All right, Bertha, thanks so much.
We've got some more money news for you. Mortgage rates have hit their highest levels in 22 months, and that is house hunters rushing to put in offers on homes so they don't get priced out of the market. CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, it certainly is an early start to the spring housing market, which traditionally doesn't kick off until after President's Day weekend. But for some home buyers, now may be their only opportunity.
There were already 3 offers on this 3-bedroom home in Waldorf, Maryland before the first open house on Sunday. Not exactly what the Robinson family wanted to hear.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so what do we do?
Stuck between high prices and fast rising mortgage rates.
We thought that because of the winter months that it would slack up a little bit, prices would start to come back down to normal, but that's just, it's not happening. And it's anguish, it's pain, it's agony.
It's nice. And it's precisely why buyers are coming out in the cold, hoping to get a jump on the spring market.
We don't want to wait because probably more than likely when it does get warmer and more houses come on the market and the rates are up higher, it's just going to be a kind of like a worse situation, or like a perfect storm for everything to just really go up.
This home is priced at $375,000, right around the national median. But rising rates mean the monthly payment is about $200 more than it would have been a year ago, $100 more than just 3 weeks ago. Loan officer Duke Walker says that's why his phone is now ringing off the hook.
100%. Everybody's concerned that they're gonna 2020 is going to repeat itself from a market standpoint, and that competition's going to make it so that especially the first-time home buyers don't have a leg up. They're not going to be able to compete.
Mortgage applications to buy a home jumped 8% in the last weekly report from the Mortgage Bankers Association, and another report from the Realtors showed price gains are heating up again after cooling a bit in the fall.
It feels like we're going to see a lot of similar bidding wars. If you're ready to buy now, you should buy now because between rates, prices aren't getting lower.
Now, the overwhelming problem in the market today, even worse than rising mortgage rates, is low supply. We expected it to improve over the holidays when homes generally sit on the market longer, but it just got worse, and builders are still not stepping up enough because of higher costs, supply chain issues, and a labor shortage. Without more supply, home prices, Joe, they just have nowhere to go but up.
Important story we're going to keep an eye on. Diana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a night out in the age of COVID.
They can have a drink served to them while they wait for their results, and then they'll just come in and party.
Up next, we'll take you inside one bar that's serving up rapid tests along with your cocktail of choice. This is Morning News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC. Get yours.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Something new is on the menu at one New York City bar.
Henrietta Hudson, one of the city's long-standing queer bars, is the first in the Big Apple to offer free COVID testing. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez went to check it out for us.
This is Henrietta Hudson, a bar in New York City where you can grab a drink and a COVID test.
Tonight, folks will get tested. They can have a drink served to them while they wait for their results, and then they'll just come in and party.
Owner Lisa Canastrasi says it's a space for queer people to gather and dance in the heart of Manhattan's Greenwich Village. Henrietta Hudson is one of a kind in many ways, the city's oldest lesbian bar, and now the first bar in the city to offer free COVID testing.
There was a conversation about, us shutting down.
Amid the contagious Omicron surge, a pivot to testing is a way to remain open safely. That meant training the bar's own staff to swab.
We were so afraid to go back under lockdown and not be working and on unemployment again. I think we were all ready for whatever. We reached out to a couple of the staff like, hey, do you want to start testing? And do you want to be, a swabber? And immediately everybody was like, yes, absolutely, let's do it.
After working with a federal government contractor, 7 employees were trained to administer the tests. They've done around 1,500 tests since launching on New Year's Eve. On weekends, the bar averages around 175 tests a night. The best part? It's not just for patrons. Anyone can walk in and get tested.
That's how you survive in business in New York. You have to be resourceful, you have to be creative.
I think it's a very casual way to get tested, and I don't know, you can have a drink later.
We come here all the time after class, and it's one of the now 3 lesbian bars in the city. I feel great about the testing. It's good to come to a place on a Friday night knowing that people are not only vaccinated, but they verifiably don't have COVID.
And tell me what you are here for tonight.
We're here for the karaoke night.
A night of belting Dolly and Brittany that can be heard while I get tested.
I love the karaoke in the background.
Some registration paperwork, and then one quick swab.
Testing has never been more fun.
The most common comment that we get from everybody is that, thank you for doing this. It feels so much more safe to be out. So.
Yeah. Just got tested. Now I'm going to go sip on this mocktail while I wait for my results.
And 10 minutes later...
Negative.
Here you are, and you're all set.
Great. Thank you so much. This means I get to go into the bar?
Yes.
Awesome.
A new model for nightlife in the COVID era, from a place that's always been known for innovating with the times and welcoming all.
All right, our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report.
Looks like a fun time.
Exactly. Fun time by all. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, on the brink, an anxious world has its eyes now fixated on Ukraine in a modern-day Cold War of sorts playing out in Eastern Europe. It's a high-stakes chess game between two of the world's largest military powers. Thousands of U.S. troops now placed on heightened alert, ready to step in and aid NATO allies in the region if necessary. This is the Pentagon and White House weigh military action against a defiant Russia, fearing an invasion of Ukraine is imminent. Well, the latest this morning as pressure mounts on Moscow. In like a lion, it's already been a wild start to 2022 for Wall Street. The Dow sheds more than 1,100 points during Monday's regular trading session just to rebound and finish the day in the green. An unsettling few hours for the nation's investors for sure. We'll tell you how your money is doing this morning. Plus, mask up. A sigh of relief on the COVID front this morning as some parts of the country pass Omicron's peak. Millions of free, high-quality N95 masks are beginning to hit pharmacy shelves across the country. It's all part of a massive effort by the Biden administration to curb the latest mutation's rapid spread. With this renewed push to cover up comes rekindled criticism against mask mandates in the classroom. School systems from coast to coast are working to keep students safe amid pushback. And no fries with that? We've got some good news and bad news this morning from the fast food world. The good, your favorite value deals are slowly starting to make their way back to the menu. But for some chains, that may come with a catch as inflation and that supply chain crunch continue to grip the nation. We'll give you the rundown for your next drive-through run.
Now I want a burger.
I haven't driven through a drive-thru in so long because I don't have a car anymore.
I know. I did recently when I had a car for a story.
Was it good?
I went to McDonald's, not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right.
You know, it was limited options.
Got to do it every now and then.
Rural Maryland.
All right. Let's begin with the latest on the rising tensions in Ukraine. The Pentagon now putting 8,500 troops on heightened alert as President Biden weighs the next moves for the U.S.
That's right. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest on the White House response and the tense situation in Eastern Europe.
Good morning. While Russia continues to deny it will invade Ukraine despite menacing behavior, defense officials have sent additional Marines to protect the American embassy in Ukraine's capital. And other active duty units in the United States are getting the call to prepare as President Biden considers a range of military options to protect Europe. This morning, the dangerous and escalating actions of Vladimir Putin along Ukraine's border could send thousands of American troops overseas. 8,500 U.S. soldiers and service members are now on heightened alert, ready to be sent to Europe to join a NATO response force.
No final decision has been made to deploy them.
But President Biden did commit publicly to make U.S. troops available if the 30-nation NATO alliance needs more military help.
Well, we're going to fortify our NATO allies.
Monday, in the Situation Room, he met by video conference with 8 European leaders. Last week, the president said there were differences among leaders, but now he claims they're in full agreement.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
Pressure is building as Putin defies demands to pull back. As U.S. officials say Russia continues to build up troops near Ukraine, the Russian Ministry of Defense releasing video of its forces preparing readiness checks.
They have not only shown no signs of de-escalating, but they are in fact adding more force capability.
A disturbing sign that pushed NATO to ask member nations to do more.
I welcome that allies are stepping up.
The White House is putting the risks in stark terms.
We have been very clear, and the president has been direct, that military action by Russia could come at any time.
Vice President Harris traveling in Milwaukee with a warning for Putin.
I can't tell you what he's going to do, but we are prepared to take decisive action if he moves in an aggressive manner into Ukraine.
Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer asked the White House to set up in-person briefings on Ukraine for all members of the House and Senate. The White House says it has already been talking with senior members of Congress, and those plans to have full briefings are moving forward. Back to you.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the country's ongoing battle with COVID. Experts warn even as this latest wave looks like it may be peaking in some parts of the country that we should not let our guards down. And this all comes amid renewed pushback on mask mandates across the country. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, the mask mandate battle continues. Now New York State in the middle of a face-off.
Overnight confusion for New York schools and businesses as a judge strikes down the state's mask mandate, saying Governor Kathy Hochul's rule for public indoor spaces is unconstitutional. The governor vowing to fight back, and some districts saying they were told by the Department of Education that schools must continue to follow the rule, leaving uncertainty for parents and kids this morning, as more than 1 million children in the U.S. have contracted the virus in a single week. There's renewed pushback against mask rules in other states. Students in Utah returning to schools without a mandate. The same is true in Virginia, where 7 school districts are challenging the governor's statewide ban on mask requirements.
I honestly don't want my kids in masks forever, but they know it's the right thing to do to protect others.
In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district now says cloth masks won't cut it and will provide students and staff with surgical grade face coverings, which must be worn at all times.
We need to learn to adapt so that we will survive COVID. And that does mean, for example, upping our mask game.
It comes as pockets of the country pass Omicron's peak. Top doctors are warning the latest COVID wave may not be the last.
The worst case scenario would be that when we do that, we get another variant that might be difficult, that would elude some of the protection from vaccination.
The cautious outlook comes amid a national drop in new infections, but more than 2,200 people are dying each day, and 16 states are still seeing cases spike. Meanwhile, COVID mitigation tools promised by the Biden administration are finally getting into the hands of Americans. Free at-home test kits are starting to be delivered, and pharmacies in the Midwest are already distributing high-grade face masks with availability expected to expand by Friday.
Today, the FDA is also saying 2 monoclonal antibodies should no longer be used in the fight against Omicron, saying they are ineffective, but both of those treatments could still be on the table as the virus continues to mutate in the months ahead. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Let's now bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's the senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Dr. Adalja, always great to have you with us. So as we just heard there, a judge struck down New York State's mask mandate 1 week before it was due to expire. So New York is one of the states that's no longer experiencing a surge in Omicron cases. It seems as though we're coming down from that peak. What do you think about this? I mean, we all remember a time when we were coming down from a peak. We got to stop wearing masks. Are we in the clear? What do you think?
We're not in the clear if it means that there's no Omicron risk. There's always going to be a baseline number of cases of COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths. But I think it is good news that we're seeing cases peak in New York State and start to fall. This is kind of confirming what we know about Omicron, that it follows these 2-week cycles. Masks are going to be something that a lot of people still want to wear. And just because something got struck down doesn't mean people can't voluntarily wear masks if their risk preferences, dictate that they should be wearing a mask. And I think that's going to be increasingly how we handle this pandemic based on individual risk tolerance. And this is only a week's difference. And I think the strike down had to do with an issue of how it was actually issued rather than something substantive. So I wouldn't worry so much about it. I think people can still continue to wear masks if their risk tolerance suggests they should.
Actually, I want to pick up on something that you just said there, which is kind of this idea of how we continue to manage the virus moving forward, making those individual decisions. And here's another example. On Monday, an official with the World Health Organization said the Omicron variant could be the key to transitioning out of the pandemic and into a more manageable stage of the virus. That obviously sounds like fantastic news. What does that look like going forward? And I mean, is there still this concern for more variants? And tell us kind of what people should start to do, make their own decisions in this way.
There's always going to be concern for new variants, just because that's what viruses do. And this is a virus. It's part of a family of viruses that infect us every year and cause about 25% of our common colds. So we'll continue to see COVID-19 morph to be more like its family members and get around our immunity, but likely will become milder because of the immunity that we have in our population, plus the tools like Paxlovid and monoclonal antibodies. But what that will mean is that for most people, especially if you're fully vaccinated, COVID-19 will become a mild illness that's disruptive, but something manageable, much like other respiratory viruses. I think what you'll see is COVID-19 getting kind of lumped in with all of the other respiratory viruses that we deal with every year. The key thing, though, is to still get through this problem that we have at certain hospitals around the country with Omicron surges putting a lot of pressure on their capacity. I think once that's over, we're going to be in a much better place. But yes, we still have to continue to be vigilant. Yes, we still have to continue to test and try to get people vaccinated and get people treatment when they need it.
Dr. Adalja, it's very nice to have one of these doctor segments have some good news, have some hopeful news in it. So thank you so much for that. Before I let you go, I have a viewer question for you. I think it's a really good one. How exactly is Omicron spread? I understand that it's contagious, but what amount of time or type of exposure is required for the virus to spread? We talked in the beginning so much about 15 minutes, 6 feet. Are those kind of still the rules there, Dr. Adalja?
They're a general guide. Remember, it's not something magical at 14 minutes that you didn't get exposed in 15 minutes. Definitely it's a good guide, but this spreads the same way. But the thing is, Omicron is more contagious, primarily because it can infect vaccinated people. But it's still that close contact, indoors, high risk, unmasked. That's where you're seeing transmission occur. It's still behaving like SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. It's just that it now can get around some of the immunity that we have, and you have to be more vigilant.
Dr. Amish Adalja, lots in this segment today. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we have doctors join us every morning, and they want to hear from you. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions. It can be about anything, and you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
This morning, investors are bracing for another potentially bumpy ride on Wall Street after Monday's wild session. U.S. indexes dipped earlier in the day yesterday before reversing their losses to finish in positive territory. Among the biggest comebacks was the Dow Jones, which had been down more than 1,000 points. So what's going on? Here to help us understand is NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. So, Steph, walk us through what is happening in the markets right now. Why so much volatility?
Well, if you're watching the markets yesterday, it was kind of like watching the NFL over the weekend. And what we really need to do is have everyone put things in perspective. Remember, we started the year with markets hitting record highs. We know that we're clearly in economic recovery. Those are two pieces of very good news. But at the very same time, inflation is hitting a 40-year high. Not good news. So the Federal Reserve is most likely taking action. They're meeting over the next 2 days. What we're likely going to hear is a plan to raise interest rates. Now, this isn't necessarily good for stocks. Raising interest rates kind of cools the economy. Interest rates have been kept artificially low while our economy has needed it, because that makes it easy to borrow money to buy a house, to start a business. Great for stocks because there's really nowhere else to invest. But when you raise interest rates, that's like taking the safety net away. So stocks get a little skittish. At the same time, we're getting a lot of corporate earnings this week. Some of them aren't necessarily great. And then you've got to factor in geopolitical risk. The situation escalating between the U.S. and Russia, possible conflict approaching in and around Ukraine, that has investors nervous. And that sent markets diving yesterday. But then before the end of the day, so many people looked at the markets and said, hold on, we have not seen a dip like this since March of 2020. And a lot of investors said, well, I didn't like the market up here, but now that prices are that much lower, I'm going to step in and buy. And that's what we saw at the end of the day. Volatility, while we might not like how it feels, that's a normal part of the market.
I'm curious if people were more anxious watching the markets yesterday or the football games over the weekend.
Same.
So should everyday investors be worried at all about this? What can they do to try and weather any volatility happening right now?
Well, everyday investors should not be day traders, right? You shouldn't be investing in the stock market if you're playing the markets because you're looking to save up to go on vacation or get a new kitchen. Investing in the stock market should be for people who have 5- and 10-year time horizons. So volatility like this shouldn't get people worried. necessary. Don't go checking your 401k 3 times a day.
Ooh. Yeah, no kidding. That's not good advice. All right, that is good advice. Don't do that. All right, so we know the Fed is meeting today with potential interest rate hikes on the horizon. This is on a lot of minds right now. What can we expect from that meeting, and how could those hikes impact Americans?
Listen, we could get 3-4 hikes by the end of the year. And now, while that has people like panicked, it shouldn't. The last time we saw inflation where it is right now, rates were above 5%. We're currently dangling around 0. We've got room to go. It wouldn't necessarily be great news if you were looking to borrow money, if you needed to get a mortgage. But let's be honest, people have been refinancing their mortgages like crazy over the last few years, and we're not in an economic crisis. It's time for us to stand on our own, and that's what the Fed's doing. We can raise rates a little. Savers should be able to make something, and right now they can't.
Stephanie Rule, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thanks, guys.
Now to a troubling new trend we're seeing across the nation. Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many major U.S. cities. It's part of a worrying spike in violent crime in parts of the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on what's going on.
Comprehensive national data on carjackings is not available from the FBI, but many large cities are reporting a significant rise during the pandemic.
Police call it a crime of opportunity. Carjackers attacking unsuspecting drivers, swiping their vehicle, and in some cases, more.
They're taking cars with all weapons, gunpoint, knives.
This shocking attack in New York City caught on NYPD body cam video. The suspect able to get away, speeding down a busy street, plowing into parked cars as police tried to stop him. In Washington, D.C., council candidate Nate Fleming was recently carjacked at a gas station. The suspect seen pulling up in a red SUV. One points a gun at Fleming, then brazenly gets into his car.
Guns were pointing to my face before I could blink an eye.
And in New Orleans, a family forced out of their car.
And just started screaming, there's kids.
Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many cities, up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and a staggering 85% in Philadelphia.
The rising numbers are beyond troubling.
Officials warning food delivery and rideshare drivers should be on particularly high alert. In Philadelphia, a man delivering food shot an armed teenager who demanded his keys, leaving the teen in critical condition. Police say many times young joyriders are responsible.
Our carjacking offenders are increasingly younger and younger. We're trying to encourage our young people to make better decisions.
Another example of rising violent crime, the recent shootings of police officers from Houston to D.C. In New York City, the new mayor, a retired police captain, is now promising more cops on streets and subways, including the reinstatement of plainclothes officer units to stem the flow of illegal firearms.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
Some tips to avoid carjackings: always lock your car doors and windows. Never leave the car running unattended, and be especially aware in public places like gas stations. Back to you.
Really good advice there, Gabe Gutierrez. Thank you. And now it is time to get another check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns threw around words like nor'easter and blizzard last hour, so let's hear what he had to say.
Some people are excited and some people don't want to hear anything about this. But a couple of points. This is not a storm for the whole country. This is mostly going to be a Northeast or New England issue this weekend. So it's not like a coast-to-coast storm. So let's talk first. Let's set the stage. How much snow have we had so far this season in the Northeast? Some cities have had barely any at all. We're talking like Philadelphia. New York's barely had any snow. Boston hasn't had much snow. This is especially compared to normal. The higher totals have been near the lakes, as you'd expect, and in areas of northern New England. So we're due, or maybe even overdue. So New York's only had 7 inches. That's 60% of normal. Boston's only had a foot so far. That's 60% of normal. And look at Albany, only 40% of their normal snowfall. So we're due for a big storm, and this will be a big storm. There's no doubt about it. This will be a huge ocean storm. The question is, how close to the coast will it be? If it's far enough off the coast, it may only hit Maine and Nova Scotia and Cape Cod. If it's a little closer, it could even nail Philly, New York, and all the way up to Hartford and Albany. So we have two storms that are going to combine. The one is the Clipper storm coming down over West Virginia. It's going to combine with the storm off the Florida coast. Where these combine is the key to the forecast. If they combine a little further offshore, then it won't be as big of a deal. If they combine closer to the coast, like I'm showing here, then we could have snow from D.C. all the way up the I-95 corridor. So there's still some things to iron out. And of course, we have different computer models that give us our guidance, and they tell us what they think is going to happen, and then we interpret that data. The American model is the furthest off the coast. That's the red line. The European model is the closest to the coast. So the difference would be this isn't a forecast. This is just the computer models. The European would say 1 or 2 feet in New York, where the American model right now would say like 2 inches in New York. So we have extreme differences right now with these two storms. So here's the snow forecast over the next 7 days from the GFS forecast. This is our American computer model. The purple colors just show where it potentially is heavy. It's too early to show exact snow amounts, but you can notice it's really just Maine, Cape Cod, and Boston with light snow pretty much the rest of the Northeast. But the European forecast shows heavy snow all the way from Maine down to Virginia and the Norfolk area. So huge differences, guys, and the things to be ironed out. We still have about 3 to 4 days before the storm will even arrive or begin to form. So plenty of time. The bottom line is now, if you're in Boston, the Cape Cod, the Maine, I think you're going to get hit no matter what. And probably with a big storm, high winds, coastal flooding. The biggest question is for areas like New York, Hartford, Long Island, what we're going to get.
All right. I got to travel for some stories, and what I just took away from that is I might have a hard time getting back on Saturday, so that'll be fun.
Hopefully you're going someplace warm.
You're not alone.
Actually, yeah. Okay. That's true. Thanks for the silver lining. All right, thanks, Bill. And coming up, the growing firefight among Democrats over one of the most polarizing figures in Congress right now.
We're talking about Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. We're going to take you county to county in her home state to hear what voters there have to say off the back of her recent censure by the Arizona Democratic Party. That's up next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We're seeing more voting rights activists weigh in on Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema after she voted to keep the filibuster, something that helped put a stop to key voting rights bills in the Senate. Overnight, Voto Latino, a nonprofit aimed at helping young Hispanic and Latino voters, launched the Audio Cinema campaign. They plan to buy ads in Arizona ahead of the 2024 primary when Senator Sinema is up for re-election. In 2 years. This comes after the Arizona Democratic Party's executive board formally censured Senator Sinema over her filibuster vote. So we know how many Democrats feel about her, but what about the people who voted her into office, which is a mix of Democrats, independents, even some Republicans? NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell spoke with some of them, joins me now from Maricopa County, Arizona. So Leanne, Maricopa County is home to 60% of the voters in the state. It is a big county. What have voters from both parties been saying to you about Senator Sinema and the decisions she's made in Washington?
Good morning, Joe. So for the fact that Democrats, the base of the party here, are unhappy with her, that is absolutely an understatement. Those Democrats are furious. They think that she is not supporting the president, not supporting voting rights, which is something really critical to them, because all of this is happening in the backdrop where the state legislature is once again introducing a bunch of legislation to make it more difficult for Arizonans to vote. So I talked to a couple members of that legislature. Both are Democrats. One, Andres Cano, is a huge critic of Senator Sinema right now. Another Democrat, Cesar Chavez, he says, hey, let's give her a chance. Let's listen.
She stands up for what's right for the people, and she's not playing politics where she just goes by the party.
Really?
I didn't vote for her last time.
Yeah.
Either. But I would do it this time for sure.
It's kind of interesting to figure out if she's really going to be if she's going to be right about her decision not to support that change.
So I threw to the wrong soundbite, Joe, but those were voters. And so let me talk about those voters. The first one was a Republican. And I spoke to several Republicans here on the street who say that they're really happy with her right now. Independent voters, they say, well, it was a little bit of a mixed bag. So she does have some support here among voters, but they are not the base of the party, Joe.
So within the Democratic Party specifically, you've spoken with elected officials within the party. What are they saying about Sinema right now?
Yeah, now we'll get to the other two. And that's the thing. The base of the party is just not happy, most of it anyway. And so let's play that soundbite of those two representatives. Andres Cano, he's a young, up-and-coming member of the state legislature. He is, like I said, very critical. And then another, Cesar Chavez, he says he comes from a low to middle income section of Phoenix. And he says that his voters just don't have time to worry about voting rights. Let's listen to what they had to say.
I know it's a couple years away, but would you support her campaign next time around?
Absolutely not. And I think ultimately we've seen a lot of organizations who help get her to the point that she is today to be able to demonstrate that we're serious on this one particular issue, on protecting our freedom to vote.
I think that the majority of Democrats in this case are going to look at what's that 99% that she's done for our party, for our platform, but most importantly for Arizona. And that 1%, push it aside, because at the end of the day, it's not easy. It's not easy to be an elected official when you have to hold yourself responsible and accountable to all individuals.
So, but the question is she going to run for re-election again? Her race isn't until 2024. And there's a huge effort to find a primary against her among the base of the party. And so even if she has support among a lot of Republicans, is she able to get through a Democratic primary, Joe?
All right. Leanne Caldwell in Maricopa County. Thank you, Leanne.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Savannah. Tragedy has struck Cameroon again. 2 days ago, nightclub fire claimed the lives of 17 people, and now at least 8 people have been killed and dozens injured in a stampede outside the African Cup of Nations soccer match. Disturbing video showed crowds of screaming soccer fans being crushed at the entry gate. More parties, more problems for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Scotland Yard is now investigating a number of events at Downing Street that may have breached COVID regulations, putting the Prime Minister under renewed pressure after Downing Street's latest admission that staff gathered inside number 10 during the first lockdown to celebrate his birthday. Critics have accused him of not living by the rules he made himself. And finally, a massive snowstorm has blanketed most of Greece and Turkey, disrupting air traffic and roads in the Greek capital Athens and in neighboring Istanbul. The Greek government declared Tuesday a holiday in an attempt to stop people from leaving their homes. And those are your headlines, guys.
Wow,
Like the snow day there.
Yeah, I know.
All
Might
right.
look like that here this weekend, apparently.
No kidding. Allie, thank you. We've got a lot more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. You've seen the ads everywhere on television and online. At-home tests promising insight into which foods might cause you discomfort. But are they worth the hype and the price tag?
Plus, Disney's latest animated critical darling exploding on social media. Its songs climbing to the top of Spotify's charts months after its release. So why now? We'll explain after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history!
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift has hit back at claims about her songwriting. In an LA Times interview, Damon Albarn, the frontman for the British rock bands Blur and Gorillaz, was saying songwriting was less important in modern music. Asked about Taylor, he said, co-writing is very different to writing. I'm not hating on anybody. I'm just saying there's a big difference between a songwriter and a songwriter who co-writes. Well, Swift responded on Twitter saying she writes all of her own songs and calling Albarn's criticism, quote, completely false and so damaging. Albarn replied apologizing, saying the last thing he would want to do is discredit her work. He also said the interview he had with the LA Times was reduced to clickbait. Swift has, of course, been credited as a songwriter on all of her studio albums. You know how I feel about Taylor, so I was kind of trying to think of, like, you know, what's like the sickest burn I could say here, which is really that I don't know who that person is, and everyone knows who Taylor Swift is. And I think everybody knows that she writes her own music, which is how she's become the superstar that she is.
Did you get that off your chest?
Yeah,
you're good? All right,
a lot of
good.
feelings.
Good.
You agree with me, though, I know.
Yeah, no, I do. And it sounds like he's apologized.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see
He
what
did
happens
say it,
from
though.
there.
Yeah.
But you don't want to get in a feud with Taylor.
No, you don't.
The new year brings new focus on your health and diet, so you might be one of the millions of Americans suffering from stomach troubles. Could a food sensitivity test help get to the bottom of what's going on? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with more on how these tests work. Good morning, Vicki. So these are getting pretty popular, aren't they?
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, these are really popular. They're really easy to get. You don't need a prescription. You don't need a doctor's visit. You just go online, you place your order, and you send back a sample of your hair or your blood. Within days, you get a list of the foods that the tests say you may not tolerate well. So how exactly do they work, and what should you make of the results? I gave these tests a try, and I talked to the experts. Here's what you need to know before you buy.
Are you tired of experiencing an upset stomach?
They're taking control of your health.
The commercials are everywhere.
Live your best life.
Those ads prompted best friends Sonia Michaud and Erica Hilla to give these at-home tests a try.
You see all these advertisements, and I was like, I want to try to figure out what's triggering this acid reflux.
Stomach issues for a long time.
With a prick of the finger or a hair sample, at-home food sensitivity or intolerance tests say they can help you get to the root of what's causing everything, from bloating to headaches to joint pain. Sonia and Erica tried the same test with surprising results.
My highest sensitivity was to egg whites. I ate egg whites pretty much every day.
I grew up on a farm drinking milk, so I couldn't believe that cow's milk was on there.
So how do these tests work? We ordered 3 tests online and received our kits in a few days. First, Everlywell. It cost us $194 and requires a blood sample.
Fill out the collection card and then provide enough blood. This is so not for the faint of heart. Oh!
We'll fast forward through the gory details, but it took about 20 minutes to get enough blood from my finger onto the card.
So I gave the blood. Now we're gonna give the hair.
This test by 5 Strands Affordable Testing runs $72 and didn't have many instructions.
So I actually need to pull hair from the back of my neck. Okay, got 1. 14 more to go.
I was able to use scissors for the next test from Ucarry, which cost $69.99. I packed up the samples for all 3 tests in pre-addressed mailers and sent them back to the companies. Within 2 weeks, I got the results. 5 Strands listed more than 75 foods as severe intolerances, things like almond milk, provolone cheese, lime, and quinoa. Everlywell's test said I had a high reactivity to dairy milk. And Ucarry's test identified 10 severe intolerances to foods including rice milk, chives, and dry roasted peanuts. Stacey Cavanero is a registered dietitian specializing in gastroenterology at the Cleveland Clinic.
What's your reaction to seeing all of these different results?
So I did think it was interesting that all 3 had very different things.
Cavanero says blood tests like Everlywell's work by measuring IgG antibody reactivity to foods. The hair tests use bioresonance. Used in alternative medicine, it measures frequencies in the hair, which are then compared to the frequencies emitted from foods. She says neither method is backed by enough scientific evidence. The American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology has recommended against using these tests.
Do you see any value in any of these tests?
Not really, no. I don't, because the science behind it has not been proven to be accurate. Oftentimes when a patient is asking me about this, I personally say, I wish that these worked because it would make my job a lot easier.
Cavanero says the only reliable way to determine a true food intolerance is an elimination diet, but that can take a long time and should be monitored by a medical expert. In a statement to NBC News, 5 Strands and Everlywell said these tests should not be compared since they use different techniques and varying results would be expected. 5 Strands said other variables, including when samples were analyzed, could also affect results, and added that bioresonance is not taught in medical schools, so doctors and experts may be unaware of the scientific evidence behind it. Everlywell said antibody testing is a well-established methodology used for a wide range of clinical testing, and added results are meant to be shared with a doctor as a guide for an elimination diet. The 2 Florida best friends had 2 different experiences. Sonia stopped eating eggs.
The bloating was gone, the discomfort was gone.
Erica didn't eliminate anything from her list, but made lifestyle changes that helped her reflux.
If you're curious and have $150 to burn, you know, it's kind of a fun little experiment.
So we reached out to Ucarry, and a spokesperson said they had no comment for our story. Medical experts say when you're making any major dietary changes, just make sure you talk to your doctor or a registered dietitian. Guys, back to you.
Good advice. You lost us at the blood test.
Oh my, we needed like a reaction box during that story so you could see us like 20 minutes of squeezing your finger.
No. 2 fingers. I literally gave blood for this story, you guys.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, Vicky, fascinating. And so many people are seeing those ads. So great story. Thank you so much. Now, Disney's Encanto was an instant hit when the film debuted back in November, but it's still capturing the hearts of fans around the world. Many see themselves in the movie's beloved characters, sparking an important conversation about diversity and representation on screen. Top Story anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Across the world, fans young and old are talking about Encanto.
We don't talk about Bruno, no.
talk about Bruno.
The hit song We Don't Talk About Bruno reaching #1 on Spotify's Top 50 USA chart this week. And recently, composer Lin-Manuel Miranda said this about the song.
Every family has the things we talk about at the dinner table and the things we don't, but we still talk about. We just can't talk about it in front of abuela or in front of mom. And I wanted to write a song like that, where everyone says, we don't talk about that, and then proceeds to talk about it.
But it's not just that song that everyone is talking about. Across social media, fans are connecting with the film's characters.
I know what my worth is. O quê?
Going viral, this clip of 2-year-old Manu Araujo Marquez from Brazil. She's saying, "It's me, mommy," while looking at Encanto's Mirabel, the first Disney main character to wear glasses. In another powerful example of representation, 2-year-old Kenzo smiles when seeing the film's character Antonio.
He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was almost like he saw a reflection of himself.
A celebration of family both on and off the screen.
Wow, how amazing. Yep. Tom Yamas, thank you so much. Great to see. Yep. Jakes. Coming up on Morning News Now, an uphill battle for one of the pandemic's biggest corporate winners, the PR nightmares at Peloton that are now making shareholders sweat.
Plus, America's supply chain crunch now hitting your favorite fast food joint. Yes, those value menu deals are still there, but they may come with a catch. Those stories after this.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back with us this hour. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, so Ford has a high-class problem on its hand. It's halting orders for the Maverick, the affordable hybrid pickup truck that it rolled out last year. The reason? There's been overwhelming demand for the truck, which starts at $20,000, so Ford doesn't want to take more orders than it can build right now. So it'll resume taking new orders for the 2023 Maverick this summer. Customers may still be able to find one at their local Ford dealer. Meantime, NVIDIA, which makes gaming chips and a lot of dynamic types of chips, is quietly preparing to drop its purchase of rival chip maker ARM Holdings. Bloomberg reports that the company has made little progress to win approval for the $40 billion deal, which would have been the largest ever in the semiconductor industry. ARM's owner, SoftBank, is considering now taking the company public through an IPO. NVIDIA has faced fierce backlash from regulators in the U.S. and in China on that deal, as well as its rivals in the chip industry. Meantime, Twitter is working on a feature to let you share tweets with a specific group of people, similar to Instagram's close friends. The Verge reports that the feature called Flock will let you add up to 150 members. Only those people can view or reply to tweets sent out to your flock, and then you can actually remove people from that list anytime without having to send them a notification, so you don't have to hurt their feelings.
Bertha, can we be in your flock?
Yeah. I would love to be in yours.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
cool.
It's decided.
Once I figure it out, yes, absolutely. All right.
Yeah, if I start using Twitter. All right, thanks, Bertha.
Thank you.
All right, the popular fitness company Peloton is facing a fresh set of public relations problems this morning. The company has seen its share of ups and downs in recent months, and now the company and its CEO are under a lot of pressure to figure out where they go from here. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more.
Hey there, Peloton is once again facing an uphill climb after a string of setbacks, including yet another fictional health emergency involving a main character of a major streaming series, Showtime's Billions. Spoiler alert, if you're a fan of that show and haven't seen the premiere, you may want to look away.
The brand touted as a portal for fitness experiences, quickly becoming a portal for Hollywood plotlines. During the season premiere of Showtime's Billions, the character Michael Wagner, or Wags, suffers a heart attack while riding a Peloton bike.
You're having a heart attack. We're here to just get you
doing a Peloton class with Tunde.
If this storyline sounds strangely familiar, that's because it is. During the premiere of the Sex and the City reboot and Just Like That, Mr. Big's character dies of a heart attack following a rigorous Peloton workout. John! Lucky for Wags, the paramedics arrive before he even knows what's happening.
Let's get you down to an ambulance before it's too late.
And Wags lives to see another day. The series even offering up a nod to Mr. Big's demise.
It's a small heart attack. Mild as baby bell cheese. Stents are in. I'm not going out like Mr. Big.
Show sources tell NBC News that the voiceover was added after the scene was filmed, having been written and shot last spring. The similarity between the two, a complete coincidence. Peloton once again separating fact from fiction, releasing a statement saying it did not agree for the brand to be used during the episode, noting cardiovascular exercise helps people lead long, happy lives. One of many bumps on the road for the newly beleaguered brand. On Monday, a major shareholder penned a letter to the Peloton board of directors, demanding it fire its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, citing repeated failures to effectively lead, also calling for the company to be sold, accusing Peloton of not capitalizing on its success during the pandemic. Late last week, the company's share price plummeted 24%, triggered by leaked internal documents pointing to a company in peril, which Peloton says were taken out of context. This following a string of mishaps, including the safety recall of the Tread Plus and amid reports of sagging sales as Americans return to the gym. While experts believe Peloton can recover from becoming the unwitting star of small-screen storylines, this morning there are new questions about the future of a brand once celebrated as a pandemic success story, now struggling to pedal through.
NBC News reached out for comment from Peloton on all the latest developments, but we have not heard back. It is worth noting that since that letter was published, the Peloton share price has rebounded, some wondering if a leadership change and sale of the company are imminent. Back to you.
Whew, all right, lots of ups and downs there. Aaron, thanks so much.
Talking about health, fast food deals are back on the menu. Many promotions were sidelined during the pandemic. Now some chains are bringing back popular value meals, but with decades-high levels of inflation, you might not be getting as much bang for your buck. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is with us now. There's more on this. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, you got to have the Peloton to work this story off. But
no kidding.
Here's the bottom line. You know, we've been reporting for months that record inflation is hitting every aspect of American life. And with fast food chains and restaurants facing higher costs across the board, one thing you're likely noticing already is that the deals are not cheap right now. And now they even come with a catch. Whether you're grabbing a bite to eat or supermarket shopping, everybody's shelling out more cash these days. And just as we're seeing value meals return to some fast food menus, rising food and labor costs are leading many chains to also hike prices. Little Caesars raising the price of its signature hot and ready pizza for the first time in 2 decades, from $5 to $5.55. At Popeyes, you'll now pay $1 more if you order the popular big box deal in person. And Domino's Pizza also looking to drive digital growth, announcing that its classic $7.99 deal will only be offered online, and you'll only get 8 wings instead of 10.
These cost increases are certainly tough to absorb. We are taking some pricing actions, this year relative to our national offers, and our franchisees at the local level have tools to adjust their menu prices and their delivery fees.
The ongoing supply chain crisis is also impacting menus. On Chick-fil-A's app, this warning to customers that some menu items may be unavailable or prepared differently. Inflation is also taking a toll on sit-down dining. Jelaine Upwin is the owner of Max Downtown in El Paso, Texas.
The prices have tripled. It's outrageous.
Even buying the basics is a challenge.
It's ridiculous that we can't go to Sam's and get ketchup because they're out of ketchup for weeks at a time. It took me 2 months to get straws. I couldn't get straws, individually packaged straws. I was like, what do you mean I can't get straws?
The cost of eating at home is soaring. Groceries, or the Food at Home Index, rose 6.5% in 2021. That's the largest year-over-year increase in 13 years. And many big food manufacturers, including General Mills and Campbell Soup, predict more price hikes later this month. Empty shelves and rising costs are leading to a growing demand for store-brand items, less costly and sometimes more available.
Until we have the pandemic behind us and until we take the steps we need to make the supply chains resilient for the long term, we're going to continue to face issues any given month.
Yeah, we've also talked about how so many people have been retiring or resigning, millions of Americans quitting their jobs in this great resignation. Companies are scrambling to offer higher wages in order to keep their staff, and oftentimes that means the higher cost gets passed down to you and me in terms of what we're paying at the store, especially for restaurants where the margins are just so thin. So eating that cost for these restaurants is really just simply not an option. They just can't afford it. Joe, back to you. That's true. All right, Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it. You bet. Coming up, a critical look at artificial intelligence and how it stands to affect us as humans in the near future. Our Jake Ward talks about his new book next.
Plus, the uncertain future of NFL star Tom Brady after the Buccaneers lost this weekend. That's all after the break.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with a look at a new book by one of our colleagues and friends that's out today called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back.
It warns that we must protect the best parts of being human against our growing reliance on artificial intelligence, arguing AI will soon affect our ability to make decisions for ourselves in the same way tools like Google Maps affected our ability to navigate. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward wrote that book. He joins us now. Jake, good to have you with us. Congratulations. Yes. We know how hard you've worked on this.
Thanks so much, you guys. I really appreciate you talking about it with me.
Let's talk a little bit about it. In the book, you're combining years of research into behavioral science with frontline reporting on tech companies. So what is the connection between these two worlds?
Well, basically, Joe, the big finding of the last 50 years of behavioral science is that we make most of our decisions in a really instinctive, unconscious way. And those unconscious instincts turn out to have predictable patterns to them. I combined that with the realization that I had that technology companies were beginning to use artificial intelligence to find the patterns in our behavior and make predictions about what we're going to do next. And when I began to look at those two things and began to see that technology companies are also hiring some of the top thinkers in behavioral science, political science, I began to think, well, wait a minute, what happens if we get to a world in which our most fundamental unconscious instincts are just laid bare for pattern recognition technology to analyze? What then will happen to our ability to make choices in the future if these systems begin to make choices for us the way Google Maps has helped us navigate?
I love the Google Maps example. So what you just described there, the way that technology starts to change and then it impacts our behavior, our decision making, that there is what you call the loop. One of the chilling things that I read that you wrote is that it's essentially an ongoing real world experiment, which kind of means we're all participating in it, which is this big, scary idea. Give us some examples of how it is shaping our lives. Love the Google Maps one. Anything else?
Well, so you and I have probably experienced, in the last couple of hours, the recommendation algorithms that we see all the time, right? If you're on Spotify or Netflix or YouTube, you are constantly seeing the thing that the algorithm thinks you're going to like because it's comparing you to other people like you. Well, that is one way that this works. But think about it this way. We did some reporting on an app called Co-Parenter that is a way for divorced couples to basically use AI to mediate between them as they raise a kid together. So a family court judge will say, you and your ex now have to communicate only through this app. That app will actually interrupt a text message exchange if it senses that you're beginning to fight and say, wait a minute, you guys, why don't you take it down a notch, use this language instead. It'll also recommend agreements between you if it senses that you're about to arrive at some sort of agreement on, when to pick your child up from karate. Now, that's a fantastic thing in the short term. The couples who use this report that it in fact keeps them out of court. But think about it this way. There are also companies using that same technology to try to mediate between, let's say, co-workers to improve their relationship with one another. So let's imagine, Joe and Savannah, that you guys are sitting together in 10 years once that kind of system becomes standardized. You might have a robot whispering in your ear, okay, here's your moment to make a joke about her weekend, or here's your moment to make fun of his tie, right? We're talking about systems that companies are going to deploy to not just predict what we do, but also shape what we do in the future. And that's what we're talking about here in the Loop.
Ooh, and change how we would just act as ourselves, potentially.
No Fascinating stuff. Jake Ward, the book is out. It is called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Good luck to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Congrats, Jake. Great to have you with us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Now, a day after being eliminated from the NFL playoffs, Tom Brady's playing career, like a Hail Mary, is very much up in the air.
There's plenty of speculation swirling about whether the football legend will return for a 23rd season. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from Florida.
Tom Brady answered questions on the red-hot topic of his future on his weekly podcast and said, "I'll know when I know." But for the first time since Sunday's crushing loss, the quarterback acknowledging that his family and his children might be the driving factor in this decision. After engineering yet another miracle fourth-quarter comeback.
Brady going deep down the right sideline for Evans. He makes the catch. He's in for the score.
That came up just short for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
30 yards to win the game. Matt Gape boots it through.
Tom Brady faced questions on his Sirius podcast about a possible return to the field next season. And for now, he's punting.
There's no really rush for me to figure out what's next. You know, I'll know when I know.
Overnight, the NFL's biggest star discussing his future following a gut-wrenching postseason defeat.
The team doesn't deserve anything less than my best. And if I feel like I'm not committed to that or I can't play at a championship level, then you got to give someone else a chance to play.
At 44 years old, Brady is coming off yet another MVP-level year. But after saying for months he'd return next season, his non-committal audible generating league-wide buzz.
The fact that he answered it the way he did gives credence to the possibility that he won't come back. And I think there is at least the possibility, we don't know this, but the possibility he's decided he's gotten as far as he can with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
After 22 seasons and 7 Super Bowl titles, Brady says his wife, supermodel Gisele Bündchen, and 3 kids come first.
My wife is my biggest supporter. It pains her to see me get hit out there. And, you know, she deserves what she needs from me as a husband. And my kids deserve what they need from me as a dad.
So while the social media savvy Brady might joke about playing until 50.
Florida, it's kind of a retiree state. So I feel like I can play and then just glide into retirement. I think I can. I think it's a yes.
He emphasizes in real life, his priorities have changed.
It's been 6 straight months of football every day consumed by, you know, day in and day out football. And I think now it's just some time to spend some time with my family and spend some time with, you know, my kids.
Brady also went on to say it's not what I want, but what we want as a family. He has 1 year left on his contract. The Bucs coach, Bruce Arians, says that there's no timetable on a decision. He's just hoping to get number 12 back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right. Our thanks to Sam for that.
Stay tuned. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, imminent invasion. Tensions at the Russia-Ukraine border boiling over. President Biden now weighing the decision to have U.S. troops overseas. The warning the White House is now sending to the Kremlin.
Not over yet. Omicron cases may be hitting a plateau in some places, but doctors are warning the pandemic is far from over. The data that had many health experts concerned.
Plus, stock shock. Wall Street on a wild ride, rattling investors. Why it's happening right now and what this all means for your money.
And the buck stops here. New questions swirling about Tom Brady's future. What he's saying about potential retirement plans.
Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the potentially imminent invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The U.S. now at the ready to take action, announcing 8,500 troops are on heightened alert at this hour.
Meanwhile, military forces at the Russia-Ukrainian border have skyrocketed. More than 100,000 troops have since moved in. In fact, we're seeing movement and readiness on both sides of this red line. U.S. officials say, as of right now, there are no signs of de-escalation by Russia. You can see that red line there on your screen.
Now, leading us off this hour, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington for us. Carol, first to you, talk a little bit about the messaging that the White House is sending right now about working with its allies in Europe.
Well, after that, the president saying last week that the U.S. and Europe were not aligned on how to respond to Russia, we've seen the White House really try to double down and reinforce that they are united. It's saying the president had a meeting with NATO allies yesterday, met for some 90 minutes, and afterwards they're trying to put forward a very united front. Take a listen.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
I think our commitment to our NATO partners is clear. Our commitment to Ukrainians is clear. We've sent more security assistance over the last year than in any year in recent history.
So for all of their efforts to say that the U.S. and Europe are united on how to respond to Russia, there still are big divisions between the United States and some key allies in NATO that the White House is trying to work through.
So, Matt, from your post, how are Russian and Ukrainian leaders responding to what's going on here, specifically these talks with NATO?
Thanks, Aaron. Well, the Russians kind of have this attitude that
they want to speak directly to the United States. So they kind of are very patient, not reacting, not biting too hard on these kind of multilateral Western talks. They are reacting, of course, to the weapons deliveries to the U.S. troops, but it all comes down to this one basic statement that we heard from the Kremlin spokesman today, that Russia is waiting for that written response to its demands. Once that's done, President Putin will analyze it and they will decide their next steps. So I suppose the good news is that we have at least that long until Russia decides to make its next move, whatever that will be.
So, Carol, we mentioned that those 8,500 U.S. troops are on heightened alert now. Do we know anything about where they could be sent or what type of troops we're talking about here?
Sure. Well, they're on heightened alert, meaning that they could be sent within a matter of days, very quickly deployed, and they would go to NATO countries in the eastern flank to try to shore up and reinforce the borders there, along with any NATO ally who's bordering Russia or Ukraine. They would not go into Ukraine. The U.S. has been very clear about that. This is for NATO allies. And they also say, according to the administration, that no decision has been made so far on when to deploy those troops.
And Madden, last question to you here. I'm wondering about the people there in Ukraine. Talk to us a little bit about them and what they're saying about a potential invasion.
Sure. Well, it's important to remember that the Ukrainian people have been dealing with this threat for 7 years, so I get a very stoic read from them, but defiant still. Actually, our colleagues from Sky News spoke with a Ukrainian soldier. Let's take a listen.
If they come across the border, we're outgunned. We haven't got air superiority. We don't have a naval fleet, a very strong naval fleet. But Ukrainians fight, so we'll give them a bloody nose, that's for sure.
So this is definitely kind of hinting at the possibility of an insurgency. That's been a big question as everyone's trying to analyze Russia's moves, what Russia might envision if it actually does go into Ukraine. There was actually a really interesting report from a Ukrainian defense think tank that I read that was saying that Russia, of course, has amassed a significant number of troops, but not enough to do an occupation, considering the fact that the population seems to be willing to fight. But of course, it's one of those things you don't know until it's happening.
All right, Matt Bodner in Moscow, Carol Lee in Washington. Thank you both.
Let's switch gears and cover the pandemic now and what could be a major game changer in the race to vaccinate. Pfizer has started clinical trials studying a COVID vaccine that is in fact specific to the Omicron variant. Now, more than 1,400 people are part of this trial. Meanwhile, pharmacies all across the country, they're really starting to distribute the first of those 400 million free N95 masks. And those are all coming from the national stockpile. Health experts are urging people to switch to these higher quality masks since they limit exposure to Omicron a little bit better than surgical or even cloth masks. This, of course, all comes just as the U.S. surpasses 71 million COVID cases. 1 million of those cases were confirmed just yesterday. The U.S. has reported more than 17 million cases of the virus this year alone, and that's just shy of the 50% of all cases last year combined. And that's with January not even being over yet. So we're going to dig into all of this hour. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer and the heated debate that's now erupting over those mask mandates. Hi, Miguel.
Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, the mask mandate battle continues. Now New York State in the middle of a face-off.
Overnight confusion for New York schools and businesses as a judge strikes down the state's mask mandate, saying Governor Kathy Hochul's rule for public indoor spaces is unconstitutional. The governor vowing to fight back, and some districts saying they were told by the Department of Education that schools must continue to follow the rule, leaving uncertainty for parents and kids this morning, as more than 1 million children in the U.S. have contracted the virus in a single week. There's renewed pushback against mask rules in other states. Students in Utah returning to schools without a mandate. The same is true in Virginia, where 7 school districts are challenging the governor's statewide ban on mask requirements.
I honestly don't want my kids in masks forever, but they know it's the right thing to do to protect others.
In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district now says cloth masks won't cut it and will provide students and staff with surgical grade face coverings, which must be worn at all times.
We need to learn to adapt so that we will survive COVID. And that does mean, for example, upping our mask game.
It comes as pockets of the country pass Omicron's peak. Top doctors are warning the latest COVID wave may not be the last.
The worst case scenario would be that when we do that, we get another variant that might be difficult, that would elude some of the protection from vaccination.
The cautious outlook comes amid a national drop in new infections, but more than 2,200 people are dying each day, and 16 states are still seeing cases spike. Meanwhile, COVID mitigation tools promised by the Biden administration are finally getting into the hands of Americans. Free at-home test kits are starting to be delivered, and pharmacies in the Midwest are already distributing high-grade face masks with availability expected to expand by Friday.
Today, the FDA is also saying 2 monoclonal antibodies should no longer be used in the fight against Omicron, saying they are ineffective, but both of those treatments could still be on the table as the virus continues to mutate in the months ahead. Back to you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in Dr. Nahid Bhadelia, director of the Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases and an NBC News medical contributor. Doctor, thanks for being with us this afternoon. And I first want to talk about this news from Pfizer. The company is starting these clinical trials of a Omicron-specific vaccine. Can you talk to us about the need for a vaccine that is designed for a specific variant and when we could actually see this deployed?
Yeah, Morgan, what we've seen is that in general, whether it be Omicron or other variants, that our immunity wanes over time against infection. The antibodies go down despite, for a much more extended period, we are protected against severe disease. That too, over time, may decrease in people who are vulnerable or older. And that's why we needed those boosters, and we've seen their benefits. What we're now seeing, particularly data from Israel with that 4th dose, is that 4th dose that is not targeted against Omicron doesn't increase antibodies as much. So there may not be as much benefit, for example, continue to boost with something that's not targeted against Omicron if our goal is to decrease infections themselves. And so I think it's a good thing that Pfizer is working on an Omicron-specific variant. I think what's going to come in the future potentially is what we do with the flu vaccine every year, right? Is create basically vaccines that put a few different variants together in terms of our approach to the vaccine, so that whatever's circulating that season is what we're protected against.
And I want to stay on the science here for a minute, Dr. Bhadelia, and ask you about this news from the FDA. It's halting the use of certain antibody treatments because they don't work against Omicron. So can you talk to us about the science behind that? And really, are there other innovative ways as we talk about the future when it comes to treating these COVID patients?
Yeah, Morgan, this is one of the challenges of Omicron. The laboratory data has shown that for a few of the antibodies, monoclonal antibodies, 2 in particular, Regeneron and Eli Lilly's candidates that we've been using against COVID-19, it really renders them not that useful. And so what FDA has said is while these companies are working on updating their cocktails of antibodies, right, to have them specifically target Omicron, that doctors should not use them because 99% of the cases right now in the United States are Omicron. And doctors, when you get diagnosed, we don't know if you have Omicron or Delta. And so to be safe, because its likelihood is that it is Omicron, to take those off the table. However, there are new treatments, Morgan, that are available and others that we've known about for a while that we have good evidence may work earlier in disease. So some of these are sotrovimab, an existing monoclonal antibody that still works. We also know there's oral antiviral pills from Merck and Pfizer, which, the availability of which will increase. And the last thing is remdesivir that we've been dealing with. We have now new data that if you can use it in the first 7 days after symptom onset, you can decrease chances of getting hospitalized by 90%. And so we're reaching for those tools now.
All right, Dr. Nahid Bhadelia, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
All eyes on Wall Street today after one of the biggest market comebacks in history. Right now, the Dow is down more than 400 points, as you see there. At one point yesterday, it was down more than 1,100 points, but it did end the day in the green, up nearly 100 points. Investors now bracing for a 2-day Federal Reserve meeting that begins today. NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris tracks the economy and the markets for us. She's joining us now. So, Allison, help us understand first exactly what happened yesterday and what the markets are looking like today.
Oh, my gosh, Aaron, yesterday was unbelievable. I mean, watching the markets yesterday was almost as much fun, or fun probably isn't the right word, but almost as exciting as the Chiefs-Bills game on Sunday night. I mean, the Dow dropping over 1,100 points. And just when that got everyone's attention, the Dow handed us its beer and said, watch this, and rallied back up 99 points. I mean, I've just never seen anything like that. We haven't seen the markets making these kinds of swings on the Dow, at least since March of 2020. And look at where we are today. We're down 481, right? This is a very volatile market. Investors concerned about and basically expecting Fed rate hikes on the way. And that is the main thing that is driving all the movements we've been seeing this entire month.
What a comparison, Allison. The drunk friend and the mechanical bull being compared to the Dow. Okay, I got it. Understood. We mentioned that this Fed meeting is going to happen starting today.
Yeah.
What do we expect to hear from the Fed, and how is that going to impact the economy?
So just to be very clear for people, less than no one thinks that the Fed is going to raise rates at this particular meeting. It starts today. It ends tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Now, what we are expecting at 2 o'clock tomorrow is a statement from the Fed and also to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell and for him to lay out sort of what this year will look like. What we're expecting, 4 rate hikes now. That's an increase. We thought maybe a month or so ago we might see 2 to 3. Now the expectation is that we could get 4 and that they'll start happening in March. The Fed's March meeting is in 8 weeks. So expect the first interest rate hike in about 8 weeks. And if the Fed does a 1/4 point for most of them, maybe even a 1/2 point for one, you could see interest rates going from 0 to a 1/4 point where they are right now to somewhere in the 1 to 1.5 range by the end of the year.
So I'm going to ask you to dumb this down for people like me, if you can, Allison.
You got it.
We do a lot of reporting about the volatility and the uncertainty in the markets. What's the impact for the average American, though, when it comes to, your 401k or even just paying for groceries?
So we got 2 things going on here, right? If you look at the volatility in the market, you don't have to be a major investor or a trader for this to be a problem for you. As you mentioned, Aaron, most of us have some sort of a retirement fund. Maybe you've even just gotten started on a 401k, but most people have some sort of future wealth that they're hoping to have that's tied up in stocks in the market. So you don't want to see these kinds of moves. It's never great. It's not comforting. Yesterday, as people were watching 1,100 points come off the Dow, I mean, you literally were watching dollars come out of your retirement account. But the good news is those are long-term investments, and you should recoup anything over time. So you just sit there and you wait. And as far as the grocery bills, what the Fed is doing is going to help that. The reason the Fed wants to raise interest rates is because they want to put a cap on these consumer prices that everyone is complaining about. So that should be a good thing. The short-term volatility, while nerve-wracking, should settle down. Hopefully the Fed will make its moves and we'll be okay.
All right, we'll be okay. All right, I like the way that sounds. Allison Morris. You can catch Allison on her newscast at 3 Eastern here on NBC News Now. Thanks, Allison.
You got it.
Speaking of which, the pandemic has crippled much of the economy, hitting the fast food industry especially hard. And while we're starting to see more value deals pop up once again, staggering inflation rates have made it so that you're not getting quite as good of a deal anymore. So for the first time in 20 years, Little Caesars is raising the price of its $5 hot and ready pizza, and Domino's will only offer its classic $7.99 deal online. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, as we have been reporting for months, this record inflation is hitting every aspect of American life. And with fast food chains and restaurants facing higher costs across the board, one thing you're likely seeing already is the deals are not quite as cheap as they once were. And they may even now come with a catch. Whether you're grabbing a bite to eat or supermarket shopping, everybody's shelling out more cash these days. And just as we're seeing value meals return to some fast food menus, rising food and labor costs are leading many chains to also hike prices. Little Caesars raising the price of its signature hot and ready pizza for the first time in 2 decades, from $5 to $5.55. At Popeyes, you'll now pay $1 more if you order the popular big box deal in person. And Domino's Pizza also looking to drive digital growth, announcing that its classic $7.99 deal will only be offered online, and you'll only get 8 wings instead of 10.
These cost increases are certainly tough to absorb. We are taking some pricing actions, this year relative to our national offers, and our franchisees at the local level have tools to adjust their menu prices and their delivery fees.
The ongoing supply chain crisis is also impacting menus. On Chick-fil-A's app, this warning to customers that some menu items may be unavailable or prepared differently. Inflation is also taking a toll on sit-down dining. Jelaine Upwin is the owner of Max Downtown in El Paso, Texas.
The prices have tripled. It's outrageous.
Even buying the basics is a challenge.
It's ridiculous that we can't go to Sam's and get ketchup because they're out of ketchup for weeks at a time. It took me 2 months to get straws. I couldn't get straws, individually packaged straws. I was like, what do you mean I can't get straws?
The cost of eating at home is soaring. Groceries, or the Food at Home Index, rose 6.5% in 2021. That's the largest year-over-year increase in 13 years. And many big food manufacturers, including General Mills and Campbell Soup, predict more price hikes later this month. Empty shelves and rising costs are leading to a growing demand for store brand items, less costly and sometimes more available.
Until we have the pandemic behind us and until we take the steps we need to make the supply chains resilient for the long term, we're going to continue to face issues any given month.
You know, we're talking about the higher costs of just items, but also millions of Americans have quit their jobs during the so-called Great Resignation. Companies are scrambling to offer higher wages in order to staff up, and that often means passing those costs down to you and me in the form of what we're paying, especially for restaurants where the margins are already very thin. They simply can't afford to eat the cost of higher wages, so you and I are going to pay for it. Back to you.
Tom Costello reporting there. It is day 2 of testimony in the federal trial of 3 former police officers who were on the scene and witnessed the murder of George Floyd. The men are charged with seeing Floyd in serious medical distress and failing to help. They've all pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now. Shaq, talk to us a little bit about some of the testimony that we've heard so far and whether any of these 3 officers might testify.
Well, we do expect the officer Thomas Lane to take the stand at some point during this trial, according to those opening statements, based on what the 2 pool reporters in the courtroom are reporting. But yesterday we heard those opening statements from the prosecution and the defense, giving us a preview of what we can expect in this trial. For the prosecution, they're arguing that it was the inaction of these officers that led to George Floyd's death and is what was criminal. You see, they say there, these 3 CPR-trained officers stood as Chauvin killed the man slowly in front of their eyes. They chose not to save Mr. Floyd. Later in the arguments or the opening, she said they watched as Mr. Floyd suffered a slow and agonizing death and didn't lift a finger. So that is the picture that the prosecution will be painting over the next couple of days.
Shaq, I would imagine that the Floyd family is watching this closely. Have we heard anything from his family about this trial?
They're watching it closely, and they're also inside the courtroom watching as this is happening. So, and I'll tell you, one of the things that we saw yesterday was the body camera video being played out, and that was something that the brother of George Floyd struggled to watch, putting his head down at certain times. I want you to listen to what Philonise Floyd told our reporters outside the courtroom yesterday.
My brother had the weight of 4 officers on him, and the fact that the world, you know, he was basically carrying the weight for the world when he had those officers on him because of systemic racism that plagued our nation for years.
To add to the difficulty as he's in that courtroom listening to the testimony, during those opening statements, the defense attorneys kind of put the finger at George Floyd, saying that his resistance, saying that his drug use made his death more likely and at least was a factor in his death. So this is something that you'll hear back and forth. You'll hear 2 different pictures being painted, one from the prosecution and the other from the defense attorneys.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us today. Shaq, thanks.
Police are calling it a crime of convenience.
Carjackings are up by double digits in some major cities, hitting everyone from delivery drivers to politicians. Coming up, how police are handling this surge in crime.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
People who use the New York City subway system on high alert after another person was pushed onto the train tracks this past weekend. The 62-year-old man survived, but is raising concerns about subway safety. New NYPD data showing subway assaults jumped 28% in 2021 compared to the year before. Sunday's incident came just weeks after 40-year-old Michelle Go was pushed to her death at the Times Square stop. City officials are now promising to take quick action. NYPD Chief of Transit Jason Wilcox said subway riders should expect to see more uniformed patrols all day and night.
And to be clear, it's not just subway attacks. Carjackings are on the rise in major U.S. cities. Criminals are now getting more bold and stealing cars in broad daylight. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with a closer look at the violent crime wave that's hitting the country. Gabe, what did you find?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, comprehensive national data on carjackings is not available from the FBI, but several large cities are reporting a significant rise during the pandemic.
Police call it a crime of opportunity. Carjackers attacking unsuspecting drivers, swiping their vehicle, and in some cases, more.
They're taking cars with all weapons, gunpoint, knives.
This shocking attack in New York City caught on NYPD body cam video. The suspect able to get away, speeding down a busy street, plowing into parked cars as police tried to stop him. In Washington, D.C., council candidate Nate Fleming was recently carjacked at a gas station. The suspect seen pulling up in a red SUV. One points a gun at Fleming, then brazenly gets into his car.
Guns were pointed in my face before I could blink an eye.
And in New Orleans, a family forced out of their car.
And just started screaming, there's kids.
Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many cities, up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and a staggering 85% in Philadelphia.
The rising numbers are beyond troubling.
Officials warning food delivery and rideshare drivers should be on particularly high alert. In Philadelphia, a man delivering food shot an armed teenager who demanded his keys, leaving the teen in critical condition. Police say many times young joyriders are responsible.
Our carjacking offenders are increasingly younger and younger. We're trying to encourage our young people to make better decisions.
Another example of rising violent crime, the recent shootings of police officers from Houston to D.C. In New York City, the new mayor, a retired police captain, is now promising more cops on streets and subways, including the reinstatement of plainclothes officer units to stem the flow of illegal firearms.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
Now in Philadelphia, police say one of the techniques that carjackers are using is what's known as the bump and run technique. Essentially, the criminals tap the vehicle, a moving vehicle, and then initiate that carjacking. Police say that the best advice is to be aware of your surroundings, especially in public places like gas stations, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you. Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema is facing some major backlash for helping Republicans keep the filibuster alive.
Still ahead, the stunning rebuke from her own party in Arizona and the new campaign to oust her from office.
Good
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, an update on the 4 Baltimore firefighters trapped in a building collapse on Monday. 3 of the firefighters died last night. 1 was pronounced dead at the scene, 2 at the hospital. A 4th is currently in critical but stable condition. They were responding to a 2-alarm fire early Monday morning when part of that building came down. Police are investigating a disturbing anti-Semitic incident in Miami. The police department there is saying they've identified a vehicle that they believe was involved in distributing anti-Semitic flyers in residential neighborhoods. The flyers are said to make claims about the Jewish backgrounds of many senior members of the Biden administration's COVID response team. And Taylor Swift is firing back at claims that she doesn't write her own songs. Swift called out the frontman of the band Blur on Twitter after he criticized her in an interview for working with co-writers. The pop star pointed out that she is credited with, as a writer on all of her studio albums. The Blur singer Damon Albarn apologized and said his remarks were taken out of context.
Arizona's senior senator is facing serious backlash from her own party. Kyrsten Sinema was censured by the state Democratic Party over her vote to block a rules change that effectively killed voting rights legislation. She's not up for re-election until 2024, but Sinema is already being targeted by political opponents. A new campaign was just launched by Voto Latino called Adios Sinema in an effort to unseat the moderate Democrat. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now live from Maricopa County, Arizona. Leanne, first off, what are voters there on the ground saying about Sinema right now?
Hey, Morgan. So Arizona has become a swing state in the last few elections, and it is very closely divided. And what's interesting about voters on the ground here is that it's the Republican voters who are giving the most support for Senator Sinema. I spoke with a couple voters yesterday. The first is an independent. The second is a Republican voter. And let's listen to what they had to say.
It's kind of interesting to figure out if she's really going to be on, if she's going to be right about her decision not to support that change.
I love the checks and balances in the United States, and I think she's done a great job. I did not vote for her, but I admire her and probably would vote for her in the next election.
And so with the voters here, of course, it's going to be a question if that Republican support that she has is maintained for another couple of years until she runs for re-election, and what Republican is going to run against her, Morgan.
And, you also got some inside access, Leanne, to some of this new polling about her. What does it show? And really, what are you hearing from elected officials about how they view her political future?
Yeah, we got our hands on some polling that hasn't yet been released yet by O Predictive, and it's polling that shows that her support among Democratic voters is kind of cratering. She has a favorability rating of 42% among Democratic voters. That's compared with 44% among Republican voters. And what's so interesting is her support among independents is just at 30%, which is much lower than I thought it would be. But as far as the base of the party is concerned, and some of these Democratic leaders, most of them are extremely frustrated with the senator, including the head of the Arizona Democratic Party, who I spoke to. Let's listen to what she said and her frustration, followed by a member of the Democratic legislature, or the legislature here in Arizona. There is a little bit of support from her for her. Let's listen to them, and we'll talk on the other side. Will you help to reelect her in 2024?
We'll see if she's on the ballot.
If she's on the ballot, you will, or we'll see if she's even on the ballot.
Well, I don't know. The question in front of us is what she decides to do now.
I think that the majority of Democrats in this case are going to look at what's that 99% that she's done for our party, for our platform, but most importantly for Arizona. And that 1%, push it aside.
So that Representative Cesar Chavez, he is a minority of people that I spoke to among Democrats here in this state. But the question is there going to be a Democrat who's going to primary her? Because that's going to be where she has the most difficulty. And there's already a campaign afoot to try to recruit someone to do that, Morgan.
And just very quickly, Leanne, you know, Arizona's other Democratic Senator Mark Kelly is up for re-election this year. Is this controversy surrounding Sinema having an impact on his efforts to stay in office?
Yeah, Senator Kelly is walking a very difficult balance here. He hasn't spoken out about Sinema. He had a different position on the filibuster last week. He voted to undo the filibuster in order to support voting rights. And that's evident among his support in the Democratic Party, that they are supportive of him. That polling suggests that 74% of Democrats support Senator Kelly right now. That's much different than just the 42% of Democrats that support Senator Sinema right now. And so Senator Kelly is hoping that Senator Sinema is not a distraction, but hopefully helps to propel him into victory. He's going to have a tough re-election in this swing state, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there in Arizona. Leanne, thank you.
A potential setback for former President Donald Trump. A Georgia judge has given the green light for a local prosecutor to create a special grand jury to investigate possible 2020 election interference by Trump and others. Now, the scope of that probe includes a controversial phone call between Trump and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just days before the Capitol riot. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, what can we expect from this investigation, especially now that this prosecutor has the subpoena power?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Well, as you said, her criminal investigation has always been centered on that January 2nd phone call that President Trump placed to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, in which he urged that Republican to find the 11,780 votes that would overcome Joe Biden's win in Georgia. And the prosecutor has said she's looking at potential violations of Georgia law that include solicitation to commit election fraud, intentional interference with the performance of election duties, and conspiracy and racketeering. And she has said that a special grand jury was necessary because a significant number of witnesses have refused to cooperate without a subpoena requiring their testimony. And that includes Raffensperger, who presumably would be the star witness. Now, special grand juries in Georgia, it's important to understand, can't issue indictments. They can subpoena witnesses, obviously, and compel the production of documents. And unlike regular grand juries, they can be seated for longer than 2 months and are focused on a single topic. And at the end of their term, they would file a report of their findings and sometimes recommend a course of action. And then the prosecutor would have to take any potential criminal charges to another grand jury. So some legal experts think this could delay the case, but others think it would be a benefit for such a complex investigation, Aaron.
And Ken, we know this is not the only ongoing investigation involving the former president right now. Can you put in context for us how this particular one could impact him?
A lot of legal experts think that this investigation poses the gravest criminal jeopardy for Donald Trump. It's the only known investigation into his activities to try to overturn the election. And, there were calls for his impeachment as a result of this phone call that sort of got lost because January 6th happened and the insurrection happened. But this investigation has been chugging along. The phone call and the transcript is out there for all to see. And a lot of experts believe there are potential crimes here and that Donald Trump could be in big trouble. We've heard that before a lot, so we'll just have to see how this transpires. But this grand jury seems to be a significant step, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in Washington today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
President Biden's allies in Puerto Rico are sounding the alarm. They say his judicial nominees are creating a rift between the White House and the island's governor. This all comes after Biden rejected the governor's recommendations for 3 federal court vacancies. NBC News reporter Mark Caputo has been following this story for us. And Mark, I have to ask, what is driving the backlash here? I mean, why is all of this happening now?
Well, let's start off. We don't fully know all of the people that Governor Pierluisi from Puerto Rico has recommended. Now, we do know that in one case, one of his recommended picks, it was a bipartisan consensus pick. He's a Democrat, the island's non-voting member of Congress, Jennifer Gonzalez. She is a Republican, and a Florida representative, a Congressman, Darren Soto, who's a Democrat as well, the first Puerto Rican or person of Puerto Rican descent elected to Congress from Florida. They all recommended one candidate, a woman named Veronica Ferraioli, and they got word back that she's not going to be vetted. She hasn't been vetted, and she won't be vetted. Now, there are other picks in the hopper. We don't quite know who they are. So that was already viewed by the governor, according to some of his advisors who spoke with us, and some of the people who are his allies, as kind of a slap in the face of the governor. In addition, one of the other picks that apparently has been vetted so far is a pro-Puerto Rico independence supporter. And on the island, where status, the issue of independence for statehood versus the territorial commonwealth is the main frame of politics, that's kind of a third rail. The governor, the resident commissioner, and many of the stateside Puerto Rican population are pro-statehood, according to polling or their membership in the party. And the idea that the Biden White House might go ahead with a pro-independence candidate when Biden in the past had actually voiced support for statehood and said he would voice more support for Puerto Rican statehood if Puerto Ricans voted for it, which they did in November as well as other times, is kind of offensive to them. So they're saying they're not getting very clear answers out of the White House as to what happened. The White House is saying, look, the process isn't over, let it play out, and there are a number of picks we're vetting, and we'll get back to you. But in the meantime, it kind of points to a broader problem that Joe Biden has had with various Latino communities since he began his presidential campaign in 2019. He just had these repeated stumbles, whether he was in Florida, in California, or in places in between. It wasn't just with the Puerto Rican population, Cuban Americans, Mexican Americans in Texas. They all started to break more heavily Republican in the 2020 election cycle. And another number of Democrats are wondering, well, what exactly is the Biden White House doing to kind of improve its standing among Latino voters? And they don't think he's doing a very good job here when it comes to Puerto Rican supporters who were key in voting for him in 2020.
All right, NBC's Mark Caputo for us there. Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
Much more to come. Another bump in the road for Peloton.
That's right. Coming up next, the new PR nightmare for the company after yet another TV character has an on-screen heart attack. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. the Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In Connecticut, a young woman has been found dead after going out with a man she met on a dating app.
And after the man called police the next morning, investigators quickly ruled her death accidental due to drugs. Now her family is suing the police department for, quote, racially insensitive handling of her sudden passing and is demanding answers. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Asemwa joins us now with a closer look at the case. Zincle, tell us, what did you find?
Thanks, Morgan. Yes, the death of Lauren Smith Fields, a 23-year-old black woman, has sparked protest, caught the attention of TikTokers, and now her family is preparing to sue their city and the police department.
Tonight, new developments in the death of a 23-year-old black woman who died after a dating app meetup, after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smith Fields' 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smith Fields was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smith Fields' sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know, and we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing.
The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Tonight, her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smith Fields became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smith Fields snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril.
The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smithfield's door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, the family found their own evidence, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active, and the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith Fields.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
Zincle, you mentioned there in the report that these two people connected on the dating app Bumble. Is the company saying anything about this?
Yeah, so to start, it's important to note that I reached out to the family lawyer in response to the medical examiner's release of the information declaring her death an accident. And while we have not heard back, the family is awaiting the results of an independent autopsy that they are paying for. When I reached out to Bumble, the dating app where, as you state, Aaron, they did allegedly meet, Bumble tells us in a statement that they've been in touch with law enforcement, but, quote, have not received a request for any information and that they always cooperate regarding investigations. So clearly there's a lot to still follow here.
All right, Zincle Asemwa, thank you so much, Zincle. We appreciate that. That's certainly important reporting.
The pressure is back on for Peloton after another TV series used the company's popular spin bike to cause a heart attack. The popular fitness company facing a fresh set of PR problems just months after we saw the same storyline on the Sex and the City reboot, and it sent stocks plummeting. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is in Los Angeles now with the fresh fallout.
Hey there, Peloton is once again facing an uphill climb after a string of setbacks, including yet another fictional health emergency involving a main character of a major streaming series, Showtime's Billions. Spoiler alert, if you're a fan of that show and haven't seen the premiere, you may want to look away.
The brand touted as a portal for fitness experiences, quickly becoming a portal for Hollywood plotlines. During the season premiere of Showtime's Billions, the character Michael Wagner, or Wags, suffers a heart attack while riding a Peloton bike.
You're having a heart attack, we're here to just get you.
I'm doing a Peloton class with Tunde.
If this storyline sounds strangely familiar, that's because it is. During the premiere of the Sex and the City reboot, and just like that, Mr. Big's character dies of a heart attack following a rigorous Peloton workout. John! Lucky for Wags, the paramedics arrive before he even knows what's happening.
Let's get you down to an ambulance before it's too late.
And Wags lives to see another day. The series even offering up a nod to Mr. Big's demise.
It's a small heart attack. Mild as baby belt cheese. Stents are in. I'm not going out like Mr. Big.
Show sources tell NBC News that the voiceover was added after the scene was filmed, having been written and shot last spring. The similarity between the two, a complete coincidence. Peloton once again separating fact from fiction, releasing a statement saying it did not agree for the brand to be used during the episode, noting cardiovascular exercise helps people lead long, happy lives. One of many bumps on the road for the newly beleaguered brand. On Monday, a major shareholder penned a letter to the Peloton board of directors, demanding it fire its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, citing repeated failures to effectively lead, also calling for the company to be sold, accusing Peloton of not capitalizing on its success during the pandemic. Late last week, the company's share price plummeted 24%, triggered by leaked internal documents pointing to a company in peril, which Peloton says were taken out of context. This following a string of mishaps, including the safety recall of the Tread Plus and amid reports of sagging sales as Americans return to the gym. While experts believe Peloton can recover from becoming the unwitting star of small screen storylines, this morning there are new questions about the future of a brand once celebrated as a pandemic success story, now struggling to pedal through.
NBC News reached out for comment from Peloton on all the latest developments, but we have not heard back. It is worth noting that since that letter was published, the Peloton share price has rebounded, some wondering if a leadership change and sale of the company are imminent. Back to you.
Millions of Americans suffer from stomach problems, but not everyone knows exactly what causes them. The answer may be found in food sensitivity tests. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen takes a closer look at these popular tests.
Hey there, they are popular and easy to get. No prescription, no doctor's visit required. Just go online and place an order. Send back a sample of your hair or blood within days. You get a list of foods the tests say you may not tolerate well. So how do they work and what should you make of the results? I gave them a try and talked to the experts. Here's what to know before you buy.
Are you tired of experiencing an upset stomach?
There's taking control of your health.
The commercials are everywhere.
Live your best life.
Those ads prompted best friends Sonia Michaud and Erica Hilla to give these at-home tests a try.
You see all these advertisements, and I was like, I want to try to figure out what's triggering this acid reflux.
Stomach issues for a long time.
With a prick of the finger or a hair sample, at-home food sensitivity or intolerance tests say they can help you get to the root of what's causing everything, from bloating to headaches to joint pain. Sonia and Erica tried the same test with surprising results.
My highest sensitivity was to egg whites. I ate egg whites pretty much every day.
I grew up on a farm drinking milk, so I couldn't believe that cow's milk was on there.
So how do these tests work? We ordered 3 tests online and received our kits in a few days. First, Everlywell. It cost us $194 and requires a blood sample.
Fill out the collection card and then provide enough blood. This is so not for the faint of heart. Oh!
Well, fast forward through the gory details, but it took about 20 minutes to get enough blood from my finger onto the card.
So I gave the blood. Now we're gonna give the hair.
This test by 5 Strands Affordable Testing runs $72 and didn't have many instructions.
So I actually need to pull hair from the back of my neck. Okay, got one. 14 more to go.
I was able to use scissors for the next test from UCarry, which cost $69.99. I packed up the samples for all 3 tests in pre-addressed mailers and sent them back to the companies. Within 2 weeks, I got the results. 5 strands listed more than 75 foods as severe intolerances, things like almond milk, provolone cheese, lime, and quinoa. Everlywell's test said I had a high reactivity to dairy milk. And UCarry's test identified 10 severe intolerances to foods including rice milk, chives, and dry roasted peanuts. Stacey Cavanero is a registered dietitian specializing in gastroenterology at the Cleveland Clinic.
What's your reaction to seeing all of these different results?
So I did think it was interesting that all 3 had very different things.
Cavanero says blood tests like Everlywell's work by measuring IgG antibody reactivity to foods. The hair tests use bioresonance. Used in alternative medicine, it measures frequencies in the hair, which are then compared to the frequencies emitted from foods. She says neither method is backed by enough scientific evidence. The American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology has recommended against using these tests.
Do you see any value in any of these tests?
Not really, no. I don't, because the science behind it has not been proven to be accurate. Oftentimes when a patient is asking me about this, I personally say, I wish that these worked because it would make my job a lot easier.
Cavanero says the only reliable way to determine a true food intolerance is an elimination diet, but that can take a long time and should be monitored by a medical expert. In a statement to NBC News, 5 Strands and Everlywell said these tests should not be compared since they use different techniques and varying results would be expected. 5 Strands said other variables, including when samples were analyzed, could also affect results, and added that bioresonance is not taught in medical schools, so doctors and experts may be unaware of the scientific evidence behind it. Everlywell said antibody testing is a well-established methodology used for a wide range of clinical testing, and added results are meant to be shared with a doctor as a guide for an elimination diet. The 2 Florida best friends had 2 different experiences. Sonia stopped eating eggs.
The bloating was gone, the discomfort was gone.
Erica didn't eliminate anything from her list, but made lifestyle changes that helped her reflux.
If you're curious and have $150 to burn, you know, it's kind of a fun little experiment.
A spokesperson for UCarry told us they had no comment. Medical experts say just make sure you talk with a doctor or a registered dietitian before making any major changes to your diet. My results were so different and in some cases contradictory. For example, one test said I was highly sensitive to cow's milk. Another didn't note it at all. So I didn't make any changes. Guys, back to you.
Coming up, NFL superstar Tom Brady's future is up in the air.
Yeah, after the break, his candid conversation and response when asked if he will tackle a 23rd NFL season.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Well, one day after that crushing loss dashed the dreams of another Tampa Bay Super Bowl, we are no closer to finding out whether star quarterback Tom Brady is going to suit up again.
Well, speculation is swirling about whether the winningest player in NFL history will retire. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Tom Brady answered questions on the red-hot topic of his future on his weekly podcast and said, "I'll know when I know." But for the first time since Sunday's crushing loss, the quarterback acknowledging that his family and his children might be the driving factor in this decision. After engineering yet another miracle fourth-quarter comeback.
Brady going deep down the right sideline for Evans. He makes the catch. He's in for the score.
That came up just short for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
30 yards to win the game. Matt Gape boots it through.
Tom Brady faced questions on his Sirius podcast about a possible return to the field next season. And for now, he's punting.
There's no really rush for me to figure out what's next. I'll know when I know.
Overnight, the NFL's biggest star discussing his future following a gut-wrenching postseason defeat.
The team doesn't deserve anything less than my best. And if I feel like I'm not committed to that or I can't play at a championship level, then you got to give someone else a chance to play.
At 44 years old, Brady is coming off yet another MVP-level year. But after saying for months he'd return next season, his non-committal audible generating league-wide buzz.
The fact that he answered it the way he did gives credence to the possibility that he won't come back. And I think there is at least the possibility, we don't know this, but the possibility he's decided he's gotten as far as he can with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
After 22 seasons and 7 Super Bowl titles, Brady says his wife, supermodel Gisele Bündchen, and 3 kids come first.
My wife is my biggest supporter. It pains her to see me get hit out there. And, she deserves what she needs from me as a husband, and my kids deserve what they need from me as a dad.
So while the social media savvy Brady might joke about playing until 50.
Florida, it's kind of a retiree state, so I feel like I can play and then just glide into retirement. I think I can. I think it's a yes.
He emphasizes in real life, his priorities have changed.
It's been 6 straight months of football every day, consumed by, day in and day out football. And I think now it's just some time to spend some time with my family and spend some time with, my kids.
Brady also went on to say it's not what I want, but what we want as a family. He has 1 year left on his contract. The Bucs coach, Bruce Arians, says that there's no timetable on a decision. He's just hoping to get number 12 back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, curbing the spread. The White House now distributing hundreds of millions of N95 masks. We'll tell you about the race to get them to the people who need them most and the new COVID treatment that's proving difficult to get.
At the ready, the White House says a Russian invasion of Ukraine could happen at any moment. The last-ditch efforts to keep that crisis from growing as thousands of U.S. troops prepare for deployment overseas.
And the new normal? One day after Wall Street's wild ride, investigators are asking, should we expect even more volatility? Coming up, why some of those experts are saying, get ready for a roller coaster.
And rise of the machines. Artificial intelligence is not only shaping our world, it's shaping our behaviors, too. The growing concern over how technology is changing us without us even knowing. We have a whole block of the machines taking over coming up.
That's right.
Later.
Prepare yourselves.
Stick around for that. Good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the COVID pandemic and new battle lines that are being drawn over mask mandates. Here in New York, overnight, a judge declared the governor's indoor mask mandate unconstitutional. The heart of the issue may be about protocol. The judge says the mandate needs to be approved by the state legislature to have full legal standing.
Now, this comes as new questions are being raised about how to treat the Omicron variant. The FDA says it is revoking emergency authorization for antibody treatments developed by drug makers Eli Lilly and Regeneron because they are not effective against Omicron.
Let's go ahead and start our COVID coverage with MSNBC national correspondent Chris Jansing. She's at a testing site here in New York City where cases are on the decline. Okay, Chris, so we just talked about the New York judge's ruling on masks. Can you break down what that means for residents here in New York? I mean, this was the epicenter for Omicron just a few weeks ago. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, and it's caused some confusion already. The judge saying that this was unlawful, even though he said the actions by Governor Kathy Hochul were well-intentioned. Look, this all happened in the fall. Governor Hochul looked at the numbers going up and decided to put in place this mask mandate, and it had been going on. But as you said, the question is, for the law, should that have been put in place by the legislature? So almost immediately we saw a reaction from the state. Kathy Hochul said, no way, we're going to fight this. And we saw from New York Attorney General Letitia James, we are appealing last night's decision, and we will continue to do everything in our power to protect New Yorkers from COVID-19. But by this morning, already some schools, for example, on Long Island, had said, look, no more mask mandates in the classroom, to which the education department here responded, no, this is going to stay in place until we see where this goes. And we know that New York isn't the only place, of course, Morgan, where this is happening. In Virginia, we saw the governor there signing, essentially repealing the mask mandate there. Already some school districts have sued him. They want those mask mandates to remain in place.
And Chris, I mean, just as the mask mandate in New York, as you mentioned, gets struck down, you know, the federal government is starting to distribute these free N95 masks. So the big question is, where can people find them?
Yeah, that's a big question, right? And the answer is they're already being shipped, 400 million of them from the federal government. That's more than half the stockpile. And they're going to many pharmacies, many community centers all around the country. We can show you a list of some of the places that already got them. In the Midwest, a couple of big chains, Meijer and Hy-Vee, have already seen them. Later this week and into next week, you're going to see them in places like Winn-Dixie, Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart. It's part of the government's fight against the Omicron variant. Here's one of the things we learned. These masks that we all got so familiar with, these surgical masks, and of course in the beginning we had all these cloth masks, they just weren't effective against Omicron. Here's what Dr. Anthony Fauci had to say about this mass distribution just a short time ago on MSNBC.
The N95s are the most effective mask. They'll start off with 3. Right now, where there are going to be many, many more masks that are going to be produced, and that will make it much more of a regular availability of it.
Yeah, regular availability is a big thing. I can tell you, Morgan, that at the beginning of Omicron, I tried to get some of those masks. They just weren't available. I was able to get some of these KN95s, which are also considered far more effective against Omicron. The problem is they're not that easy to get. It took me a while, and they're not cheap, $1 to $2. So again, you get those 3 masks for free. And some people have been criticizing it, saying, look, it's too little too late in places like New York, where, as you said, the numbers are coming down. There are plenty of places in the country where they are not. But there's also this question about, could there be another variant? So production of those N95 masks have really been stepped up, and they expect that the availability will continue to grow. Morgan?
Chris Jansing here in the heart of NYC. Chris, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now. She's following the rollout of COVID treatment pills and the lengths that some people are going to find these drugs. Ellison, first off, I know that there are 2 different medicines we're talking about here. Can you explain the difference between them and why it's been so difficult for people to get them?
Yeah, so 2 different COVID pills for outpatient treatment. One of them, Paxlovid, that is produced by Pfizer. The minimum age weight in order to get a prescription for this pill is 12 years old and at least 88 pounds. It needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. There is a long list of drug interactions that potentially kind of limits or at least narrows the group of people who might be eligible for this. Some of the things that if you're taking medication for arthritis, for example, or some anti-cancer drugs, that's something that you might not be eligible for this particular pill because of those other medications that you're on. The treatment here is 3 pills taken 2 times a day for 5 days. The other COVID pill, the second one, molnupiravir, it is produced by Merck. The minimum age to take that is 18 years old. It needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. It is not recommended during pregnancy. That treatment is 4 pills taken 2 times a day for 5 days. So speaking with doctors about this, they tell us that they feel like these pills are effective and that they are a valuable tool in the fight against COVID. But they also tell us right now the demand is not quite meeting the supply, or the supply rather is not quite meeting the demand. They have a lot more people who want to get these, and they're still at this point very difficult, oftentimes, to find. That being said, those doctors also tell us they feel optimistic about this, that production takes a while. And when you think of where things were a year and a half ago, outpatient options for COVID patients, they really didn't exist. Listen.
I think the government is trying to ensure that there's enough supply, but I think these drugs are not easy to produce. It's going to take some time.
Hopefully, we're going to get to the tail end of this, but we have different therapeutic option choices now. So I think that's just, it's wonderful for the world to have this many options and how fast they've actually come.
So Merck and Pfizer, the companies who are manufacturing these 2 COVID pills, they tell us that because they are operating under an EUA, an emergency use authorization, that they deliver the product in shipments to the U.S. government, but then the U.S. government is responsible for shipping it to states, deciding how it's divvied up between states, the pharmacies that it goes to, and also sharing information with the public about where to find it. Aaron?
Yeah, Ellison, you talked to some people who are struggling to find these drugs. What have their experiences been like?
Frustrating, disheartening. We've spoken to people who live in California, some who live in Texas, some who live in North Carolina, who have talked to us about trying to find these pills for either themselves or a loved one, and then just really struggling to even find a pharmacy who has them in stock. They say that they've run into situations where they've talked to a doctor or a pharmacist, people who they think would have more information than they do, but then sometimes those people are telling them they don't know where these drugs are, or that they haven't even heard of them. We spoke to one family, a mother and a son. The mom is triple vaxxed. She's immunocompromised, and she contracted COVID-19 a couple of weeks ago. Because she is immunocompromised, her son encouraged her to ask her doctor about these COVID pills. When she asked him about those, he said, if you can find them in a pharmacy somewhere, I'll write you a prescription, but you need to find them. She was too sick to really take that on herself, so her son stepped in, and he spent hours calling pharmacies. Listen.
And then I ended up calling 12 pharmacies and getting all different kinds of answers about whether or not the pill was available, whether or not they could tell me if they had it. Many had not heard of it at all, or are unfamiliar with any antiviral. For it to be as effective as it can be, it needs to be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and those days were running out, waiting on clearance and prescription and information.
And look, Brett, who you just heard from there, he's in a position where he says he's privileged. He knows how to dig on this sort of thing. He had the time to take all of these steps to try and help his mom out, but not everyone is as tech savvy as he is. Not everyone is as in the know as he is. I want to show you quickly a website that could help some people trying to figure out where they might be able to get these prescriptions. This is a web page, a locator for COVID-19 therapeutics that was created by the Department of Health. The troubling thing is that it is really challenging to find this website. It's a really good website once you get to it, but the website itself was so long that we couldn't even put it up on the screen. We have posted it. I have posted it on social media so people can click to access it. But you would think at this point in the pandemic, right, that we would have some better steps in place for people to find the things that they need quickly. This is an issue we're hearing from a lot of people that they say it is really, really difficult to find anywhere where they can find something that just makes sense to figure out where they may be able to get this medication. Aaron.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
We're closely following the crisis at the Russian-Ukrainian border. Tensions have now reached a critical level. In fact, 8,500 American troops are now on, quote, heightened alert. They could be deployed if called upon by NATO allies. But the Pentagon stresses that no deployment orders have yet been given. We're also seeing this new video out of Russia. If you look at your screen here, this is a training exercise from Friday. We're told that soldiers were drilled on responding to a surprise attack. That exercise happened more than 1,500 miles away from the border. And that's where all eyes are focused right now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kiev, but let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, who's in D.C. Courtney, more American support is now arriving in Ukraine's capital, but do we know specifically what that support looks like? What is it?
So while the administration has not specifically given us a list of what's in there, we actually did some reporting on this back in December on this $200 million package. And it's actually pretty consistent with the kinds of both lethal and non-lethal aid that the U.S. has been providing to Ukraine over the past year or so. This includes a package that the Biden administration approved in the fall of 2021 that they finished sending in later in 2021. So that is things like some medical aid, ammunition and small arms. And then one of the big things is javelins. These are anti-tank missiles. So what we hear a lot about is the U.S. providing defensive weapons and defensive capabilities to Ukraine. And that may not make sense to our viewers who say, well, an anti-tank missile, that doesn't sound very defensive. But in this case, the U.S. is specifically providing things that the Ukrainians can use if they are under attack. So if, in fact, the Russian military moves across the border, they can use these anti-tank missiles, these javelins, to defend their territory. It's also one of the reasons that this gets a lot of attention, Morgan, is because the Russian military is known to use tracked vehicles like tanks. So this is something that could be a very real capability that Ukraine could use if, in fact, Russia does invade, Morgan.
Matt, I want to bring you in here. You are there in Kiev, in Ukraine. What are Ukrainians there saying about this decision from the United States to help?
Well, there's been a lot of opinions. I mean, we've been talking with military analysts and some, people who are in politics, and they're very disappointed. As Courtney mentioned, and she did a lot of reporting on this last month. This was a delayed move, and actually this was sitting on Biden's desk for a while, so that was not a good sign. And a lot of Ukrainians thought that kind of signaled a lack of resolve, a lack of interest in helping. And of course, there is a lack of resolve and a lack of interest because the American government and the Biden administration isn't too keen on seeing U.S. weapons used in a live fight against the Russians. That makes sense. That would look diplomatically very hard, and it would bring the whole situation from a little closer from a Cold War to a hot war. They're also saying that these weapons are great. They're high tech. They're very expensive gifts that the U.S. is giving them, but they are made almost entirely to help fight a ground invasion. They're not the air and naval assets that they really need because Russia has such a capability on the sea and in the air that they can obliterate the Ukrainian army, especially in the opening hours and days of this fight, without even crossing the berm into Ukraine. They can do it remotely with surface, with air-to-surface attacks, or with just surface-to-surface attacks from over the border in Russia without ever crossing. So, a lot of the Ukrainian military could be destroyed before a Russian troop ever sets foot on Ukrainian territory.
And Matt, just briefly before we let you both go here, we know the diplomatic talks, as Courtney mentioned, are set to be held tomorrow in Paris. But we also understand the U.S. is not taking part in those talks. Do we yet know why?
Well, we know that, this is the quartet. Excuse me, not the quartet. This is the Normandy format, or the Normandy Four. And that's just France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine. It doesn't include the United States. It doesn't include Britain or the European Union, other countries that are major stakeholders. This all started back in 2014 when that whole crisis with Crimea first started getting going. And these were countries, and the reason why it's called Normandy, these were countries that were meeting as part of a commemoration of the Normandy invasion back during World War II. Ukraine would like for the United States to be involved. President Zelensky has been lobbying for the U.S. to be included in these talks. And so far, it really just goes to show having these talks, having the United States not involved when the United States does other negotiations, there's so many tracks along this diplomatic negotiation effort that it really is kind of confusing. And a lot of people say we need to streamline it. But how do you get so many people onto the same table to discuss what really is one war with only one front? So that's why this is such an issue. And the United States hasn't been involved, not because it was excluded, but just because it wasn't. And, the Ukrainians would like to see them invited. But whether they do more harm than good, it's hard to know.
Especially too early to tell. Courtney Kuby, Matt Bradley for us there. Thank you both so much.
Lawmakers in Congress want to know how the Biden administration is approaching this crisis. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. And Sahil, I'm curious, what information is Congress looking to get from the White House that we don't already know?
Well, Aaron, we know that there are 2 classified briefings expected to happen today in Congress for leadership aides and relevant staff of committees. Again, this is a staff-level briefing. The House and the Senate are both on recess this week. But we can also report that Speaker Pelosi and Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, have requested full member briefings for when the chambers return. So we can expect a lot of member interest in this. The questions, I think, will range broadly from the situation in Ukraine. They want to know what the reality is on the ground there amid growing fears of a Russian incursion, as well as the U.S. response to it. What is the administration doing? And potentially, in the cases of, for some members, what Congress might be able to do to give the president more authority to potentially be involved in that if the administration were to choose to.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us tracking movements on the Capitol Hill. Sahil, thanks.
Let's switch gears and talk about the stock market because that wild ride is not over just yet. The Dow kicked off this morning, dropping more than 300 points, and this all comes after a stunning market rebound on Monday. The Dow rallied late in the day after a more than 1,100-point loss, and investigators are weighing inflation, interest rate hikes, and rising geopolitical tensions. So, CNBC reporter Christina Parts-Nevelos joins us now to break it all down. Christina, we know that, investors are really focusing on this Fed meeting that's beginning today. Can you talk to us a little bit about why that meeting is so important?
Yeah, why should we care? Well, our central bank, the Federal Reserve, pretty much has 2 jobs. Make sure America's working and keep inflation in check. We know Omicron has hurt the labor market, and inflation's currently running at a pace, or I guess the highest monthly pace in nearly 40 years. So investors, of course, are worried that the Federal Reserve isn't going to be as accommodative going forward. And so that means on Wednesday, when they actually speak to the public, we can expect details about how the central bank plans to take away that hand in terms of higher interest rate hikes, which would make debt more expensive for banks, for you and I, like credit card debt, mortgage debt, et cetera. And the central bank is expected to reduce its asset purchasing program, which really means buying less bonds, or what Wall Street calls tapering. And so that's a way to cool off the economy. And so the expectation right now from a lot of economists is that the Fed will raise interest rates 4 times this year.
All right, CNBC's Christina Parts-Nevelos for us there. Christina, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
Now, this market chaos comes just as mortgage rates have hit their highest levels in 2 years. Nearly, it has some home buyers rushing to put in offers over fears they'll soon be priced out. And CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick has that part of our story. Hi, Diana.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, it certainly is an early start to the spring housing market, which traditionally doesn't kick off until after President's Day weekend. But for some home buyers, now may be their only opportunity.
There were already 3 offers on this 3-bedroom home in Waldorf, Maryland before the first open house on Sunday. Not exactly what the Robinson family wanted to hear.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so what do we do?
Stuck between high prices and fast rising mortgage rates.
We thought that because of the winter months that it would slack up a little bit, prices would start to come back down to normal, but that's just, it's not happening. And it's anguish, it's pain, it's agony.
It's nice. And it's precisely why buyers are coming out in the cold, hoping to get a jump on the spring market.
We don't want to wait because probably more than likely when it does get warmer and more houses come on the market and the rates are up higher, it's just going to be a kind of like a worse situation, or like a perfect storm for everything to just really go up.
This home is priced at $375,000, right around the national median. But rising rates mean the monthly payment is about $200 more than it would have been a year ago, $100 more than just 3 weeks ago. Loan officer Duke Walker says that's why his phone is now ringing off the hook.
100%. Everybody's concerned that they're gonna 2020 is gonna repeat itself from a market standpoint, and that competition's gonna make it so that especially the first-time home buyers don't have a leg up. They're not gonna be able to compete.
Mortgage applications to buy a home jumped 8% in the last weekly report from the Mortgage Bankers Association, and another report from the Realtors showed price gains are heating up again after cooling a bit in the fall.
It feels like we're going to see a lot of similar bidding wars. If you're ready to buy now, you should buy now because between rates, prices aren't getting lower.
Now, the overwhelming problem in the market today, even worse than rising mortgage rates, is low supply. We expected it to improve over the holidays when houses generally sit on the market longer, but it just got worse. Demand is just that strong. Aaron?
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick for us today. Diana, thank you.
Artificial intelligence is one of the biggest trends in the tech world. Silicon Valley giants are creating ways in which AI can make more decisions for us, from recommending music and clothes to mediating divorce proceedings and even forecasting crime. But some argue that AI is actually hurting our ability to make our own decisions. NBC's Jake Ward takes a closer look at this issue in his new book, The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jake Ward joins us now live from San Francisco. Jake, this is so interesting. And I mean, to some of us, artificial intelligence sort of still sounds like a foreign concept. But can you give us some examples of how it's actually being used in our day-to-day lives right now? I mean, in ways that we may not even realize.
Well, Morgan, right, you and I have experienced, of course, the ways in which pattern recognition algorithms are basically predicting what we'll do next and like next when it comes to things like Netflix or social media or YouTube or anything else that comes at us. But it's also working its way into our lives in all sorts of other ways. You mentioned this divorce proceedings negotiator. There's basically a company called Co-Parenter that, in fact, mediates between warring parents. Will read your text messages, and because AI can pick out patterns in it, spot when you're about to get yourself in trouble by, let's say, writing a bad word to your ex. These sorts of things are beginning to encroach on our lives in all sorts of ways, and it's going to affect who gets a job, who gets a loan, who gets bail. That's what this book is about, Morgan.
And Jake, I mean, you know, companies are investing, as we've mentioned, a ton of money into expanding the use of AI, but this could lead to some jobs being lost, right? I mean, can you explain some of the economic impacts of all this?
Well, certainly we are seeing that companies are adopting this so rapidly because it is a time and money-saving thing. You can, for instance, fill, let's say, an empty position using an AI pattern recognition system and a single recruiter, whereas years ago you would need 10 or 15 recruiters to go out in the world and actually find your candidates, right? So we're certainly seeing that. But what I'm also worried about in this book is the possibility that when, let's say, an uncommon job candidate, somebody with all the personal aspects you would want in that job, but maybe somebody who does not check the boxes that a pattern recognition algorithm is looking for. In that case, that single recruiter who's expected to find the candidate in a single day, whereas once upon a time 15 people might be given, let's say, a month to fill a job. Well, what are we going to do in that world, and how will people who don't fit the pattern get the job that they deserve?
All right, NBC's Jacob Ward for us. Jake, thank you so much.
And there are some business leaders who are going all in on AI. Elite World Group CEO Julia Hart is actually digitizing celebrities. She's making lifelike avatars of the world's best-known models, performers, and influencers, and launching them into the metaverse. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now with an inside look at this. A little bit scary, Savannah.
Yeah, it is. And if you're listening and that was a little bit over your head, don't worry, because I'm right there with you. And while I can't explain the ins and outs of all of that quite yet, one thing we do know is that it is coming and businesses are starting to take notice.
This might look like something out of the future. Well, guess what? That future is now.
The metaverse is here to stay.
That's right, the metaverse. Basically a new virtual world. Think video games and augmented reality, but with more intersection and overlap. Julia Hart is leading the charge.
When I took over Elite World Group, the only reason I took over is because I started avatars, the metaverse, all of this, digitalizing the company, transforming ourselves into a media conglomerate the day I took over. I saw this coming, and I planned for it.
You might recognize the CEO of Elite World Group from the hit Netflix show, My Unorthodox Life. After leaving her Orthodox Jewish community, Hart's become one of the most influential people in fashion and celebrity management. Management that now includes avatars of those celebrities.
Our avatars are what we call very hyper-realistic avatars. These are not cartoon characters, they are computer-generated images of the person.
Take Jasmine Sanders, for instance, a model and influencer with nearly 5 million followers and now a nearly identical avatar. Hart says having this digital clone can transform the lives of her clients by essentially allowing them to be everywhere at once and the lives of their fans around the globe, hoping for a piece of them.
Your avatar doesn't get old, it doesn't get sick, it doesn't need to travel, it doesn't have to worry about COVID. Jasmine's avatar can walk 14 runways in 14 different countries while she's napping. Jasmine can take you shopping at your favorite website. You can hang with Jasmine and she can tell you which outfits she likes on you.
So does the line between any type of talent, their real physical body and their avatar become blurred in some way?
Jasmine's real human being can walk a physical runway. Jasmine's avatar can walk a runway on the moon.
The process to create one is tedious. A full day of 360 imaging and motion capture to train your avatar to move like you.
They make you do all sorts of things. Laugh, cry, frown, get angry, get happy. Every range of emotion so that your avatar, when it has that emotion, looks like you.
Hart says eventually they'll even talk like they're human, coupling this technology with artificial intelligence. But as dystopian as this may sound, Hart says her avatars won't replace the real thing.
We need human touch, right? We can't be alone.
Yeah.
We are not made to be alone. And to me, that's what makes this beautiful. It's not a replacement of, it's an addition to, meaning there are moments where you all want to come together, but there are also moments when you cannot.
That's when the avatar will step in to save the day and to transform the industry.
I'm glad you worked that last bit in there because I was worried that this was going to turn into, you know, me in a basement at 800 pounds because my avatar can go out and do everything. Let me ask you, though, you mentioned some of the artificial intelligence will allow the avatars to do more stuff. What are some of the potential applications here for AI as it expands?
Aaron, I'm so glad you asked that because this part sort of blew my mind. So I worked in that piece a little bit. I mentioned that eventually they'll be able to talk like you. Now, the way that she says that that's going to happen is you will spend hours, days, weeks, months talking to your avatar should you go through this process or should it become more mainstream. Your avatar will then learn how to talk like you, anticipate how you would respond to things. And get this is the part that really blew my mind. Julia sees this as something that even down the road, let's say a famous celebrity, can essentially leave their avatar to their children, to their grandchildren, and continue to learn and talk from them. That's where I was a little bit like, okay, I'm kind of freaked out now. But you can kind of see what she's seeing down the road here, which is just this real application for them to continue to talk, think, act like you.
I'm hoping our bosses are not paying any attention to any of this.
We need the physical bodies in the building to do the news anchoring.
Exactly.
No avatars allowed.
That's my position. Savannah Sellers, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
And making news right now, flames are still raging at the Port of Newark in New Jersey, sending smoke over New York City. The fire started yesterday at a scrap metal recycling facility and burned through the night. The plume of smoke could be seen from as far away as Brooklyn, and air quality in New York City has suffered as a result of this fire. Meanwhile, nearly 50 animals rescued from a hoarder in Oklahoma may soon get a new home in Massachusetts. 41 cats and 8 dogs arrived at the Northeast Animal Shelter this weekend. They were rescued from the house just 2 weeks ago. A total of 131 cats and dogs were found in deplorable living conditions. The 50 animals sent to Massachusetts are all up for adoption. And superstar Bad Bunny has just announced his summer tour schedule. Yes, I am over the moon excited. I may have already bought some tickets for March, but who knows?
I would expect.
Who's asking? Look, the Puerto Rican rapper and singer will embark on his first ever World Stadium tour. Yes, He'll play iconic spots such as Fenway Park in Boston, New York's Yankee Stadium, as well as venues in Latin America and the Caribbean. Aaron, are you ready?
You know what? I don't know his music at all, but I will go with you to a show. I want to be exposed. Yes.
I hope that everyone has watched that. I'm going to save that clip. I'm going to save your promise because we're going to watch A lo siento mía, un jet ski.
Yeah, that. I'm ready for it. All right, let's turn back to some other headlines now. Sarah Palin suing the New York Times, the former vice presidential candidate and governor of Alaska, accusing the newspaper of libel. Now that trial has been delayed because Palin has tested positive for COVID. That was just announced just as jury selection was set to begin at a federal courthouse in New York. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Hi, Dasha.
Hey, Aaron. NBC News has also just learned overnight that Sarah Palin dined indoors in New York City over the weekend. And New York City, of course, has a requirement that anyone going to indoor venues show proof of vaccination, and Sarah Palin is unvaccinated. She has been outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Now she has come down with the illness for a second time, and it is impacting her trial against the New York Times. Watch.
Tonight, a positive COVID test throwing a wrench into Sarah Palin's day in court. Trial was set to begin today in the former vice presidential candidate's libel lawsuit against the New York Times and its former editorial page editor, alleging the paper damaged her reputation. But U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff postponing the trial, making an unusual announcement about the news in court, saying, quote, Ms. Palin had tested positive for coronavirus. She is, of course, unvaccinated.
How surprising was that kind of statement to you from a lawyer's perspective?
I think the statement is a little bit surprising because I don't know that her vaccination status really matters, especially including the of course suggests perhaps some judgment there that might tend to cause people to question the judge's impartiality in a case like this.
In March, she disclosed she had been diagnosed with the virus along with 2 of her children. She urged people to stay safe following her illness, saying in a statement to People magazine, quote, I strongly encourage everyone to use common sense to avoid spreading this and every other virus out there. But Palin has also been publicly outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Last month, Palin said that she will not be getting the COVID shot.
It'll be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot. I will not do it. I won't do it, and they better not touch my kids either.
Palin citing inconsistencies in medical advice as one reason for her hesitancy, specifically targeting Dr. Fauci.
Do you remember he said that if you had COVID, this was months and months ago, you would be naturally then immune, of course. So at the time, we were led to believe we wouldn't need to, have the shot, right? Well, then they changed their tune, and now those of us who have had COVID, they're telling us that even though we've had it and we have natural immunity now, that we still have to get a shot.
Over 80% of Americans ages 5 and older have received their first dose, and data continues to show significant protection from hospitalization and death for vaccinated and boosted individuals. We reached out to Ms. Palin and Judge Rakoff and have not heard back.
Dasha, I'm curious. You mentioned at the beginning there that Sarah Palin ate in a New York City restaurant and she's unvaccinated. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's a great question. The manager at that restaurant, Elio's, over on the Upper East Side here in Manhattan, tells us that they're looking into how that happened. Of course, in New York, any of us who live here, we've done it many, many times, showing that vaccination card and your ID in order to get inside. They're looking into how she was able to bypass that, Aaron.
I know. It's interesting whether they didn't ask to see her card or she had a fake card. That's right. A whole other set of questions, which would also be a crime if it's a fake card. We'll see. Dasha Burns for us today. Dasha, thank you.
3 states and the District of Columbia are now suing Google. They allege the search giant deceived customers and invaded users' privacy. The company is pushing back against these claims, saying they're inaccurate and outdated. CNBC reporter Yasmin Karam is following this case closely for us. And we also have our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Yasmin, let's go ahead and start with you. First off, can you just explain the state's lawsuit against Google? I mean, what specifically are they alleging here?
Right, Morgan. Attorneys general from Washington, D.C. and 3 states are suing Google, claiming that the tech giant is using users' location data without asking permission. The lawsuit specifically alleges that the tech company is lying to the users about how much information specifically they are collecting and continuing to record users' location data even after the user has gone into the privacy settings and turned off the tracking. The attorneys general say that the information was used to create targeted ads, which resulted in billions of dollars of profit for the company. Now, the attorneys general want to stop this location tracking. They want to fine Google, and they want the money returned that Google gathered from these targeted ads, Morgan.
Danny, I want to bring you in here because Google, of course, is a giant company and it's no stranger to lawsuits. But how is this lawsuit different from others we've seen in the past?
This is brought on many levels by many different states or entities in both state and federal court. And they're seeking, as Yasmin perfectly described, essentially for Google to knock it off, to stop tracking people using this surveillance in a way that most people either don't know or simply can't even opt out of. And for that reason, they're alleging that Google is doing this in some way against the will of its users.
Yasmin, I want to bring you back in here. Do we have a sense of what Google yet is saying in response? I mean, is this getting the attention of investors?
We do. Google vehemently denies this. And in a statement to CNBC, they say that in part, that these claims are based on inaccurate claims and outdated assertions about our settings. Google is also emphasizing changes that they have made to their location and search functions in 2019. So what is the investor impact? Well, Morgan, Google was the best performing stock of 2021. It was up almost 65%, almost double Apple. And, you know, there may be more room to grow here. This morning, UPS came out with a note saying that Google is their top pick headed into earnings next week.
And Danny, I mean, what sort of penalties is Google potentially facing here?
DC, for example, is asking for what's called disgorgement of benefits and profits. That's a big one for Google. Essentially, they're saying, hey, all that money you made from this practice, you got to give it up. That's probably the one that Google needs to worry about more even than stopping what they're doing going forward, is going back and doing an accounting. And you know the plaintiffs will argue that every dollar they made was based on this tracking system. After all, Google relies heavily on advertising. Should come as no surprise when you Google something, you don't have to pay a nickel. So they make their money somewhere. That's where they make it.
Interesting. All right, Yasmin Karam, Danny Savalos, thank you both so much.
The fight over redrawing congressional maps is sparking heated debate in state legislatures across the country. While Republicans have succeeded in some of their efforts to redraw district lines, Democrats are also pushing to do the same in some places. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, can you sort of give us a big picture here? As these maps get redrawn, do we have an idea of which party is coming out ahead?
Yeah, Aaron, to give you the 30,000-foot view and knowing that this entire redistricting is not yet completed and there's still court challenges that are going on, the Democrats have actually come out much better than the conventional wisdom might have suggested about 6 months ago, particularly with Republicans controlling more governorships and state legislatures than Democrats and that kind of unilateral party control. And where Democrats have actually done surprisingly well on the redistricting in places like Illinois, potentially in New York State, to make up for some of the Republican gains that they've been able to do through gerrymandering. But beyond just what party's done better, Aaron, maybe the biggest takeaway of all is that we've seen just fewer and fewer competitive districts. That what has happened on the Democratic and Republican side is that the parties have decided, instead of trying to really maximize the number of seats they can control, to really protect the incumbents they currently have, and that's reduced the overall size of competitive districts that we might see in 2022.
So, Mark, let's come down a little bit if we can. I want to zero in on Alabama, for example. The electoral map there is just one of the ones that's tied up in the courts right now. Where does that case stand, and what does it mean, or what could it mean for other states that have maps that are also in limbo?
Yeah, Aaron, we just ended up getting a ruling where federal judges ended up tossing out Alabama's redistricting map, saying that it ended up hurting African Americans, where it only had one African American majority district instead of two in a state with a really sizable African American population. Now, that still is going to be in legal limbo for a while. It is probably going to have to go to appeals courts, maybe even to the U.S. Supreme Court before we end up getting a ruling. But this is just yet another example of how the litigation in the courts, even once these legislatures and governors end up passing these redistricting new laws, it's not the end of the equation. We have to see how the entire court process plays out, Aaron.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Thank you, Mark.
The Republican Party is in the midst of a power struggle, pitting current leaders against the former president. Our recent NBC News poll asked GOP voters if they consider themselves more supportive of former President Trump or of the Republican Party as a whole. The results show the majority backing the party. That's a pretty big flip in the numbers compared to this time back in 2019. Well, now the former president and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell are both vying to shape the future of their party with a lot on the line. Here to help us break it all down is NBC News senior political analyst John Allen. John, thanks for being with us. I know that you write in a new NBCnews.com article that, quote, the power struggle between McConnell and Trump is one of the more consequential subplots of this midterm election season. Can you just explain the dynamic that's at play here? I mean, between these two men, especially when we look at McConnell specifically and Trump.
Absolutely. And first, Morgan, let me offer you my best wishes on your recent nuptials. So marriage is a wonderful.
I'm smiling really hard, John. You can't see my face, but thank you, friend.
Now back to the deep freeze between McConnell and Trump. Look, these two guys both would say that they're interested in a Republican majority in the Senate, Republican majorities in Congress, and a Republican in the White House by 2025. And yet right beneath that, and sometimes in competition with it, is their desire to shape the party. McConnell has to manage the Senate Republican conference, whether it's in the minority or the majority, and he doesn't want a lot of sort of Trump-styled Republicans that are going to cause trouble for him and make it hard for him to manage that. At the same time, Donald Trump wants all of the people who are elected to Congress to be people who reflect him and, most importantly, are very loyal to him. And so that's what's driving this conflict between the two of them. You don't see it in every state. In some states, they're staying out of endorsements so far. In a couple of places like Georgia with Herschel Walker, they both endorsed the same Senate candidate. But you see it in Alaska where Lisa Murkowski's running for election with McConnell's backing, and Donald Trump says he's backing Kelly Tshibaka, who's her opponent. You saw it in South Dakota where the president's openly been recruiting a challenger to John Thune, the sitting senator who, with some guidance from McConnell, decided to run for a fourth term. And you see it with McConnell recruiting anybody, not really, actually, Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona to run as sort of the establishment candidate there against a field of Trump-like candidates.
You know, John, I have to ask, I mean, we've seen Republicans really come together and sort of fall behind the party line, even if it meant the individual candidate has to fall on the sword, especially in the era of Trump. I mean, we saw that when the primaries were thinning out, for example. I mean, what are the chances that this internal friction could be set aside again for the sake of winning? And what about after the midterms? I mean, do you have a sense of the long game here for both sides?
I mean, every time the question is about Joe Biden or the Democrats, the Republicans are very unified. But when they have to look at their own party and whether they want to follow former President Trump down the road of challenging valid election results, instigating attacks on the U.S. Capitol where all of these lawmakers work, you see these divisions cropping up, and that there's still a part of the establishment that is fighting for survival. I mean, you could call it a civil war between the two sides, but I think that would understate the degree to which Donald Trump has really taken over the party, at least in terms of its candidates and their sort of need to show him fealty in order to win the support of voters. So even if you see most voters on the Republican side saying they prefer the party over Trump, the intensity on the Trump side of that remains huge.
It'll be really interesting to see if that fealty pays off this year. John Allen for us there as always. John, thank you so much.
Many happy years to you and your husband.
Appreciate you.
The Partygate scandal that could bring down British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is widening today.
And that's right. We'll tell you about the pretty serious step into the investigation that parties say could break COVID rules, and it's now taking this turn. This is all happening as the Prime Minister fights for his political life.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Police in the UK are now investigating a number of parties at British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's residence and offices for potential breaches of COVID regulations. Johnson now fighting for his political life in front of Parliament and the rest of the world. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now. So, Raf, the UK Cabinet Office, that's inside the Prime Minister and Cabinet's office, has been conducting an independent inquiry into these events for weeks now, we know. Why are police now investigating?
Yeah, Aaron, so that Cabinet Office inquiry is being led by a civil servant called Sue Gray. A couple weeks ago, nobody had heard of her. Today, she is a household name in Britain because she is basically seen to be holding the Prime Minister's political fate in her hands. She passed on the findings of her investigation to the Metropolitan Police, and whatever it is she showed the cops has alarmed them enough that they have now launched this criminal investigation. Aaron, I will tell you, there is some frustration here in the UK that the police are only starting to investigate now because, one, these reports of parties at Downing Street have been around for weeks and weeks, and two, the police were not shy back in the summer of 2020 when these parties were alleged to be happening about handing out fines to members of the public breaking up parties. They did not seem to be doing that at Downing Street. Aaron?
Well, now we do have this investigation that the police are doing. Raf, what's been the reaction from the Prime Minister, from other leaders there in the UK, from the public?
So, as you said, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is really hanging by a political thread here. He is under a lot of pressure to resign, but he showed up in the House of Commons today in Parliament and said he actually welcomes this investigation. I want you to take a listen to that.
So I welcome the Met's decision to conduct its own investigation, because I believe this will help to give the public the clarity it needs and help to draw a line under matters. But I want to reassure the House, Mr. Speaker, and the country that I and the whole government are focused 100% on dealing with the people's priorities.
Now, Aaron, there is real anger here in Britain about this, and I think it's because of this very strong perception of hypocrisy, that Boris Johnson was making the rules, that he was appearing on TV every night telling the public to follow the rules, but he and his staff may not have been following the rules themselves. There's actually a new poll out today from YouGov. I want to show you these findings. They're interesting. They say 62% of the British public, nearly two-thirds, think Boris Johnson should now resign. Only 25% think he should stay in office. Aaron, what's interesting, that includes 38% of the people who voted for him at the last election, who handed him that landslide victory back in 2019. 38% of them now think he should go.
So let me ask you this. I mean, we have regulations here in the U.S. that in a lot of places don't really have any teeth behind them. So if Scotland Yard does find breaches in COVID regulations, what happens then? Are there consequences that the Prime Minister might face?
So the Prime Minister and his staff could face criminal fines, though that was the penalty for breaking these COVID rules back in June 2020. It's unlikely anyone would go to prison or anything like that over this. But the real danger for Boris Johnson, if he is found to have broken the rules that he put in place himself, rules that he said were absolutely necessary to save lives, to protect the health service in this country, he may find that the pressure on him, even from inside his own Conservative Party, becomes unbearable, and he may no longer be able to hold on in office. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in London today. Raf, thanks.
Meanwhile, North Korea fired 2 cruise missiles off its coast, according to South Korean military. It's the country's 5th missile test since the new year began and comes just as leader Kim Jong-un pledges to strengthen the country's military power. Here's NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi.
North Korea has fired 2 cruise missiles in the early hours this morning. It's the latest launch in a flurry of missile tests this month. If confirmed, the missile fired would mark the 5th such test this year. Cruise missile launches are not banned under the United Nations sanctions, but they did follow a series of banned ballistic missile tests earlier this month, adding to a general sense of hostility and tension while sending an ominous message to the United States. North Korean media also reported that the country's powerful policy-making body, presided over by leader Kim Jong-un, is considering resuming all temporarily suspended nuclear and intercontinental ballistic missile tests amid an ongoing effort to boost the country's military against what they call a hostile United States. In recent months, Pyongyang has stepped up its rhetoric against President Biden's administration while conducting a series of missile tests, including what they've described as a new hypersonic missile. For his part, President Biden has so far refused to make any concessions with North Korea, adding to a sense of frustration in Pyongyang. It may not be fire and fury yet, but a game of brinksmanship with the U.S. feels like it's looming.
A stampede outside a soccer stadium in Cameroon and a gang war in a karaoke bar in Indonesia. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Indonesia, where 19 people died in a gang fight at a karaoke bar Monday night. The gangs attacked each other with Molotov cocktails, which eventually started a fire. One person was stabbed to death with a machete. The other 18 bodies were found in the remnants of the fire. Cameroon, where at least 8 people died and 38 were hurt in a crush outside a soccer game. Cameroon was hosting Comoros in the African soccer tournament when that stampede happened. Early reports suggest a panicked crowd tried to squeeze through a narrow entrance gate at the stadium. The exact cause of the disaster is still under investigation. And Turkey, where flights have been halted and cars have been banned from the streets as the nation's capital is rocked by snow. The mayor of Istanbul said 55,000 tons of salt had been used on the roads. Still, across Turkey, about 4,600 drivers were stranded. The southern beach city of Antalya saw snow for the first time in 29 years. And that's the world now.
Ditch the pencils and those Scantron sheets. The SAT is going high-tech.
Yeah, when will this happen? And the other major changes on the way for the college entrance exam? Next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Well, big changes are coming to the College Board's SAT. It's going to be shorter now, and it'll be online and report scores even faster.
But the changes aren't happening just yet. NBC's breaking news reporter, Minnie Van Burk, joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you can, just break down these new changes for us. Why are they happening right now?
So the SAT is going through a major shift. The College Board announced on Tuesday that they're going to make the test shorter. Right now, the paper test is about 3 hours long, and the digital test will be about 2 hours. The reading passages are going to be shorter, and students will be able to use calculators for the entire math section. Something that they weren't able to do before. Part of the change is due to the coronavirus pandemic and how things went digital. So in November, the College Board did a pilot where they tested this theory to put the SAT online, and they said about 80% of students loved the idea. They said it was easier to do, it was less stressful, and also educators liked the idea of the test being administered online.
You know, we've heard a lot of times during the course of the pandemic that online work was actually more difficult for some students, especially when it comes to trying to focus. Are students going to have the option to take this test on paper if they'd like to?
The College Board, they haven't said if they're going to completely get rid of the paper test, but they did say that from their study, most students preferred doing it online since, during the pandemic, they're already, taking courses online. And I think it's easier for a lot of students. That's what they found during the study.
All right. NBC's Minnie Van Burk, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And thanks to all of you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, imminent invasion. Tensions at the Russia-Ukraine border boiling over. President Biden now weighing the decision to have U.S. troops overseas. The warning the White House is now sending to the Kremlin.
Not over yet. Omicron cases may be hitting a plateau in some places, but doctors are warning the pandemic is far from over. The data that had many health experts concerned.
Plus, stock shock. Wall Street on a wild ride, rattling investors. Why it's happening right now and what this all means for your money.
And the buck stops here. New questions swirling about Tom Brady's future, what he's saying about potential retirement plans.
Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the potentially imminent invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The U.S. now at the ready to take action, announcing 8,500 troops are on heightened alert at this hour.
Meanwhile, military forces at the Russia-Ukrainian border have skyrocketed. More than 100,000 troops have since moved in. In fact, we're seeing movement and readiness on both sides of this red line. U.S. officials say, as of right now, there are no signs of de-escalation by Russia. You can see that red line there on your screen.
Now, leading us off this hour, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington for us. Carol, first to you, talk a little bit about the messaging that the White House is sending right now about working with its allies in Europe.
Well, after that, the president saying last week that the U.S. and Europe were not aligned on how to respond to Russia, we've seen the White House really try to double down and reinforce that they are united. It's saying the president had a meeting with NATO allies yesterday. He met for some 90 minutes, and afterwards, they're trying to put forward a very united front. Take a listen.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
I think our commitment to our NATO partners is clear. Our commitment to Ukrainians is clear. We've sent more security assistance over the last year than in any year in recent history.
So for all of their efforts to say that the U.S. and Europe are united on how to respond to Russia, there still are big divisions between the United States and some key allies in NATO that the White House is trying to work through.
So, Matt, from your post, how are Russian and Ukrainian leaders responding to what's going on here, specifically these talks with NATO?
Thanks, Aaron. Well, the Russians kind of have this attitude that they want to speak directly to the United States. So they kind of are very patient, not reacting, not biting too hard on these kind of multilateral Western talks. They are reacting, of course, to the weapons deliveries to the U.S. troops. But it all comes down to this one basic statement that we heard from the Kremlin spokesman today, that Russia is waiting for that written response to its demands. Once that's done, President Putin will analyze it, and they will decide their next steps. So I suppose the good news is that we have at least that long until Russia decides to make its next move, whatever that will be.
So, Carol, we mentioned that those 8,500 U.S. troops are on heightened alert now. Do we know anything about where they could be sent or what type of troops we're talking about here?
Sure. Well, they're on heightened alert, meaning that they could be sent within a matter of days, very quickly deployed, and they would go to NATO countries in the eastern flank to try to shore up and reinforce the borders there, along with any NATO ally who's bordering Russia or Ukraine. They would not go into Ukraine. The U.S. has been very clear about that. This is for NATO allies. And they also say, according to the administration, that no decision has been made so far on when to deploy those troops.
And Matt, last question to you here. I'm wondering about the people there in Ukraine. Talk to us a little bit about them and what they're saying about a potential invasion.
Sure. Well, it's important to remember that the Ukrainian people have been dealing with this threat for 7 years, so I get a very stoic read from them, but defiant still. Actually, our colleagues from Sky News spoke with a Ukrainian soldier. Let's take a listen.
If they come across the border, we're outgunned. We haven't got air superiority. We don't have a naval fleet, a very strong naval fleet. But Ukrainians fight, so we'll give them a bloody nose, that's for sure.
So this is definitely kind of hinting at the possibility of an insurgency. That's been a big question as everyone's trying to analyze Russia's moves, what Russia might envision if it actually does go into Ukraine. There was actually a really interesting report from a Ukrainian defense think tank that I read that was saying that Russia, of course, has amassed a significant number of troops, but not enough to do an occupation, considering the fact that the population seems to be willing to fight. But of course, it's one of those things you don't know until it's happening.
All right, Matt Bodner in Moscow, Carol Lee in Washington. Thank you both.
Let's switch gears and cover the pandemic now and what could be a major game changer in the race to vaccinate. Pfizer has started clinical trials studying a COVID vaccine that is in fact specific to the Omicron variant. Now, more than 1,400 people are part of this trial. Meanwhile, pharmacies all across the country, they're really starting to distribute the first of those 400 million free N95 masks. And those are all coming from the national stockpile. Health experts are urging people to switch to these higher quality masks since they limit exposure to Omicron a little bit better than surgical or even cloth masks. This, of course, all comes just as the U.S. surpasses 71 million COVID cases. 1 million of those cases were confirmed just yesterday. The U.S. has reported more than 17 million cases of the virus this year alone, and that's just shy of the 50% of all cases last year combined. And that's with January not even being over yet. So we're going to dig into all of this hour. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer and the heated debate that's now erupting over those mask mandates. Hi, Miguel.
Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, the mask mandate battle continues. Now New York State in the middle of a face-off.
Overnight confusion for New York schools and businesses as a judge strikes down the state's mask mandate, saying Governor Kathy Hochul's rule for public indoor spaces is unconstitutional. The governor vowing to fight back, and some districts saying they were told by the Department of Education that schools must continue to follow the rule, leaving uncertainty for parents and kids this morning, as more than 1 million children in the U.S. have contracted the virus in a single week. There's renewed pushback against mask rules in other states. Students in Utah returning to schools without a mandate. The same is true in Virginia, where 7 school districts are challenging the governor's statewide ban on mask requirements.
I honestly don't want my kids in masks forever, but they know it's the right thing to do to protect others.
In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district now says cloth masks won't cut it and will provide students and staff with surgical-grade face coverings, which must be worn at all times.
We need to learn to adapt so that we will survive COVID. And that does mean, for example, upping our mask game.
It comes as pockets of the country pass Omicron's peak. Top doctors are warning the latest COVID wave may not be the last.
The worst case scenario would be that when we do that, we get another variant that might be difficult, that would elude some of the protection from vaccination.
The cautious outlook comes amid a national drop in new infections, but more than 2,200 people are dying each day, and 16 states are still seeing cases spike. Meanwhile, COVID mitigation tools promised by the Biden administration are finally getting into the hands of Americans. Free at-home test kits are starting to be delivered, and pharmacies in the Midwest are already distributing high-grade face masks with availability expected to expand by Friday.
Today, the FDA is also saying 2 monoclonal antibodies should no longer be used in the fight against Omicron, saying they are ineffective, but both of those treatments could still be on the table as the virus continues to mutate in the months ahead. Back to you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in Dr. Nahid Bhadelia, director of the Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases and an NBC News medical contributor. Doctor, thanks for being with us this afternoon. And I first want to talk about this news from Pfizer. The company is starting these clinical trials of a Omicron-specific vaccine. Can you talk to us about the need for a vaccine that is designed for a specific variant and when we could actually see this deployed?
Yeah, Morgan, what we've seen is that in general, whether it be Omicron or other variants, that our immunity wanes over time against infection. The antibodies go down despite, for a much more extended period, we are protected against severe disease. That too, over time, may decrease in people who are vulnerable or older. And that's why we needed those boosters, and we've seen their benefits. What we're now seeing, particularly data from Israel with that 4th dose, is that 4th dose that is not targeted against Omicron doesn't increase antibodies as much. So there may not be as much benefit, for example, continue to boost with something that's not targeted against Omicron if our goal is to decrease infections themselves. And so I think it's a good thing that Pfizer is working on an Omicron-specific variant. I think what's going to come in the future potentially is what we do with the flu vaccine every year, right? Is create vaccines that put a few different variants together in terms of our approach to the vaccine, so that whatever's circulating that season is what we're protected against.
And I want to stay on the science here for a minute, Dr. Bedelia, and ask you about this news from the FDA. It's halting the use of certain antibody treatments because they don't work against Omicron. So can you talk to us about the science behind that? And really, are there other innovative ways as we talk about the future when it comes to treating these COVID patients?
Yeah, Morgan, this is one of the challenges of Omicron. The laboratory data has shown that for a few of the antibodies, monoclonal antibodies, two in particular, Regeneron and Eli Lilly's candidates that we've been using against COVID-19, it really renders them not that useful. And so what FDA has said is while these companies are working on updating their cocktails of antibodies, right, to have them specifically target Omicron, that doctors should not use them because 99% of the cases right now in the United States are Omicron. And your doctors, when you get diagnosed, we don't know if you have Omicron or Delta. And so to be safe, because its likelihood is that it is Omicron, to take those off the table. However, there are new treatments, Morgan, that are available and others that we've known about for a while that we have good evidence may work earlier in disease. So some of these are sotrovimab, an existing monoclonal antibody that still works. We also know there's oral antiviral pills from Merck and Pfizer, which, the availability of which will increase. And the last thing is remdesivir that we've been dealing with. We have now new data that if you can use it in the first 7 days after symptom onset, you can decrease chances of getting hospitalized by 90%. And so we're reaching for those tools now.
All right, Dr. Naheed Bedelia, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
All eyes on Wall Street today after one of the biggest market comebacks in history. Right now, the Dow is down more than 400 points, as you see there. At one point yesterday, it was down more than 1,100 points, but it did end the day in the green, up nearly 100 points. Investors now bracing for a two-day Federal Reserve meeting that begins today. NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris tracks the economy and the markets for us. She's joining us now. So, Allison, help us understand first exactly what happened yesterday and what the markets are looking like today.
Oh, my gosh, Aaron, yesterday was unbelievable. I mean, watching the markets yesterday was almost as much fun, or fun probably isn't the right word, but almost as exciting as the Chiefs-Bills game on Sunday night. I mean, the Dow dropping over 1,100 points. And just when that got everyone's attention, the Dow handed us its beer and said, watch this, and rallied back up 99 points. I mean, I've just never seen anything like that. We haven't seen the markets making these kinds of swings on the Dow, at least, since March of 2020. And look at where we are today. We're down 481, right? This is a very volatile market. Investors concerned about and basically expecting Fed rate hikes on the way, and that is the main thing that is driving all the movements we've been seeing this entire month.
What a comparison, Allison. The drunk friend and the mechanical bull being compared to the Dow. Okay, I got it. Understood. We mentioned that this Fed meeting is going to happen starting today. Yeah. What do we expect to hear from the Fed, and how is that going to impact the economy?
So just to be very clear for people, less than no one thinks that the Fed is going to raise rates at this particular meeting. It starts today. It ends tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Now, what we are expecting at 2 o'clock tomorrow is a statement from the Fed and also to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell and for him to lay out sort of what this year will look like. What we're expecting, 4 rate hikes now. That's an increase. We thought maybe a month or so ago we might see 2 to 3. Now the expectation is that we could get 4 and that they'll start happening in March. The Fed's March meeting is in 8 weeks. So expect the first interest rate hike in about 8 weeks. And if the Fed does a quarter point for most of them, maybe even a half point for one, you could see interest rates going from 0 to a quarter point where they are right now to somewhere in the 1 to 1.5 range by the end of the year.
So I'm going to ask you to dumb this down for people like me, if you can, Allison.
You got it.
We do a lot of reporting about the volatility and the uncertainty in the markets. What's the impact for the average American, though, when it comes to, your 401k or even just paying for groceries?
So we got 2 things going on here, right? If you look at the volatility in the market, you don't have to be a major investor or a trader for this to be a problem for you. As you mentioned, Aaron, most of us have some sort of a retirement fund. Maybe you've even just gotten started on a 401k, but most people have some sort of future wealth that they're hoping to have that's tied up in stocks in the market. So you don't want to see these kinds of moves. It's never great. It's not comforting. Yesterday, as people were watching 1,100 points come off the Dow, I mean, you literally were watching dollars come out of your retirement account. But the good news is those are long-term investments, and you should recoup anything over time. So you just sit there and you wait. And as far as the grocery bills, what the Fed is doing is going to help that. The reason the Fed wants to raise interest rates is because they want to put a cap on these consumer prices that everyone is complaining about. So that should be a good thing. The short-term volatility, while nerve-wracking, should settle down. Hopefully the Fed will make its moves and we'll be okay.
All right, we'll be okay. All right, I like the way that sounds. Allison Morris. You can catch Allison on her newscast at 3 Eastern here on NBC News Now. Thanks, Allison.
You got it.
Speaking of which, the pandemic has crippled much of the economy, hitting the fast food industry especially hard. And while we're starting to see more value deals pop up once again, staggering inflation rates have made it so that you're not getting quite as good of a deal anymore. So for the first time in 20 years, Little Caesars is raising the price of its $5 hot and ready pizza, and Domino's will only offer its classic $7.99 deal online. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, you know, as we have been reporting for months, this record inflation is hitting every aspect of American life. And with fast food chains and restaurants facing higher costs across the board, one thing you're likely seeing already is that deals are not quite as cheap as they once were. And they may even now come with a catch. Whether you're grabbing a bite to eat or supermarket shopping, everybody's shelling out more cash these days. And just as we're seeing value meals return to some fast food menus, rising food and labor costs are leading many chains to also hike prices. Little Caesars raising the price of its signature hot and ready pizza for the first time in 2 decades, from $5 to $5.55. At Popeyes, you'll now pay $1 more if you order the popular big box deal in person. And Domino's Pizza, also looking to drive digital growth, announcing that its classic $7.99 deal will only be offered online, and you'll only get 8 wings instead of 10.
These cost increases are certainly tough to absorb. We are taking some pricing actions, this year relative to our national offers, and our franchisees at the local level have tools to adjust their menu prices and their delivery fees.
The ongoing supply chain crisis is also impacting menus. On Chick-fil-A's app, this warning to customers that some menu items may be unavailable or prepared differently. Inflation is also taking a toll on sit-down dining. Jelaine Upwin is the owner of Max Downtown in El Paso, Texas.
The prices have tripled. It's outrageous.
Even buying the basics is a challenge.
It's ridiculous that we can't go to Sam's and get ketchup because they're out of ketchup for weeks at a time. It took me 2 months to get straws. I couldn't get straws, individually packaged straws. I was like, what do you mean I can't get straws?
The cost of eating at home is soaring. Groceries, or the Food at Home Index, rose 6.5% in 2021. That's the largest year-over-year increase in 13 years. And many big food manufacturers, including General Mills and Campbell Soup, predict more price hikes later this month. Empty shelves and rising costs are leading to a growing demand for store-brand items, less costly and sometimes more available.
Until we have the pandemic behind us and until we take the steps we need to make the supply chains resilient for the long term, we're going to continue to face issues any given month.
You know, we're talking about the higher costs of just items, but also millions of Americans have quit their jobs during the so-called Great Resignation. Companies are scrambling to offer higher wages in order to staff up, and that often means passing those costs down to you and me in the form of what we're paying, especially for restaurants when the margins are already very thin. They simply can't afford to eat the cost of higher wages, so you and I are going to pay for it. Back to you.
Tom Costello reporting there. It is day 2 of testimony in the federal trial of 3 former police officers who were on the scene and witnessed the murder of George Floyd. The men are charged with seeing Floyd in serious medical distress and failing to help. They've all pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now. Shaq, talk to us a little bit about some of the testimony that we've heard so far and whether any of these 3 officers might testify.
Well, we do expect the officer Thomas Lane to take the stand at some point during this trial, according to those opening statements, based on what the two pool reporters in the courtroom are reporting. But yesterday we heard those opening statements from the prosecution and the defense, giving us a preview of what we can expect in this trial. For the prosecution, they're arguing that it was the inaction of these officers that led to George Floyd's death and is what was criminal. You see, they say there, these three CPR-trained officers stood as Chauvin killed the man slowly in front of their eyes. They chose not to save Mr. Floyd. Later in the arguments or the opening, she said they watched as Mr. Floyd suffered a slow and agonizing death and didn't lift a finger. So that is the picture that the prosecution will be painting over the next couple of days.
Shaq, I would imagine that the Floyd family is watching this closely. Have we heard anything from his family about this trial?
They're watching it closely, and they're also inside the courtroom watching as this is happening. So, and I'll tell you, one of the things that we saw yesterday was the body camera video being played out, and that was something that the brother of George Floyd struggled to watch, putting his head down at certain times. I want you to listen to what Philonise Floyd told our reporters outside the courtroom yesterday.
My brother had the weight of 4 officers on him, and the fact that the world, you know, he was basically carrying the weight for the world when he had those officers on him because of systemic racism that plagued our nation for years.
To add to the difficulty as he's in that courtroom listening to the testimony, during those opening statements, the defense attorneys kind of put the finger at George Floyd, saying that his resistance, saying that his drug use made his death more likely and at least was a factor in his death. So this is something that you'll hear back and forth. You'll hear two different pictures being painted, one from the prosecution and the other from the defense attorneys.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us today. Shaq, thanks.
Police are calling it a crime of convenience.
Carjackings are up by double digits in some major cities, hitting everyone from delivery drivers to politicians. Coming up, how police are handling this surge in crime.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People who use the New York City subway system on high alert after another person was pushed onto the train tracks this past weekend. The 62-year-old man survived, but is raising concerns about subway safety. New NYPD data showing subway assaults jumped 28% in 2021 compared to the year before. Sunday's incident came just weeks after 40-year-old Michelle Go was pushed to her death at the Times Square stop. City officials are now promising to take quick action. NYPD Chief of Transit Jason Wilcox said subway riders should expect to see more uniformed patrols all day and night.
And to be clear, it's not just subway attacks. Carjackings are on the rise in major U.S. cities. Criminals are now getting more bold and stealing cars in broad daylight. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with a closer look at the violent crime wave that's hitting the country. Gabe, what did you find?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, comprehensive national data on carjackings is not available from the FBI, but several large cities are reporting a significant rise during the pandemic.
Police call it a crime of opportunity. Carjackers attacking unsuspecting drivers, swiping their vehicle, and in some cases, more.
They're taking cars with all weapons, gunpoint, knives.
This shocking attack in New York City caught on NYPD body cam video. The suspect able to get away, speeding down a busy street, plowing into parked cars as police tried to stop him. In Washington, D.C., council candidate Nate Fleming was recently carjacked at a gas station. The suspect seen pulling up in a red SUV. One points a gun at Fleming, then brazenly gets into his car.
Guns were pointed in my face before I could blink an eye.
And in New Orleans, a family forced out of their car.
And just started screaming, there's kids, there's kids.
Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many cities, up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and a staggering 85% in Philadelphia.
The rising numbers are beyond troubling.
Officials warning food delivery and rideshare drivers should be on particularly high alert. In Philadelphia, a man delivering food shot an armed teenager who demanded his keys, leaving the teen in critical condition. Police say many times young joyriders are responsible.
Our carjacking offenders are increasingly younger and younger. We're trying to encourage our young people to make better decisions.
Another example of rising violent crime, the recent shootings of police officers from Houston to D.C. In New York City, the new mayor, a retired police captain, is now promising more cops on streets and subways, including the reinstatement of plainclothes officer units to stem the flow of illegal firearms.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
Now in Philadelphia, police say one of the techniques that carjackers are using is what's known as the bump and run technique. Essentially, the criminals tap the vehicle, a moving vehicle, and then initiate that carjacking. Police say that the best advice is to be aware of your surroundings, especially in public places like gas stations, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you. Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema is facing some major backlash for helping Republicans keep the filibuster alive.
Still ahead, the stunning rebuke from her own party in Arizona and the new campaign to oust her from office.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, an update on the 4 Baltimore firefighters trapped in a building collapse on Monday. 3 of the firefighters died last night. 1 was pronounced dead at the scene, 2 at the hospital. A 4th is currently in critical but stable condition. They were responding to a 2-alarm fire early Monday morning when part of that building came down. Police are investigating a disturbing anti-Semitic incident in Miami. The police department there saying they've identified a vehicle that they believe was involved in distributing anti-Semitic flyers in residential neighborhoods. The flyers are said to make claims about the Jewish backgrounds of many senior members of the Biden administration's COVID response team. And Taylor Swift is firing back at claims that she doesn't write her own songs. Swift called out the frontman of the band Blur on Twitter after he criticized her in an interview for working with co-writers. The pop star pointed out that she is credited with, as a writer on all of her studio albums. The Blur singer Damon Albarn apologized and said his remarks were taken out of context.
Arizona's senior senator is facing serious backlash from her own party. Kyrsten Sinema was censured by the state Democratic Party over her vote to block a rules change that effectively killed voting rights legislation. She's not up for re-election until 2024, but Sinema is already being targeted by political opponents. A new campaign was just launched by Voto Latino called Adios Sinema in an effort to unseat the moderate Democrat. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now live from Maricopa County, Arizona. Leanne, first off, what are voters there on the ground saying about Sinema right now?
Hey, Morgan. So Arizona has become a swing state in the last few elections, and it is very closely divided. And what's interesting about voters on the ground here is that it's the Republican voters who are giving the most support for Senator Sinema. I spoke with a couple voters yesterday. The first is an independent. The second is a Republican voter. And let's listen to what they had to say.
It's kind of interesting to figure out if she's really going to be on, if she's going to be right about her decision not to support that change.
I love the checks and balances in the United States, and I think she's done a great job. I did not vote for her, but I admire her and probably would vote for her in the next election.
And so with the voters here, of course, it's going to be a question if that Republican support that she has is maintained for another couple of years until she runs for re-election, and what Republican is going to run against her, Morgan.
And you also got some inside access, Leanne, to some of this new polling about her. What does it show? And really, what are you hearing from elected officials about how they view her political future?
Yeah, we got our hands on some polling that hasn't yet been released yet by O Predictive, and it's polling that shows that her support among Democratic voters is kind of cratering. She has a favorability rating of 42% among Democratic voters. That's compared with 44% among Republican voters. And what's so interesting is her support among independents is just at 30%, which is much lower than I thought it would be. But as far as the base of the party is concerned, and some of these Democratic leaders, most of them are extremely frustrated with the senator, including the head of the Arizona Democratic Party, who I spoke to. Let's listen to what she said in her frustration, followed by a member of the Democratic legislature, or the legislature here in Arizona. There is a little bit of support from her, for her. Let's listen to them, and we'll talk on the other side. Will you help to re-elect her in 2024?
We'll see if she's on the ballot.
If she's on the ballot, you will, or we'll see if she's even on the ballot.
Well, I don't know. The question in front of us is what she decides to do now.
I think that the majority of Democrats in this case are going to look at what's that 99% that she's done for our party, for our platform, but most importantly for Arizona. And that 1%, push it aside.
So that Representative Cesar Chavez, he is a minority of people that I spoke to among Democrats here in this state. But the question is there going to be a Democrat who's going to primary her? Because that's going to be where she has the most difficulty. And there's already a campaign afoot to try to recruit someone to do that, Morgan.
And just very quickly, Leanne, you know, Arizona's other Democratic Senator Mark Kelly is up for re-election this year. Is this controversy surrounding Sinema having an impact on his efforts to stay in office?
Yeah, Senator Kelly is walking a very difficult balance here. He hasn't spoken out about Sinema. He had a different position on the filibuster last week. He voted to undo the filibuster in order to support voting rights. And that's evident among his support in the Democratic Party, that they are supportive of him. That polling suggests that 74% of Democrats support Senator Kelly right now. That's much different than just the 42% of Democrats that support Senator Sinema right now. And so Senator Kelly is hoping that Senator Sinema is not a distraction, but hopefully helps to propel him into victory. He's going to have a tough re-election in this swing state, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there in Arizona. Leanne, thank you.
A potential setback for former President Donald Trump. A Georgia judge has given the green light for a local prosecutor to create a special grand jury to investigate possible 2020 election interference by Trump and others. Now, the scope of that probe includes a controversial phone call between Trump and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just days before the Capitol riot. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, what can we expect from this investigation, especially now that this prosecutor has the subpoena power?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Well, as you said, you know, her criminal investigation has always been centered on that January 2nd phone call that President Trump placed to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, in which he urged that Republican to find the 11,780 votes that would overcome Joe Biden's win in Georgia. And the prosecutor has said she's looking at potential violations of Georgia law that include solicitation to commit election fraud, intentional interference with the performance of election duties, and conspiracy and racketeering. And she has said that a special grand jury was necessary because a significant number of witnesses have refused to cooperate without a subpoena requiring their testimony, and that includes Raffensperger, who presumably would be the star witness. Now, special grand juries in Georgia, it's important to understand, can't issue indictments. They can subpoena witnesses, obviously, and compel the production of documents. And unlike regular grand juries, they can be seated for longer than 2 months and are focused on a single topic. And at the end of their term, they would file a report of their findings and sometimes recommend a course of action. And then the prosecutor would have to take any potential criminal charges to another grand jury. So some legal experts think this could delay the case, but others think it would be a benefit for such a complex investigation, Aaron.
And Ken, we know this is not the only ongoing investigation involving the former president right now. Can you put in context for us how this particular one could impact him?
A lot of legal experts think that this investigation poses the gravest criminal jeopardy for Donald Trump. It's the only known investigation into his activities to try to overturn the election. And, you know, there were calls for his impeachment as a result of this phone call that sort of got lost because January 6th happened and the insurrection happened. But this investigation has been chugging along. The phone call and the transcript is out there for all to see. And a lot of experts believe there are potential crimes here and that Donald Trump could be in big trouble. We've heard that before a lot, so we'll just have to see how this transpires. But this grand jury seems to be a significant step, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in Washington today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
President Biden's allies in Puerto Rico are sounding the alarm. They say his judicial nominees are creating a rift between the White House and the island's governor. This all comes after Biden rejected the governor's recommendations for 3 federal court vacancies. NBC News reporter Mark Caputo has been following this story for us. And Mark, I have to ask, what is driving the backlash here? I mean, why is all of this happening now?
Well, let's start off. We don't fully know all of the people that Governor Pierluisi from
Puerto Rico has recommended. Now, we do know that in one case, one of his recommended picks, it was a bipartisan consensus pick. He's a Democrat, the island's non-voting member of Congress, Jennifer Gonzalez. She is a Republican, and a Florida representative, a Congressman, Darren Soto, who's a Democrat as well, the first Puerto Rican or person of Puerto Rican descent elected to Congress from Florida. They all recommended one candidate, a woman named Veronica Ferraioli, and they got word back that she's not going to be vetted. She hasn't been vetted, and she won't be vetted. Now, there are other picks in the hopper. We don't quite know who they are. So that was already viewed by the governor, according to some of his advisors who spoke with us, and some of the people who are his allies, as kind of a slap in the face of the governor. In addition, one of the other picks that apparently has been vetted so far is a pro-Puerto Rico independence supporter. And on the island, where status, the issue of independence for statehood versus the territorial commonwealth is the main frame of politics, that's kind of a third rail. The governor, the resident commissioner, and many of the stateside Puerto Rican population are pro-statehood, according to polling or their membership in the party. And the idea that the Biden White House might go ahead with a pro-independence candidate when Biden in the past had actually voiced support for statehood and said he would voice more support for Puerto Rican statehood if Puerto Ricans voted for it, which they did in November as well as other times, is kind of offensive to them. So they're saying they're not getting very clear answers out of the White House as to what happened. The White House is saying, look, the process isn't over, let it play out, and there are a number of picks we're vetting, and we'll get back to you. But in the meantime, it kind of points to a broader problem that Joe Biden has had with various Latino communities since he began his presidential campaign in 2019. He just had these repeated stumbles, whether he was in Florida, in California, or in places in between. It wasn't just with the Puerto Rican population, Cuban Americans, Mexican Americans in Texas. They all started to break more heavily Republican in the 2020 election cycle. And another number of Democrats are wondering, well, what exactly is the Biden White House doing to kind of improve its standing among Latino voters? And they don't think he's doing a very good job here when it comes to Puerto Rican supporters who were key in voting for him in 2020.
All right, NBC's Mark Caputo for us there. Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
Much more to come. Another bump in the road for Peloton.
That's right. Coming up next, the new PR nightmare for the company after yet another TV character has an on-screen heart attack. Stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In Connecticut, a young woman has been found dead after going out with a man she met on a dating app.
And after the man called police the next morning, investigators quickly ruled her death accidental due to drugs. Now her family is suing the police department for, quote, racially insensitive handling of her sudden passing and is demanding answers. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Semwa joins us now with a closer look at the case. Zincle, tell us, what did you find?
Thanks, Morgan. Yes, the death of Lauren Smith Fields, a 23-year-old black woman, has sparked protest, caught the attention of TikTokers, and now her family is preparing to sue their city and the police department.
Tonight, new developments in the death of a 23-year-old black woman who died after a dating app meetup, after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smith Fields' 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smith Fields was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smith Fields' sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know, and we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing.
The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Tonight, her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smith Fields became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smith Fields snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril.
The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we have seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smithfield's door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, the family found their own evidence, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active, and the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith Fields.
I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
Zincle, you mentioned there in the report that these two people connected on the dating app Bumble. Is the company saying anything about this?
Yeah, so to start, it's important to note that I reached out to the family lawyer in response to the medical examiner's release of the information declaring her death an accident. And while we have not heard back, the family is awaiting the results of an independent autopsy that they are paying for. When I reached out to Bumble, the dating app where, as you state, Aaron, they did allegedly meet, Bumble tells us in a statement that they've been in touch with law enforcement, but, quote, have not received a request for any information and that they always cooperate regarding investigations. So clearly there's a lot to still follow here.
All right, Zincle Semwa, thank you so much, Zincle. We appreciate that. That's certainly important reporting.
The pressure is back on for Peloton after another TV series used the company's popular spin bike to cause a heart attack. The popular fitness company facing a fresh set of PR problems just months after we saw the same storyline on the Sex and the City reboot, and it sent stocks plummeting. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is in Los Angeles now with the fresh fallout.
Hey there, Peloton is once again facing an uphill climb after a string of setbacks, including yet another fictional health emergency involving a main character of a major streaming series, Showtime's Billions. Spoiler alert, if you're a fan of that show and haven't seen the premiere, you may want to look away.
The brand touted as a portal for fitness experiences, quickly becoming a portal for Hollywood plotlines. During the season premiere of Showtime's Billions, the character Michael Wagner, or Wags, suffers a heart attack while riding a Peloton bike.
You're having a heart attack. We're here to just get you
doing a Peloton class with Tunde.
If this storyline sounds strangely familiar, that's because it is. During the premiere of the Sex and the City reboot, and just like that, Mr. Big's character dies of a heart attack following a rigorous Peloton workout. John! Lucky for Wags, the paramedics arrive before he even knows what's happening.
Let's get you down to an ambulance before it's too late.
And Wags lives to see another day. The series even offering up a nod to Mr. Big's demise.
It's a small heart attack. Mild as Baby Bell cheese. Stents are in. I'm not going out like Mr. Big.
Show sources tell NBC News that the voiceover was added after the scene was filmed, having been written and shot last spring. The similarity between the two, a complete coincidence. Peloton once again separating fact from fiction, releasing a statement saying it did not agree for the brand to be used during the episode, noting cardiovascular exercise helps people lead long, happy lives. One of many bumps on the road for the newly beleaguered brand. On Monday, a major shareholder penned a letter to the Peloton board of directors, demanding it fire its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, citing repeated failures to effectively lead, also calling for the company to be sold, accusing Peloton of not capitalizing on its success during the pandemic. Late last week, the company's share price plummeted 24%, triggered by leaked internal documents pointing to a company in peril, which Peloton says were taken out of context. This following a string of mishaps, including the safety recall of the Tread Plus and amid reports of sagging sales as Americans return to the gym. While experts believe Peloton can recover from becoming the unwitting star of small-screen storylines, this morning there are new questions about the future of a brand once celebrated as a pandemic success story, now struggling to pedal through.
NBC News reached out for comment from Peloton on all the latest developments, but we have not heard back. It is worth noting that since that letter was published, the Peloton share price has rebounded, some wondering if a leadership change and sale of the company are imminent. Back to you.
Millions of Americans suffer from stomach problems, but not everyone knows exactly what causes them. The answer may be found in food sensitivity tests. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen takes a closer look at these popular tests.
Hey there, they are popular and easy to get. No prescription, no doctor's visit required. Just go online and place an order. Send back a sample of your hair or blood within days. You get a list of foods the tests say you may not tolerate well. So how do they work and what should you make of the results? I gave them a try and talked to the experts. Here's what to know before you buy.
Are you tired of experiencing an upset stomach?
They're taking control of your health.
The commercials are everywhere.
Live your best life.
Those ads prompted best friends Sonia Michaud and Erica Hilla to give these at-home tests a try.
You see all these advertisements, and I was like, I want to try to figure out what's triggering this acid reflux.
Stomach issues for a long time.
With a prick of the finger or a hair sample, at-home food sensitivity or intolerance tests say they can help you get to the root of what's causing everything, from bloating to headaches to joint pain. Sonia and Erica tried the same test with surprising results.
My highest sensitivity was to egg whites. I ate egg whites pretty much every day.
I grew up on a farm drinking milk, so I couldn't believe that cow's milk was on there.
So how do these tests work? We ordered 3 tests online and received our kits in a few days. First, Everlywell. It cost us $194 and requires a blood sample.
Fill out the collection card and then provide enough blood. This is so not for the faint of heart.
Oh! Well, fast forward through the gory details, but it took about 20 minutes to get enough blood from my finger onto the card.
So I gave the blood. Now we're going to give the hair.
This test by 5 Strands Affordable Testing runs $72 and didn't have many instructions.
So I actually need to pull hair from the back of my neck. Okay, got one. 14 more to go.
I was able to use scissors for the next test from UCarry, which cost $69.99. I packed up the samples for all 3 tests in pre-addressed mailers and sent them back to the companies. Within 2 weeks, I got the results. 5 strands listed more than 75 foods as severe intolerances, things like almond milk, provolone cheese, lime, and quinoa. Everlywell's test said I had a high reactivity to dairy milk. And UCarry's test identified 10 severe intolerances to foods including rice milk, chives, and dry roasted peanuts. Stacey Cavanero is a registered dietitian specializing in gastroenterology at the Cleveland Clinic.
What's your reaction to seeing all of these different results?
So I did think it was interesting that all 3 had very different things.
Cavanero says blood tests like Everlywell's work by measuring IgG antibody reactivity to foods. The hair tests use bioresonance. Used in alternative medicine, it measures frequencies in the hair, which are then compared to the frequencies emitted from foods. She says neither method is backed by enough scientific evidence. The American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology has recommended against using these tests.
Do you see any value in any of these tests?
Not really, no. I don't, because the science behind it has not been proven to be accurate. Oftentimes when a patient is asking me about this, I personally say, I wish that these worked because it would make my job a lot easier.
Cavanero says the only reliable way to determine a true food intolerance is an elimination diet, but that can take a long time and should be monitored by a medical expert. In a statement to NBC News, 5 Strands and Everlywell said these tests should not be compared since they use different techniques and varying results would be expected. 5 Strands said other variables, including when samples were analyzed, could also affect results, and added that bioresonance is not taught in medical schools, so doctors and experts may be unaware of the scientific evidence behind it. Everlywell said antibody testing is a well-established methodology used for a wide range of clinical testing, and added results are meant to be shared with a doctor as a guide for an elimination diet. The 2 Florida best friends had 2 different experiences. Sonia stopped eating eggs.
The bloating was gone, the discomfort was gone.
Erica didn't eliminate anything from her list, but made lifestyle changes that helped her reflux.
If you're curious and have $150 to burn, you know, it's kind of a fun little experiment.
A spokesperson for UCarry told us they had no comment. Medical experts say just make sure you talk with a doctor or a registered dietitian before making any major changes to your diet. My results were so different and in some cases contradictory. For example, one test said I was highly sensitive to cow's milk. Another didn't note it at all. So I didn't make any changes. Guys, back to you.
Coming up, NFL superstar Tom Brady's future is up in the air.
Yeah, after the break, his candid conversation and response when asked if he will tackle a 23rd NFL season.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world, we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, one day after that crushing loss dashed the dreams of another Tampa Bay Super Bowl, we are no closer to finding out whether star quarterback Tom Brady is going to suit up again.
Well, speculation is swirling about whether the winningest player in NFL history will retire. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Tom Brady answered questions on the red-hot topic of his future on his weekly podcast and said, "I'll know when I know." But for the first time since Sunday's crushing loss, the quarterback acknowledging that his family and his children might be the driving factor in this decision. After engineering yet another miracle fourth-quarter comeback.
Brady going deep down the right sideline for Evans. He makes the catch. He's in for the score.
That came up just short for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
30 yards to win the game. Matt Gape boots it through.
Tom Brady faced questions on his Sirius podcast about a possible return to the field next season. And for now, he's punting.
There's no really rush for me to figure out what's next. I'll know when I know.
Overnight, the NFL's biggest star discussing his future following a gut-wrenching postseason defeat.
The team doesn't deserve anything less than my best. And if I feel like I'm not committed to that or I can't play at a championship level, then you got to give someone else a chance to play.
At 44 years old, Brady is coming off yet another MVP-level year. But after saying for months he'd return next season, his non-committal audible generating league-wide buzz.
The fact that he answered it the way he did gives credence to the possibility that he won't come back. And I think there is at least the possibility, we don't know this, but the possibility he's decided he's gotten as far as he can with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
After 22 seasons and 7 Super Bowl titles, Brady says his wife, supermodel Gisele Bündchen, and 3 kids come first.
My wife is my biggest supporter. It pains her to see me get hit out there. And, she deserves what she needs from me as a husband, and my kids deserve what they need from me as a dad.
So while the social media savvy Brady might joke about playing until 50.
Florida, it's kind of a retiree state, so I feel like I can play and then just glide into retirement. I think I can. I think it's a yes.
He emphasizes in real life, his priorities have changed.
It's been 6 straight months of football every day, consumed by, day in and day out football. And I think now it's just some time to spend some time with my family and spend some time with, my kids.
Brady also went on to say it's not what I want, but what we want as a family. He has 1 year left on his contract. The Bucs coach, Bruce Arians, says that there's no timetable on a decision. He's just hoping to get number 12 back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, curbing the spread. The White House now distributing hundreds of millions of N95 masks. We'll tell you about the race to get them to the people who need them most and the new COVID treatment that's proving difficult to get.
At the ready, the White House says a Russian invasion of Ukraine could happen at any moment. The last-ditch efforts to keep that crisis from growing as thousands of U.S. troops prepare for deployment overseas.
And the new normal? One day after Wall Street's wild ride, investigators are asking, should we expect even more volatility? Coming up, why some of those experts are saying, get ready for a roller coaster.
And rise of the machines. Artificial intelligence is not only shaping our world, it's shaping our behaviors, too. The growing concern over how technology is changing us without us even knowing. We have a whole block of the machines taking over coming up.
That's right. Prepare yourselves.
Stick around for that. Good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the COVID pandemic and new battle lines that are being drawn over mask mandates. Here in New York, overnight, a judge declared the governor's indoor mask mandate unconstitutional. The heart of the issue may be about protocol. The judge says the mandate needs to be approved by the state legislature to have full legal standing.
Now, this comes as new questions are being raised about how to treat the Omicron variant. The FDA says it is revoking emergency authorization for antibody treatments developed by drug makers Eli Lilly and Regeneron because they are not effective against Omicron.
Let's go ahead and start our COVID coverage with MSNBC national correspondent Chris Jansing. She's at a testing site here in New York City where cases are on the decline. Okay, Chris, so we just talked about the New York judge's ruling on masks. Can you break down what that means for residents here in New York? I mean, this was the epicenter for Omicron just a few weeks ago. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, and it's caused some confusion already. The judge saying that this was unlawful, even though he said the actions by Governor Kathy Hochul were well-intentioned. Look, this all happened in the fall. Governor Hochul looked at the numbers going up and decided to put in place this mask mandate, and it had been going on. But as you said, the question is, for the law, should that have been put in place by the legislature? So almost immediately we saw a reaction from the state. Kathy Hochul said, no way, we're going to fight this. And we saw from New York Attorney General Letitia James, we are appealing last night's decision, and we will continue to do everything in our power to protect New Yorkers from COVID-19. But by this morning, already some schools, for example, on Long Island, had said, look, no more mask mandates in the classroom, to which the education department here responded, no, this is going to stay in place until we see where this goes. And we know that New York isn't the only place, of course, Morgan, where this is happening. In Virginia, we saw the governor there signing, essentially repealing the mask mandate there. Already some school districts have sued him. They want those mask mandates to remain in place.
And Chris, I mean, just as the mask mandate in New York, as you mentioned, gets struck down, you know, the federal government is starting to distribute these free N95 masks. So the big question is, where can people find them?
Yeah, that's a big question, right? And the answer is they're already being shipped 400 million of them from the federal government. That's more than half the stockpile. And they're going to many pharmacies, many community centers all around the country. We can show you a list of some of the places that already got them. In the Midwest, a couple of big chains, Meijer and Hy-Vee, have already seen them. Later this week and into next week, you're going to see them in places like Winn-Dixie, Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart. It's part of the government's fight against the Omicron variant. Here's one of the things we learned. These masks that we all got so familiar with, these surgical masks, and of course in the beginning we had all these cloth masks, they just weren't effective against Omicron. Here's what Dr. Anthony Fauci had to say about this mass distribution just a short time ago on MSNBC.
The N95s are the most effective mask. They'll start off with 3. Right now, where there are going to be many, many more masks that are going to be produced, and that will make it much more of a regular availability of it.
Yeah, regular availability is a big thing. I can tell you, Morgan, that at the beginning of Omicron, I tried to get some of those masks. They just weren't available. I was able to get some of these KN95s, which are also considered far more effective against Omicron. The problem is they're not that easy to get. It took me a while, and they're not cheap, $1 to $2. So again, you get those 3 masks for free. And some people have been criticizing it, saying, look, it's too little too late in places like New York, where, as you said, the numbers are coming down. There are plenty of places in the country where they are not. But there's also this question about, could there be another variant? So production of those N95 masks have really been stepped up, and they expect that the availability will continue to grow. Morgan?
Chris Jansing here in the heart of NYC. Chris, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now. She's following the rollout of COVID treatment pills and the lengths that some people are going to find these drugs. Ellison, first off, I know that there are 2 different medicines we're talking about here. Can you explain the difference between them and why it's been so difficult for people to get them?
Yeah, so 2 different COVID pills for outpatient treatment. One of them, Paxlovid, that is produced by Pfizer. The minimum age weight in order to get a prescription for this pill is 12 years old and at least 88 pounds. It needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. There is a long list of drug interactions that potentially kind of limits or at least narrows the group of people who might be eligible for this. Some of the things that if you're taking medication medication for arthritis, for example, or some anti-cancer drugs, that's something that you might not be eligible for this particular pill because of those other medications that you're on. The treatment here is 3 pills taken 2 times a day for 5 days. The other COVID pill, the second one, molnupiravir, it is produced by Merck. The minimum age to take that is 18 years old. It needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. It is not recommended during pregnancy. That treatment is 4 pills taken 2 times a day for 5 days. So speaking with doctors about this, they tell us that they feel like these pills are effective and that they are a valuable tool in the fight against COVID. But they also tell us right now the demand is not quite meeting the supply, or the supply rather is not quite meeting the demand. They have a lot more people who want to get these, and they're still at this point very difficult, oftentimes, to find. That being said, those doctors also tell us they feel optimistic about this, that production takes a while. And when you think of where things were a year and a half ago, outpatient options for COVID patients, they really didn't exist. Listen.
I think the government is trying to ensure that there's enough supply, but I think these drugs are not easy to produce. It's going to take some time.
Hopefully, we're going to get to the tail end of this, but we have different therapeutic option choices now. So I think that's just, it's wonderful for the world to have this many options and how fast they've actually come.
So Merck and Pfizer, the companies who are manufacturing these 2 COVID pills, they tell us that because they are operating under an EUA, an emergency use authorization, that they deliver the product and shipments to the U.S. government, but then the U.S. government is responsible for shipping it to states, deciding how it's divvied up between states, the pharmacies that it goes to, and also sharing information with the public about where to find it. Aaron?
Yeah, Ellison, you talked to some people who are struggling to find these drugs. What have their experiences been like?
Frustrating, disheartening. We've spoken to people who live in California, some who live in Texas, some who live in North Carolina, who have talked to us about trying to find these pills for either themselves or a loved one, and then just really struggling to even find a pharmacy who has them in stock. They say that they've run into situations where they've talked to a doctor or a pharmacist, people who they think would have more information than they do, but then sometimes those people are telling them they don't know where these drugs are, or that they haven't even heard of them. We spoke to one family, a mother and a son. The mom is triple vaxxed. She's immunocompromised, and she contracted COVID-19 a couple of weeks ago. Because she is immunocompromised, her son encouraged her to ask her doctor about these COVID pills. When she asked him about those, he said, if you can find them in a pharmacy somewhere, I'll write you a prescription, but you need to find them. She was too sick to really take that on herself, so her son stepped in and he spent hours calling pharmacies. Listen.
And then I ended up calling 12 pharmacies and getting all different kinds of answers about whether or not the pill was available, whether or not they could tell me if they had it. Many had not heard of it at all, or are unfamiliar with any antiviral. For it to be as effective as it can be, it needs to be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and those days were running out, waiting on clearance and prescription and information.
And look, Brett, who you just heard from there, he's in a position where he says he's privileged. He knows how to dig on this sort of thing. He had the time to take all of these steps to try and help his mom out, but not everyone is as tech savvy as he is. Not everyone is as in the know as he is. I want to show you quickly a website that could help some people trying to figure out where they might be able to get these prescriptions. This is a web page, a locator for COVID-19 therapeutics that was created by the Department of Health. The troubling thing is that it is really challenging to find this website. It's a really good website once you get to it, but the website itself was so long that we couldn't even put it up on the screen. We have posted it. I have posted it on social media so people can click to access it. But you would think at this point in the pandemic, right, that we would have some better steps in place for people to find the things that they need quickly. This is an issue we're hearing from a lot of people, that they say it is is really, really difficult to find anywhere where they can find something that just makes sense to figure out where they may be able to get this medication. Aaron.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
We're closely following the crisis at the Russian-Ukrainian border. Tensions have now reached a critical level. In fact, 8,500 American troops are now on, quote, heightened alert. They could be deployed if called upon by NATO allies. But the Pentagon stresses that no deployment orders have yet been given. We're also seeing this new video out of Russia. If you look at your screen here, this is a training exercise from Friday. We're told that soldiers were drilled on responding to a surprise attack. That exercise happened more than 1,500 miles away from the border. And that's where all eyes are focused right now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kiev, but let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, who's in D.C. Courtney, more American support is now arriving in Ukraine's capital, but do we know specifically what that support looks like? What is it?
So while the administration has not specifically given us a list of what's in there, we actually did some reporting on this back in December on this $200 million package. And it's actually pretty consistent with the kinds of both lethal and non-lethal aid that the U.S. has been providing to Ukraine over the past year or so. This includes a package that the Biden administration approved in the fall of 2021 that they finished sending in later in 2021. So that is things like some medical aid, ammunition and small arms. And then one of the big things is javelins. These are anti-tank missiles. So what we hear a lot about is the U.S. providing defensive weapons and defensive capabilities to Ukraine. And that may not make sense to our viewers who say, well, an anti-tank missile, that doesn't sound very defensive. But in this case, the U.S. is specifically providing things that the Ukrainians can use if they are under attack. So if, in fact, the Russian military moves across the border, they can use these anti-tank missiles, these javelins, to defend their territory. It's also one of the reasons that this gets a lot of attention, Morgan, is because the Russian military is known to use tracked vehicles like tanks. So this is something that could be a very real capability that Ukraine could use if, in fact, Russia does invade, Morgan.
Matt, I want to bring you in here. You are there in Kiev, in Ukraine. What are Ukrainians there saying about this decision from the United States to help?
Well, there's been a lot of opinions. I mean, we've been talking with military analysts and some, people who are in politics, and they're very disappointing. As Courtney mentioned, and she did a lot of reporting on this last month. This was a delayed move, and actually this was sitting on Biden's desk for a while, so that was not a good sign. And a lot of Ukrainians thought that kind of signaled a lack of resolve, a lack of interest in helping. And of course, there is a lack of resolve and a lack of interest because the American government and the Biden administration isn't too keen on seeing U.S. weapons used in a live fight against the Russians. That makes sense. That would look diplomatically very hard, and it would bring the whole situation from a little closer from a Cold War to a hot war. They're also saying that these weapons are great. They're high tech. They're very expensive gifts that the U.S. is giving them, but they are made almost entirely to help fight a ground invasion. They're not the air and naval assets that they really need because Russia has such a capability on the sea and in the air that they can obliterate the Ukrainian army, especially in the opening hours and days of this fight, without even crossing the berm into Ukraine. They can do it remotely with surface, with air-to-surface attacks, or with just surface-to-surface attacks from over the border in Russia without ever crossing. So, a lot of the Ukrainian military could be destroyed before a Russian troop ever sets foot on Ukrainian territory.
And Matt, just briefly before we let you both go here, we know the diplomatic talks, as Courtney mentioned, are set to be held tomorrow in Paris, but we also understand the U.S. is not taking part in those talks. Do we yet know why?
Well, we know that, this is the quartet. Excuse me, not the quartet. This is the Normandy format, or the Normandy Four. And that's just France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine. It doesn't include the United States. It doesn't include Britain or the European Union, other countries that are major stakeholders. This all started back in 2014 when that whole crisis with Crimea first started getting going. And these were countries, and the reason why it's called Normandy, these were countries that were meeting as part of a commemoration of the Normandy invasion back during World War II. Ukraine would like for the United States to be involved. President Zelensky has been lobbying for the U.S. to be included in these talks. And so far, it really just goes to show having these talks, having the United States not involved when the United States does other negotiations, there's so many tracks along this diplomatic negotiation effort that it really is kind of confusing. And a lot of people say we need to streamline it, but how do you get so many people onto the same table to discuss what really is one war with only one front? So that's why this is such an issue. The United States hasn't been involved, not because it was excluded, but just because it wasn't. And, the Ukrainians would like to see them invited, but whether they do more harm than good, it's hard to know.
Especially too early to tell. Courtney Kuby, Matt Bradley for us there. Thank you both so much.
Lawmakers in Congress want to know how the Biden administration is approaching this crisis. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. And Sahil, I'm curious, what information is Congress looking to get from the White House that we don't already know?
Well, Aaron, we know that there are 2 classified briefings expected to happen today in Congress for leadership aides and relevant staff of committees. Again, this is a staff-level briefing. The House and the Senate are both on recess this week. But we can also report that Speaker Pelosi and Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, have requested full member briefings for when the chambers return. So we can expect a lot of member interest in this. The questions, I think, will range broadly from the situation in Ukraine. They want to know what the reality is on the ground there amid growing fears of a Russian incursion, as well as the U.S. response to it. What is the administration doing? And potentially, in the cases of, for some members, what Congress might be able to do to give the president more authority to potentially be involved in that if the administration were to choose to.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us tracking movements on Capitol Hill. Sahil, thanks.
Let's switch gears and talk about the stock market, because that wild ride is not over just yet. The Dow kicked off this morning, dropping more than 300 points, and this all comes after a stunning market rebound on Monday. The Dow rallied late in the day after a more than 1,100-point loss, and investigators are weighing inflation, interest rate hikes, and rising geopolitical tensions. So, CNBC reporter Christina Parts-Nevelos joins us now to break it all down. Christina, we know that, investors are really focusing on this Fed meeting that's beginning today. Can you talk to us a little bit about why that meeting is so important?
Yeah, why should we care? Well, our central bank, the Federal Reserve, pretty much has 2 jobs: make sure America is working and keep inflation in check. We know Omicron has hurt the labor market, and inflation's currently running at a pace, or I guess the highest monthly pace in nearly 40 years. So investors, of course, are worried that the Federal Reserve isn't going to be as accommodative going forward. And so that means on Wednesday, when they actually speak to the public, we can expect details about how the central bank plans to take away that hand in terms of higher interest rate hikes, which would make debt more expensive for banks, for you and I, like credit card debt, mortgage debt, et cetera. And the central bank is expected to reduce its asset purchasing program, which really means buying less bonds, or what Wall Street calls tapering. And so that's a way to cool off the economy. And so the expectation right now from a lot of economists is that the Fed will raise interest rates 4 times this year.
All right, CNBC's Christina Parts-Nevelos for us there. Christina, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
Now, this market chaos comes just as mortgage rates have hit their highest levels in 2 years. Nearly, it has some home buyers rushing to put in offers over fears they'll soon be priced out. And CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick has that part of our story. Hi, Diana.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, it certainly is an early start to the spring housing market, which traditionally doesn't kick off until after President's Day weekend. But for some home buyers, now may be their only opportunity.
There were already 3 offers on this 3-bedroom home in Waldorf, Maryland before the first open house on Sunday. Not exactly what the Robinson family wanted to hear.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so what do we do?
Stuck between high prices and fast rising mortgage rates.
We thought that because of the winter months that it would slack up a little bit, prices would start to come back down to normal, but it's not happening. And it's anguish, it's pain, it's agony.
That's nice. And it's precisely why buyers are coming out in the cold, hoping to get a jump on the spring market.
We don't want to wait, because probably more than likely when it does get warmer and more houses come on the market and the rates are up higher, it's just going to be a kind of like a worse situation, or like a perfect storm for everything to just really go up.
This home is priced at $375,000, right around the national median. But rising rates mean the monthly payment is about $200 more than it would have been a year ago, $100 more than just 3 weeks ago. Loan officer Duke Walker says that's why his phone is now ringing off the hook.
100%. Everybody's concerned that they're gonna 2020 is gonna repeat itself from a market standpoint, and that competition's gonna make it so that especially the first-time home buyers don't have a leg up. They're not gonna be able to compete.
Mortgage applications to buy a home jumped 8% in the last weekly report from the Mortgage Bankers Association, and another report from the realtors showed price gains are heating up again after cooling a bit in the fall.
It feels like we're going to see a lot of similar bidding wars. If you're ready to buy now, you should buy now, because between rates, prices aren't getting lower.
Now, the overwhelming problem in the market today, even worse than rising mortgage rates, is low supply. We expected it to improve over the holidays when houses generally sit on the market longer, but it just got worse. Demand is just that strong. Aaron?
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick for us today. Diana, thank you.
Artificial intelligence is one of the biggest trends in the tech world. Silicon Valley giants are creating ways in which AI can make more decisions for us, from recommending music and clothes to mediating divorce proceedings and even forecasting crime. But some argue that AI is actually hurting our ability to make our own decisions. NBC's Jake Ward takes a closer look at this issue in his new book, The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jake Ward joins us now live from San Francisco. Jake, this is so interesting. And I mean, to some of us, artificial intelligence sort of still sounds like a foreign concept. But can you give us some examples of how it's actually being used in our day-to-day lives right now? I mean, in ways that we may not even realize.
Well, Morgan, right, you and I have experienced, of course, the ways in which pattern recognition algorithms are basically predicting what we'll do next and like next when it comes to things like Netflix or social media or YouTube or anything else that comes at us. But it's also working its way into our lives in all sorts of other ways. You mentioned this divorce proceedings negotiator. There's basically a company called Co-Parenter that, in fact, mediates between warring parents. We'll read your text messages, and because AI can pick out patterns in it, spot when you're about to get yourself in trouble by, let's say, writing a bad word to your ex. These sorts of things are beginning to encroach on our lives in all sorts of ways, and it's going to affect who gets a job, who gets a loan, who gets bail. That's what this book is about, Morgan.
And Jake, I mean, you know, companies are investing, as we've mentioned, a ton of money into expanding the use of AI, but this could lead to some jobs being lost, right? I mean, can you explain some of the economic impacts of all this?
Well, certainly we are seeing that companies are adopting this so rapidly because it is a time and money-saving thing. You can, for instance, fill, let's say, an empty position using an AI pattern recognition system and a single recruiter, whereas years ago you would need 10 or 15 recruiters to go out in the world and actually find your candidates, right? So we're certainly seeing that. But what I'm also worried about in this book is the possibility that when, let's say, an uncommon job candidate, somebody with all the personal aspects you would want in that job, but maybe somebody who does not check the boxes that a pattern recognition algorithm is looking for. In that case, that single recruiter who's expected to find the candidate in a single day, whereas once upon a time 15 people might be given, let's say, a month to fill a job. Well, what are we going to do in that world, and how will people who don't fit the pattern get the job that they deserve?
All right, NBC's Jacob Ward for us. Jake, thank you so much.
And there are some business leaders who are going all in on AI. Elite World Group CEO Julia Hart is actually digitizing celebrities. She's making lifelike avatars of the world's best-known models, performers, and influencers, and launching them into the metaverse. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now with an inside look at this. A little bit scary, Savannah.
Yeah, it is. And if you're listening and that was a little bit over your head, don't worry, because I'm right there with you. And while I can't explain the ins and outs of all of that quite yet, one thing we do know is that it is coming and businesses are starting to take notice.
This might look like something out of the future. Well, guess what? That future is now.
The metaverse is here to stay.
That's right, the metaverse. Basically a new virtual world. Think video games and augmented reality, but with more intersection and overlap. Julia Hart is leading the charge.
When I took over Elite World Group, the only reason I took over is because I started avatars, the metaverse, all of this, digitalizing the company, transforming ourselves into a media conglomerate the day I took over. I saw this coming, and I planned for it.
You might recognize the CEO of Elite World Group from the hit Netflix show, My Unorthodox Life. After leaving her Orthodox Jewish community, Hart's become one of the most influential people in fashion and celebrity management. Management that now includes avatars of those celebrities.
Our avatars are what we call very hyper-realistic avatars. These are not cartoon characters, they are computer-generated images of the person.
Take Jasmine Sanders, for instance, a model and influencer with nearly 5 million followers and now a nearly identical avatar. Hart says having this digital clone can transform the lives of her clients by essentially allowing them to be everywhere at once and the lives of their fans around the globe, hoping for a piece of them.
Your avatar doesn't get old, it doesn't get sick, it doesn't need to travel, it doesn't have to worry about COVID. Jasmine's avatar can walk 14 runways in 14 different countries while she's napping. Jasmine can take you shopping at your favorite website. You can hang with Jasmine and she can tell you which outfits she likes on you.
So does the line between any type of talent, their real physical body and their avatar become blurred in some way?
Jasmine's real human being can walk a physical runway. Jasmine's avatar can walk a runway on the moon.
The process to create one is tedious. A full day of 360 imaging and motion capture to train your avatar to move like you.
They make you do all sorts of things. Laugh, cry, frown, get angry, get happy. Every range of emotion so that your avatar, when it has that emotion, looks like you.
Hart says eventually they'll even talk like they're human, coupling this technology with artificial intelligence. But as dystopian as this may sound, Hart says her avatars won't replace the real thing.
We need human touch, right? We can't be alone. Yeah. We are not made to be alone. And to me, that's what makes this beautiful. It's not a replacement of, it's an addition to, meaning there are moments where you all want to come together, but there are also moments when you cannot.
That's when the avatar will step in to save the day and to transform the industry.
I'm glad you worked that last bit in there because I was worried that this was going to turn into, you know, me in a basement at 800 pounds because my avatar can go out and do everything. Let me ask you, though, you mentioned some of the artificial intelligence will allow the avatars to do more stuff. What are some of the potential applications here for AI as it expands?
Aaron, I'm so glad you asked that because this part sort of blew my mind. So I worked in that piece a little bit. I mentioned that eventually they'll be able to talk like you. Now, the way that she says that that's going to happen is you will spend hours, days, weeks, months talking to your avatar should you go through this process or should it become more mainstream. Your avatar will then learn how to talk like you, anticipate how you would respond to things. And get this is the part that really blew my mind. Julia sees this as something that even down the road, let's say a famous celebrity, can essentially leave their avatar to their children, to their grandchildren, and continue to learn and talk from them. That's where I was a little bit like, okay, I'm kind of freaked out now. But you can kind of see what she's seeing down the road here, which is just this real application for them to continue to talk, think, act like you.
I'm hoping our bosses are not paying any attention to any of this.
We need the physical bodies in the building to do the news anchoring. Exactly. No avatars allowed.
That's my position. Savannah Sellers, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
And making news right now, flames are still raging at the Port of Newark in New Jersey, sending smoke over New York City. The fire started yesterday at a scrap metal recycling facility and burned through the night. The plume of smoke could be seen from as far away as Brooklyn, and air quality in New York City has suffered as a result of this fire. Meanwhile, nearly 50 animals rescued from a hoarder in Oklahoma may soon get a new home in Massachusetts. 41 cats and 8 dogs arrived at the Northeast Animal Shelter this weekend. They were rescued from the house just 2 weeks ago. A total of 131 cats and dogs were found in deplorable living conditions. The 50 animals sent to Massachusetts are all up for adoption. And superstar Bad Bunny has just announced his summer tour schedule. Yes, I am over the moon excited. I may have already bought some tickets for March, but who knows? I would expect. Who's asking? Look, the Puerto Rican rapper and singer will embark on his first ever World Stadium tour. Yes, He'll play iconic spots such as Fenway Park in Boston, New York's Yankee Stadium, as well as venues in Latin America and the Caribbean. Aaron, are you ready?
You know what? I don't know his music at all, but I will go with you to a show. I want to be exposed. Yes.
I hope that everyone has watched that. I'm going to save that clip. I'm going to save your promise because we're going to watch Lo siento mia, un jet ski.
Yeah, that. I'm ready for it. All right, let's turn back to some other headlines now. Sarah Palin suing the New York Times, the former vice presidential candidate and governor of Alaska, accusing the newspaper of libel. Now that trial has been delayed because Palin has tested positive for COVID. That was just announced just as jury selection was set to begin at a federal courthouse in New York. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Hi, Dasha.
Hey, Aaron. NBC News has also just learned overnight that Sarah Palin dined indoors in New York City over the weekend. And New York City, of course, has a requirement that anyone going to indoor venues show proof of vaccination, and Sarah Palin is unvaccinated. She has been outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Now she has come down with the illness for a second time, and it is impacting her trial against the New York Times. Watch.
Tonight, a positive COVID test throwing a wrench into Sarah Palin's day in court. Trial was set to begin today in the former vice presidential candidate's libel lawsuit against the New York Times and its former editorial page editor, alleging the paper damaged her reputation. But U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff postponing the trial, making an unusual announcement about the news in court, saying, quote, Ms. Palin had tested positive for coronavirus. She is, of course, unvaccinated.
How surprising was that kind of statement to you from a lawyer's perspective?
I think the statement is a little bit surprising because I don't know that her vaccination status really matters, especially including the of course, suggests perhaps some judgment there that might tend to cause people to question the judge's impartiality in a case like this.
In March, she disclosed she had been diagnosed with the virus along with 2 of her children. She urged people to stay safe following her illness, saying in a statement to People magazine, quote, I strongly encourage everyone to use common sense to avoid spreading this and every other virus out there. But Palin has also been publicly outspoken about her anti-vaccine views. Last month, Palin said that she will not be getting the COVID shot.
It'll be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot. I will not do it. I won't do it, and they better not touch my kids either.
Palin citing inconsistencies in medical advice as one reason for her hesitancy, specifically targeting Dr. Fauci.
Do you remember he said that if you had COVID, this was months and months ago, you would be naturally then immune, of course. So at the time, we were led to believe we wouldn't need to, have the shot, right? Well, then they changed their tune, and now those of us who have had COVID, they're telling us that even though we've had it and we have natural immunity now, that we still have to get a shot.
Over 80% of Americans ages 5 and older have received their first dose, and data continues to show significant protection from hospitalization and death for vaccinated and boosted individuals. We reached out to Ms. Palin and Judge Rakoff and have not heard back.
Dasha, I'm curious. You mentioned at the beginning there that Sarah Palin ate in a New York City restaurant and she's unvaccinated. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's a great question. The manager at that restaurant, Elio's, over on the Upper East Side here in Manhattan, tells us that they're looking into how that happened. Of course, in New York, any of us who live here, we've done it many, many times, showing that vaccination card and your ID in order to get inside. They're looking into how she was able to bypass that, Aaron.
I know. It's interesting whether they didn't ask to see her card or she had a fake card. That's a whole other set of questions, which would also be a crime if it's a fake card. We'll see. Dasha Burns for us today. Dasha, thank you.
3 states and the District of Columbia are now suing Google. They allege the search giant deceived customers and invaded users' privacy. The company is pushing back against these claims, saying they're inaccurate and outdated. CNBC reporter Yasmin Karam is following this case closely for us. And we also have our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Yasmin, let's go ahead and start with you. First off, can you just explain the state's lawsuit against Google? I mean, what specifically are they alleging here?
Right, Morgan. Attorneys general from Washington, D.C. and 3 states are suing Google, claiming that the tech giant is using users' location data without asking permission. The lawsuit specifically alleges that the tech company is lying to the users about how much information specifically they're collecting and continuing to record users' location data even after the user has gone into the privacy settings and turned off the tracking. The attorneys general say that the information was used to create targeted ads, which resulted in billions of dollars of profit for the company. Now, the attorneys general want to stop this location tracking. They want to fine Google, and they want the money returned that Google gathered from these targeted ads, Morgan.
Danny, I want to bring you in here because Google, of course, is a giant company and it's no stranger to lawsuits. But how is this lawsuit different from others we've seen in the past?
This is brought on many levels by many different states or entities in both state and federal court. And they're seeking, as Yasmin perfectly described, essentially for Google to knock it off, to stop tracking people using this surveillance in a way that most people either don't know or simply can't even opt out of. And for that reason, they're alleging that Google is doing this in some way against the will of its users.
Yasmin, I want to bring you back in here. Do we have a sense of what Google yet is saying in response? I mean, is this getting the attention of investors?
We do. Google vehemently denies this. And in a statement to CNBC, they say that in part, that these claims are based on inaccurate claims and outdated assertions about our settings. Google is also emphasizing changes that they have made to their location and search functions in 2019. So what is the investor impact? Well, Morgan, Google was the best performing stock of 2021. It was up almost 65%, almost double Apple. And, you know, there may be more room to grow here. This morning, UPS came out with a note saying that Google is their top pick headed into earnings next week.
And Danny, I mean, what sort of penalties is Google potentially facing here?
DC, for example, is asking for what's called disgorgement of benefits and profits. That's a big one for Google. Essentially, they're saying, hey, all that money you made from this practice, you got to give it up. That's probably the one that Google needs to worry about more even than stopping what they're doing going forward, is going back and doing an accounting. And you know the plaintiffs will argue that every dollar they made was based on this tracking system. After all, Google relies heavily on advertising. Should come as no surprise when you Google something, you don't have to pay a nickel. So they make their money somewhere. That's where they make it.
Interesting. All right, Yasmin Karam, Danny Savalos, thank you both so much.
The fight over redrawing congressional maps is sparking heated debate in state legislatures across the country. While Republicans have succeeded in some of their efforts to redraw district lines, Democrats are also pushing to do the same in some places. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, can you sort of give us a big picture here? As these maps get redrawn, do we have an idea of which party is coming out ahead?
Yeah, Aaron, to give you the 30,000-foot view and knowing that this entire redistricting is not yet completed and there's still court challenges that are going on, the Democrats have actually come out much better than the conventional wisdom might have suggested about 6 months ago, particularly with Republicans controlling more governorships and state legislatures than Democrats and that kind of unilateral party control. And where Democrats have actually done surprisingly well on the redistricting in places like Illinois, potentially in New York State, to make up for some of the Republican gains that they've been able to do through gerrymandering. But beyond just what party's done better, Aaron, maybe the biggest takeaway of all is that we've seen just fewer and fewer competitive districts. That what has happened on the Democratic and Republican side is that the parties have decided, instead of trying to really maximize the number of seats they can control, to really protect the incumbents they currently have, and that's reduced the overall size of competitive districts that we might see in 2022.
So, Mark, let's come down a little bit if we can. I want to zero in on Alabama, for example. The electoral map there is just one of the ones that's tied up in the courts right now. Where does that case stand, and what does it mean, or what could it mean for other states that have maps that are also in limbo?
Yeah, Aaron, we just ended up getting a ruling where federal judges ended up tossing out Alabama's redistricting map, saying that it ended up hurting African Americans, where it only had one African American majority district instead of two in a state with a really sizable African American population. Now, that still is going to be in legal limbo for a while. It is probably going to have to go to appeals courts, maybe even to the U.S. Supreme Court before we end up getting a ruling. But this is just yet another example of how the litigation in the courts, even once these legislatures and governors end up passing these redistricting new laws, it's not the end of the equation. We have to see how the entire court process plays out, Aaron.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Thank you, Mark.
The Republican Party is in the midst of a power struggle, pitting current leaders against the former president. Our recent NBC News poll asked GOP voters if they consider themselves more supportive of former President Trump or of the Republican Party as a whole. The results show the majority backing the party. That's a pretty big flip in the numbers compared to this time back in 2019. Well, now the former president and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell are both vying to shape the future of their party with a lot on the line. Here to help us break it all down is NBC News senior political analyst John Allen. John, thanks for being with us. I know that you write in a new NBCnews.com article that, quote, the power struggle between McConnell and Trump is one of the more consequential subplots of this midterm election season. Can you just explain the dynamic that's at play here? I mean, between these two men, especially when we look at McConnell specifically and Trump.
Absolutely. And first, Morgan, let me offer you my best wishes on your recent nuptials. It's a marriage is wonderful.
I'm smiling really hard, John. You can't see my face, but thank you, friend.
Now back to the deep freeze between McConnell and Trump. Look, these two guys both would say that they're interested in a Republican majority in the Senate, Republican majorities in Congress, and a Republican in the White House by 2025. And yet right beneath that, and sometimes in competition with it, is their desire to shape the party. McConnell has to manage the Senate Republican conference, whether it's in the minority or the majority, and he doesn't want a lot of sort of Trump-styled Republicans that are going to cause trouble for him and make it hard for him to manage that. At the same time, Donald Trump wants all of the people who are elected to Congress to be people who reflect him and, most importantly, are very loyal to him. And so that's what's driving this this conflict between the two of them. You don't see it in every state. In some states, they're staying out of endorsements so far. In a couple of places like Georgia with Herschel Walker, they both endorsed the same Senate candidate. But you see it in Alaska where Lisa Murkowski's running for election with McConnell's backing, and Donald Trump says he's backing Kelly Tshibaka, who's her opponent. You saw it in South Dakota where the president's openly been recruiting a challenger to John Thune, the sitting senator who, with some guidance from McConnell, decided to run for a fourth term. And you see it with McConnell recruiting anybody, not really, actually, Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona to run as sort of the establishment candidate there against a field of Trump-like candidates.
You know, John, I have to ask, I mean, we've seen Republicans really come together and sort of fall behind the party line, even if it meant the individual candidate has to fall on the sword, especially in the era of Trump. I mean, we saw that when the primaries were thinning out, for example. I mean, what are the chances that this internal friction could be set aside again for the sake of winning? And what about after the midterms? I mean, do you have a sense of the long game here for both sides?
I mean, every time the question is about Joe Biden or the Democrats, the Republicans are very unified. But when they have to look at their own party and whether they want to follow former President Trump down the road of challenging valid election results, instigating attacks on the U.S. Capitol where all of these lawmakers work, you see these divisions cropping up, and that there's still a part of the establishment that is fighting for survival. I mean, you could call it a civil war between the two sides, but I think that would understate the degree to which Donald Trump has really taken over the party, at least in terms of its candidates and their sort of need to show him fealty in order to win the support of voters. So even if you see most voters on the Republican side saying they prefer the party over Trump, the intensity on the Trump side of that remains huge.
It'll be really interesting to see if that fealty pays off this year. John Allen for us there as always. John, thank you so much.
Many happy years to you and your husband.
Appreciate you.
The Partygate scandal that could bring down British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is widening today.
And that's right. We'll tell you about the pretty serious step into the investigation that parties say could break COVID rules, and it's now taking this turn. This is all happening as the Prime Minister fights for his political life.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Police in the UK are now investigating a number of parties at British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's residence and offices for potential breaches of COVID regulations. Johnson now fighting for his political life in front of Parliament and the rest of the world. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now. So, Raf, the UK Cabinet Office, that's inside the Prime Minister and Cabinet's office, has been conducting an independent inquiry into these events for weeks now, we know. Why are police now investigating?
Yeah, Aaron, so that Cabinet Office inquiry is being led by a civil servant called Sue Gray. A couple weeks ago, nobody had heard of her. Today, she is a household name in Britain because she is basically seen to be holding the Prime Minister's political fate in her hands. She passed on the findings of her investigation to the Metropolitan Police, and whatever it is she showed the cops has alarmed them enough that they have now launched this criminal investigation. Aaron, I will tell you, there is some frustration here in the UK that the police are only starting to investigate now because, one, these reports of parties at Downing Street have been around for weeks and weeks, and two, the police were not shy back in the summer of 2020 when these parties were alleged to be happening about handing out fines to members of the public breaking up parties. They did not seem to be doing that at Downing Street. Aaron?
Well, now we do have this investigation that the police are doing. Raf, what's been the reaction from the Prime Minister, from other leaders there in the UK, from the public?
So, as you said, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is really hanging by a political thread here. He is under a lot of pressure to resign, but he showed up in the House of Commons today in Parliament and said he actually welcomes this investigation. I want you to take a listen to that.
So I welcome the Met's decision to conduct its own investigation because I believe this will help to give the public the clarity it needs and help to draw a line under matters. But I want to reassure the House, Mr. Speaker, and the country that I and the whole government are focused 100% on dealing with the people's priorities.
Now, Aaron, there is real anger here in Britain about this, and I think it's because of this very strong perception of hypocrisy, that Boris Johnson was making the rules, that he was appearing on TV every night telling the public to follow the rules, but he and his staff may not have been following the rules themselves. There's actually a new poll out today from YouGov. I want to show you these findings. They're interesting. They say 62% of the British public, nearly two-thirds, think Boris Johnson should now resign. Only 25% think he should stay in office. Aaron, what's interesting, that includes 38% of the people who voted for him at the last election, who handed him that landslide victory back in 2019. 38% of them now think he should go.
So let me ask you this. I mean, we have regulations here in the U.S. that in a lot of places don't really have any teeth behind them. So if Scotland Yard does find breaches in COVID regulations, what happens then? Are there consequences that the Prime Minister might face?
So the Prime Minister and his staff could face criminal fines. That was the penalty for breaking these COVID rules back in June 2020. It's unlikely anyone would go to prison or anything like that over this. But the real danger for Boris Johnson, if he is found to have broken the rules that he put in place himself, rules that he said were absolutely necessary to save lives, to protect the health service in this country, he may find that the pressure on him, even from inside his own Conservative Party, becomes unbearable, and he may no longer be able to hold on in office. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in London today. Raf, thanks.
Meanwhile, North Korea fired 2 cruise missiles off its coast, according to South Korean military. It's the country's 5th missile test since the new year began and comes just as leader Kim Jong-un pledges to strengthen the country's military power. Here's NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi.
North Korea has fired 2 cruise missiles in the early hours this morning. It's the latest launch in a flurry of missile tests this month. If confirmed, the missile fired would mark the 5th such test this year. Cruise missile launches are not banned under the United Nations sanctions, but they did follow a series of banned ballistic missile tests earlier this month, adding to a general sense of hostility and tension while sending an ominous message to the United States. North Korean media also reported that the country's powerful policy-making body, presided over by leader Kim Jong-un, is considering resuming all temporarily suspended nuclear and intercontinental ballistic missile tests amid an ongoing effort to boost the country's military against what they call a hostile United States. In recent months, Pyongyang has stepped up its rhetoric against President Biden's administration while conducting a series of missile tests, including what they've described as a new hypersonic missile. For his part, President Biden has so far refused to make any concessions with North Korea, adding to a sense of frustration in Pyongyang. It may not be fire and fury yet, but a game of brinksmanship with the U.S. feels like it's looming.
A stampede outside a soccer stadium in Cameroon and a gang war in a karaoke bar in Indonesia. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Indonesia, where 19 people died in a gang fight at a karaoke bar Monday night. The gangs attacked each other with Molotov cocktails, which eventually started a fire. One person was stabbed to death with a machete. The other 18 bodies were found in the remnants of the fire. Cameroon, where at least 8 people died and 38 were hurt in a crush outside a soccer game. Cameroon was hosting Comoros in the African soccer tournament when that stampede happened. Early reports suggest a panicked crowd tried to squeeze through a narrow entrance gate at the stadium. The exact cause of the disaster is still under investigation. And Turkey, where flights have been halted and cars have been banned from the streets as the nation's capital is rocked by snow. The mayor of Istanbul said 55,000 tons of salt have been used on the roads. Still, across Turkey, about 4,600 drivers were stranded. The southern beach city of Antalya saw snow for the first time in 29 years. And that's the world now.
Ditch the pencils and those Scantron sheets. The SAT is going high-tech.
Yeah, when will this happen? And the other major changes on the way for the college entrance exam? Next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, big changes are coming to the College Board's SAT. It's going to be shorter now, and it'll be online and report scores even faster.
But the changes aren't happening just yet. NBC's breaking news reporter, Minnie Von Burke, joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you can, just break down these new changes for us. Why are they happening right now?
So the SAT is going through a major shift. The College Board announced on Tuesday that they're going to make the test shorter. Right now, the paper test is about 3 hours long, and the digital test will be about 2 hours. The reading passages are going to be shorter, and students will be able to use calculators for the entire math section. Something that they weren't able to do before. Part of the change is due to the coronavirus pandemic and how things went digital. So in November, the College Board did a pilot where they tested this theory to put the SAT online, and they said about 80% of students loved the idea. They said it was easier to do, it was less stressful, and also educators liked the idea of the test being administered online.
You know, we've heard a lot of times during the course of the pandemic that online work was actually more difficult for some students, especially when it comes to trying to focus. Are students going to have the option to take this test on paper if they'd like to?
The College Board, they haven't said if they're going to completely get rid of the paper test, but they did say that from their study, most students preferred doing it online since, during the pandemic, they're already, taking courses online. And I think it's easier for a lot of students. That's what they found during the study.
All right. NBC's Minnie Von Burke, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And thanks to all of you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Arming Ukraine, the U.S. sending more military aid. What else the White House is doing to prevent a potential Russian invasion. A call for justice. The family of a black woman found dead after a bumble date says police bumbled the investigation. What they're asking for now. Plus, man and machine, artificial intelligence making your life choices from mediating divorce to parenting kids. NBC News tech correspondent Jake Ward out with a new book and a warning about our future. We start today with the standoff over Ukraine. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington, D.C. Mike, the president spoke to reporters about Russia within the last hour. What did he say?
Yeah, Alison, the president was actually doing a visit to a local small business as they try to focus at the White House on the economy, trying to sell what they think is a positive message. But this is sort of the typical path for the White House these days. When they want to hit one message, the biggest story in town these days, Ukraine, was what all the reporters' questions were about. And the president had some interesting comments, specifically as it relates to just how ready he is to potentially send those troops we talked about yesterday being on ready alert over to Europe in preparation for a potential invasion. Here's more of what the president had to say.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term just because it takes time. And again, it's not provocative. We have no intention of putting American forces or NATO forces in Ukraine. But as I said, there are going to be serious economic consequences if he moves.
So, Alison, it's interesting again to hear the president flatly ruling out the idea of putting U.S. forces in Ukraine. But what we really are talking about when the president talks about putting more U.S. forces in Europe generally, it's responding to the sort of concerns of our NATO allies also in Eastern Europe as they see Russian forces being positioned in Belarus, one of their neighbors that's closer to some of our NATO allies. That's really what the president's responding to. But clearly there are other efforts being made to reassure Ukraine as they're facing this potential invasion. The president went on to say that really he thinks the only person who really knows what's going to happen is Putin himself, that even the president's view, Putin isn't even sharing his thinking with his closest advisors around him.
Mike, a plane carrying military supplies from the U.S. arrived in Ukraine today. What else is the White House doing to help Ukrainians prepare for a potential invasion?
Yeah, U.S. officials have been talking about this for some time, preparing to send more defensive equipment to Ukraine. Obviously, we just discussed the president saying U.S. boots on the ground will not be in Ukraine, but we want to do everything we can to help our Ukrainian allies defend themselves, and that's what's happening today. We're also seeing something interesting as it relates to one of the big pressures on our European allies as we talk about ways in which they might suffer by some of the sanctions that the U.S. and they themselves are considering. The U.S. says it's been talking to non-Russian sources of natural gas to find additional supplies that could be shipped to Europe, because one of the economic sanctions that are being discussed would be to cut off the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which would send additional Russian natural gas reserves into Europe, Germany specifically. And so it's very interesting as we talk about the positioning of the U.S., its resources, to hear them talking about trying to find additional reserves of oil to lessen the economic blow on our allies, but certainly to raise the economic cost potentially on Russia.
Mike, a senior administration official outlining new economic measures that the U.S. could take against Russia, including, of course, sanctions. What else is on the table here?
So when I talk about natural gas just there, that's an area where Russia sort of has a hand to play, where they're in the stronger position. But what the U.S. official was describing in terms of other options that are on the table, they're called sort of novel sanctions. And that has to do with Russia is making efforts, at least trying to diversify its economy beyond natural gas. And to do that, this is something we talk a lot about here at home, too. They need chips. They need semiconductor technology to really improve on some of the economic sectors of their own economy. And so the U.S. officials are describing that as one of the other big tools potentially in our toolbox, one area of strength on our end that we could really cut Russia off completely from this. So making Russia even that much more dependent on its own energy sector and harming its ability to diversify its own economy is just one of the measures that's being discussed more publicly now on the part of the United States.
All right, Mike Memley, thanks so much.
You got it.
Ukraine's army outgunned and outmanned by Russia, but foreign fighters are joining them on the front lines. Sky News chief correspondent Stuart Ramsey spoke with two British nationals now keeping watch on the border.
Through snow-filled trenches, they make their way past the most exposed areas in near silence. The front lines of this conflict in Ukraine are fixed, but the fighting is a constant. It is very dangerous, and it certainly feels it. They've been in these trenches for years. Whatever the rising tensions outside, nothing here in the mud and snow actually changes. Although an invasion would of course change everything. This brigade guards the southern flank of the Ukrainian army's front line with Russian-backed separatists in the east of the country. Amongst their ranks are two professionally contracted soldiers. Foreign fighters who've joined up. Unusually, Johnny Wood and Sean Pinner are from England.
Yeah, this is my old position back in 2019 then.
Both say they've started new lives here, which is why they're fighting.
And then the tree line over there is the enemy position.
I'm married a Ukrainian. I've got every much right to be here. And the guys, it's taken me a long time to integrate here. So the guys know I'm not, a war tourist or a war junkie. And I'm with an organised unit, I'm with the government, and I'm with a contracted soldier. So I've integrated. So they know I'm not just, like I said, just sitting around and I'm going to go home at the end of it. I've been here, my family's here. My family's 15 kilometres. I can hear the shelling from my front room.
Sean is a section commander here, but he's realistic about what may lie ahead.
If they come across the border, we're outgunned. We haven't got air superiority. We don't have a naval fleet, a very strong naval fleet. But Ukrainians fight, so we'll give them a bloody nose, that's for sure.
Johnny Wood is on his third rotation. He says the West needs to help.
I don't think we need to send British troops or American troops. I think all the West needs to do is we need to support Ukraine politically, like give them as much political support as we're doing, like continue it, even like amp it up, and just give them the weapons they need to defend themselves and to defend their country.
The Ukrainian army has improved a lot since 2014, but it's infinitely outgunned by the Russians.
Well, there used to be a brigade of foreign fighters, but that's been disbanded and they've been assimilated into the Ukrainian army. However, it's quite clear that volunteers do want to come from abroad as this whole incident has grown. We understand 100 vets from the United States are on their way. They'll do some training in Kiev before they come to the front line.
The British Prime Minister, like many others, is warning that an invasion would provoke a bloody battle akin to the Chechen wars, with thousands killed and whole communities destroyed. On the shores of the Azov Sea lies the town of Shorikino, destroyed in the fighting and abandoned in 2015. Scenes like these are exactly why embassy staff are being evacuated. This could so easily happen again, and likely will, if efforts to reach a compromise fail. We're right on the edge now.
Ransomware hackers now using a new tactic, threatening their victims directly. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier writing, hackers have increasingly roped in everyday people whose information is stored in computers they hacked, pestering them by phone and email. Kevin joins me now. Kevin, you spoke with a father in Texas. He was threatened over email after his son's school district was hacked. What did he tell you, and what happened to those hackers?
Well, he and a handful of parents received at least 3 threatening emails like this one, saying that if their kid's school district didn't pay up, they'd be releasing the parents' and kids' information on the dark web. The dad I spoke with wasn't that upset with the school district itself getting hacked, but he was furious that he had to hear about it from the hackers themselves and not, from the school. He could have made better preparations to, change his passwords, stuff like that. And while the school hasn't responded to us, it does appear that they did not pay because hackers did indeed release a bunch of that information from that school district onto the dark web.
Kevin, Meredith Grafanti from the cybersecurity advisory company FTI Consulting says hackers frequently threaten individuals, adding it's almost as if they have an entire PR department of their operations solely devoted to that pressure tactic. What does she say people should do if hackers call or email them? My instant reaction, hang up, ignore.
That's probably a good one. I mean, she would probably want people to hire her company or one like it. The federal government does have a one-stop website for how to deal with ransomware. It's called stopransomware.gov. But like you said, honestly, if an individual is contacted like this, there's very little they can do.
So you mentioned that federal website. I know the Biden White House has tried to slow down these attacks. Is that their main effort there, that site? What else are they doing here?
They've got a handful of tactics in play. They have conducted cyber attacks on some of the worst gangs. They've issued sanctions on cryptocurrency exchanges that launder money that's related to ransomware. And they pressured Russia to arrest the most egregious hackers, or some of them. All of these have been moderately successful, but at the same time, there are just too many criminal hackers out there. They find it way too easy to make money this way that it's not going to stop anytime soon. One analogy I've heard is if your house gets robbed, you can expect to call the police and maybe they can help, but you also should be responsible for locking your own doors.
Yeah, lock the doors, turn on the alarm if you've got one. Kevin, thanks so much for your reporting today.
Thanks for having us.
A generation from now, people will depend on artificial intelligence to make a whole bunch of decisions, from recommending music and clothes to mediating divorce proceedings, even forecasting crime. That's the warning in a new book out today from our very own NBC News tech correspondent, Jake Ward. It's called The Loop: How Tech is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jake joins me now. First of all, congrats on the book. This is so cool. I was so excited when I got the announcement. We're thrilled to talk to you about it. This book combines years of behavioral science research with your own extensive reporting on tech companies. So tell us more about the link, how these two worlds come together.
Well, Allison, I was trying to put together two things I was noticing in my life. One was all of this reading and interviewing I was doing with researchers who've been looking at the patterns we have in the ways that we instinctively make decisions. And it turns out that the vast majority of human decisions, this is the common thinking among researchers, are instinctive decisions, ones that we are not conscious of. And I looked at those patterns and then I realized at the same time, hey, wait, I'm seeing all of these companies beginning to deploy pattern recognition software, algorithms, AI, to basically predict the patterns in what we choose to do online. You and I have experienced it in all sorts of ways, but I began to look at across the spectrum of industry and everything else and thought to myself, is there anything here in human behavior that a pattern recognition algorithm couldn't figure out? And the answer, unfortunately, turns out to be no, Allison.
Wow. All right. So The Loop is in the title. Tell us more about what The Loop is and how specifically it's reshaping our lives.
Well, we have seen this sort of effect in the silly stuff, right? I mean, the feed in your social media, the next video recommended to you on YouTube, right? But what I began to realize is that all of the findings of these behavioral researchers basically show that we are incredibly susceptible to accepting the verdict of a system we do not understand. The technical term for that is anthropomorphism. To being afraid of uncertainty. We love a clear answer. That's something that AI provides. And we are at the same time also living in a capitalist world. So one that begins to want to use technology to make money and make efficiency wherever possible. And so the reason I call it the loop is it turns out that when you begin to analyze the choices we make and then build a product to reflect that analysis, it actually winds up coming back on us. So we've seen this in art already, right? With digital art and NFTs, we're seeing artists use AI to meld a greatest hits kind of portrait. You're seeing that kind of image there. But then we're starting to see how digital art and NFTs move, how that market starts to move is being affected by this. But here's an even creepier version of this, Allison. I mean, you look at it right now, Facebook's internal research from the Facebook papers that NBC got to look at, looked at one study that found that right-wing politicians in Europe are actually beginning to adapt their policy positions so that what they say on Facebook will do even better. Right? So we're seeing this kind of behavior in the real world begin to reflect the analysis we're seeing online, and that is the loop, and it seems like it's going to extend absolutely everywhere else.
Okay, so that's the creepy. How about some of the positive uses of AI? How can we humans use this technology for the greater good?
Well, so for binary up and down kind of decision making, it is an incredible thing. I mean, you talk about, for instance, AI does a better job of spotting cancerous moles than a human dermatologist can. That has been shown over and over again. So for that kind of use case, it's extraordinary. But it's the squishier human stuff that it gets, I think, a little bit scary with. And unfortunately, the best kinds of uses of this stuff, for instance, I had one guy tell me, if you gave me an AI system and every birth certificate issued this year, I could tell you exactly which apartments in America I could repaint to avoid lead poisoning in those kids, right? Unfortunately, nobody's making money off that. What they are making money off of is things like figuring out which people are most susceptible to an addictive online casino simulator, right? And that's what they're using AI to find. So unfortunately, the lesson here seems to be, if we want to protect the best parts of being human, we're going to have to resist our impulse to be efficient and to make a ton of money off one another, because that is what AI is going to make possible.
Oh, Jake, it is absolutely fascinating. The book is out today, The Loop, How Tech is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. I am going to my local bookstore this weekend to make sure they have it, to buy a copy, and to tell everyone to do the same. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Allison.
Coming up, a family threatening to sue a Connecticut police department over a 23-year-old black woman's death. Why they say the department was racially insensitive. Next.
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history!
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start with Tonga, and NASA has said the volcano blast earlier this month was hundreds of times more powerful than the Hiroshima nuclear explosion. The underwater eruption wiped out large portions of land. Singer Neil Young reportedly telling Spotify to remove his music from its platform in protest of vaccine misinformation on Joe Rogan's podcast. Neither Spotify nor Rogan have responded to requests for comment. A stampede at a soccer game in Cameroon, killing 8 people and injuring 38 others. The Confederation of African Football is investigating the incident. Pakistan swear initially turned down last year, but was confirmed on a 5-4 vote. And Jeopardy champion Amy Schneider making history, beating Matt Amodio's streak for second most consecutive wins. Schneider has collected just over $1.3 million as a contestant. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. The mayor of Bridgeport, Connecticut, investigating the city's police department. The issue, how the Bridgeport PD handled Lauren Smithfield's death. The 25-year-old black woman found unresponsive in her apartment back in December by a man she'd met on a Bumble date. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith covering this story. So Janelle, Smithfield's family saying they plan to sue the city over what they're calling Bridgeport Police's racially insensitive handling of this case. What are they claiming happened here?
So they're claiming that from the start, this was a botched investigation, and they believe it's because Lauren was black. They said that the police never even notified them that she had died. They learned of her death from her landlord. They also said that one of the first detectives assigned the case told them to stop calling to inquire about the investigation. And they claimed that police failed to collect critical evidence from her apartment, and such as a condom, a blood-stained bedsheet, and a pill. And it wasn't until the family asked them to gather that evidence more than 2 weeks after her death that police went back and retrieved that evidence.
Bridgeport's mayor is saying the Office of Internal Affairs will conduct a full and fair investigation. What else is he saying about her death?
He said that he shares the community's concern, and he also said that he's going to work with the chief of police to establish new rules as far as when the police department needs to notify the next of kin and tell them that someone in their family has died, because this is one of the largest claims that Lauren's family has made, is that they had to find out that she died from her landlord, which they said is unacceptable. They should have been notified right away by police.
Yesterday, the medical examiner's office said Smithfield's death was accidental. What else did that office say about what happened to her?
They ruled her cause of death as an overdose of fentanyl mixed with prescription medication and alcohol, but Lauren's family said that she didn't use drugs, so they're suggesting or alleging that it's possible someone may have drugged her.
Darnell Crosland, he's the attorney for the Smithfield family, is saying they're awaiting the results of an independent autopsy. What else is he saying today?
So this morning, he released a statement saying, quote, "The ME findings doesn't cure any of Bridgeport Police Department's lack of process. In fact, it makes it worse. As a result of a botched investigation, this morning, we are left with more questions than answers." And he has really just reiterated the argument that had Lauren been white, had her family been white, the police response would have been entirely different.
As we mentioned earlier, she was found in her apartment by a man she'd met on a Bumble date. What is Bumble saying about this tragic incident?
So Bumble released a statement, and they said that they are willing to cooperate with the investigation, but they said they had not been contacted with police. And they said that they extend their condolences to Lauren's family, and if police reach out to them, they're more than willing to cooperate.
All right, Janelle Griffith, thanks so much for reporting today. Appreciate it. In Minnesota, a Cup Foods employee is on the stand today in the trial of 3 former police officers charged with failing to intervene in George Floyd's death. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster covering this trial for us. So, Shaq, police were called to Cup Foods after George Floyd allegedly used a counterfeit bill there. Who's the employee on the stand today, and what is he saying?
This is Christopher Martin. This is the employee who was at the register when George Floyd handed him that fake $20 bill. If you remember the state trial about 9 months ago, he gave pretty emotional testimony in which he said that he regretted accepting that bill, and instead he should have just told him not to hand in that bill and tried to get an actual $20 bill instead. And you had similar testimony from him today, going through the account of what it was like to see George Floyd in that Cup Foods. He said that George Floyd appeared high at the time, but that he was friendly, that he didn't think that George Floyd knew he was handing over that counterfeit $20 bill. And then he talked about the interaction of going outside of Cup Foods. Once his manager told him to essentially try to get a real bill from George Floyd outside, interacting with him at the car outside. So this is quite unique because this is testimony, again, that we've heard before in a previous trial, but now it's being used in the context of this trial.
Shaq, earlier today, an FBI video analyst was back on the stand. Tell us about her testimony, and what did the jury see?
Yeah, the reason why we heard from her was less because she was giving extremely compelling testimony, but more so that the state or the prosecution in this case can hand in and submit those body camera videos as evidence. So throughout her testimony, we saw the multiple angles of this incident with the multiple body camera videos of those officers that you're looking at on your screen. So it was extensive testimony because they played these nearly 20, 30-minute long videos individually. Almost all of them they played in full. According to some of the pool reporters, it appears as if at least two of the jurors, after watching this instance, after watching George Floyd die multiple times, did become somewhat emotional. Some people were reaching for tissues at a certain point, according to those pool reporters inside the courtroom. But you really got the sense that they were bringing on this FBI analyst so that they can admit this key video evidence into the record.
Shaq, the attorney for ex-officer Thomas Lane saying that Lane will take the stand. Any word on the other officers?
No word on the other officers, and that was something that we heard in those opening statements yesterday. And that was one of the first times that we got a hint of what the defense will be from these three ex-officers. You know, Thomas Lane, his attorney, in addition to saying that he'll take the stand, called Thomas Lane a gentle giant, said that he actually did show care for George Floyd's condition, at one time asking if they should roll him over, and at another point going into the ambulance and performing CPR on George Floyd. We also heard from the attorney of former Officer King, who his attorney really put the blame at Derek Chauvin for being the senior officer on the scene, but also put the blame on the Minneapolis Police Department, saying that the police department didn't prepare this rookie officer who was days into the job on his own, didn't prepare him for a situation like this. So that's something we really learned yesterday, got a sense of what the defenses will look like as this trial continues.
Who else are you expecting to hear from on the witness stand this week?
We don't know. We don't have a specific timeline of these witnesses, but you can expect it to mirror or at least somewhat resemble what we saw in that state trial. So we can expect to see Darnella Frazier, the 17-year-old at the time who took the Facebook video that went and became viral all across the country and all around the world. We can expect her to take the stand at some point. We do know that Courtney Ross might be taking the stand. That was the partner of George Floyd, but it's not clear when they'll be taking the stand and if for sure we can expect to see them on the stand.
How about George Floyd's family? We'd been wondering what they might say, when they might talk. What are you hearing from them this week?
Yeah, they spoke yesterday after court, and I do want to play some sound from Philonise Floyd, the brother of George Floyd. But before I do, I just want to note that these are family members who are inside the courtroom as these proceedings are happening. As they heard from defense attorneys essentially point the finger at George Floyd and say he was not responding to officers and was resisting and was high at the time. They were in the courtroom. They were there as these videos were being played, one after the other, showing George Floyd taking his final breaths. You can definitely feel for them for the emotion that they'll be feeling as they watch this trial go through. And listen to a little bit of what the brother, Philonise Floyd, told reporters yesterday.
My brother had the weight of 4 officers on him. And the fact that the world, you know, he was basically carrying the weight for the world when he had those officers on him because of systemic racism that plagued our nation for years.
According to those pool reporters inside the courtroom, there were moments where Courtney Ross, again the partner of George Floyd, where she was had her head down, she was wiping tears and quietly sobbing, in the words of one of the reporters. This is going to be a pretty intense trial that's suspected to last up to 4 weeks.
Well, it sure sounds like it. Shaq, thanks so much for getting us up to speed today.
You got it.
Stormy Daniels and her former attorney Michael Avenatti are squaring up in a legal battle. Federal prosecutors claiming Avenatti cheated Daniels out of $300,000 of her book proceeds. He's charged with wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here. Danny, it seems like we haven't seen you in a little bit. Wonderful to have you on. This federal indictment alleges that Avenatti stole a significant portion of Daniels' advance on her book contract by, among other things, sending a fraudulent and unauthorized letter purporting to contain Daniels' signature to her literary agent. Now, Avenatti denies those charges, but what are the penalties if he's found guilty here?
I just want to take a step back and just explain how serious it is for lawyers to goof around with their clients' money. We have rules that say essentially, look, we'll deal with you if you got a drinking problem. Hey, you get in a DWI accident. But if you commingle funds, if you mess around with your client trust accounts, your client's money versus your own operating account money, then bye-bye. In all likelihood, you will be disbarred. That's how seriously the legal profession takes playing around with a client's money. And that is exactly what Michael Avenatti is alleged to have done, not only here, but in other cases. So these are very serious charges. And because it's about the movement of money, it should be relatively straightforward in terms of the evidence that the government is going to present, which is going to be things like deposits, emails, letters, things like that. People can lie. Documents can't lie as well.
Something particularly interesting this afternoon, to say the least, Danny. Avenatti's taken over his own defense. What do you make of that move?
The person who represents themselves in court as a fool for a client. The pro se litigant is at once the bane and the glory of the legal profession. I have to be candid with you. Anytime I was in the criminal courthouse or am in the criminal courthouse and the whispers come down, hey, someone's representing themselves in courtroom whatever, I find a reason to get over to courtroom whatever and watch the show.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a circus one way or the other.
Even if you're a former attorney?
Even though Michael Avenatti is an experienced former civil attorney, that is still generally a bad idea. It is inviting trouble.
So this is the third criminal case against Avenatti. In July, he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for trying to extort up to $25 million from Nike. How could his criminal history affect this case?
Mostly if he's convicted. There may be some kind of character evidence that could come in if Avenatti were to somehow try to introduce character evidence, which I don't see him doing. It's too risky. However, if he is convicted, he already has what's called a criminal history. And the federal sentencing guidelines are driven really by two major factors and a lot of little factors. But the two major factors are how serious is the crime you just got convicted for, and what is your criminal history? And you literally take out a little chart and you run your finger up and down. Okay, this is a criminal history 5, offense gravity score of this, and then you find your sentencing range right there on the chart. So his prior convictions will absolutely affect him most significantly if he's convicted when he gets to sentencing, which would still be many months out from his trial.
Danny Ceballos, whom we will never find defending himself in court, I don't think. Thank you so much. Violent carjacking spiking across the U.S., the victims ranging from politicians to food delivery drivers to families with kids. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez shows us who's most often behind them.
Police call it a crime of opportunity. Carjackers attacking unsuspecting drivers, swiping their vehicle, and in some cases, more.
They're taking cars with all weapons, gunpoint, knives.
This shocking attack in New York City caught on NYPD body cam video. The suspect able to get away, speeding down a busy street, plowing into parked cars as police tried to stop him. In Washington, D.C., council candidate Nate Fleming was recently carjacked at a gas station. The suspect seen pulling up in a red SUV. One points a gun at Fleming, then brazenly gets into his car.
Guns were pointed in my face before I could blink an eye.
And in New Orleans, a family forced out of their car.
And just started screaming, there's kids, there's kids.
Police data shows carjackings are on the rise in many cities, up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and a staggering 85% in Philadelphia.
The rising numbers are beyond troubling.
Officials warning food delivery and rideshare drivers should be on particularly high alert. In Philadelphia, a man delivering food shot an armed teenager who demanded his keys, leaving the teen in critical condition. Police say many times young joyriders are responsible.
Our carjacking offenders are increasingly younger and younger. We're trying to encourage our young people to make better decisions.
Violence against police officers skyrocketing the last year. More than 300 officers shot, over 60 killed. And today, the NYPD's new commissioner announcing a second officer has died as a result of Friday's domestic disturbance call in Harlem. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter here now. Tom, what else did Commissioner Sewell say?
Well, the commissioner talked to and pointed to the fact that Wilbert Mora, who was the officer who died today after Officer Jason Rivera passed away on Friday as a result of their injuries responding to a domestic disturbance call. The commissioner coming out today and saying via tweet and via statement, and we can look at it, Allison, essentially calling this person a hero 3 times over for not just for his death, but for sacrificing his life to protect others and choosing a life of service. She talks here about organ donation. So we were trying to figure out, Allison, and this is a really incredible story, why he was transferred to NYU Langone from Harlem Hospital earlier, or I should say over the weekend. We have found out the reason why for that. He was transported there and surgery began this morning, we are told by a senior law enforcement official, to be able to harvest his organs to be donated to those that need them. So even as this officer was on his way to death, he continued to serve those in New York City. So really an incredible story and an incredibly sad story. But this officer, Wilbert Mora, giving his organs up for donation and then eventually dying this afternoon.
Oh, Tom, the suspect who shot and killed the officer is also dead. What do you know about him?
Yeah, so, there's really some questions that remain there. I mean, principally, how was this individual able to get his hands on weapons? And it wasn't just a gun that we were able to see on Friday night, clearly an illegally modified Glock weapon because it had a drum barrel of ammo beneath it, which is not part of the normal setup for that particular weapon. It is an illegal modification. He had no such a permit to have that weapon. Apparently, he was in a dispute with his mom. At the time that she called 911, she did not mention that there were any injuries. She did not mention that he was armed. And then at some point, while the officers are there responding to it, McNeil, the suspect, apparently opens fire and obviously ends up now with 2 officers dead as a result. There was also an AR-15 that was found in his room, and that's something that the ATF and NYPD are working together to figure out how he was able to get his hands on that weapon, which is obviously very powerful and potentially very deadly. So still some questions remain about him in his past, Allison.
Tom, New York City Mayor Eric Adams was elected on a promise to fight crime. What is he saying about this today?
Yeah, he's out with a tweet today that we could take a look at, but really the big announcement was yesterday, Allison, talking about Officer Mora, of course, and what he gave to the city and the communities and vowing that he's going to stand with the NYPD. Yesterday announcing a series of efforts that he says the NYPD, the city and the state, along with federal law enforcement partners, are going to undertake to stop the Iron Highway, if you will, this transport of illegal guns into New York City, 6,000 taken off the street just in the past year. And looking at the reasons for that, whether it be individuals under the age of 18 youths that are carrying these guns, youths that may not be in school, may not have a job. So talking about a summer job program, a way to get these kids back into the school system, get them off the streets, get them from carrying a gun, trying to work with the district attorneys to say that if a kid is caught with a gun, if they give up who gave them the gun, well, they'll be charged in family court and won't have to deal with repercussions as an adult. But if not, they could go to regular state criminal court and be charged as an adult, and a whole host of other issues. I think where the rubber is going to meet the road here, Allison, are the details of how they're going to fight this crime, because you've got 5 independent boroughs and 5 independent district attorneys in New York City. All of them have different viewpoints on how the law should be upheld, if you will. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works within the police department. I think one thing you can bet on is that the plainclothes units, they really never quite went away dealing with anti-crime and gun, that you'll see a lot more stops at various transit hubs into the city of asking people questions and seeing if they have guns on their person. And I think you're going to see a surge of cops into the top 30 or so precincts that have a significant violent crime issue.
All right, Tom Wenner, thanks for your reporting.
Sure thing.
Coming up, is the party over? New allegations that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson violated COVID lockdown, and this time Scotland Yard's involved. A live report from London next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back. Amazing! Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern. Let's go! CNBC, get yours.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let them eat cake. New allegations of a birthday party during Britain's COVID lockdown. Police now investigating UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in London. So, Raf, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner saying Scotland Yard's looking into a number of events at Johnson's home and office, including a birthday party in his office back in the summer of 2020. Tell us more.
Yeah, Alison, so the Metropolitan Police investigation launched today is looking at a whole bunch of alleged parties that happened behind that famous black door. Spring, summer of 2020, the early months, those frightening days of the pandemic. One of those events is that birthday party for Boris Johnson in June 2020. Another is this infamous Bring Your Own Booze party in May 2020, an invitation sent out to 100 members of staff here at Downing Street. Alison, at the time in the UK, the rule was not only no parties, you could not leave your home without a reasonable excuse, like going to the supermarket, going to the drugstore. So there is real anger in the UK over this. Boris Johnson's defenders and his critics have been out in force today. I want you to take a listen to their perspectives.
These are staff he would have been working with and was working with all day long and will have been many of times in the same room with them working on the response to coronavirus. They come in, give them a cake. I understand the thing lasted for 10 minutes and that was it.
Why was there one rule for young people across the country who couldn't have birthday parties, for our own Queen and Sovereign who couldn't have a birthday party, but a different situation for Boris Johnson?
Alison, there is a new poll out today showing that 62% of the British public thinks Boris Johnson should resign at this point. And I think the feeling behind that is real anger over this perceived hypocrisy that Boris Johnson was making the rules. He was going on TV telling the public to follow those rules, but he may not have been following them himself. Alison?
Raf, this police investigation is on top of an internal investigation. We're expecting those internal findings this week. What kind of trouble could Johnson be in here besides his popularity slipping?
Right, so this is a civil service investigation by a woman called Sue Gray, who nobody had heard of a couple of weeks ago. Today, she is a household name in Britain because she is seen as basically holding the Prime Minister's political fate in her hand. Her findings from the civil service inquiry are what triggered the criminal inquiry being done by the Metropolitan Police. We are expecting to see the now famous Sue Gray report sometime this week, and that will be a real make or break moment for Boris Johnson. He has said he will go to Parliament and he will answer questions from his fellow MPs when that report comes out. Alison, the most immediate danger to him is from his own ruling Conservative Party. If 54 members of his party file letters saying they have lost confidence in him, then the Prime Minister is going to be facing a leadership vote inside of his own party. And if he loses that, he will be out as Prime Minister. Alison?
Ralph, besides that, these allegations are highlighting a culture of heavy drinking in Britain, according to Rachel Elbaum, a London-based editor for NBC News. One London worker telling her, you don't want to be the only one sitting around drinking a water. Could you tell us more about those concerns here?
Yeah, so I've lived in the UK on and off for 10 years, and drinking is a big part of the work culture in this country. It is really hard if you don't drink for faith reasons, for health reasons, and all your colleagues go out to the pub after work on Friday night. And I think what is so worrying is this drinking culture appears to have extended to the heart of government here at Downing Street. When Boris Johnson showed up at that Bring Your Own Booze party in his back garden, he said he didn't know that it was a party. He honestly thought it was a work event, which of course raises the question, what kind of work events are happening when people have apparently suitcases full of wine at these meetings? Alison?
A lot of questions there indeed. Raf, thank you so much for your reporting today. We really do appreciate it. North Korea launching more rounds of suspected cruise missiles this morning, a South Korean official telling NBC. The U.S. and South Korea now analyzing those tests. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Aruzzi.
North Korea has fired 2 cruise missiles in the early hours this morning. It's the latest launch in a flurry of missile tests this month. If confirmed, the missile fired would mark the 5th such test this year. Cruise missile launches are not banned under the United Nations sanctions, but they did follow a series of banned ballistic missile tests earlier this month, adding to a general sense of hostility and tension while sending an ominous message to the United States. North Korean media also reported that the country's powerful policy-making body, presided over by leader Kim Jong-un, is considering resuming all temporarily suspended nuclear and intercontinental ballistic missile tests amid an ongoing effort to boost the country's military against what they call a hostile United States. In recent months, Pyongyang has stepped up its rhetoric against President Biden's administration while conducting a series of missile tests, including what they've described as a new hypersonic missile. For his part, President Biden has so far refused to make any concessions with North Korea, adding to a sense of frustration in Pyongyang. It may not be fire and fury yet, but a game of brinksmanship with the U.S. feels like it's looming.
Coming up, a battle for Republican loyalty, how a power struggle between former President Trump and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell could define the midterms for the GOP.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Trump versus McConnell, a battle royale for Senate Republicans' loyalty. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen writing, the power struggle is one of the more consequential subplots of the midterm elections, with implications for who controls the Senate and its Republican members. John is here live now. John, we love a good Senate subplot. You say McConnell is waging a quiet campaign to keep his caucus from getting a whole lot Trumpier after the midterms. A GOP senator who spoke anonymously to avoid angering fellow Republicans, telling you McConnell wants people who he knows are team players, people who are interested in solutions. There are a lot of people who are running for office these days who have different agendas. What else is in McConnell's strategy here?
Well, I think the big thing, Allison, is really trying to find places where you've got extremely Trump-like candidates potentially running against establishment candidates, and McConnell giving both explicit and sometimes implicit backing to those more establishment candidates. The two that jump out are in Alaska, where Senator Lisa Murkowski is facing a Trump-backed challenge from Kelly Tshibaka. And also in South Dakota, where John Thune was going to retire. And McConnell talked to him and encouraged him to stay in the Senate, even though Donald Trump has issued essentially a public call for Thune to be ousted by somebody, by anybody. And it's had, his pollster went out and did a poll that showed that Thune was vulnerable. So those are the two big ones. And then the third thing is McConnell has been encouraging Doug Ducey, the governor of Arizona, to get in that race. I spoke to a donor a couple of weeks ago who said that he had been asked by McConnell to try to put some pressure on Ducey. So you see that starting to happen in several of these races, and I think it's only going to continue in any state where McConnell and Trump don't necessarily agree on the brand of candidate.
So what's the Trump team saying about McConnell, or what are you hearing from that side of things?
So, Allison, the Trump team is extremely suspicious of McConnell. They see his hand in sort of everything. You can remember a week or so ago, there was a big kerfuffle over Ron DeSantis going on a podcast that's hosted by the former chief of staff to Mitch McConnell, Josh Holmes, and DeSantis basically saying he regretted locking down Florida when Trump was calling for a lockdown in 2020. And, the Trump people saw McConnell's hand in that. Trump has said really nasty things about Mitch McConnell over the years, particularly since the January 6th riot. He has taken to calling him a broken old crow. So Trump has something in common with the Democrats, which is that they all dislike McConnell.
John, you also write, by talking up the shared goal of winning in November, many Republican lawmakers have found a safe space from which they can advocate for establishment candidates without directly attacking the Trump core. That's a delicate tightrope to walk. How do you see that playing out between now and November?
It's very much a delicate tightrope to walk, and it's going to play out in the way that I think Senator John Cornyn told me, which is Republicans talking a lot about the necessity of winning elections, and of course the implicit knock there is that some of these Trump-aligned candidates will have a tough time winning in the general election. I'm not sure how well that's proved out over time, whether establishment Republicans do better than Trump Republicans. There are certainly some massive flameouts on the Trump Republican side. You can think of Sean Parnell, who got out of the Pennsylvania Senate race this cycle after allegations of domestic abuse, or Roy Moore in Alabama, who had support from Trump's wing of the Republican Party and ended up losing that seat to Doug Jones in a special election a few years ago. But that's going to be the message from establishment Republicans. Rather than hitting some of those candidates directly, they're just going to talk about electability is a factor, is a positive factor for some of the establishment candidates.
All right, John Allen, always love having you on to share your analysis. Thanks for being here.
Take care, Allison.
Coming up, the movie Encanto, stealing hearts worldwide months after its premiere. What makes the Disney film so magical? After this break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Even if you haven't seen the movie Encanto, you've probably heard its songs. The Disney film premiered in November. Its tracks now topping music charts and taking social media by storm. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas shows us why Encanto's wild success has to do with its representation on screen.
Across the world, fans young and old are talking about Encanto.
We don't talk about Bruno, no, no, no. We don't talk about Bruno.
The hit song We Don't Talk About Bruno reaching #1 on Spotify's Top 50 USA chart this week. And recently, composer Lin-Manuel Miranda said this about the song.
Every family has the things we talk about at the dinner table and the things we don't, but we still talk about. We just can't talk about it in front of abuela or in front of mom. And I wanted to write a song like that, where everyone says, we don't talk about that, and then proceeds to talk about it.
But it's not just that song that everyone is talking about. Across social media, fans are connecting with the film's characters.
I know what my worth is.
Going viral, this clip of 2-year-old Manu Araujo Marquez from Brazil. She's saying, "It's me, mommy," while looking at Encanto's Mirabel, the first Disney main character to wear glasses. In another powerful example of representation, 2-year-old Kenzo smiles when seeing the film's character, Antonio.
He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was almost like he saw a reflection of himself.
A celebration of family both on and off the screen.
All right, you know what that sound is. Don't be afraid to look. It's the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day, and my goodness, what an improvement. The Dow only down about 66 points. It was down more than 800 earlier today. We'll talk about what happened on the markets and how it affects you coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Pfizer testing an Omicron-specific COVID vaccine in clinical trials, but is it too late? We'll ask Dr. John. Are rising mortgage rates cooling off the red housing market? Spoiler alert, not yet. We've got a preview of the spring buying season. And the metaverse future is now. We'll take you inside the virtual world of celebrity avatars. We start today with that pretty big news from Pfizer, the drug maker launching a clinical trial for an Omicron-specific COVID vaccine. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here. So, Dr. John, what can you tell us about this clinical trial so far?
So, Allison, the clinical trial is starting. Pfizer just announced it. They're looking for over 1,400 volunteers ages 18 to 55. And here's what they want to do. They developed an Omicron-specific vaccine. They want to make sure it works specifically against Omicron. And so they're dividing into 3 different groups. About 600 are ones who already had the 2 Pfizer vaccines around 5 months ago, and they're going to give them booster shots, either 1 or 2 booster shots. Another 600, they're going to go ahead and get them the Pfizer vaccines themselves and see what happens with them once they get that. And then there are those who are unvaccinated. They're going to recruit as well and say, let's start off with the Omicron-specific vaccine and see what happens with them. Now, one of the difficulties is going to be recruiting people who have not been vaccinated and are willing to get vaccinated at this point, because that's becoming a smaller and smaller crowd. But over time, hopefully over the next few months, they'll get enough data to satisfy the FDA so they can move forward with maybe an emergency use authorization, maybe approval, depending on how the FDA looks at it, Allison.
Dr. John, Dr. Fauci told MSNBC's Jose Diaz-Balart earlier today that we may not need a variant-specific vaccine, but it's important to have it anyway. Take a listen.
It may not need it at all, but I think it's prudent to at least prepare for the possibility that this may be a persistent variant that we may have to face, even though it's at a very low level.
Dr. John, what's your take here?
You know, my take is a couple different points. Number one, what do we want the vaccine to do? Most of us want the vaccine to protect us from dying or getting seriously ill, not necessarily from just getting the sniffles. And the vaccine, as we have it now, does a great job of doing that. If Omicron ends up being the variant that persists, that's there and doesn't change, then we are going to need this. If, on the other hand, variants keep changing, what a lot of experts are saying is we can't chase variants with vaccines. Every 6 months, we can't vaccinate the entire world. So we're going to have to decide at what point are we okay with the vaccines we have and move forward with those and not worry so much about variant-specific vaccines, Allison.
Dr. John, the FDA is revoking emergency use authorization for Regeneron and Eli Lilly's COVID-19 antibody treatments. How come, and are there any alternative treatments still authorized?
And Allison, what they've done is with the Regeneron and Eli Lilly, they found out that it is not very good against the Omicron variant. As a matter of fact, they said it doesn't really work at all against the Omicron variant. So in their withdrawal, what they said is it can only be used for people who have Omicron, who have Delta-specific variant as their infection. But right now, 99.9% of cases are Omicron, so hardly anybody will have that amount. As far as the other ones, Sotrovimab, which is a GlaxoSmithKline one, is the one that's out there that is proving to be effective, but it's hard to get. And then, of course, we have the antivirals, specifically the Paxlovid, the Molnupiravir, and the Remdesivir. Those are the ones that are working right now. So we do have tools. Those tools that they're talking about don't seem to be working at this point, though. Dr.
John, still always so impressed with you. It's like those names just roll off the tongue, those medical terms that none of the rest of us can
sometimes
say. No, you nailed it. I wouldn't have been able to do that. Public schools in Flint, Dr. John, are going virtual indefinitely. Here's Superintendent Kevlin Jones on MSNBC this morning.
We made the tough decision that we are going to keep our scholars home safe
until this surge has ended. Indefinitely did not mean that our scholars will be out of school until the end of the year. It just means until this surge has subsided and we have started to see a downward spiral in the COVID numbers.
First of all, let me say that I love that they call the students their scholars. We should all refer to our young people as such. But I want to point out isn't that great? I want to point out what's going on there. The 7-day average positivity rate in Genesee County, where Flint, Michigan is located, is 38%. The superintendent saying that vaccinations among his 5 to 11-year-old students is just around 11%. How does Flint get its students back safely before the end of the year, given those numbers?
You know, one of the things that he talked about was the importance of keeping them in school, which is, you know, parents agree, experts agree, students agree. They want to be back in school, but at the same time, they want to be back in school safely. And one of the things we've always talked about are measures to keep them safe. Masking, vaccinating, which we know, especially that younger age group, it's not high enough at this point yet. Social distancing, all those things, and contact tracing. But one of the important things was also to look at what the rate is in the community. And if the rate gets high, and usually it's 20% or above, then start pulling back on school and going more virtual. That's what Flint, Michigan has done. And what the superintendent is saying, this is not a forever thing. This is a temporary thing until we get the community under control, which means community members need to come in and they need to do their part. They need to get vaccinated. They need a social distance. They need to make sure that if they are sick, they stay home. That can help reduce the spread, which can get those kids right back to school, Allison.
Dr. John, I want to talk about the staggering numbers we're seeing this January. The U.S. reported more than 17 million COVID cases this month alone, and it's only the 25th. That's nearly half of the cases on record for all of 2021. I don't even know how to process that. What do you make of that spread, and what should our viewers make of those numbers?
You know, those numbers are staggering. And if you look back a year ago, we were talking about numbers that at that time we thought were staggering, around 250,000 cases a day. Now we're talking over 3 times more cases a day, over 800,000 happening now. That's because of the Omicron variant. It shows you just how contagious it is. And even though it might not be as dangerous as some of the other variants, or at least we think it might not be, the fact that case numbers are so high are pushing hospitalizations up, or pushing deaths up. They're still at a very high level right now. We need to get those under control. And that means, of course, the same things we just talked about for school students and their communities, is doing those things we know we need to do to keep things under control. And we've talked about this, Allison, time and time again. And I know for some people, you know, it's a bit of an eye roll at this point, but wear a mask, social distance, get vaccinated, stay home if you're sick. Those are the things we can do to get those numbers back down. They are starting to drop off in some parts of the country, others not so much, but hopefully over the next few weeks we'll see them drop off a lot more, and then we can get more to normality, more to doing those things we want to do. But for now, we all need to be careful, Allison.
Oh, normal would be so nice, wouldn't it? Dr. John, thank you so much.
You bet.
Some much-needed relief for healthcare providers across the country. The Biden administration sending an additional $2 billion to help hospitals and medical service providers fight the latest COVID surge. NBC News reporting the Department of Health and Human Services announced the latest funding as healthcare groups emphasized how the coronavirus had overwhelmed hospitals. NBC News healthcare reporter Phil McCausland joins me now. Phil, thanks for being on. This money is coming from the Provider Relief Fund. Tell us about that fund and where specifically that $2 billion is going.
Yeah, the Provider Relief Fund was created in the CARES Act, which was that huge first sum of money that Congress allocated back in March 2020. They put aside almost $180 billion. And during the pandemic, they've slowly been releasing that funding for hospitals and medical care providers to have access. Because, I mean, hospitals and medical providers, they're really struggling through all this, right? I mean, as hospitals are really overwhelmed, they're having to, not do those elective surgeries, which is really a lot of where hospitals get some money from to keep the doors open and the lights on. So this money is supposed to help kind of recoup those expenses, keep the hospitals working, and help them make their way through the pandemic.
So what are the hospitals saying? Is that enough? Does it make a dent here, or do they need way more?
Oh, yeah, the hospital association is definitely saying they want more through all this. I think, the big thing to remember is $180 billion is a huge sum of money, right? But Congress has been releasing this in waves, or I should say the administration has been releasing this in waves. So this is the latest phase of funding, this $2 billion. But the Hospital Association is saying, hey, we want the remaining dollars in that account We want to extend the deadline to use it. We want to expand the criteria of spending. And they want more money in it. They want another $25 billion, as well as pushing some cuts to Medicare rates that they get as well. So, I mean, after the Delta and Omicron waves, which we've really seen hospitals overwhelmed, I think they're saying, hey, a challenging time continues to be challenging.
So let's talk about the challenges here. I mean, it almost seems like a chicken and an egg question. I know that's not exactly the right analogy, but is this a staffing issue? Is this a resource issue? Or at this point, it's just all of those things combined?
It's a little bit of an all of the above, I think. Yeah. I mean, when you talk to hospitals, I think resourcing has gotten a bit better, right? I mean, those big mask shortages that we saw at the start of the pandemic, a lot of that has been resolved, and I would say some of this has moved further along, although we've seen shortages of things like crutches and oxygen along the way. But staffing shortages, I think, is the big one and continues to be the big issue. We're seeing, a real drop in staffing for nurses, even for doctors, and the cost of getting nurses onto the floor is just continuing to rise.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what they're dealing with, the staffing struggles that they're going through still. Phil, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Antiviral COVID pills, the newest weapon in the fight against the pandemic, but good luck finding them. Nearly a month after the FDA authorized Pfizer and Merck's pills, they're pretty hard to come by. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in New York. So, Ellison, there are two different medications available. What are the differences between them, and why are they so hard to find?
Yeah, so you're right. There are two different COVID pills, if you will. One of them is Paxlovid. That's produced by Pfizer. Let me break down for you who and some of the stipulations for getting a prescription for this particular drug. The minimum age and weight to get a prescription for this is 12 years old and 88 pounds. The treatment needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. There is a fairly long list of drug interactions. So if you're on arthritis medication or even an anti-cancer drug, that's something you will want to discuss with your doctor as you bring this up if you think this might be right for you. This treatment, it is 3 pills taken twice daily for 5 days. The other COVID pill that is available is produced by Merck. It is Molnupiravir. A doctor will say that better than I can. The minimum age to get a prescription for this particular pill is 18 years. It needs to be initiated within 5 days of symptoms. It is not recommended for anyone during pregnancy. The treatment is 4 pills taken twice daily for 5 days. To your other question, why are they so hard to find right now? One of the reasons of that is because they're fairly new products, and right now at times the demand, it's bigger than the supply. And we've spoken to a number of doctors who say that they do have patients who want this, but sometimes in their area in particular, they just are not available right now. We spoke to one doctor who had a patient drive 3 hours to find a pharmacy outside of Atlanta that actually had some of these pills in stock. We've spoken to people from California to Texas to North Carolina who tell us the other issue they're running into is they feel like when they are going to try and figure out if these are even available so they can tell their doctor that they would like to have this prescription be considered for them, that they are calling pharmacies, and the pharmacists sometimes don't entirely know what the COVID pills are, and they aren't sure necessarily where they are. We spoke to one family, a mother and a son. The mom is immunocompromised. She contracted COVID-19. Her son spent about 3 days, called 12 pharmacies to try and find somewhere in the Houston area that actually had these pills available. So they're hard to find for a number of reasons, but production, there are plans, and it appears that production is ramping up and will hopefully address some of that. But then some of the other issues of just confusion, feeling like it's not clear how to find where these are, those are issues that we've heard a lot of people say they're dealing with. Allison?
Yeah, Allison, I know you spoke to several people trying to get these pills. What else are they telling you?
Yeah, so the mother-son duo that we spoke to, she was in Houston. Her son was away at the end of the holidays with his boyfriend in Seattle, and she got COVID. She has been triple vaxxed, again, immunocompromised, and he was aware of these pills, and he told her, hey, Mom, I think this is something that you should ask your doctor about. She asked her doctor about it, but he basically told her she was on her own. Listen.
And he said, I will certainly write you a prescription for it, but you will have to do the legwork because I don't know a pharmacy that has it. And that was so discouraging to me because I couldn't physically or mentally do the legwork. And so I really felt discouraged, and I thought, I'm not going to get any treatment that will prevent this from getting worse.
Speaking with that family, her son said that he was in a privileged position. You know, he already knew about these drugs. He's pretty savvy on the computer. He had the time to go through and make all of these phone calls. Not everyone would be in a similar situation, a similar position. There are websites, information sources out there, but there are a lot of different ones. And he said when he went to the Texas Department of Health's website, it was just this barrage of information, pharmacies listed, and it was really hard to follow, really hard to digest. She ultimately was able to get Paxlovid and start her treatment. She's on the mend now, but both of them told us they felt like there were far too many hurdles, especially this far into the pandemic, to get something that could potentially be a life-saving therapeutic for people like the woman you heard from there, Kelly. Allison?
Allison, if one of our viewers is sitting watching this thinking, man, I'm eligible, but this sounds rough, what is the best way to get these medications? Is there a good option here?
I mean, look, we talked to doctors at Howard, at Emory, who explained to us how they will go through and call pharmacies, try and track down where they are in stock for patients. So a lot of doctors are very eager, very willing to help, even though the person we talked to didn't have that experience with her doctor. In terms of websites, I'm going to show you one of the web pages, and I will tell you it was hard for me even to find this. There is on the Department of Health's website, there's a COVID interactive map for therapeutics. I have tweeted this. I will post it on social media. I already have, so that you can click and directly go to it. But it is a really good map where you can go through and click and see where things are available in your area. That being said, it is really hard. It was really hard even for us to track down. A doctor sent us this link, but it is out there, and hopefully people can share it and communicate with each other to make sure they know whether or not these are available in their area. The good thing is the doctors that we've spoken to, they do tell us that these are a valuable asset and they're very effective. We just got to make sure that more people know how to get it, and soon hopefully have enough for anyone who needs it. Allison?
Well, Allison, thanks to you for doing that work to help our viewers. Check Allison out on Instagram, on Twitter, and you can get a little bit of help. Once you get to the map, you're on your own, but thanks for making that part of it easier for folks.
You bet.
So where can you find one of those 400 million free N95 masks from the White House? NBC News senior national correspondent Chris Jansing found some of them already. Check it out.
Hey, Allison, some of those 400 million masks have already made their way into stores. It's more than half of the federal stockpile and part of a larger government effort to stem the wave of the Omicron variant. I can show you some of the places that have already gotten them. In the Midwest, a couple of big chains, Meijer and Hy-Vee, and then a little later this week and into next week, you'll start seeing some of them in places like Walgreens and CVS and Walmart. A little earlier today, Dr. Anthony Fauci talked about the government program and why it's so important. Take a look.
They'll start off with 3 right now, where there are going to be many, many more masks that are going to be produced. And that will make it much more of a regular availability of it for everyone, essentially. So the goal of the administration is to make as many masks as people need ultimately available to them, together with a lot more testing.
The stepped-up production of these N95s is important because one of the things we've learned is that the masks that all of us have become very familiar with, including these cloth masks, just haven't been effective against the Omicron variant. And accessibility has been a real problem. At the beginning of the Omicron surge, I tried to get N95s. It didn't have any success. I ended up buying KN95s, which are effective in this fight, but they're not cheap. They're $1 or $2 each. And so these masks will be free. Again, 3 per person, free. And they're stepping up production. So they'd like to expand the program. And there's concern about whether there might be another variant. So they'll need even more of those masks. All of this coming as the fights over mask mandates continue. Here in New York late yesterday, a judge overturned the governor's mask mandate. Immediately, the attorney general said that they will fight that. It's not the only place. In Virginia, where the governor lifted a mask mandate, there are school districts that are fighting that. And so here we are 2 years into this pandemic, and the mask battle continues.
Coming up, Russia flexing its muscles, launching new military drills, but will it invade Ukraine? What the Pentagon's doing about those new exercises next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start in Atlanta, where a 6-month-old was fatally shot in a random act of gun violence. Police say the child was caught in the crossfire of a shootout between two people. No arrests have been made yet. More than 500 acres of the California redwood forest are being returned to a native tribal group. The land will be given to the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council. T-shirts saying "Where is Peng Shuai" allowed back at the Australian Open after international backlash. The tournament director saying people can wear the shirts as long as they don't cause problems for other spectators. The U.S. military and the United Arab Emirates intercepting 2 ballistic missiles fired by Yemen's Houthi rebels. This is the second attack in a week, and the missiles targeted Abu Dhabi. And Bob Dylan is selling his entire catalog of recorded music to Sony. The deal is estimated to be worth between $150 to $200 million and spans from his self-titled debut album to all future releases. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Russia holding a series of military drills today while a plane carrying military supplies from the U.S. arrives in Ukraine. We've got team coverage with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Kiev and NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Matt, let's start with you. How are Ukrainians reacting to these new Russian exercises?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of remarkable. What we've been hearing so far, we haven't really heard much remarks about these exercises. And really, we're talking about a Russian military presence that now is on almost 3 sides of the country, north, east, and south. And military exercises actually in Russia that are very advanced and very imposing. The Ukrainian government has said almost nothing about this. And in fact, in the last 48 to 24 hours, all we've been hearing from the Ukrainian government is really one simple message, which is everybody calm down. They seem to be putting this at the feet of the West, saying that they seem to be stirring up tensions when there aren't necessarily any tensions. Now, why are they doing this? It's really hard to know, but we have to remember that Ukraine has been, as far as they're concerned, on a war footing, or rather fighting an actual war in the eastern region of Donbass for the last 7.5 to 8 years. So for them, this is a threat that has never gone away. And they think that the escalation that we're seeing in the last couple of days, weeks, months might not be genuine. It might be exaggerated. Alison?
So, Courtney, to you, what are your Pentagon sources saying about these drills?
So they are saying that they're watching them closely. I think the concerns here are what the capabilities are that Russia is demonstrating and the fact that these drills actually are spanning a very wide area. It's not just concentrated in one little small part of the country. Among the things that they are watching closely right now, what they are doing at sea, the naval component to this, the missile component, that's one that we're hearing a lot about, and any potential air assets that they are using. There's also a large number of ground troops that are involved as well. And this comes just before there's an expected joint exercise between Russian and Belarusian forces that also people in the Pentagon who I'm speaking to are concerned about and watching. You know, but this all comes at the same time that, of course, Russia has been calling this presence along the border with Ukraine an ongoing exercise. So this is just another in a long series of things that the U.S. military and the United States government is keeping an eye on that Russia is doing in the area right now, Alison.
So, Courtney, we know some 8,500 troops on heightened alert for a possible deployment to Eastern Europe. What else is the Pentagon saying, considering here? What do you know?
So the 8,500, the vast majority of those would likely be part of this NATO response force. We don't have exact numbers, but it would be a large percentage of that up to 8,500. What we know is there's actually the potential for additional unilateral deployments of U.S. military forces into the region or who are already there in Europe, potentially more likely in Western Europe, moving into the Baltic area, into Eastern Europe to shore up those NATO allies that are around Ukraine. So what we're talking about here is at times it's infantry soldiers, infantry troops, but also intelligence assets, communication assets, air, so, you know, aircraft. That would include unmanned drones, things that they could be collecting information and providing it for what's going on down on the ground. Also some logistical support, communications, and medical. So there's a wide array of potential things, of potential military assets that could be provided. What's really important to point out here, though, is when we're talking about that up to 8,500 that have gotten so much attention in the last day or so, most of them have gotten their prepare to deploy orders, but defense officials do not expect that they will start moving in too soon, not, you know, in the matter of a couple of days. The big caveat, though, is what does Russia do here? A Russia invasion or NATO activating that response force? Well, that could change the game, Alison.
Matt, we mentioned that plane carrying military supplies. What other support, what else is the Ukrainian government asking for here?
I mean, look, the Ukrainian government is grateful for any aid, and this is part of this $200 million package that the Biden administration authorized last month. This is important. This is high-tech, expensive equipment, and it could be very useful for defending against a Russian ground invasion. But that's the point, Allison, a Russian ground invasion. That's the kind of thing that the Ukrainians are most capable of fighting against. The real threat that the Ukrainians are worried about, and then actually the rest of the NATO countries and the rest of the West are worried about, are Russia's air capabilities and sea capabilities. That's where, you know, they outgun the Ukrainians when it comes to these land incursions or something like that. But when it comes to air and sea, they vastly outgun the Ukrainians. And that's why, you know, the fact is the Russians could make a meal out of the Ukrainian armed forces before they even step foot into Ukrainian territory, simply by launching air-to-surface attacks or surface-to-surface attacks without even crossing the border. So that's why the Ukrainian government and, you know, the people, the experts that we've been talking to are outside of the government. They've been saying what we really need are fighter jets and ships. And that's what some of these other NATO countries are providing. We just heard about NATO countries moving air and sea assets into the Baltics, France, Denmark, the Netherlands, moving ships and fighter jets over. That is what could be extremely useful, but it's unclear whether that would ever be used against the Russians, because it's the Ukrainians who are going to have to handle any first wave of any incursion, because Ukraine isn't a NATO ally.
Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Thank you both. Coming up, for some house hunters, it is now or never. Why rising mortgage rates have hopeful homeowners rushing to put in offers.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just brought the house down. And it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diggins. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the
goal. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. And I think you know what's leading off the bottom line today, the markets. The Dow making another crazy comeback today. Now, it closed down 66 points here, but at one point it was down more than 800, shot back up into the positive, up some 200. And this is all after yesterday's roller coaster 1,200-point swing. The moves we're seeing this week, and quite frankly this month, are all about one thing, the Fed. The Federal Reserve is meeting today and tomorrow. Now, no one is expecting the Fed to raise rates this week. If you don't believe me, there's actually something called the CME FedWatch tool. It says how likely the Fed is to raise rates. The probability of a hike tomorrow, just 5.6%. Now, what the Fed is expected to do tomorrow at 2 p.m. is give us a better idea of what it'll do the rest of this year, how many rate hikes we'll likely see and when. Right now, the expectation is around 4 hikes over the course of 2022, most likely starting in about 8 weeks at the Fed's March meeting. Now, why is this spooking the markets? Well, interest rate hikes tend to put a cap on market gains, tech stocks in particular. That's why they're selling off the most. We might see more selling as the markets adjust to this new phase for the Fed. But the good news, interest rate hikes will help cap consumer prices, which most Americans could really use right now. All right, let's talk about mortgage rates. They're hitting their highest levels in 22 months. House hunters trying to get a jump on the busy spring home buying season so they don't get priced out of the market entirely. Here's CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick.
There were already 3 offers on this 3-bedroom home in Waldorf, Maryland before the first open house on Sunday. Not exactly what the Robinson family wanted to hear.
We're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so what do we do?
Stuck between high prices and fast rising mortgage rates.
We thought that because of the winter months that it would slack up a little bit, prices would start to come back down to normal, but that's just, it's not happening. And it's anguish, it's pain, it's agony.
That's nice.
And it's precisely why buyers are coming out in the cold, hoping to get a jump on the spring market.
We don't want to wait because probably more than likely when it does get warmer and more houses come on the market and the rates are up higher, it's just going to be a kind of like a worse situation, like a perfect storm for everything to just really go up.
This home is priced at $375,000, right around the national median. But rising rates mean the monthly payment is about $200 more than it would have been a year ago, $100 more than just 3 weeks ago. Loan officer Duke Walker says that's why his phone is now ringing off the hook.
100%. Everybody's concerned that they're gonna 2020 is going to repeat itself from a market standpoint, and that competition's going to make it so that especially the first-time home buyers don't have a leg up. They're not going to be able to compete.
Mortgage applications to buy a home jumped 8% in the last weekly report from the Mortgage Bankers Association, and another report from the Realtors showed price gains are heating up again after cooling a bit in the fall.
It feels like we're going to see a lot of similar bidding wars. If you're ready to buy now, you should buy now because between rates, prices aren't getting lower.
And Diana joins me now. Man, Diana, just when you thought the housing market was super hot already. I mean, this is wintertime, right? November typically kicks off this slower winter season for the housing market. But the Case-Shiller Index out this week is showing home prices surged in November. What else does it tell us about this housing market, where we are right now?
Well, Allison, it just tells you how competitive it is if we're going into the slower season, and sales actually pulled back a little bit, but prices are still up close to 19% from a year ago. And so now comes January. You have these buyers who think they're getting a jump on the market, but you have higher mortgage rates now. Remember those prices in November? Mortgage rates were lower. Now they're higher. You have still low supply, high prices. Again, a perfect storm for a frustrated buyer.
All right, let's talk about that low supply and the supply chain issues that are at play here, too. I mean, people want to buy, but you literally can't even put up new houses fast enough.
No, the builders are in all kinds of trouble right now. We didn't see housing starts for single family go up as much as we might like, and that's because they're having all these issues with supply chain, land, labor, material costs. Everything is inflated. They don't want to sell a home that they can't build fast enough, so they're actually slowing down sales. Imagine that, a home builder whose whole job is to build homes are slowing sales, even though they have all this demand, because they're afraid if I sell it now and I can't get the house built in 6 to 8 months, then the buyer's going to pull out. I'm going to be stuck. It's going to be a mess. So the builders just aren't producing as much as we need them to, Allison.
Diana, with the Fed meeting this week, we've been talking nonstop about where interest rates are going. We know they're considering raising them. We're expecting that to start in March. Is there any chance that mortgage rates will come back down in this year?
Short answer, no. Look, mortgage rates don't, I'm sorry, I got to say it like it is,
the
right?
Truth, yeah.
Mortgage rates don't
Yeah, they don't follow the Fed funds rate exactly, but what they do follow is the rate of the 10-year yield. I won't get into all that business stuff. But what is happening is that the Fed is no longer going to be buying as many mortgage-backed bonds. We know that for sure. And that means that we're going to need more investors for these bonds. It means that rates are going to start to go up. They're already going up now. It was interesting, even with that huge market sell-off yesterday, when you would expect to see rates come back a little bit, mortgage rates didn't move an inch. And that's because lenders just know that this rate increase is priced in. They don't want to go any lower. So you are not going to see those record low rates that you saw last year. And we saw more than a dozen of them.
Wow. It is going to be a spring to watch. Diana, thanks so much.
Sure.
Coming up, no more pencils, no more books, no more little boxes to fill in. The SAT going digital. The other changes students will see, and does this standardized test really even matter anymore? That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment.
Goal for Michaela Shiffrin.
Shaun White takes the goal.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Throw that number 2 pencil in the trash and grab your laptop. The SAT is going digital. And get this, you can use a calculator now to do the math. Chris Quintana is the national education reporter for USA Today. So Chris, for all of us who sweated it out, filling in all those awful little circles using scratch paper for equations, this sounds like a dream. Could you tell us about the changes and when they'll take effect?
Yeah, so, the College Board announced these new changes today. And the main thing that I think students are really going to appreciate is the test is now 2 hours instead of 3, right? It takes place online as well, so they can use their personal laptop or one issued by the school. And the College Board will even lend laptops out to students who don't have them, right? The other thing that I think people will appreciate, the reading passages are shorter and there's only one question attached to these passages. And like you mentioned, there is a calculator for the math sections. And so students can bring in their own calculator, or there's one actually built into the app that they can use during the test, which is mind-blowing for me as well. I couldn't do that when I took mine.
Yeah, now this sounds like a test I might have actually done okay on. I know the College Board pilot tested a digital SAT with students before they announced the change. How'd it go?
Students, I think the students that I spoke to and the ones that I've read about, I think there's a familiarity with the digital platform. The Natalie Casio, who's in Virginia, told me that she took her father's iPad and it just felt familiar, right? Mm-hmm. And she could see on the screen like the time counting down. So I think this is something they're used to, and frankly, for many students won't be a problem. Obviously, there are questions about internet infrastructure and students who aren't familiar with taking tests in these platforms, but yeah.
I'm glad to hear they were receptive to some of the changes, because I'd start sounding like an old person telling them how we suffered back in the day. But I have to ask one kind of stupid question, but I can't get around this one. How do you keep kids from Googling the answers while they're taking the test?
I think that's a fair question. So when a student logs in to take this test, right, it's on an app. And so once they're in the app, it kind of shuts down their ability to access other portions of their computer, right? And so, but there's also this thing built in where if you lose internet access or power, it saves where you are too. So it's a pretty powerful app.
Yeah, sounds like it. Critics of the SAT have said that it handicaps low-income and minority students who can't afford expensive prep classes. Is any of that addressed in these changes?
So the College Board said, they have this resource, the Khan Academy, that is still available to students. I think that the question that will emerge for people is just, so many colleges don't require the SAT to get in anymore, right? And so part of what the College Board is saying is that, we're trying to make it as easy for students who want to submit their score, right? But there's still that question, is the SAT necessary? Is the ACT necessary to get into college? And increasingly, it's appearing no.
Yeah, let's talk more about that. You're reporting the executive director of Fair Test. It's a nonprofit organization, is describing this new format as a marketing ploy, saying shifting an unnecessary, biased, coachable, and poorly predictive multiple choice exam that few schools currently require from pencil and paper delivery to an electronic format does not magically transform it into a more accurate, fair, or valid tool for assessing college readiness. Some 2,300 schools have stopped requiring the SAT or ACT scores on applications. Are we seeing a strong reason to keep them around?
I think that's a question colleges are going to be grappling with as they go forward, especially after these last 2 years, they built up a freshman class without these scores, right? And so I think they're going to ask themselves, does this class feel as academically rigorous and strong as previous classes? And I think, critics of tests will say that it is, right? And so I think that's something they will continue to grapple with. I think there's also just a question of, wealthy students can benefit from this because they can pay for the resources to learn how to take the test better. They can take it multiple times, right? And so making the test digital doesn't really answer that question for, students who can only afford to take it once.
Yeah, a lot of issues with these exams, but I think a lot of people are fascinated today by the changes. They are some big advancements, again, for those of us who had the scratch paper and those number 2 pencils. Chris, thank you for coming on to walk us through it.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg's husband, Chasen, speaking out against a Florida bill that critics are calling the Don't Say Gay bill, warning it will push kids back into the closet. NBC Out reporter Joe Yercabe is here. So, Joe, supporters calling this Florida bill parental rights in education. It would ban school districts from encouraging classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in primary grade levels. Chasen Buttigieg recently tweeted the bill will, quote, kill kids, calling out Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, accusing him of purposefully making his state a harder place for LGBTQ kids to survive in. What else is he saying about this bill?
Well, Chasen continued to criticize the bill in an interview on CNN today. Take a listen to that.
School should be a place definitely where kids feel like that they can be themselves and they feel safe enough to be themselves, but I don't really think this is about parents' rights. Parents' rights to do what? To tell LGBTQ kids that they don't belong, to push LGBTQ families away and into the closet. I think this hurts kids, this will hurt families, and this isn't about education or parents' rights. I think it's about using the LGBTQ community as a scapegoat, which we've been used as multiple times throughout history.
Chasen said this bill sends messages to LGBTQ kids that there's something wrong with them, and that, speaking from his own experience, LGBTQ kids will take that to heart.
So, Joe, what else is in this bill, and what's its status?
So the bill also bans school district personnel from withholding information from parents regarding, quote, critical decisions affecting a student's mental or emotional health. And advocates believe this clause could force school personnel to out LGBTQ students. And then the measure also gives parents the right to sue if they think a school district has violated part of the policy. And the bill was passed by a state House Education Committee last week, and now it heads to a Judiciary Committee.
Joe, the Trevor Project, a national LGBTQ plus youth advocacy group, found that 42% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered attempting suicide over the last year. What are Florida advocacy groups saying about this bill?
Well, you can take a look at this quote from Brandon Wolf of LGBTQ advocacy group Equality Florida. He said the bill, quote, has real world consequences. It would further stigmatize LGBTQ people, isolate already vulnerable young people, and chill attempts to create inclusive classrooms. He continued, it is dangerously bigoted and will do immense harm to marginalized Floridians. So there's a real fear that this bill would stigmatize students who already face, more bullying and more mental health issues.
Joe, is this just going on in Florida, or are there other states in the U.S. that are considering similar legislation?
Yeah, so Florida isn't alone here. There are similar bills under consideration in Oklahoma, Washington, and Arizona, and advocates think it's likely that others will join in the coming weeks.
Joe, always great to have you on. Your reporting's so important. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema's popularity is slipping with Democratic voters in her state. 48% view her unfavorably. That number taking up to 51% for independents. This is all according to a new OH predictive poll that's not publicly released but was obtained by NBC News. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is joining me now from beautiful Phoenix. Oh, Leanne, does that look good this time of year? Senator Sinema censured by the Arizona Democratic Party over the weekend. I know you talked with some Democratic lawmakers there about the censure and the level of support for Sinema right now. What did they tell you?
Hey, Allison. So Democratic lawmakers in the state, Democrats in the state generally, are not pleased with Senator Sinema. Now, the reason is because of her vote blocking the filibuster changed last week in the Senate. And you have to remember that as this fight is going on in the Senate and in Congress, here in the state legislature, the Republican-led legislature is once again advancing bills that Democrats say would make it more difficult for people to vote and make it easier for a Republican legislature to overturn an election. And so Democrats who are furious say that they can't accept senators' position on not being willing to change Senate rules in order to advance voting rights legislation. So I talked to one of those, Representative Andres Cano, who's an up-and-coming member of the Democratic Party here in Arizona. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Would you support her campaign next time around?
Absolutely not. And I think ultimately we've seen a lot of organizations who helped get her to the point that she is today to be able to demonstrate that we're serious on this one particular issue, on protecting our freedom to vote, on standing up to restrictive voting rights legislations throughout the nation. This is one issue that we're not going to budge on.
The moment that we dig into this world of she's not representing us 1% of the time, instead of she's with us 99% of the time. Mm-hmm. And that just provides, in my case as a Democrat, the other side, the ammunition to say, if their party can't get it together, then why should they be representing the state?
So that second person was also a Democrat, also a state representative, Cesar Chavez. Now, he really dismissed the purity test. And so there, of course, are some Democrats who still support her. But overwhelmingly, Allison, here, Democrats are not pleased.
Leanne, Republican voters are nearly split on Senator Sinema, 44% viewing her favorably, 45% unfavorably. What are Republicans saying about her?
Yeah, well, we talked to some Republicans, including at the Chamber of Commerce, who are thrilled with her focus on the business community. They say that she's been great for defense contractors in the area and that they hope she does run for re-election and wins. And then on the street, we spoke with other Republican voters, too, and they say they didn't support her in 2018. But when her re-election comes around in a couple of years, they say they'd be willing to support her this time because of her stance on the filibuster and voting rights. Let's listen.
I love her.
Really?
Yeah. She stands up for what's right for the people, and she's not playing politics where she just goes by the party.
Do you like her enough, do you think, to vote for her?
Yeah, I'd vote for her.
Really?
I didn't vote for her last time either, but I would do it this time for sure.
I don't think
Either party should have the ability to destroy the filibuster rules that have worked for years when one party's in power and the other party's not. I love the checks and balances in the United States, and I think she's done a great job. I did not vote for her, but I admire her and probably would vote for her in the next election.
So Senator Sinema's strategy here is not just to placate the base, but talk to all Arizonans. But the challenge for her is, in any re-election that she has in the future, she has to win a Democratic primary. And there's organizing underway as we speak to recruit someone to run against her. Allison.
Leanne, Senator Sinema not on the ballot until 2024, but Democratic Senator Mark Kelly's up for re-election in November. He came out in favor of changing the filibuster rules to pass voting rights. How's he doing with Democrats and independents?
Yeah, he sure did. It's interesting. Senator Sinema kind of had the same position that she's had for her entire 3 years.
All right, it looks like we lost Leanne there, but Leanne, thanks so much for your reporting until that point. So what if you could see your favorite star anywhere you want? A new metaverse is making that a virtual reality. We're going to go there after the break.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Your favorite celebrity anywhere, anytime. A virtual universe of digital clones are making it possible. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke with the woman who's leading the charge into a new metaverse.
This might look like something out of the future. Well, guess what? That future is now.
The metaverse is here to stay.
That's right, the metaverse. Basically a new virtual world. Think video games and augmented reality, but with more intersection and overlap. Julia Hart is leading the charge.
When I took over Elite World Group, the only reason I took over is because I started avatars, the metaverse, all of this, digitalizing the company, transforming ourselves into a media conglomerate the day I took over. I saw this coming, and I planned for it.
You might recognize the CEO of Elite World Group from the hit Netflix show, My Unorthodox Life. After leaving her Orthodox Jewish community, Hart's become one of the most influential people in fashion and celebrity management. Management that now includes avatars of those celebrities.
Our avatars are what we call very hyper-realistic avatars. These are not cartoon characters. They are computer-generated images of the person.
Take Jasmine Sanders, for instance, a model and influencer with nearly 5 million followers, and now a nearly identical avatar. Hart says having this digital clone can transform the lives of her clients by essentially allowing them to be everywhere at once, and the lives of their fans around the globe, hoping for a piece of them.
Your avatar doesn't get old. It doesn't get sick. It doesn't need to travel. It doesn't have to worry about COVID. Jasmine's avatar can walk 14 runways in 14 different countries while she's napping. Jasmine can take you shopping at your favorite website. You can hang with Jasmine and she can tell you which outfits she likes on you.
So does the line between any type of talent, their real physical body and their avatar, become blurred in some way?
Jasmine's real human being can walk a physical runway. Jasmine's avatar can walk a runway on the moon.
The process to create one is tedious. A full day of 360 imaging and motion capture to train your avatar to move like you.
They make you do all sorts of things. Laugh, cry, frown, get angry, get happy. Every range of emotion so that your avatar, when it has that emotion, looks like you.
Hart says eventually they'll even talk like they're human, coupling this technology with artificial intelligence. But as dystopian as this may sound, Hart says her avatars won't replace the real thing.
We need human touch, right? We can't be alone.
Yeah.
We are not made to be alone. And to me, that's what makes this beautiful. It's not a replacement of, it's an addition to, meaning there are moments where you all want to come together, but there are also moments when you cannot.
That's when the avatar will step in to save the day and to transform the industry.
Oh, totally crazy. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
Will he or won't he? And when will he? And what will stop him? These are the kinds of questions the U.S. has about Vladimir Putin, with Russia clearly on the brink of war with Ukraine. President Biden late this afternoon saying U.S. troops could be on the move in the near term and warning Putin personal sanctions are absolutely on the table, too. We're live with a bunch of developments in just the last few hours, plus new developments on COVID, with new clinical trials for a vaccine made specifically for Omicron, even with cases falling and most states expected to peak as soon as next month. Our medical experts standing by to explain why we may need this new shot anyway. And we've also got the scoop about where you can find your free N95 masks as soon as today. And it may be going from bad to worse politically for Boris Johnson over those leaked lockdown parties, why police are now getting involved. Plus, in tonight's original, the record number of gun sales in this country the past year. Our team's looking at what's behind it and the ripple effect. And is the GOAT gonna get gone? The talk of the sports world today, whether Tom Brady will retire. We've got more on his new cryptic message and what it all means for the NFL. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we've got a lot to get to tonight. We're coming on the air with all those moving pieces on an international crisis and the new warning from President Biden today, just a couple hours ago, about what would happen if Russia were to invade Ukraine. Watch.
If he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
The U.S. thinks a potential invasion could be imminent, so they're trying to figure out what to do now, right? They're working with gas and oil suppliers around the world to help Europe stock up on supplies, just in case Russia were to cut off fuel shipments, which could happen, even as Russia keeps flexing its military muscles. Today, announcing it's going to start some of these military exercises across the country in response to those tensions with the U.S. and NATO. That's after a big plane arrived in Kyiv today, carrying more military supplies from the U.S. And yes, there is a possibility, according to President Biden, you could see troops from the U.S. deploy soon overseas in response to all this. As we're just now learning, the president's considering whether or not to deliver a speech about everything that's going down. I want to bring in Mike Memoli here in Washington. And Mike, let me start there, because we did hear from President Biden today, but it wasn't like a formal set of remarks. We showed it just a second ago. He was out shopping, one of these stops that sometimes presidents and officials do, right, to get out in the community, when he turned to reporters and said, okay, I'll take some questions from you. He clearly wanted to talk about Ukraine, but not in a formal setting. Talk me through the thought process there, what we heard, and if we will hear something more officially from him.
Well, part of his thought process was he was going to get some ice cream too, Hallie. You know, we talk about this all the time. But let's get real here, because what we have been hearing, especially from outside officials, former national security officials in the Obama administration in particular, but also some officials inside the White House, is that where the president has gotten himself into trouble here, and we know he did last week, was by engaging with the public about Ukraine only in the form of question and answer sessions like the one he did today. And that's a problem because the president needs to be speaking more directly and comprehensively about what's at stake here, and by the way, about some of the costs that American consumers might have to pay in the form of higher gas prices because of what Russia could do to disrupt the energy markets. And so there are discussions, we're now being told, Carol Lee, Courtney Kube, and me, by multiple officials at the White House, of having a larger speech or perhaps sort of a bigger sit-down interview so that the president can, on more of his own terms, talk about what we're seeing overseas right now, the real threat of imminent invasion here, what the U.S. is prepared to do and to not do, and what costs Americans will have to bear. One of the complications, though, Hallie, and one of the reasons they haven't gotten there just yet, is because the situation is evolving so quickly on the ground. And as one official put it to me, there's a concern that if you put a big speech on the schedule, President Putin might pull a cinema, as they say. He might intentionally do something while the president is speaking or just before the president is speaking to really undercut him, to make him look weak. And so that's all what's happening behind the scenes at the White House right now.
It's important that you bring that up, because there is the concern, right? And you're reporting on it with Carol and Courtney here, that, you know, giving some sort of formal speech could end up poking the bear, you know, poking Putin a little bit more into action. So here's the thing that I think people really are looking at today, because you heard President Biden, and we reported on this 24 hours ago as we were coming on the air with more developments even last night on this show. The idea that, you know, you could have thousands of troops, up to 8,500 of them, moving, right, in theater, going into theater over to Ukraine and Russia, or to the area, the region, I should say, not into Ukraine. And now the president's saying today he might actually deploy some of those troops in the, what he said, near term, like sooner than we think, just because of the logistics involved. What is the timeline that you're hearing on that front?
Well, Hallie, you'll remember ahead of the president's sit-down in Geneva with President Putin, the U.S., they were talking about their goal for the U.S.-Russia relationship was to have it be stable and predictable. And what you're hearing from the president today, he's maybe not going to call Putin unstable, but certainly he's unpredictable. He said he doesn't even think Putin is sharing his own thinking with his own closest advisors. And so that's why the president said we have to anticipate every scenario. We have to put at least some of that 8,500 U.S. forces closer in theater. And in part, that's because of the concern, not necessarily just of Ukraine, but of our NATO allies. As we talked about yesterday, seeing these military exercises from Russia in Belarus, not in Russia, but in a neighboring country to many of our NATO allies, has really ramped up the concern level. And so we're responding as much to other allies in the region as we are to Ukraine at this point.
There's also the piece of this, and again, we talked about it on the show. What would happen, right, if there was some sort of energy cratering with fuel and gas, et cetera, coming from Russia? What would it mean for oil prices here at home, et cetera? You now have this discussion that the administration is taking on with, you know, countries in North Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, right, about how do you shore up some of those supplies in Europe if Putin were to pull the plug on that front. That's something that economically could have a ripple effect, Mike.
Yeah, this is so interesting. It's a real tell, I think, Hallie, into some of those behind-the-scenes conversations President Biden is having with our European allies, because it's much easier for the U.S. to bear the burden of some of the economic sanctions we're talking about than it is for our European allies. Russia really does have huge economic leverage over European countries in particular if it decides to cut off its energy supply. So when you see the U.S. doing everything it can to try to find alternate supplies of energy to have at the ready for some of our allies, it's really a way of coaxing them along to really make sure everyone's on the same page for powerful sanctions, no matter what President Putin does, big or small.
Mike Memoli, live for us there outside the White House. A lot of moving pieces, Mike, not to mention the president saying, yeah, he'd be okay with sanctioning Putin personally on this front. So I know you're following all of it. Thanks, Mem. I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow. Appreciate it. We're also just learning from Capitol Hill about somebody else who apparently has testified in front of the January 6th committee, Alex Jones, the noted conspiracy theorist. How do we know this? Who's the source? Well, Alex Jones himself. He's talking about it on his podcast pretty openly, saying that he spoke to the committee but pled the fifth more than 100 times, basically, on advice from his attorney. Remember, Jones sued the committee late last month in response to a subpoena, saying they didn't have the authority to make him answer questions. I talked to a member of that January 6th committee investigating the insurrection, specifically about this, Alex Jones pleading the fifth. Here's what Congressman Jamie Raskin told me not too long ago. We talked about in the segment, he apparently showed up in front of your committee, pleaded the fifth more than 100 times. Have you made any assessment? Has the committee made any assessment yet regarding whether those invocations were legitimate?
Well, the thing that Mr. Jones and all of the defendants and all of the witnesses are forgetting is that the Fifth Amendment is meant to be used selectively if you think that you might be incriminating yourself by answering a question. It's not a magic wand that you wave over the whole proceeding and you don't have to answer anything.
I want to bring in now our senior congressional correspondent, Garrett Haake. Garrett, I thought it was interesting to hear that from Congressman Raskin. Pleading the fifth is not a magic wand, right? If it is not relevant what you had for lunch to whatever they're investigating, it's like a little bit harder to invoke the fifth in a legitimate way about that. You know, and yet here you have Alex Jones pretty openly saying, yeah, you know, I talked, but I didn't say much. What are you hearing from your end?
Well, look, I think Alex Jones was not what I would consider to be a super high priority witness for the committee. They knew they had to go get him. Same with Roger Stone, right? These were very high profile figures who were outside the Capitol on January 6th. They couldn't ignore their presence. But as Raskin also told you in that interview, I think they didn't think that they were going to get a ton of useful information from Jones, and it's possible he delivered by invoking the Fifth Amendment as many times as he did. You know, look, the Fifth Amendment, whether or not it's legally appropriate to use in this circumstance, Jones is making a version of, I think, the same political calculation that a lot of other witnesses have made with this committee is give them a little bit, draw it out, make them fight you in court if they don't like your answer, and hope the clock runs out and you don't have to say more than you otherwise would by not showing up at all.
Do you know anything more about the public hearings from the January 6th Select Committee? Because the congressman told me he expects those by the end of by the end of February or March at the latest. That syncs with what you're hearing?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a moving target. The operative word has been spring here. It's been a cold, long winter, so who knows when exactly that'll start. But the committee members get that they need to do this and they need to do it soon. I think Liz Cheney's probably been the most aggressive on this topic. She wants to start bringing these issues out into the sunlight sooner rather than later. She's also got a primary race she needs to try to win up in Wyoming, so the sooner the better as far as she's concerned to start really having this fight that she's wanted for a long time, but nothing specific from the committee so far.
There's a bunch of different January 6th threads that I think are coming out today. You know, we heard from the Department of Justice side that the head of the Oath Keepers, Stuart Rhodes, has pleaded not guilty with a trial date for him and others on these seditious conspiracy charges set for mid-April. And then we're hearing from somebody, Garrett, who I think is perhaps one of the most interesting people involved in what happened January 6th. And that's somebody, Garrett, I know you know, Officer Eugene Goodman, right? Seen in that now viral video, basically luring rioters away from where lawmakers were huddled just a few feet from where these rioters were, give or take, right? He's not done anything, Garrett, meaning media interviews. We haven't heard from him publicly. It's been over a year, Garrett. I mean, I know you, listen, I think everybody at this network has tried to talk to Officer Goodman. He is now, for the very first time, talking publicly about the moments that we're looking at here on screen, right? This viral video captured by Igor Bobek, your colleague there, who covers Capitol Hill. And it's pretty interesting what he says, that he believes that the restraint from his fellow officers prevented things from getting a lot worse on the 6th. Garrett, take it away.
Oh, hey, I thought you were going to play the audio. No, look, that was probably the most striking part of this interview to me. Officer Goodman talked about the prospect that this could have turned into a bloodbath, that if more officers had drawn their weapons, they didn't know who had weapons in the crowd. They didn't know if there were other officers in the crowd who might have been working with the insurgents on that day. He spoke to just how confusing it was, frankly, how lucky everyone got. And, his reticence to get into the spotlight on this has been notable from day one. I mean, you showed some still images of him there on Inauguration Day when he was serving in an honorary role there. I've talked to him a little bit after the fact, and it was pretty clear that he was even uncomfortable with that degree of spotlight where he didn't have to say anything. The different officers who were involved on that day all have handled this differently. Some folks, like Harry Dunn, who's a name that many of our audience will be familiar with, he likes to talk about it. It's almost therapeutic for him. Other folks have said they got to leave this at the office and go home and try to not carry this around all the time. That's the way Eugene Goodman has
handled this, and we respect that. Even though I think the whole country, at least a big part of us, would love to hear more of his story whenever he decides he wants to tell it.
You're totally right. Listen, open door here at NBC News to do that. Garrett Haig, thank you so much. I appreciate you walking us through those developments tonight. Thanks. The Biden administration, in another development, is officially taking a step back on their requirement to get workers at big companies vaxxed or tested regularly for COVID. They're withdrawing this mandate effective tomorrow. This is not altogether shocking, right? You had OSHA making this decision after the Supreme Court blocked the mandate earlier this month. The court's conservative majority says the agency does not have the power to, quote, regulate public health more broadly. The administration, remember, put in place this vaccine or test rule back in November. It would have applied to private companies with more than 100 employees. The White House estimated it would cover something like 84 million workers, a ton of people. Maybe you're among them. Not anymore. Pete Williams is here to break this down for us. Pete, this feels a little bit like a format. They didn't really have much more choice. The Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, said you can't do this. Like, what else were they going to do?
So this is technically known as taking the hint. Remember that all that was actually before the Supreme Court was the question of whether the government could enforce this emergency rule while lawsuits against it were pending in the lower courts, and the Supreme Court said, no, you couldn't. But along the way, the court also cast some very serious doubts on OSHA's ability to do this at all, saying that it's not a public health agency. This is beyond its power to do so, even though the Supreme Court also upheld a separate Biden mandate that said the government could impose a restriction requiring vaccinations for people who are in healthcare facilities that treat Medicare and Medicaid patients, because it's much more focused. So two steps here. The government today announced that tomorrow it will withdraw this emergency rule, and today in the Sixth Court of Appeals, where all these cases came from, where they were all consolidated, the government said, okay, we might as well dismiss this case as moot.
Is it possible that OSHA could try to get through some kind of a different version of this vax or test standard, right? Could they change, modify some of the language here? What would that look like?
Well, yes, and as a matter of fact, in the formal register that will be a formal Federal Register notice that'll be published tomorrow, the government says we're withdrawing the emergency rule, but we're reserving the authority to make this a permanent rule and go through the whole rule-making process. We haven't made up our minds. We might still do that. I think, though, that would face similar problems, because I don't think the Supreme Court is as concerned about whether it was an emergency rule or one that went through formal rulemaking as they are about the ability of OSHA to do it in the first place. So, yes, in theory, the government could try again. And by the way, OSHA says today we're withdrawing the emergency rule, but we still encourage employers and companies to require their employees to get vaccinated and wear masks.
Pete Williams, live for us, breaking that developing news down. Pete, always great to see you. Thank you.
You bet.
To COVID now, because a couple of companies say they've started clinical trials to study a COVID vaccine just for Omicron, right? Specifically just for this variant. We're talking about Pfizer and BioNTech, and this would be involving 1,400 people, this trial. It's going to take months, right? It's going to take a long time, which is sort of interesting because you look at what's happening right now. You've got COVID cases going down. That Omicron surge that everybody is very worried about seems to have peaked or be peaking or about to peak in some states, nearly 24 of them. Dr. Fauci says he expects most states to peak by next month. So why is Pfizer putting so much effort into this vaccine just for Omicron, right? A variant that may not be an issue in a couple months. The company says it's basically an insurance policy. Quote, we recognize the need to be prepared in the event this protection wanes over time and to potentially help address Omicron and new variants in the future. I want to bring in Dr. John Torres for us now. So, Dr. John, this is interesting news. This caught a lot of attention today, but is it legit to say, well, this is just an insurance policy, or are these companies just going to continue to play catch up when it comes to variants that may continue to pop up?
And Hallie, I think there's two sides to that coin. And one side, exactly like you talked about, just trying to chase these variants down and basically playing whack-a-mole of variants, trying to vaccinate the whole world every 6 months when these things do happen. On the other side of the coin is, what kind of protection do we have right now, and what do we want the vaccine to do? And most experts are settling in on the fact that the vaccine, if you're up to date on your vaccine, meaning you're vaccinated and you've gotten the booster shot, you're very well protected against serious illness, hospitalizations, and death. You're not as well protected against getting the sniffles or for those mild illnesses if you get Omicron. So do we need a vaccine to prevent that? And that's what they're looking at. Also, Hallie, you have to remember that just 3 months ago, we were talking about the Delta variant. 3 months later, we have the Omicron variant. 6 months from now, when this vaccine is available, will we have the next variant? So we don't know. So chasing these variants is becoming a bit of a puzzle. And I think most experts are now saying, let's get something that we know can protect people from dying, which is what we want the vaccine to do, and kind of settle in on that, Hallie.
There's also this news that we had out of the FDA this week about monoclonal antibodies, right? These treatments like Regeneron. People may know that name because we've talked about it a lot in the last year and a half. They're basically saying, hey, it's actually not as effective against Omicron as we thought. We don't recommend it because of that reason. Well, now you have, Dr. John, if you've seen, for many months now, politics playing a part in the pandemic with the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, a Republican there, upset about this, saying they're depriving patients who need it. I don't even know how to ask this question, but I would say, who's right? Kind of who does the science support? Is there any harm to offering Regeneron or keeping that on the market? Do you believe the FDA is making the right decision here?
And Hallie, first and foremost, I do believe the FDA is making the right decision for a variety of reasons. One of them being that both with Regeneron and Eli Lilly, those are the monoclonal antibodies that we've been using for over a year. They have proved to be ineffective against Omicron to the point where they simply don't work at all. Eli Lilly actually came out saying, yes, FDA is correct. They're not working. We think they should be withdrawn and just put on the shelf in case we need them later on. On top of that, you have to realize that when you get an injection like monoclonal antibodies, for the most part, it can be safe, and it usually is safe. But there are rare allergic reactions that people can have side effects from. And so it's not one of those treatments that you want to use if it's not doing any good and it's not helping anybody, which is where I think we are. And so it's a bit of a head scratcher when the governor of Florida is saying, let's go ahead and use it anyway because it's better than nothing. In this case, it might not be better than nothing. And we have other monoclonal antibodies that are starting to be produced. We have these antivirals that are starting to be produced and available. Those are the ones we should be focusing on. Those are the ones we should be using, and not using these ones that not only the FDA, but the company themselves are saying these aren't effective. Let's go ahead and put them in reserve for now, Hallie.
Dr. John, it's such important perspective. We're glad to have your expertise on that front. Thank you for being with us tonight. Appreciate it. As we talk about politics in the pandemic, we've got to talk about the major confusion in New York with schools trying to figure out what is the deal with that state's indoor mask mandate today. Here's why. There's been a back and forth on this. And just in the last couple minutes, as I was running down to the set, actually, a judge granted the New York's Attorney General's request to keep this mask mandate in place until the state can appeal a judge's decision. That decision said the governor doesn't have the authority to put in place a mandate for schools, right? So there's been this back and forth legally. The education department of the state told schools today to keep enforcing the rule, but you have these schools across the state going, well, what in the world are we supposed to do with these kids in masks? It's all coming. Masks are really in focus for the Biden administration, as we've been talking about. The government is trying to get you free masks, not just any mask, but N95s specifically. So if you want to get your hands on one, what do you do? Where do you go? Watch. 400 million free N95 masks are on their way to stores, pharmacies, and health centers across the U.S. Those N95s are considered the best protection against COVID. They're made of a tighter mesh, which means they can filter 95% of particles in the air and trap most of the germs you breathe out.
The N95s are the most effective mask. No doubt about that when you look at it.
So how do you get them? You don't have to show ID or an insurance card. You can get 3 at a time for free at most major chains like Rite Aid, Walgreens, Kroger, and CVS. They'll be stocking the CDC recommended masks, with Walgreens expecting to have some locations ready to give them away by Friday. Some spots in the Midwest are already handing them out. Meijer stores have 3 million of the masks, and they're greeting customers in Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, and Wisconsin with masks for the taking. All 275 Hy-Vee pharmacies from Nebraska to Illinois are also stocked up. And if you're in the Southeast, expect your local Winn-Dixie or Harvey's to have masks by the end of the week. By the way, this store list is not exhaustive. Expect more of them to make similar announcements soon. And just a reminder, any mask is better than no mask. So if you're heading into a crowded space and want that extra protection, mask up. If you're watching that, you didn't see a place near you, do not freak out. You're going to see a location near you announce free masks as soon as the Biden administration gets that program fully up and running. They think that should happen by early February. Yes, right now. I'm going to say some words that will shock you. They will stun you. It is winter. It is here. Okay, I know you're neither shocked nor stunned. It's cold, we get it, it's winter. But here's two words that you probably never hope to hear at any point in winter: bomb cyclone and nor'easter, right? This is what we're potentially facing at the end of the week after we get through these really Arctic temperatures. 31 million of us are under wind chill alerts right now from the northern plains down to Ohio. And listen to how cold it felt for some people. Those wind chills felt like negative 50 degrees below zero in parts of the Dakotas. No, thank you. It's not going to get much better the rest of the week for some of us. And then on the back end, you got that nor'easter that could bring more snow, more winds, more flooding to parts of the Northeast. Al Roker joins us now. Al, talk us through what we can expect. Bomb cyclone, what's the deal?
Well, okay, let's first deal with the cold. That's the first thing up. Now, so we've got a big ridge of high pressure along the west coast, all right? So that's set up there. In the east, up in Hudson Bay, Canada, we've got this Hudson Bay low pressure system. As we look at the maps, and you can see there's basically a conveyor belt pushing in all this cold air. So right now, it feels like it's minus 35 in International Falls, minus 27 in Marquette, Michigan. It feels like minus 20 in Chicago, Indianapolis, minus 12, minus 2 in St. Louis, and Kansas City only feels like it's 2 above. And this is persistent cold, Hallie. Look at Minneapolis. By Friday, only 12. Chicago, you're 10 tomorrow. You warm up to 30 on Thursday, then back down again into the 20s. Same in New York, Burlington, Pittsburgh. Now here's what we're watching. This is what we know about this late week winter storm. We've got a Clipper system dropping out of Canada, an ocean low developing off Florida. These two systems, the models agree that they are going to rapidly intensify and merge. This could become what we call a bomb cyclone, going through what we call bombogenesis, which means the pressure of this system drops at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. Hallie, the problem is the ocean waters off the coast are unusually warm for this time of year, so that will fuel rapid intensification. Then it makes its way up the coast. We are looking for snow from Norfolk all the way up into New England. Now, the difference is, what are the tracks? The track and the strength will determine the impacts across the Northeast. We could be looking at blizzard conditions, heavy snow, especially once you get north of New York into New England and coastal New England. But it all depends on the track, and that's what we are watching, and that's what we need. Now, the interesting thing is, we're below average for many points inland. Albany, only 44% of the snow it should have at this time. Boston is 61% below where it should be. Philly, way below. Where you are, Hallie, you guys are the overachievers. Washington, D.C., 237% of where you should be. You are ahead of Buffalo proportionately. So there's that going for you.
It's not going great, Al. Can I just tell you, I think I've told every person in my life, well, you know, Al Roker says February may be warmer than usual in Washington. So we're clinging
to that.
That's right.
We're looking to flip the switch.
You are my silver lining hope. Al Roker, thank you so much, friend. Really appreciate you being on. We'll look for more of you tomorrow morning on The Today Show. Coming up here on NBC News Now. You know, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, these parties that keep leaking are getting him into more and more trouble. Now, the police are involved. We've got Keir Simmons in London with this latest new twist that could mean trouble for Bojo.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So you know how we've been talking about some of the trouble that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson potentially faces? It's because of these parties that keep leaking, right, that we keep hearing about that happened during the height of the lockdown when COVID was raging throughout the UK. Well, now, here's the latest twist. Police are now getting involved. And the Prime Minister seems okay with that. Watch.
I welcome the Met's decision to conduct its own investigation because I believe this will help to give the public the clarity it needs and help to draw a line under matters.
So the London police are not saying which specific parties or events they're looking at or even how long this investigation is going to take. Now, remember, this is separate, right? This is not the same thing. It is separate from the internal investigation happening that the Prime Minister's office itself has already launched. Guess who's back for us? Live in London, staying up late. Keir, we always talk about parties. We never have them. That needs to change. But Boris Johnson, like, this is, now the police are involved here, right? This is a new piece of this puzzle. Right. How does that maybe change the game for what was already a pretty precarious political situation for the Prime Minister?
Yeah, Hallie, not only my back, but I'm actually standing tonight.
I know, I see you.
Downing Street, now known as the Party House. And it's one of those quintessential aspects of British politics that I can stand here so close to the door of number 10 that, I could walk up and knock on the door. Very likely or possibly the Prime Minister can hear what people are saying in the street. Although we don't know tonight, perhaps he is buried in this report. We don't know whether he's going to get it tonight. Reports say that maybe he won't get it until tomorrow. Maybe he will make a statement to the House of Commons tomorrow, having seen this independent investigation. In terms of that police investigation, stunning, isn't it? That now you have the British Prime Minister having to say that he does not believe that he did anything illegal. It is the evidence that was collected by that internal investigation when they apparently interviewed police officers that was then passed on to Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard's commissioner now saying that they are investigating, as you say, not saying which parties they're investigating. So, this world-famous political address deep in political intrigue tonight.
So, Keir, this independent investigation that's being conducted by Sue Gray, as we've talked about, this is really critical because it is kind of the linchpin that I think there are people in his own party who are looking to see what this report says. We could, by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, think U.S. viewers, Keir, we could know what's in it. Is that the timeline? Is that the deal? Walk me through what the expectation is for us.
Yeah, maybe. It's an internal investigation. Sue Gray, though, is known to be pretty tough, so people are definitely intrigued to know what's in it. Here's the trouble, though, tonight. And again, there's so much political intrigue. Things are shifting frequently. The trouble tonight, though, there are reports that Downing Street is suggesting that not all of the report will be published because there's now a police investigation. So they'd like to wait until after that police investigation is finished. And just like over there, police investigations can take a long time. So when the Prime Minister says that he welcomes the police investigation, perhaps that's not just the politician speaking. Maybe he really, really does welcome it because, in a sense, we say here, I don't know if you guys have this saying, perhaps it kind of kicks things into the long grass. The question, of course, for the Prime Minister is, does he still have the support of his party? Will there be enough members of his party saying that they would like a no-confidence vote to trigger that? And again, we said last night just how ruthless British politics can be. Of course, things can move very, very fast here. The removal trucks can be in this street within days, or Boris Johnson, the great survivor, could move past this just as he's moved past so many controversies.
Keir Simmons posted up outside 10 Downing for us. Keir, we don't have kicks it into the long grass. We have kicks the can down the road, which I feel like is maybe the same kind of thing, right?
There you go.
Keir Simmons, appreciate it. I'm sure we'll talk again soon, friend.
Right.
Thank you. Bye, pal. Still ahead.
You bet.
A snag for Elton John's farewell concerts in Dallas canceled because he's tested positive for COVID. We've got more details coming up in the 5 things. Plus, this inflation surge we've been talking about might push the feds to hike interest rates this year. So what does that mean for your money? We're talking about it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it, right? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, North Korea has fired off what appear to be 2 cruise missiles today, according to a South Korean official. Kim Jong-un, who heads the North, has repeatedly said he's trying to bolster military presence there. This would be the country's 5th missile test this year. Number 2, military forces are now in power in Burkina Faso after detaining the country's now ousted president. The former leader faced protests for not being able to stop attacks from Islamist militants in the West African country. The government there has been dissolved, its borders shut down. It's a story we're watching. Number 3, rescue crews managed to free some of these drivers who got stranded in Turkey and Greece after huge snowstorms basically trapped people in their cars all night long. The roads are mostly clear now after some spots saw 31 inches of snow there. You got some limited flights now picking back up at the airport in Istanbul after it was shut down. Number 4, Elton John is postponing a couple of Dallas concerts after he tested positive for COVID. He was supposed to be performing his big farewell tour at the American Airlines Center today and tomorrow. His team says he's doing okay. He only has mild symptoms. No word yet on when those dates will be rescheduled. Number 5, have you heard about this? Neil Young, he wants all of his music scrubbed off Spotify. Why? He doesn't want it on a platform with vaccine misinformation. In a now deleted post, Neil Young said they can have Rogan or Young, not both. He's referring to, you see him on screen, Joe Rogan. He's, of course, a famous podcast host who said things that aren't true about vaccines. Young, who's been an outspoken advocate for COVID safety. So we're getting closer to hearing about whether the Fed is going to raise interest rates to try to fight against the highest inflation we've had in a generation, in 40 years. We're going to hear from Chairman Jerome Powell tomorrow, right? He's the Fed chair after a couple days of meetings with a lot of analysts predicting they could raise rates a few times this year. Steve Leisman is here to help sort this out for us. Steve, it's great to see you on the show. Thank you. So listen, in plain English terms here, if the Fed hikes interest rates, inflation will start to hopefully go down, right?
Right. So in plain English, the Federal Reserve is seeking a new monetary policy equilibrium. That was just a joke.
That was
what's trying. What
I was
the
like,
Fed
Steve, that's it. You're off. We're done.
I'm done. Okay. Here's what I think is trying to happen here. The Federal Reserve along with the federal government, pumped a lot of money into the economy during the pandemic. And in fact, the economy turned around and ended up being a bit stronger than they thought it was going to be. You had the supply bottlenecks develop. You had inflation develop. You said it, highest inflation in a generation or two, actually. And now what the Fed has to do is much more quickly than had been anticipated. withdraw that stimulus. Think about it like draining the pond. Get back down to sort of a normal level of stimulus in the economy. And it's going to do that. I think what's going to happen tomorrow is the Fed chairman is going to say, hey, it's time to start getting going on this. And they'll probably raise rates as many as 4 times this year. What does that mean? It means a 1% funds rate. But don't get too excited by that, because when we went into this pandemic, the Fed funds rate, which is the short-term interest rate, was at 1.75, and it'll happen over the course of the year. The real story here is the Fed is doing what needs to be done to fight inflation, withdrawing stimulus to stop stimulating the economy and generating all that inflation, doing it more quickly, but really not yet getting back to even where we were before the pandemic.
Is this somewhat baked into the market, Steve? Because listen, I think the last time you were on, you gave the very good, I know you're not a financial advisor, but you gave the very good perspective that if you're in the markets for the long term, for retirement, let's say, you shouldn't really be freaking out day to day. But if you do want to kind of be looking at the scope of the markets, do investors kind of know, like, listen, the Fed's probably going to make this move for the reasons that you laid out, and is that kind of priced in, or will we see some maybe market volatility as this goes on?
So the market has been a better ride than, I don't know what you want to call it, the cyclone at Coney Island, or I guess the Dragon Coaster is the one I grew up with here in Rye, in Playland. It's been an unbelievable roller coaster ride the last several days. And yes, investors know it's coming, but that doesn't mean that they're settled with it. You know, just because you digested or ate something doesn't mean it sits in your stomach. They have been up and down on this. What's really happening is, call it a game of hot potato, just to use another metaphor here. The stocks are hot, especially the NASDAQ ones, the highly valued tech stocks. And it's like, well, our interest rates going to be 2%? I don't want to hold this stock, so they give it to somebody else. And back and forth and back and forth. We had 2 of the most stunning drops and recoveries in the last 2 days. And this is the kind of, well, it's on steroids, but it's a kind of volatility we've seen around the time when the Fed changes policy. So investors are getting used to it. They know it's coming, but they have to really get accustomed to it. You are the master of plain English, Steve. I so appreciate you. Thank you for breaking it down. I'm sure we'll be talking again soon, I think, especially after this meeting and this news conference in the Fed tomorrow. Thank you, pal. Get that monetary policy equilibrium down. Yeah, for sure. Bye. Still to come, an update to a story we told you about last week. The governor of Kansas now ordering an investigation into the foster care agency that handled the case of a teen who died at a juvenile center. That was our original. We've got more details in the local coming up in a second. Plus, with gun violence on the rise across the country, so are gun sales. Steve Patterson is looking into us for tonight's original.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, a second New York City police officer has died today after that shooting in Harlem on Friday. 27-year-old Wilbert Mora was shot in the head. His partner, 22-year-old Jason Rivera, died that night. They were responding to a domestic incident. Mayor Eric Adams and officials from the NYPD are remembering both as heroes. From our Midwest Bureau, a warning that the footage you're about to see may be hard to watch. Kansas's governor has ordered the Department of Children and Families to investigate a foster care agency's handling of the death of a 17-year-old. We reported this story last week. Cedric Lofton became unresponsive while being restrained, face down for more than 30 minutes at a juvenile center in September. He died a couple days later. The governor, Laura Kelly, says the state is looking into whether proper policies were followed. And from our West Coast Bureau, crews out in Southern California have managed to contain about 45% of a fire near Big Sur. It's being called the Colorado Fire, and it's burned through about 700 acres just since Friday afternoon. We still don't know how the fire started. Now to today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. 38 million, that's the number of background checks the FBI says were run in 2021. That's a lot. It's actually the second highest year ever, right behind the record number in 2020. And with more of those background checks, you're seeing more gun sales too. It seems that people want protection. And the pandemic seems to be bringing more first-time buyers to the gun store. But recently, gun violence has also increased, along with those ownership records. We wanted to learn more about who these new gun owners are. So Steve Patterson took a look for us.
Nestled among the high-priced luxury boutiques that line the world-famous shopping district in Beverly Hills, a new shop is burning through inventory, and it has nothing to do with designer goods.
People are almost, I would say, rushing down here because they just believe that the world is turning such a negative place and such a dangerous place. They are calling every moment of every day, and we are happy to give them those services.
Across the country, gun sales are surging, while gun violence is spiking. Last year, more than 20,000 people were killed by a firearm in the United States. In 2021, the Gun Violence Archive saw the most deaths on record since its founding in 2014.
This gun here has been incredibly popular with our female clientele.
Russell Stewart runs Beverly Hills Guns, an appointment-only boutique serving well-to-do clients right off the main drag. And he says business is booming.
How many people are you seeing that have never held or owned a gun before?
I would say right now we're looking at about 95% of our customers in the last 2 months are all first-time gun buyers. Absolutely.
The FBI ran more than 38 million firearm background checks in 2021, making it the second highest year of sales ever, behind 2020.
What have you seen as far as the trend of gun buyers? Who comes in to buy guns? And has that changed in like the last 3 months?
The trend of gun buyers who are coming in are definitely people under 25 and people over 65. A lot of people who traditionally lean left, who would probably not be a gun person, have been saying, well, it's the first time that I've ever thought about buying a gun in my entire life. So it's been someone who probably doesn't have much gun experience, probably didn't have a family member who owned a gun. The influx of people have been because of crime. The influx of crime, especially in the city of Beverly Hills, has driven people to focus more on their own personal safety, and that has truly involved buying, several guns.
Emily Junkins says personal experience pushed her to take matters into her own hands.
So there were 2 shootings, or I don't want to say shootings, shootouts right outside my apartment, right there by the Orlando Hotel. And, I heard the whole thing. My neighborhood is very family-oriented. It's basically all families, even in my building, and it's really scary.
But most of the victims of gun violence don't look like the smaller, more affluent population of Beverly Hills. More than 2/3 of the country's most populous cities have seen more homicides in 2021 than in 2020. Nick Suklina, senior vice president at Everytown for Gun Safety, points out there's a direct correlation between the strictness and variance of your state's gun laws and gun-related violence.
There are key foundational laws that when states enact, we see meaningful change in gun violence rates. Chief among them are background checks on all gun sales, permitting systems for who may carry in public. These are crucial laws to keeping the public safe from gun violence. Also, though, are equally bad laws, stand your ground laws, permitless carry, where without any permitting system or license, individuals can carry in public.
And that the solution to protecting yourself against gun violence isn't buying more guns.
Those states that have the better gun laws have lower rates of gun violence. So long as we have hundreds of millions of guns in this country, we are going to have gun violence at an unacceptably high rate. But the real key is that we can do common sense, simple things in our laws to reduce gun violence.
Steve Patterson is joining us now to talk more about this. Steve, thank you so much for reporting out tonight's original for us. You know, I was struck by this moment where the owner of that shop said, you know, the new buyers are either sort of younger, really young, under the age of 25, or they're older, right? 60, 70, et cetera. What else is standing out to him about some of these new buyers?
Yeah, Hallie, think about this. Last year, the firearms industry sold 6 guns for every 100 Americans. When you hit a critical mass like that, it is almost assuredly across several demographics. And sure enough, you heard Russ in the piece, as you just said, he thinks 95% of his clients are new gun owners, many over 65, many under 25. And if you look at the data, the National Shooting Sports Foundation says that black gun buyers rose by 58% in 2020 compared to 2019. A study last year found that half of all U.S. gun buyers since 2019 are women. People say it's self-protection. People say it's self-empowerment. Of course, we heard that. But we also have to say that the ATF released their own data from 2020 showing a very high percentage of recently purchased firearms were recovered in crimes shortly after they were bought. So we also know they're ending up in the hands of the wrong people in a lot of cases.
Steve Patterson, it is important reporting, and we're really grateful to you for bringing it to us. Thank you so much. We're going to stay on this topic in tomorrow night's Original 2 with more coverage on gun ownership, this time about the focus to get guns off the street. Our Maura Barrett went to Denver to talk to a nonprofit that's repurposing guns to help plant new life by making them into garden tools. That's tomorrow right here on Hallie Jackson Now. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Think about this. When was the last time you let a computer make a decision for you? Whether to turn right or left, for example? Probably not that long ago. You used the GPS to tell you how to get somewhere. Did you let Spotify or Pandora give you a music or a podcast recommendation? Did Netflix give you a movie rec catered specifically to what you like? There's even an app that helps divorced couples talk to each other without getting into arguments. It's all about the algorithm, right? But what happens when we start to rely too much on this artificial intelligence? It's what Jake Ward, our NBC News correspondent, is talking about in his brand new book, The Loop, How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Basically, Jake writes that most human behavior is pretty predictable. It follows pretty predictable patterns, good and bad. And companies are using AI to find those patterns and profit off them. Jake is here now to talk about how this all came together in tonight's backstory. Friend, congratulations. We are so excited for you. It's a big deal.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Hallie, and thank you so much for having me on.
Of course. Listen, you know the backstory. You've done this segment before. It is really a pulling back the curtain behind the scenes as to what goes into a story, or in this case, you know, an entire book that you've been researching for something like a decade, right? When did you know, as you were looking through your stories and your notes, that you had enough material to actually go forward and take this step and write a book?
Well, you know, I had an early phase of my editorial life when I was the editor-in-chief of Popular Science magazine, and, you know, I was a very upbeat person when it came to technology. And I remember attending a robotics competition run by the government, the DARPA Robot Challenge in 2013 in Florida. And I remember watching how incredibly difficult it was for these robots to do even the simplest things. And I remember thinking, oh boy, you know, we'll never get to that point, I think, where robots really replace, you know, us in this thing. It was a really pivotal experience for me. And, you know, it really got me thinking about our ambitions for robots. But then, Hallie, it got dark. And I'd say by about 2016, I had this totally transformative experience. I basically went to a dinner, a kind of casual dinner here in San Francisco with a bunch of entrepreneurs, young app makers, and a bunch of them had studied basically behavioral science. And we were gathered together with Indian food and beers, and we're listening to a couple of addiction experts, these two guys who had just gotten out of a PhD program, and they were explaining to the room, here is how the brain habituates to something like cocaine or heroin. And here is how we can use our understanding of addiction to help make your apps that you are making as addictive as possible. They were offering their expertise to make stuff addictive. And they were asked, I remember at one point, well, well, is there anyone you would not sell that ability to, your expertise and addiction to? And they said, you know what, we don't think we want to be the, I think they said, the thought police of the internet. We just, we're going to sort of leave it as it is. And so I began to see the libertarian tendencies of Silicon Valley, where all things are kind of considered equal, the pattern recognition algorithms that people were deploying to get people to do things, and then the growing realization that so much of our behavior is pattern-based. And I started to think, we are on a scary course here, Hallie, and that is why I decided to write this book.
It is so fascinating. I legit can't wait to read it. One of the things about you, you are so, we always call you brilliant when you come on the show because you are, but you're very well researched, right? You talk to a lot of people. There's so many people behind these systems that you're talking about, right? How do you narrow down who to talk to, and how do you actually get them to talk to you in the first place? Because some of what you describe is perhaps, listen, it's not super flattering to some of these people.
It is true, and the difficult part, I think, in this beat is, of course, that you are always accused of not fully understanding the technical, facets of AI.
Like you don't get it, journalist. You don't get it, right?
Yeah,
it's that
you don't
attitude.
get it, right? You're not smart enough. You're not a qualified data scientist. That's exactly right. At the same time, though, there are a lot of really smart, ethically motivated people in that industry who can sense that something scary is happening, and they start to want to talk to you because they start to understand, wait, something may be a little off in what I am purveying to millions and sometimes billions of people. I bumped into someone the other day who was describing to me how he did marketing for some of the most addictive online casino simulator games out there, the kind of games that charge you money but never allow you to win money. And he was describing, he said, I stopped doing that work when I realized that I was using the grade point average of customers to figure out who would be most likely to become addicted to these online casino games. And, so you get these people saying, wow. I think maybe I'm part of something I don't want to be. That's how they talk to you. And then the researchers, the behavioral scientists, they've been ignored for so long. I think they're pretty eager to get their words out there. And so marrying those two worlds, that's really how I did it.
The Loop by our own Jake Ward. Jake, we're so glad to have you on the show to talk about the backstory, the behind-the-scenes piece of it. It is super interesting. We're really excited for you and for the book. Thank you for being on.
Thank you so much, Hal. I appreciate it.
Coming up next, of course, coming up next, will he or won't he? We're talking about the retirement speculation around Tampa Bay Bucs quarterback Tom Brady. So what's he saying about it? More on that cryptic message. Plus, just into us tonight, we're hearing from Brady's ex-teammate Antonio Brown for the first time since he got cut from the Bucs. Where do you hear what he told Bryant Gumbel next?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are just hearing, and I mean just hearing, from Antonio Brown for the first time since he got cut by the Tampa Bay Bucs after he ran off the field, remember, in the middle of a game against the Jets. He and his lawyer are talking with Bryant Gumbel on HBO in a new interview airing tonight. This new clip has just been released. It's pretty short, but Brown says he was injected with this anti-inflammatory drug, Toradol, to deal with an injury, and then went on to say that the Bucs offered him $200,000 to get treatment for mental health issues. Watch for yourself.
These guys at Tampa Bay Bucs try to make an agreement with me to give me $200,000 to go to the crazy house so these guys can look like they know what they're talking about. These guys aren't professional.
Wait.
They treated me
They
wrong.
offered you $200,000 for what?
The offer was Antonio would basically sit on the sidelines, go on some list, and commit himself to some form of intensive mental health treatment.
His lawyer later added that the Bucs general manager specifically told them not to spin this any other way. Morgan Chesky is here now to talk more about this. Morgan, listen, Antonio Brown is, a controversial, now former NFL star, walked off the field. We covered this in the middle of a game, was ultimately released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're now hearing from him for the very first time, and that's what went down, as you just heard.